Beneath the fiery hues of the setting sun, the autumn breeze danced, lifting layer upon layer of fallen leaves. This vibrant scene painted the mightiest of ninja villages in a splendid tableau. At that moment, a small boy with hair as dark as ink, casually lying on a comfortable lawn with a blade of grass between his teeth, reveled in the afternoon sun, seemingly indifferent to the rigorous training in ninjutsu that occupied other children. "Son, I knew I would find you here." While the boy basked in the sun's warmth, a golden-haired child approached him. The boy appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, though small in stature. He exuded a refreshing aura. Yet, at this moment, his expression bore a hint of displeasure. "Why are you skipping class again? When I arrived, I saw teacher Yai frantically searching for you. Anyway, I lack the aptitude to become a ninja, so a little leisure won't hurt. What about you, Minato? Aren't you supposed to be with your wife?" The dark-haired boy sat up on the grass and shrugged. Kushina is not your sister-in-law, stop saying such things," Minato replied, his cheeks reddening slightly, feeling somewhat awkward. Seeing his older brother's innocent demeanor, the black-haired youth sighed quietly. He wished he could dismiss it as mere nonsense, but the truth of the future loomed. Not only would Minato marry Kushina, but they would also have a child named Naruto Uzumaki and a grandson named Boruto Uzumaki. His profound knowledge stemmed from being a weary transmigrator in his previous life. He was an orphan, a detail that had since become irrelevant. Now, he was a child adopted by the Namikaze family, the younger brother of the golden-haired boy before him. What made his plight so unfortunate? Imagine dozing off while watching Dragon Ball only to awaken in the world of Naruto. One would certainly feel aggrieved. Yet, this mattered little. The most pressing concern was that he had traversed into this world for 7 years without uncovering any of the essential golden fingers associated with transmigration. Even now, he could not extract a trace of chakra, while the boy beside him had successfully harnessed his first strand of chakra 4 years prior. Undeniably, Minato was a true genius, destined to save the world. Without him, Naruto Uzumaki would never come to be. Rising to his feet, the boy's son placed his hands behind his back and began to impart wisdom to Minato in a didactic tone. "Minato, remaining passive like this is not advisable. You must take the initiative, allowing your fervent love to sway that fiery little pepper. Is that so?" Minato's lips twitched slightly. For some reason, Sun suddenly sensed a glimmer of sympathy in Minato's gaze. What was going on? Just as Sun pondered this, a familiar voice called out from behind him. That fiery little pepper you just mentioned, could it be me?" A chill ran down his spine as Sun stiffly turned around. Upon seeing the striking red-haired girl behind him, he broke into a smile that was more painful than tears. "Sister, I was absolutely not referring to you. Actually, I was dreaming that the fiery little pepper became my sister-in-law." "Oh?" Kushina's expression darkened even further. "Oh no." Realizing his blunder, Sun hastily corrected himself. No, I misspoke. I meant to say that in my dream, I discovered that my future sister-in-law has no connection to the fiery little pepper." Minato, witnessing this exchange, felt his eyelids twitch as he subtly stepped back. Kushina, however, was furiously amused. Her hands clenched tightly, as if ready to impart a lesson on why flowers bloom so red. "Speak up. Will it be your left cheek or your right?" Sun momentarily failed to comprehend. Do you wish for my fist to kiss your left cheek or your right?" Kushina explained with a smile. Can I choose neither?" Sun tentatively offered, mustering what he thought was a bright smile. Of course. Then let's go with both." Before he could plead for mercy, a pair of slightly rosy fists suddenly loomed large in his vision. Without time to beg for clemency, Sun swiftly crouched, dodging the girl's punch, then rolled away to hide behind the silent Minato. "Minato, your wife is about to hit your little brother. You must intervene." Seeing Sun take refuge behind him, Kushina, infuriated, exclaimed, "Wimp, step aside, or I shall strike you as well." Kushina, he's still young, perhaps you should let him off this time?" Minato hesitated, glancing between the girl and his brother. "They say only mothers are good in this world, but in truth, brothers are the best," Sun thought, feeling deeply touched. Alas, that feeling of gratitude was soon cast aside. The girl, hands on her hips, spoke with a fierce tone. "Step aside. If you continue to block me, don't expect to talk to me again. Minato hesitated for a moment, and then reluctantly shifted to the side. Minato? Sun stared at him in disbelief, his dark eyes wide. I am sorry, son. I promise to make it up to you later, Minato whispered to his brother before stepping away. Brother, you can't do this to me. You are destined to be the fourth Hokage. Can you not yield so readily to the forces of evil, especially when that evil is your future wife? Yet, regardless of his inner protests, he had to confront the harsh reality. Kushina, her rage barely contained, advanced towards Sun step by step, leaving him worried about whether he would see the dawn of another day. Farewell, Minato. Farewell, parents who raised me for 7 years. Farewell, unfamiliar world of Naruto. Embracing the resolve of a noble sacrifice, Sun slowly closed his eyes. However, the anticipated pain never came. In fact, the once rambunctious sounds of insects had fallen silent, as if they too had succumbed to a deep slumber. What was happening? With a sense of bewilderment, Sun opened his eyes once more. Where am I? Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself enveloped in profound darkness, a deep void that ignited a sense of dread within him. Hello? Is anyone there? Minato? Kushina? If you are here, please respond. Yet, what answered Sun was a chilling metallic voice. Host's physical condition is stable Dragon Ball system, binding commencing. 1.5. The Dragon Ball system? Blinking in the darkness, Sun mused, could this be my golden finger activating? Or was I about to be transported to the world of Dragon Ball? With a blend of anticipation and trepidation, Sun quietly awaited in the dark the cold, metallic voice. Counted to 100%, the previously pitch-black environment suddenly burst forth with light, blindingly bright, compelling Sun to close his eyes once more. When he opened them again, he found a small virtual screen hovering before him. With an insatiable curiosity, Sun gently touched the screen with his fingertips, resembling ripples on the water's surface. Gradually, a line of data materialized on the once blank screen. Sun, occupation, ninja trainee, strength, commoner, bloodline, none, skill, basic taijutsu, unknown, backpack, store. Could this be the fabled system interface often found in top-tier novels? Sun murmured to himself, yet this strength assessment is utterly ludicrous. What does it mean to be a commoner? Even if I cannot extract chakra, defeating 10 opponents simultaneously is still within my capabilities. Sun shamelessly adorned his own face with self-praise. He then shifted his gaze to the last section labeled store. After all, gamers know that to grow stronger, one must either invest relentless effort or spend money, and the monetary investment would undoubtedly be reflected in the store's offerings. Upon opening the store, he observed 4 primary sections: lottery packs, bloodlines, skills, and items. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun clicked on the lottery pack, as years of mobile gaming experience had taught him that unexpected surprises often await in such places. However, reality was destined to disappoint him, for he discovered that the lottery pack option was entirely inaccessible. Simultaneously, the system's metallic voice echoed in his ears once more. Host strength is insufficient. This section cannot be accessed at this time. Well, this was an unforeseen setback. With no other choice, Sun redirected his focus to the other options. After a cursory scan, he dejectedly closed the store. This was not to say that the store lacked valuable items. Quite the opposite, the plethora of enticing goods was overwhelming. Yet it was precisely this abundance that tormented him, as he lacked the requisite points or virtual currency to redeem anything. What kind of shoddy system is this? Arriving here for the first time, and they don't even offer a novice benefit. What a scam! As if in response to his inner grievances, Sun unexpectedly discovered 2 items in his system backpack upon opening it: a newbie welcome gift and a newbie guide. He pressed his tongue against his cracked lips, biting them slightly, his breath quickening with anticipation. As the saying goes, when one speaks of the devil, he doth appear. He never expected to receive novice benefits. Suppressing his excitement, Sun pointed to the newbie guide. As the ancient proverb wisely states, to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Preparatory work is essential. After carefully reviewing the contents twice, Sun exhaled in relief. Unsurprisingly, the information in the guide was not far removed from his earlier assumptions. Firstly, it detailed the origins of the system, clarifying that it was not of this world, but rather evolved from multiple dragons of the Dragon Ball universe. As for why it manifested in such a manner and appeared to him in the Naruto world, further elaboration was deemed unnecessary. Additionally, the guide elucidated the methods for acquiring points. The means of acquisition can be broadly divided into two categories, aside from obtaining them through slaying adversaries. One can only exchange real-world currency at a ratio of 100. It is noteworthy that this 100 refers to actual money rather than virtual points. Thus, one might wonder if this system, transformed by the dragon, is merely a third-rate mobile game from our great nation. It seems rather exploitative, thought Bo Fengxuan with a hint of malice. Additionally, the guide explicitly states that since the worlds of Naruto and Dragon Ball do not exist in the same dimensional plane, the power system from Dragon Ball will be suppressed by the laws of the world. In simpler terms, this translates to a disguised diminishment of strength, making it improbable for him to casually unleash an attack capable of annihilating a planet or galaxy. Of course, this is inconsequential. Even if his power were not curtailed, he would not whimsically decide to obliterate a moon. Indeed, even if he were to rescue Kagayaheim from the moon and offer her as a warm bed servant, he would never entertain such a notion. With these unrealistic daydreams, Bo Fengxuan opened the novice gift pack, revealing 3 items and 500 points. Bloodline Random Exchange Voucher 1. Randomly draw a DA level bloodline. Skill Random Exchange Voucher 1. Randomly draw an EB level skill. Immature Senza Bean 1. Recovers 50 of all stats. Without the slightest hesitation, Bo Fengxuan immediately utilized the skill exchange voucher. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the D-level skill, Phantom Fist. Immediately, a warm current flowed from his dantian to his limbs, and knowledge regarding the Phantom Fist materialized in Bo Fengxuan's mind. Phantom Fist, normal, creates a phantom to evade attacks. Can occasionally be used for offense, upgradable, proficiency, 0. It was a pity. He had hoped to draw the Kamehameha. Bo Fengxuan felt a twinge of disappointment, but soon turned his attention to the unused bloodline exchange voucher. I hope it brings me some surprises. With that thought, he placed his hand upon it. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the B-level bloodline, Hybrid Saiyan. As the notification faded, a mass of thick blood, the size of a fist, materialized before Bo Fengxuan. Hybrid Saiyan bloodline. Born from the union of pureblood Saiyans and Earthlings, containing immense potential, with a 1 in 10,000 chance of evolving into a Super Saiyan bloodline. He chuckled to himself as he beheld the blood before him, feeling as if he had exhausted all his luck in this lifetime on this moment. This was the Saiyan bloodline, arguably the most powerful bloodline in the entirety of Dragon Ball. Even as a hybrid, it was incomparable to any other mediocre B-level bloodline. After all, Goten, Trunks, and Gohan were also hybrids, each more formidable than the last. Notably, Gohan had nearly usurped Goku's protagonist aura. Without a hint of hesitation, Bo Fengxuan reached out toward the mass of blood. Warning: after merging with this bloodline, you will be unable to fuse with other types of bloodlines in the future. The host is advised to consider this carefully. The system's warning was but a whisper in his ear. Why should I even consider it? If I do not integrate now, I would truly be a fool. As the fingers of Namikaze Xun made contact with the blood, the fist-sized liquid swiftly contorted and morphed, subsequently coursing through his fingers and rapidly entering his body. Namikaze Xun, enveloped by the blood, quietly sensed the changes within. His body felt slightly warm, and there was an odd itch at his rear. Could it be hemorrhoids? Before he could fully appreciate these transformations, the chilling voice of the system echoed once more. The novice tutorial has concluded. The host will be forcibly returned in a countdown. 10, 9, 8. Wait. I am not ready yet. Namikaze Xun shouted in a flurry of panic. Alas, the system paid no heed to his readiness. As the final syllable resonated, without fail, Namikaze Xun was thrust back into reality. Yet, before he could acclimatize, a fleeting shadow darted past him, and 2 tender fists affectionately met his face. Damn it! I forgot there's a little firecracker outside. With this thought, the youth known as Namikaze Xun elegantly fainted. The following day, so little son, what is the reason you are not attending school? If it is due to yesterday's incident, I apologize. If you seek to vent your frustrations, you may strike me a couple of times, Minato implored, his tone earnest as he addressed the boy curled up in his blankets. However, the boy merely shook his head, refusing to emerge from his cocoon. Minato, what does little Sun say? At that moment, a middle-aged man with a scar across his face, exuding an aura of quiet authority, stepped into the room. donned in the distinctive green vest of a seasoned jonin. This man, known as Kazekage Chanyu, was the father of both Minato and Kazekage Xun, and a highly regarded elite jonin. Father, you've returned? Kazekage Xun recoiled slightly, appearing somewhat apprehensive. Humph, if I had not returned, would you have dared to ascend to the heavens? Kazekage Chanyu retorted, his tone brusque. In truth, one need not ponder. Once I acquire the ability to fly, I shall indeed soar through the skies, Kazekage Xun muttered under his breath. What did you say? Kazekage Chanyu bellowed. Nothing at all. Please do not take offense, father. Kazekage Xun replied, his lips twitching as his small head shook vigorously like a rattle. Honestly, he had always found it peculiar that while Minato possessed such a gentle disposition, their father, Kazekage Chanyu, exhibited a fiery temperament. Could it be that there was a neighbor named Wang residing next door? Kazekage Xun mused to himself. Of course, this was an impossibility. In his eyes, his parents were deeply affectionate. Until 2 years ago, he could still hear curious sounds at night. The absence of such sounds in the past 2 years was due to the fact that Konoha had been engulfed in the throes of the Second Shinobi World War, causing both of their parents to frequently be away from home. By the way, it is currently the 34th year of Konoha, precisely during a tense period between Konoha and the Rain Village. This assertion is bolstered by the fact that, thus far, the names of the legendary Sannin have not been mentioned in the village, indicating that the conflict between Konoha and the Rain Village remains unresolved. By the way, father, what brings you back at this moment? Shouldn't you still be at the Rain Ninja Village? What about mother? Did she not return with you? Inquired Bo-Feng's son, his curiosity evident. Upon hearing his young son's question, Bo-Feng Chanyu pondered for a moment before responding softly. This is supposed to be confidential. But since you are my son, I shall divulge a little. Just promise me you won't speak of it to anyone. Bo-Feng's son nodded eagerly, feigning an expression of utmost secrecy. Even Minato, who stood nearby, perked up, as he too was unaware of why his father had returned so unexpectedly. Bo-Feng Chanyu, with a hint of pride, revealed, in truth, if all goes well, the war is on the brink of conclusion. The supplies for those ruffians at the Rain Ninja Village have dwindled, and even Hanzo is contemplating a desperate last stand. I have been sent back to request reinforcements, and shortly, I must return to the battlefield. Upon hearing this news, Bo-Feng's son pursed his lips, somewhat skeptical. Anyone familiar with the world of Naruto knew that the Second Great Ninja War had persisted for 5 long years. It had only been a little over 2 years since it commenced, so the end was far from imminent. However, one thing was certain. The battlefield of Konoha would soon shift, and it would not be long before the names of the legendary 3 ninjas echoed through the streets. Well, I have relayed the purpose of my return. You little rascal, are you not getting up for school? I'll get up in a moment, Bo-Feng's son replied, tightening his grip on the blanket, his gaze becoming increasingly evasive. Stop dawdling, hurry up and get to school, Bo-Feng Chanyu commanded, noticing his son's peculiar demeanor. He seized the long blanket enveloping Bo-Feng's son and swiftly pulled it away. What is this? Bo-Feng Chanyu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight beneath the covers. Even Minato, usually unflappable, appeared taken aback. Son, what is that tale? With a sorrowful expression, Bo-Feng's son feigned ignorance. I don't know. I woke up this morning and found a tail on my backside. Of course, he was aware of the true reason, but he had no intention of disclosing anything about the Saiyan and Dragon Ball system to anyone. Fortunately, being in a world of ninjas, his father and brother soon accepted this bizarre reality, advising him to keep his tail concealed at his waist and to ensure no one discovered it. In truth, even without their counsel, he intended to do just that. After all, the village was home to Orochimaru and Danzo, 2 bioengineering maniacs. If they learned of his secret, they might not dare to abduct him openly, but would certainly attempt to capture him covertly. As for what would happen next, be it dissection, transplantation, or cursed seals, that would depend on their whims. Well, time is of the essence. I must depart. You best hurry to school and stop slacking off, Bo-Feng Chanyu remarked. Then turned his attention to Minato. Minato, keep a close watch on your brother and ensure he doesn't laze about. Understood, father, Minato replied with a smile. Just as Bo-Feng Chanyu reached the door, Sun suddenly called out, Father? What is it? He turned back to inquire. You must return safely. Bo-Feng's son spoke with an unusual seriousness. I thought you were going to say something profound. Don't worry, your mother and I will certainly return. I've even prepared your birthday gift for next month. You can look forward to it. Haha. With that, Bo Feng Changyu laughed heartily and departed from the house. You must keep your word. Bo Feng Sun silently vowed once more in his heart. In truth, the original Naruto series never elaborated on the parents of himself and Minato, hinting that both might have become names inscribed on a memorial stone during some war. However, this notion is not absolute. After all, he had already spent 7 years in this world. Even if a butterfly flaps its wings for 7 years, it surely alters the surrounding environment, let alone a living person like him. Xiao Sun. Just as Bo Feng Sun was lost in thought, Minato shook his shoulder, bringing him back to reality. What's the matter? He asked, gazing at his brother with some surprise. Minato, slightly exasperated, replied, Did you forget what father just said? We need to head to school. Brother Minato, I recall you mentioned compensating me, right? A subtle smile graced Bo Feng Sun's lips. Indeed, what do you have in mind for your compensation? Minato regarded his younger brother's innocent smile with a sense of foreboding. Well, I'd like you to help me take a week off from school. A week later. Brother Minato, hurry up. We'll be late if you dawdle any longer. Bo Feng Sun urged, as Minato was still organizing his ninja gear. Minato raised his head slightly, saying, Xiao Sun, weren't you the one who despised school the most? You even had me request a week off for you, and now suddenly you're so eager? Bo Feng Sun pouted and replied without hesitation, Isn't it a matter of timing? Today is a significant day. It's the day you graduate from ninja school. As your brother, isn't it only natural for me to be a bit more excited? Indeed, today marked Minato's official graduation from ninja school. Hearing Bo Feng Sun's words, Minato sighed, Xiao Sun, I might not even graduate. If I fail the exam, I'll have to stay in ninja school for another year. Bo Feng Sun dismissed the thought internally. If the future 4th Hokage couldn't graduate, then Konoha would truly be in dire straits, though his future son would be an exception. After all, not everyone is named Uzumaki Naruto. Speaking of the ninja school's graduation exam, it differed significantly from the examinations held after the Third Great Ninja War, given that these were times of turmoil. The focus for ninjas was on practical combat rather than the basic transformation techniques that would be emphasized in times of peace. In essence, to graduate, one must engage in a genuine battle against peers. Regardless of the exam's focus, he maintained his stance. If the future 4th Hokage couldn't pass, then Konoha would indeed be hopeless. All right, let's set off, Minato declared, closing his ninja gear bag. We should have left long ago, Bo Feng Sun complained. Following closely behind Minato, the future 4th Hokage, let me witness the vast chasm that separates us in the present. Gazing at the somewhat frail silhouette before him, Kazuki Kazekage murmured softly. It has been precisely 1 week since his father last returned, and during this time, he not only acclimated himself to the system he possessed, but also engaged in extensive practice at home. It can be said that within this week, his own strength has undergone a remarkable transformation. If he was merely a novice warrior before, he could now be likened to a seasoned fighter, albeit still somewhat lacking. Kazuki Kazeke's occupation, ninja apprentice strength, Genin bloodline, half Saiyan skills, basic taijutsu, phantom fist, triple by moving at high speed. He creates 3 afterimages to confuse opponents and launch an attack, upgradable. Proficiency, 23 special talents, potential burst. Under special conditions, he can unleash combat capabilities several times his own. Survival and desperation. In an uncontrollable near-death state, he can recover, significantly enhancing his combat power. Backpack store. As the data presented by the system indicates, he has, through the baptism of his Saiyan bloodline, initially attained the strength of a Genin. Furthermore, the power inherent in his bloodline has bestowed upon him 2 unique talents. Even if he perceives these abilities as somewhat superfluous, the rationale behind this sentiment is easily comprehensible to anyone familiar with Dragon Ball. What do Saiyans like Gohan rely on to augment their power aside from rigorous training? Undoubtedly, the foremost catalyst is the emotion of anger. Recall how Gohan headbutted Raditz and kicked Frieza, or how Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan. The catalyst for these transformations was undoubtedly intense rage. The potent emotion of wrath ignited the latent power within the Saiyan bloodline, yet he himself is different. Having resided in this world for 7 years, he has yet to experience a surge of profound anger. In Kazuki's own words, his existence in this world is blessed with loving parents, a caring older brother, and a life filled with excitement beyond his wildest dreams from his previous life. Why would he harbor feelings of anger? As for the recent incident where he was bested by the fiery little pepper, suggesting it might evoke feelings of anger is utterly absurd. Setting aside the fact that she is his future sister-in-law, she remains one of his few friends, which alone prevents any anger from arising. Moreover, the second talent, survival and desperation, a nod to the battle royale genre, is even more superfluous. He harbors no inclination for self-punishment, nor does he desire to be left half dead. Nevertheless, beyond these aspects, what pleases Kazuki the most is the enhancement of his Phantom Fist technique. If initially it was merely a D-grade skill, through a week of unwavering practice, it has undoubtedly attained the might of a C-grade technique. At the tender age of 7, having mastered C-grade ninjutsu and possessing the strength of a genin, he mused that he could now rival the innate talents of the illustrious Itachi. Kazuki felt a swell of pride at this thought. For context, the male protagonist began his schooling at 4, is now 7, while Itachi enrolled at 6 and graduated at 7. Quite comparable indeed. Soon, Minato and Katsu arrived at the entrance of the Ninja Academy. Observing the throngs of students and parents gathered outside, Katsu clicked his tongue, feeling a twinge of envy. As if sensing his brother's thoughts, Minato affectionately ruffled his hair and said with a smile, "Don't worry, by the time you graduate, Mom and Dad will definitely be here." "What? I never wanted them to come." Katsu turned his head away, displaying a haughty demeanor. Just then, a girl with striking red hair emerged from the crowd and immediately spotted the two. Kushina approached them, hands on her hips, ignoring Minato's awkward expression, and boldly exclaimed, "You little brat, you finally decided to come to school? From what Minato said, you've been bedridden ever since I gave you a couple of punches." "Huh, bedridden? What nonsense is that? I've been as lively as ever these past few days." Katsu blinked in confusion, unsure of what she was referring to. He then turned his gaze to Minato, only to find his brother's face equally perplexed. Could it be that something had transpired during my absence that I am unaware of? With this thought, Katsu said to Kushina, "Hold on a moment, I need to have a word with my brother." Without waiting for her consent, he tugged Minato into a corner. Casting a glance at the motionless Kushina, he asked, "Bro, could you please explain what's going on?" Seeing his brother's inquiry, the ever-honest Minato's face flushed slightly as he explained, "Didn't you ask me to take a leave for you? So, I told the teacher you were bedridden." Who would have thought Kushina would hear about it too? "And then what? You didn't tell her I was faking illness?" Katsu questioned, perplexed, as he believed Minato, being so innocent, would never withhold the truth. "Because Kushina thought she was the reason for your illness and was worried about you. She kept asking me for news about you. You know, she never really liked talking to me before, so I didn't tell her you were pretending," Minato confessed. Lowering his head like a child who had made a mistake, Katsu stared at him in disbelief. Who said Minato lacked emotional intelligence? Here he was, sacrificing his brother for the sake of a girl. Yet, it seemed this was not the first time. He should have grown accustomed to it by now. Noticing Minato still with his head down, Katsu felt a bit embarrassed and nudged him with his elbow, saying, "Let us just let this slide for now, but next time, don't keep things from me. We can both keep secrets from Kushina." All right. In order to help his brother win the heart of his beloved, he was willing to make sacrifices. After resolving the matter, Katsu and Minato returned to Kushina. "You two are so slow. If you don't hurry, the group matches will start soon," Kushina complained impatiently. Sorry. Katsu scratched his head and asked, "By the way, are you participating in the exam too?" "Of course. If even that weakling is taking the exam, how could I possibly stay behind him?" Kushina crossed her arms defiantly and shot a challenging glance at Minato. After all, she was merely a 10-year-old girl. In her eyes, the foremost obstacle to her ambition of becoming the female Hokage was Minato, the most accomplished student of their cohort. She understood that only by surpassing him could she prove that the title of Hokage rightfully belonged to her. The graduation examination had been ongoing for over an hour. Bo-Fong-sun, who was watching alongside Minato and others, could not suppress his yawns, entirely devoid of the excitement he felt upon arriving from home. "How tedious. Minato, when will you take the stage?" If all goes as expected, I should be next," Minato replied with a slight gravity. "Is that so? Well then, I shall endure a bit longer." Bo-Fong-sun endeavored to widen his eyes, striving to stave off sleep before his turn. It was inevitable, after all. The competitors before him were merely a bunch of children who had yet to attain even the rank of a genin. To him, already recognized by the system as a genin, their sluggish movements, clumsy ninjutsu, and utterly uncoordinated actions appeared exceedingly juvenile. Of course, had this been a week prior, such ineptitude could have very well cost him his life. Next match, Bo-Fong Minato versus Uchiha Long. Upon hearing that name, Bo-Fong-sun's brows furrowed slightly. I did not anticipate the school would arrange it this way. Was it deliberate? He was quite familiar with the name Uchiha Long, as he was a renowned genius from the Uchiha clan and also the second strongest student in Minato's cohort. As for the first, it was no exaggeration to assert that it could only be his elder brother. Well then, I shall take the stage now, Minato declared to Sun. Go for it. Brother, regardless of who it is, just give him a good beating. Bofeng Sun cheered for Minato, shaking his fists enthusiastically. Ignorant. Uchiha Long, also preparing to take the stage, scoffed disdainfully at Bofeng Sun's almost comical encouragement. He then turned his gaze to his opponent. Bofeng Minato, I shall defeat you and prove to everyone that I am the most formidable among this year's students. Then I look forward to your guidance. Minato replied without a hint of retreat, drawing a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Just as the match was about to commence, Kushina, who had been standing on the opposite side, approached Bofeng Sun. You little brat, do you believe that this sissy can win? Bofeng Sun feigned profundity, shaking his head. What, do you think a sissy cannot win? Kushina asked, somewhat astonished. Bofeng Sun shook his head once more. You little brat, are you jesting with me? Seeing her younger brother daring to tease her, Kushina seized his ear and twisted it with a fierce 180-degree turn. Ouch, that hurts. Take it easy. My ear is about to come off. The facade of profundity that Bofeng Sun had maintained instantly crumbled. Noting the tears welling in his eyes and recalling his week-long recuperation, Kushina released her grip. Humph, I shall let you off this time. Now tell me, what are you really thinking? What do you mean by thinking? Sun replied with an innocent expression. It seems the lesson was insufficient. Observing him feigning ignorance, Kushina's face darkened as she extended her hand toward him once again. Stop, I'll tell you. Upon witnessing the scene, Kazekage Tsu immediately covered his ears and leaped aside, exclaiming, There's no need for contemplation. Brother Minato is bound to triumph. Then why did you shake your head just now? Kushina inquired, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Well, I was merely pondering how Minato could ensure that his opponent doesn't lose in an overly humiliating manner. Kazekage Tsu chuckled, his gaze fixed on the two competitors who had already begun their contest. Minato, will you only scuttle about like an eel? Uchiha Takashi remarked, watching Minato darting around. Slightly breathless. If you exert your utmost, I shall certainly reciprocate with all my strength. Unbeknownst to him, Minato had maneuvered to a nearby branch, locking eyes with his adversary as he spoke earnestly. Could it be that this fellow has already discerned my intent? Uchiha Takashi pondered, a look of uncertainty crossing his countenance upon hearing Minato's words. Takashi. Just as Uchiha Takashi was at a loss, a voice resonated from the sidelines. Father? Takashi turned toward the source of the voice. There stood a middle-aged man, his piercing gaze and somewhat antiquated attire exuding an air of authority. He said nothing further, merely nodding at his son in the arena before departing the crowd without a backward glance. I understand now, father. Takashi murmured to himself before directing his attention back to Minato, declaring, Since you are so eager to witness my true prowess, I shall reveal to you the disparity between our Uchiha clan and your civilian ninjas. With that, Takashi's pupils transformed into a vivid crimson, and within the depths of his gaze, two elusive black tomo began to manifest. The Sharingan. Kazekage Tsu observed in astonishment, never expecting that his opponent had awakened such a powerful ability at such a tender age, particularly the two tomo Sharingan. In truth, Kazekage Tsu was not alone in his surprise. Even the supervising teachers were taken aback, while the young students might remain oblivious. The Chunin among them understood the significance of possessing a two-tomo Sharingan at such an early stage. This child from the Uchiha clan is quite impressive, commented the third Hokage, who had mysteriously appeared at the periphery of the arena, his straw hat casting a shadow over his features as he spoke to an old friend beside him. Humph, in my view, this is merely their sinister plot. How could they conceal such an important matter from us? A middle-aged man with bandages on his head retorted ominously. Sighing at his friend as prejudice, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, Danzo, we are all part of the same village. You cannot perpetually target the Uchiha clan. Moreover, they have not deliberately concealed anything. Can't you see that everyone has now witnessed that pair of eyes? Humph, who knows if that cunning clan harbors more Sharingan in secrecy? Danzo dismissed. However, I am quite curious to see how that golden-haired brat will handle his opponent. If he performs admirably, I might consider bringing him under my wing. At this, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, somewhat displeased as he retorted, Danzo, do not overstep your bounds. These children are the future of Konoha. Rest assured, I shall never resort to coercive measures. However, if the initiative is taken by the other party, I cannot be held accountable. Danzo's voice echoed ominously from the shadows as he gradually concealed himself beneath the canopy of trees. On the arena, two children, both barely 10 years old, showcased their true abilities. The display of techniques and the sparks ignited by the clash of shurikens surpassed any previous contests. As Minato struggled to contend with Uchiha Aran's dynamic vision, a massive fireball abruptly erupted from his opponent's mouth. The blazing orb surged towards Minato, accompanied by gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Boom! Upon being struck by the fireball, Minato transformed into a mere wooden log. A substitution technique? When did that occur? A startled Uchiha Aran hastily scanned his surroundings in search of Minato. Suddenly, the voice of Minato resonated from behind him, invoking the wind release. Great breakthrough. Oh no! Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Aran rolled to the side, attempting to evade this technique that could potentially eliminate him from the match. Nonetheless, he still felt the fierce wind pressure from the great breakthrough slice through his arm. Clutching his blood-stained limb, Uchiha Aran rose to his feet, re-evaluating his opponent. Thus far, Minato's displayed prowess exceeded his expectations, not only in the synergy of techniques, but also in his psychological manipulation of his adversary. Were it not for the advantage of his Sharingan, he surely would have already met defeat. Damn it, I am a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. How could I bow to these common ninja? A fierce grimace crossed Uchiha Aran's face. In truth, the Tsutomu Sharingan not only allowed him to perceive movements, but also to replicate some of his opponent's simpler techniques. However, due to its excessive chakra consumption, he had refrained from doing so until now. Yet, observing his opponent's technique, he noted that Minato possessed only a single elemental chakra type, wind, while he himself wielded both wind and fire attributes. Thus, he resolved to see how Minato would counter his own techniques. Unbeknownst to Minato, who was pondering Uchiha Aran's intentions as his adversary remained still, he decided to take the initiative. He hurled two shurikens from either side and immediately unleashed the wind release. Great breakthrough once more. The shurikens, propelled by the wind technique, sped towards his opponent with enhanced velocity. However, Uchiha Aran, responding with the same technique, succeeded in not only deflecting the two shurikens, but also negating Minato's wind-based jutsu. Observing this, Minato's brow furrowed slightly. Could it be mere coincidence, or was it due to those eyes? After all, they were just children. And even though he would one day become the fourth Hokage, he remained cautious of the unknown. Rather than pressing the attack, Minato chose to create distance between them, seeking to discern the capabilities of the Sharingan. His father had once told him that the Uchiha clan's unique Sharingan was one of Konoha's two great ocular techniques. Yet he had never elaborated on its specific functions. Reflecting on this, Minato felt a pang of envy towards his younger brother, who would undoubtedly have pestered their father to learn the secrets of the Sharingan. As Watergate pondered over strategies to counter the situation on the opposite side of the arena, Uchiha Ryo seized the opportunity to instill fear in his opponent. In a fleeting moment, Uchiha Ryo lunged towards Watergate, the sharp kunai reflecting a chilling glint, rapidly enlarging in Watergate's field of vision. Without time to contemplate, Watergate once again employed the substitution technique. Just as he believed he had narrowly evaded danger, Uchiha Ryo retracted the kunai aimed at the substitute, swiftly pivoted, and struck down. Watergate, having just revealed himself, was injured for the first time. Retreating hastily, Watergate glanced at the wound on his shoulder, momentarily rendered speechless. Fortunately, his quick reflexes had prevented a more grievous injury. Otherwise, a mere second's delay could have resulted in a severely compromised arm. Despite maintaining his composure on the battlefield, Kushina in the stands was in an uproar. With one hand gripping the neck of Bofeng Sun and the other clenched in a fist, she shouted, "What are you doing, you coward? Attack immediately. If you lose, I'll be utterly embarrassed. Big sister, please let go of me. I can hardly breathe." Bofeng Sun, under Kushina's vigorous grip, flushed red, flailing helplessly. Yet, at that moment, Kushina's sole focus was on Watergate, oblivious to her little brother's pleas. Resigned, Bofeng Sun resorted to using his inherited secret technique, the tortoise breath technique, commonly known as holding one's breath. However, Bofeng Sun was equally perplexed. He could not fathom why his brother had suddenly found himself at a disadvantage. In his view, considering Uchiha Ryo's prowess, Watergate should at least be able to contend against two opponents, if not 10. This was a misconception born from Bo Fengsun's status as a time traveler, as he underestimated the potency of the two-tomo Sharingan, believing that only those with the illustrious Mangekyo Sharingan were formidable. In truth, while the three-tomo or two-tomo Sharingan may seem less imposing, they hold significant advantages over ordinary ninjas, rendering them inherently disadvantaged against the Sharingan. In the center of the arena, facing the now overshadowed Watergate, Uchiha Ryo coldly remarked, "So, how does it feel?" This is the advantage bestowed by bloodline. No matter how adept your ninjutsu may be, it is inconsequential. Allow me to inform you, your little tricks will be utterly exposed before my eyes. Is that so? Watergate retorted, fixating on his adversary. To be frank, from our earlier exchanges, I have begun to form some conjectures. Considering what you just said, my deduction appears to be accurate. Your eyes not only grant you enhanced dynamic vision, but also enable you to replicate your opponent's ninjutsu and taijutsu, correct? At these words, Uchiha Ryo widened his eyes in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this child of his own age could discern the secret of the Sharingan from mere skirmishes. Yet, what did it matter? The secret of the Sharingan was invincible among ninjas of this caliber. No one could unravel it. Uchiha Ryo thought confidently. Regrettably, his confidence swiftly devolved into arrogance. As the Watergate shifted, he failed to perceive his opponent's movements in time. The opponent's speed was astonishingly swift, a stark contrast to their initial encounter, showcasing a significant enhancement in capability. As the words Konoha body technique, Konoha rising wind left his lips, Watergate had already surged towards Uchiha Long, lowering his body before leaping forcefully to deliver a fierce kick to his adversary's abdomen. Upon sending Uchiha Long airborne, Watergate did not pause. Instead, he utilized the momentum from Konoha rising wind to appear at his opponent's side. Konoha whirlwind. In midair, Watergate spun like a top, his body becoming the axis of a dizzying whirl, his legs executing a flurry of strikes against Uchiha Long, rendering him utterly defenseless. With a resounding thud, Uchiha Long, subjected to a relentless barrage, plummeted to the ground like a broken doll as Watergate retracted his feet. Lying on the ground, Uchiha Long's once captivating visage had morphed into a disheveled mess, his proud gaze now marred by confusion. How could this be? I have lost. Nothing is impossible. Watergate replied calmly. Indeed, your clan's bloodline limit is formidable, but that is merely relative. Anyone who possesses a speed beyond your perceptual grasp renders your bloodline capabilities futile. With that, Watergate dismissed Uchiha Long's futile struggles. Upon receiving a nod from the referee, he proceeded to return to the audience. However, he harbored an unspoken thought within. He had always believed that, in contrast to the predetermined nature of bloodline limits, he valued personal effort more. Upon rejoining his companions, Watergate was immediately met with his brother's mournful gaze. Brother Watergate, it's fortunate you won. If you had lost, I would have faced the wrath of our elder sister. What happened? Watergate queried, taken aback, his eyes shifting to Kushina to discern the situation. However, upon observing Kushina's bashful demeanor, he began to question whether he had misinterpreted the situation. The typically boisterous Kushina appeared as shy as a young girl. Could it be that I did not truly win, but rather fell victim to my opponent's illusion? Watergate's bewilderment did not escape Kushina's notice, prompting her to return to her former self. Such a sissy. Were you just contemplating something inappropriate? Caught off guard, Watergate's face flushed as he quickly shook his head. No, I wasn't thinking anything. By the way, brother, what did you mean when you said you almost faced dire consequences? After a moment, Watergate finally grasped the reason behind his brother's earlier remark. Stealing a glance at the silent Kushina, he hesitated. Kushina, were you actually worried about me? Huh, Kushina exclaimed, her demeanor akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Sissy, don't flatter yourself. I merely believe that the only person capable of defeating you is me. If you were to lose to someone else before I did, I would be utterly embarrassed. Is that so? Upon witnessing Kushina's vehement rebuttal, Minato felt a wave of frustration wash over him, prompting him to lower his gaze and fall silent. Goodness, brother, has your emotional intelligence reached an all-time low? Why the sudden silence? Kushina's earlier reaction was clearly a manifestation of her tsundere nature, yet he seemed oblivious to it. Meanwhile, standing nearby, Kakashi observed the interaction with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Just moments ago, Minato had been effortlessly charming, but now he appeared transformed into a bashful young lad. However, Kakashi was hesitant to meddle too much in their romantic entanglement. Should his involvement inadvertently lead to their separation, resulting in Naruto's untimely demise, the consequences would be dire, to say the least. At that point, it was likely that Nagato's mere presence would spell the end for the Hidden Leaf, rendering any intervention by Madara unnecessary. Contemplating this, Kakashi sought to alleviate the awkward tension by redirecting the conversation. By the way, Minato, who are your opponents in the next 2 rounds? The ninja graduation examination employed a best-of-3 format, meaning Minato's assessment was far from over. Unfortunately, Kakashi's inquiry only intensified Minato's discomfort. Did I inadvertently say something wrong? Kakashi pondered. Puzzled. Just then, Kushina interjected with a huff. I don't know who his second opponent is, but his third opponent is me. Kakashi could hardly believe his ears. He glanced at Minato, who was equally dismayed, nodding in reluctant acknowledgement. What a twist of fate. Surely, Minato would go easy on her, right? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Kushina abruptly pointed at Minato and declared, if you dare to hold back during the match, I will never forgive you. With that, she stormed off, oblivious to the fact that their every move had been observed by an unseen observer lurking in the shadows. Ah, a brilliant young man. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, what an intriguing pair they make. I wonder how best to exploit this situation. Kakashi, what do you think I should do? Minato, having completed the second round with a furrowed brow, looked longingly at Kushina in the distance. Their next bout would be against each other. Brother, heed my advice. To resolve this, one must confront the source of the problem. Mere brute force will not conquer the headstrong girl. You must touch her heart with your fervent affection. Kakashi cast a furtive glance at Kushina, relieved to see that she had not overheard him. Yet, how should he proceed? Kushina had just insisted that he not hold back. He understood her earnest desire for a genuine match, but he had no intention of winning. Noticing Minato's distress, Kakashi's mind began to race. He leaned closer and whispered a suggestion in Minato's ear. Before long, the referee summoned both Kushina and Minato to the stage. Observing the striking couple before him, Kakashi couldn't help but grin. Hopefully, Minato wouldn't betray him this time. After all, he had repeatedly warned Kushina not to expose him. Surely, that wouldn't be an issue, would it? On the arena floor, Kushina pointed at the young man before her and reiterated her warning. Coward. You are not allowed to hold back, do you understand? Having long since made up her mind, Kushina nodded, indicating her resolve not to back down. With a commanding shout from the referee, she seized the initiative, dashing towards Minato in an instant. Instead of wielding any ninja tools as weapons, she unleashed her fists, which had undoubtedly struck countless opponents, aiming directly at Minato's face. Observing this, Minato refrained from taking the hit head-on. He swiftly sidestepped, evading Kushina's punch. Seizing the moment when her momentum had yet to stabilize, he executed a sweeping kick, known as the Leaf Gale. However, what Minato anticipated would be a successful strike was swiftly countered by Kushina, who leapt from the ground, grasping his supporting left leg with her right hand. Huh, she exclaimed, and with a powerful motion reminiscent of a windmill, she sent Minato soaring through the air. Wow, Kushina is surprisingly fierce. On the sidelines, Kakashi felt a shiver run down his spine upon witnessing Kushina's astonishing combat prowess. With such capabilities, he wondered if their previous plans could still come to fruition. In truth, if Kakashi had merely applied a bit of thought, he would realize that as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Kushina, even without tapping into the Nine Tails mode, was far beyond the reach of an average Chunin. After all, Naruto had once managed to overpower a Chunin like Mizuki, even while being a mere underdog. Meanwhile, Minato, having been thrown by Kushina, performed 2 flips in the air before landing gracefully on the ground. Noticing that Kushina had halted her assault, opting instead to await his next move, he couldn't help but chuckle and scratch his head, acknowledging, Kushina is truly formidable. Humph. I am destined to be the wife of the Hokage, so this level of strength is merely a prerequisite, she replied, her hands swiftly forming seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A cloud of smoke enveloped the arena, and soon 2 identical clones of Kushina appeared at her sides. She has mastered even B-rank shadow clones? Minato raised an eyebrow, fully aware that he could not afford to underestimate her. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly found himself standing before the 3 Kushinas in the blink of an eye. How fast? Kakashi marveled from the sidelines. Though he had previously witnessed Minato's extraordinary speed in his battle against Uchiha Obito, he had been captivated by Minato's graceful taijutsu, failing to notice the astonishing mobility that his opponent now displayed. It was no wonder Minato would later refine the Flying Thunder God technique. He must have realized that taijutsu possessed an insurmountable speed barrier, prompting him to explore space-time ninjutsu. With this in mind, Kakashi refocused on the arena. Minato, now positioned before Kushina, cast aside any thoughts of holding back. Though he refrained from drawing his ninja tools, he still struck her abdomen with a powerful punch. Boom. The moment Minato's fist connected with Kushina, she transformed into a cloud of smoke. A shadow clone. Without pausing for a moment, Minato swiftly vacated his previous position, just as another Kushina launched a fierce kick in his direction. As Watergate seized the opportunity, he advanced once more, delivering a swift kick to his opponent's back. Bang! Was it merely a shadow clone? You careless fool. Just as Watergate searched for Kushina's true self, a voice resonated from the dissipating smoke, followed by a fist. Imbued with a fierce gale, erupting from the haze. Seeing this, Watergate, unable to evade in time, quickly raised his hands to shield himself. Kushina, observing his hasty defense, held a trace of disdain. She had unwavering confidence in the might of her punch, certain that even if it failed to strike a vital point, it would certainly inflict some pain on this arrogant fool. However, the ideal was beautiful, while reality was harsh. When Kushina's fist collided with Watergate, he suddenly transformed into a piece of wood. Body substitution technique. When did this happen? Bewildered, Kushina frantically scanned her surroundings in search of Watergate's silhouette. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind her. The ultimate technique of Konoha's taijutsu, Dragon Claw. I am certainly not a pervert. Thud. Watergate's unexpected maneuver caused Kushina, who had maintained her composure, to falter. She should have capitalized on this moment to land a solid punch, yet inexplicably, though there were no visible injuries, she felt utterly drained. Just as Xun said, Kushina had indeed lost her fighting spirit. What should I do next? Observing Kushina's near collapse, Watergate blinked, contemplating his next move. However, these two gentle touches transformed Kushina's already flushed face into a stormy hue. You perverted fool. As her words echoed, Kushina, seizing the moment, fiercely struck Watergate in the abdomen with her elbow. After escaping his grasp, the indignant Kushina, not waiting for a response, pressed her fist, glowing with faint red chakra, against Watergate's eyes KO. An hour later, Kushina, let me explain. A bewildered Watergate, sporting panda eyes, desperately attempted to clarify to the girl. You perverted fool, don't you dare touch me. Stand at least a meter away. Still seething, Kushina pointed an accusing finger at Watergate's nose. Beside them, Bofeng Xun, witnessing his brother's plight, interjected, Sister, please calm down. He gestured towards the bruising around Watergate's eyes. See, Watergate has already faced the consequences. I believe he understands his mistake. Yes. Watergate nodded vigorously from a meter away. Perhaps truly appeased, or perhaps she had never been angry to begin with. Kushina's gaze wavered slightly before she addressed Watergate. All right. Who am I to hold a grudge? I shall forgive you this time. But you must never use this technique against other girls. With that, recalling Watergate's earlier actions, Kushina's face once again flushed uncontrollably. Upon witnessing the current state of Kushina, the ever-proud Bofeng Xun felt a surge of self-satisfaction. After all, it was his mentorship that had bestowed upon his elder brother the ultimate techniques, and without his assistance, how could Kushina have so readily yielded? Having a younger brother like him must surely be a stroke of fortune for Minato. However, just as Bofeng Xun reveled in his triumph, Kushina's forthcoming words sent a chill down his spine. Pray tell, who imparted that lewd technique to you? How dare you shamelessly label such disgraceful methods as the essence of Konoha's taijutsu? Hey, what do you mean by lewd methods? Moreover, the taijutsu essence that Kakashi will eventually pass on to your son is none other than the 1,000 years of pain, which I have witnessed him employ numerous times. Bofeng Xun grumbled internally, but he soon cast a nervous glance at his elder brother, fearing betrayal. Fortunately, Minato did not immediately divulge his secret, but instead reddened with embarrassment, falling into a momentary silence. Relieved, Bofeng Xun thought to himself that his elder brother remained trustworthy. Perhaps he could afford to tease him a little less in the future. Yet, Kushina was far from satisfied with Minato's behavior. With her arms crossed, she scrutinized him up and down before haughtily declaring, If you do not speak soon, do not expect to come near me ever again. Oh no, not that tactic again. Having learned a lesson before, Bofeng Xun hastily glanced at his elder brother, anxious that he might once more be betrayed over such words. Nevertheless, Minato, as a ninja, remained steadfast to their agreement and did not yield to Kushina's threats. "You dare disregard my wishes?" Kushina exclaimed, her previously defiant demeanor now wavering as her eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if her cherished toy had been snatched away. Although taken aback, Bo-Fong Sun remained unperturbed. After all, tears are the most trivial currency of women. He could not believe his brother would sell him out over a mere display of moisture from her tear ducts. Well, it seemed he had once again overestimated Minato's resolve. The fourth Hokage, who had been so reticent, now found himself flustered at the sight of Kushina on the verge of tears. "Kushina, please don't cry. I will tell you who taught me," he blurted out. "Really?" Kushina's voice trembled with emotion as she looked up at Minato. Stealing a glance at the darkened face of Bo-Fong Sun, Minato silently mouthed an apology before nodding. "Then who was it?" Kushina demanded, her spirits revived and her tone fierce. Just as Minato was about to reveal his brother's identity, Bo-Fong Sun interjected, "Oh dear. I just remembered, little Huan next door asked me to come over to play. You two carry on without me." With that, Bo-Fong Sun muttered curses at his elder brother while hastening his departure. "It was little Sun who taught me to do this." Minato's voice echoed back to the not-so-distant Bo-Fong Sun. "Wait, brother, please take your time." Upon hearing Minato's words, Kushina's gaze shifted to the fleeing Bo-Fong Sun, her lips curling into a dangerous smile. Subsequently, the scene became excessively gruesome, prompting the Broadcasting and Television Administration to prohibit its airing. A month later, did the Cloud Shinobi send someone? Sarutobi Hiruzen removed his hat, appearing somewhat perplexed. "Indeed, Hokage-sama. The visitor claims to be here to celebrate the great victory of the Rain Hidden Village," reported an Umbu member wearing a peculiar cat mask. "Humph. Those Cloud Shinobi are quite perceptive. Before we even announce the news, they have already come to deliver their congratulations." On the other side, Danzo squinted, lost in thought. "What should we do? Should we welcome them?" Tsunade looked towards the others. "I find it inappropriate. Most of our main forces are still in the Rain-Hidden Village and have yet to return. With Konoha currently vulnerable, we must remain cautious." Mito voiced his dissent. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and turned to the Umbu before him. "How many of them have arrived?" "There are 4 in total, judging by their insignia. 1 is a Jonin and 3 are Chunin." "But what is it?" "The leading Jonin is the former Raikage partner, Sarai," replied the Umbu. "Oh." Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed mild surprise. "They actually sent that old coot, who is half in the grave, here. The Cloud-Hidden Village truly harbors ill intentions." Mito, feeling indignant, remarked, "Hiruzen, you must not allow them into the village. I see no harm in it. They come with goodwill after all." Danzo, hearing Mito's opposition, chuckled. "This is our territory. No matter how formidable they may be, what can they do? Do they think one man can stand against our entire village? Moreover, he is merely an old man who could depart this world at any moment." I find Danzo's reasoning sound. When distinguished guests arrive, we cannot afford to be negligent. Tsunade, who had previously been indecisive, immediately supported. In light of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Tsunade and then at Danzo, who had resumed feigning sleep. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed the Umbu beside him, "Bring them here. I shall meet with them personally." "Understood." With that, the Umbu vanished from the room. That night, at the Namikaze residence, "Brother Minato, why did you invite the eldest sister as well?" Peering cautiously at the red-haired girl sitting in the living room, Namikaze Xun asked from behind the door. "Well, I thought since it's little Kuin's birthday, having more people would be better," Minato replied somewhat sheepishly. "And it would be a good opportunity for you two to reconcile." Namikaze Xun pouted. "If possible, I would naturally wish to mend things, but are you sure the eldest sister won't hit me upon seeing me?" With that, Kuin shrank back, as if recalling something dreadful. "Today is your birthday party. Kushina shouldn't act that way, right?" Minato replied uncertainly, recalling the bloody incident from a month ago, which remained vivid in his memory. "Let us hope so," said Kuin, stepping into the living room with a look of resigned determination. "You slowpoke, why are you so late?" As soon as Kuin entered the living room, Kushina, who could no longer contain herself, spotted him. "I was just getting ready, Kuin answered, feeling the pressure mounting, while signaling Minato with his eyes for him to intervene and ease the situation. "Gio today marks the birthday of Shao Sun." Before Shui Min could finish speaking, Gio waved her hand at him, reassuringly declaring, "Rest assured, I am not here to cause any trouble." With a slight blush, she produced a delicate little package from behind her and turned her head to explain, "This is for you." Initially, I had no intention of coming, but the incessant nagging from that effeminate fellow compelled me to show up. However, let me clarify that this is not a birthday gift. It is merely a token of courtesy. Upon hearing this, Bo-Fong Sun, somewhat taken aback, accepted the gift from her hands and murmured, "Thank you." To be honest, it was his first time receiving a present from someone outside his family, and it felt rather delightful. I hardly need my little brother to express gratitude. Jiao Xian Nai feigned nonchalance, yet hesitated before continuing. "So, you need not always avoid me. As your older sister, it would be rather embarrassing if you did not stand by my side." Noticing her indecision, Bo-Fong Sun suddenly understood. He glanced at his older brother beside him, and, upon seeing him nod with a smile, boldly proclaimed, "What are you talking about, sister? I am merely testing the strength of our bonds." Jiao Xian looked at her little brother, perplexed by how this related to their connection. "Indeed, it is about our bond. The reason I have been keeping my distance is to ascertain my significance in your heart," Bo-Fong Sun replied whimsically. "Has the result emerged then?" Jiao Xian inquired with curiosity. "Of course. The outcome is that our bond is second only to the one you share with brother Shui Min," he said with a cheeky grin, casting a glance at his older brother as if to say, "You should be grateful for my assistance." However, upon hearing this, Jiao Xian's face flushed crimson, and she stammered defensively, Who has a bond with that effeminate fellow? I do not even know him." Her reaction left Bo-Fong Sun momentarily dumbfounded. "What is going on? I merely spoke casually as before, yet Jiao Xian's response is quite disproportionate. Could it be that something transpired between those two during my absence this past month?" Bo-Fong Sun's gaze flitted between the two, searching for any telltale signs. Unfortunately, apart from Jiao Xian's unusual behavior, his older brother still maintained that familiar demeanor. This led him to question whether he was overthinking the situation. Just as Bo-Fong Sun was about to delve deeper into this tantalizing gossip, Shui Min, the household caretaker, announced, "It is getting late. I shall prepare dinner. You two can wait here. I'll join you." Jiao Xian exclaimed eagerly, not waiting for Shui Min's refusal before hastily pulling him away from the living room. Watching their retreating figures, Bo-Fong Sun stroked his chin thoughtfully. "There is something amiss. Those two undoubtedly shared something secretive during my absence this past month." However, he soon set that thought aside. After all, as long as Jiao Xian and Shui Min found happiness together, he would choose to bless their connection, regardless of what transpired between them. Once upon a time, it seemed that my two elder brothers would not finish cooking in the near future. So I decided to practice my skills alone for a while. With this thought, Namikaze Xun could no longer contain the restlessness within and energetically began training in the shadow fist technique within his own courtyard. Strangely enough, despite his previous disdain for practice and cultivation, ever since he bore the Saiyan bloodline, he found himself perpetually preoccupied with the idea of training. Could this be the inherent reason for the Saiyan's love for battle? Namikaze Xun was perplexed by the cause, yet thanks to this innate disposition, his strength had already reached the level of an elite genin. If this trend continued, he would undoubtedly attain the rank of a chunin within half a year. And this was merely a conservative estimate without exchanging any skills. "Sorry, I wonder how your esteemed elder is faring these days. It has been quite some time since I last heard any news. I hope he has not succumbed to any hidden ailments." The corner of Danzo's mouth curled into a knowing smirk as he sat confidently in his chair, paying no heed to the warning glance from Sarutobi Hiruzen. In response to Danzo's provocation, Sarai narrowed his eyes and spoke. "I appreciate your concern, Danzo. The third Raikage has been diligently practicing secret techniques and has encountered no issues thus far." Pausing momentarily, Sarai continued, "However, I am rather surprised by how much you and Konoha seem to care for our current Raikage. It truly catches this old man off guard. Sarai, spare me the pleasantries. Speak plainly. What is the true purpose of your visit?" "I do not believe you have merely come to extend congratulations," stated the straightforward Mito Minka, cutting to the chase. Haha, I did not expect you, Mito, to remain as forthright as ever. I shall not keep you in suspense. Indeed, I have ulterior motives for my visit," Sarai replied. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted to one of knowing anticipation, prompting him to ask, "Then what is the purpose you just alluded to, Sarai?" "An alliance. We from the Cloud Village wish to form an alliance with your Konoha." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Pondering the implications, "What reasons do you have for seeking an alliance?" I cannot believe that your Raikage would forge an alliance without just cause. Yugikure. The moment Sarai uttered these 3 words, silence enveloped the Hokage's office. After a long pause, Danzo was the first to speak. I did not expect your Raikage to have such grand ambitions. After all, we in Konoha have painstakingly acquired Yugikure. Do you also wish to claim it as well? Should we offer you Konoha as a mere bonus? Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted coldly, halting Danzo's forthcoming remarks. Humph. Danzo scoffed in indignation, glaring fiercely at Sarai before turning his head away, choosing not to speak further. I understand your intentions, but as Danzo has pointed out, do you not think your appetite is rather excessive? Although we have triumphed over the range shinobi, Yugikure does not belong to us. Even if you were to ally with us, what benefits would you truly reap? Huh. The elderly Sarai chuckled dismissively. I believe the Hokage has misunderstood my earlier statement. The Cloud Village harbors no intentions of seizing Konoha's spoils. We merely wish for Konoha to refrain from intervening in future matters. What do you truly mean? Are you unaware that we have already established a treaty with the Rain-Hidden Village? Inquired the previously silent Sukun Kashin. We are indeed aware of this. Moreover, I am cognizant of a particular clause within the treaty, which mandates your protection of the Rain-Hidden Village from assaults by other ninja villages. Yet, despite your knowledge, how dare you stand up in anger, pointing a finger at Sarai? Ultimately, the reason Konoha protects the Rain-Hidden Village is merely for its own interests, is it not? Sarai replied with a nonchalant smile. If our Cloud Village were to offer greater benefits, I wonder if you would acquiesce. Are you suggesting that we betray our own allies? Sarutobi Hizashi's expression darkened. Sarai shook his head. That assertion is erroneous. Until the treaty is formally signed, the Rain-Hidden Village cannot be considered your ally. Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light appeared in Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes as he retorted, "What do you take us, Konoha, for?" To this, Sarai, as if anticipating rejection, swiftly added, 3 years. As long as Konoha guarantees non-interference in any disputes concerning the Rain-Hidden Village for 3 years. The Rain-Hidden Village can offer what our Cloud Village can as well. Upon hearing the generous terms proposed by the Cloud Village, the 2 seated members of the Mito family exchanged glances, visibly intrigued. Even Tobarama raised an eyebrow in surprise at the elder before him. They incessantly signaled to Sarutobi, urging him to accept the terms put forth. However, Sarutobi Hizashi remained unfazed, contemplating for a moment before continuing. I am curious whether the conditions you just mentioned reflect the thoughts of your Raikage or are merely your own notions. It is indeed the Raikage proposal. Furrowing his brows, Sarutobi Hizashi pondered once more. If that is the case, I would appreciate it if you could rest in Konoha for the night. I believe I will provide a concrete response tomorrow. I understand the intent of the Hokage, and I shall await your favorable reply. With that, Sarai rose once more, accompanied by the 3 Chunin behind him, and exited the Hokage's office. As soon as Sarai departed, Sukun Kashin turned to Sarutobi Hizashi and questioned, "Why did you not accept their proposal outright? The conditions they offered are exceedingly generous. What are you still hesitating about?" Kashin's assertion held merit. The terms were undoubtedly beneficial and harm-free for us. By allying with them, we would not need to contend with the Rain and Cloud Ninja, while simultaneously reaping greater resources. Why must we wait another night? Mito Kaien echoed similar doubts. Sarutobi gestured for them to calm down, then shifted his gaze towards Tobarama. What is your perspective on this? How credible do you find Sarai's statements? Words from such a cunning old fox are likely 7 parts truth and 3 parts falsehood. I believe they genuinely desire an alliance, yet the conditions he presented may not be entirely genuine. Oh, what do you imply by that? Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes flickered, eager to glean a different perspective from his old friend. I do not trust that the Cloud Village would be willing to cede the majority of their benefits to us merely to attack the Rain-Hidden Village, Tobarama analyzed. Sarutobi nodded in agreement, expressing his thoughts, yet he acknowledged that, thus far, they could not ascertain whether the other party harbored malicious intentions. Following this, Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured backward, and forth from the shadows emerged a masked Umbu operative. Dispatch a team of Umbu to surveil the location where Sarai is resting. Should any anomalies arise, report to me immediately. In response to the Hokage's directive, Danzo appeared somewhat dismissive. Sarutobi, you are overly cautious. I have already sent a team to monitor the situation. There will be no issues. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a discerning glance at Danzo, but refrained from further comment, insisting on the surveillance. Danzo shrugged, opting not to contest further. In Sarai's guest room, he remarked, "All right, you may return to report to your master." Sarai glanced at the map in hand and waved at the shadow before him. Once the shadow had completely vanished from the room, a Chunin approached Sarai and inquired, "Lord Sarai, can we truly trust Danzo?" Sarai, with a semblance of a smile, scrutinized his subordinate. The subordinate hesitated. "In the meeting room, just now, Danzo consistently opposed you. I believe he does not genuinely wish to assist us." The Chunin from Kumogakure quickly lowered his head. Sarai waved his hand dismissively, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "What you just stated is indeed accurate. Danzo is a treacherous snake unworthy of trust, and I never intended to place my complete faith in him." He then shifted his tone, adding, "However, there is a misconception on your part. His opposition in the meeting was merely a tactic to avoid drawing suspicion from the third Hokage should matters come to light." "What about this map?" Jinbu inquired, hinting at its significance. "It should be authentic. That snake, Danzo, would not betray us at this juncture." Gazing out at the moonlight, a resolute glint flickered in Sarai's eyes. "You must depart at once. Remember, be swift and decisive. Once you capture the target, leave Konoha immediately. I will divert the attention of the higher-ups." Accepting the map Sarai offered, Jinbu and the remaining two Chunin solemnly nodded before vanishing into the night. "The future of Kumogakure rests in your hands." Sarai was acutely aware that, regardless of the outcome of this endeavor, including his own fate, they would ultimately face death. After all, their mission was to abduct a person. And even if they succeeded, the Raikage would assuredly surrender them to Konoha to maintain the fragile relations between the two villages. This was precisely why he had been dispatched. In his advanced years, if he could exert even a final vestige of effort to ensure his village's prosperity, it would be the greatest honor of his later life. Thus, their demise must hold significance. Fixated on the now silent Konoha, the aged man fell into a contemplative silence. At the Namikaze household, "So, why did you bring out the sake, Brother Minato?" Observing Kushina, who was in high spirits from the alcohol, Kawaki lamented to Minato, "I had no idea Kushina would actually drink. After all, we are still minors." Minato remarked, equally exasperated as he looked at the exuberant girl. At this moment, Kushina appeared to be inebriated, her eyes hazy, and her once smooth crimson hair had become disheveled. "I overheard your whispers, you too. Why are you speaking behind my back? Hurry and pour me some more sake. I shall not return until I am thoroughly intoxicated." Kushina exclaimed, her annoyance evident as she noticed Minato and his companion conversing quietly. "You are the one intoxicated. Allow me to escort you home," Minato said, struggling to support the already tipsy girl, attempting to reason with her. "Nonsense. It is you who is drunk. I am perfectly lucid," Kushina retorted, shaking off Minato's arm. She rambled on. "Why does the third Hokage refuse to let me graduate? I have triumphed in all 3 of my trials, yet I remain in the Ninja Academy. I am destined to be the wife of the Hokage. How can I linger in the academy forever?" As she spoke, her usual boisterousness gave way to a hint of sorrow. Observing this, Kakashi felt a pang of empathy. He could surmise the reason behind Kushina's inability to graduate. It was merely a matter of timing. Given the ongoing war, the third Hokage and the higher-ups would never allow the host of the Nine Tails to appear on the battlefield, as it would undoubtedly lead to her demise. He recalled Naruto's harrowing experience when the Eight Tails rampaged. Had he not been stopped in time, Naruto would have perished. Thus, Kakashi mused, the only one capable of saving Kushina was none other than Minato. Only when you become Hokage will Kushina be able to carve out her own destiny. Free from the burdens of being a Jinchuriki, Kakashi silently reflected. After a while, the inebriated Kushina finally regained her composure. Minato gazed at her serene profile, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he said to his brother, "I will take Kushina home. You handle the mess here." Glancing at the disarray, Kakashi turned to Minato with a smirk. "Do not worry. I shall tidy everything up. But, dear brother, if you find it too exhausting, feel free not to return." With that, Kakashi shot Minato a playful glance. Once Minato and Kushina departed, Kakashi swiftly restored order to the living room. After the space was once again immaculate, he wiped the sweat from his brow and stepped into the courtyard. "I wonder if my brother grasped the hint I provided," he pondered, gazing up at the night sky with curiosity. Just as Kakashi was musing about whether Minato would stay out late, he saw Minato re-entering alone. A frown etched across his face. "Minato, what troubles you?" Kakashi inquired, noticing the furrow in his brother's brow. "Are you disheartened because of a rejection from the elder sister?" Ignoring Kakashi's jest, Minato suddenly asked, Kakashi, why do you think the Cloud Ninja have appeared in Konoha? Cloud Ninja? Kakashi was perplexed as to why Minato brought up the Cloud Shinobi. Minato nodded and said, on my way home after escorting Kushina, I encountered 3 hurried-looking Cloud Ninjas. For some inexplicable reason, I felt as though they cast an extra glance in my direction as they passed. Upon hearing Minato's explanation, Kazuki was plunged into deep contemplation. What could the Cloud Ninjas be doing here? If memory serves, during the Second Great Ninja War, the Hidden Cloud Village had no dealings with Konoha. And considering that the second Hokage had fallen to the Lightning Ninjas, Konoha would not easily permit the Lightning Ninjas to enter their territory. Was there some piece of information I have overlooked? The more he pondered, the more unsettled Kazuki felt. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and he urgently turned to Minato. Brother, did you say you saw them while escorting Kushina? Indeed, what is it, Kazuki? Have you come to a realization? Minato inquired, noticing his brother's pale countenance. With no time for explanation, Kazuki grasped Minato's arm and hurriedly rushed out of the house. I'll explain later. But we must go save someone right now. We have to hurry. Save whom? Minato asked, still perplexed by his brother's words. The leader is in danger, Kazuki uttered, leaving it at that. P.S. Welcome to the whimsical musings of the Second Great Ninja War. First, let us analyze the causes, developments, and conclusion of the war chronologically. The Second Great Ninja War spanned from the 32nd to the 37th year of Konoha, over a period of 5 years, though the exact timeline is not specified. I have referenced the information provided by Baidu Encyclopedia. Initially, the war began solely between Konoha and the Hidden Rain Village, but following the failure of the Rain Village, other major ninja villages sought to partake in the ensuing chaos, thus igniting a massive conflict. Some may wonder why Konoha was the first to engage with the Rain Village. The answer lies in self-interest. As shown in the manga, Nagato once stated that Konoha instigated the war with the Rain Village. Therefore, based on my speculative reasoning, Konoha must have coveted the resources of the Rain Village, leading them to initiate the conflict. Yet, how could a village known for its peaceful nature provoke a dispute over resources? Well, that is a tale for another chapter. As a reminder, the aforementioned opinions lack definitive answers. They are merely my whimsical thoughts. Please refrain from harsh criticism, and I welcome any corrections regarding factual inaccuracies in the narrative. On the way, Kazuki explained to Minato that he had foreseen Kushina's peril through a remarkably vivid dream, in which he learned of her impending abduction by the Cloud Ninjas. Admittedly, this reasoning was rather tenuous, and even Minato, who trusted him deeply, remained somewhat skeptical. Nonetheless, both brothers tacitly chose not to delve further into the matter. Minato reasoned that regardless of how his brother came by such information, the Cloud Ninjas had no intention of harming them and would not fabricate a tale of Kushina's abduction for mere amusement. Kazuki, for his part, was grateful that the boy beside him was his brother. Had it been the third Hokage or any of the seasoned elders, they might have subjected him to questioning upon confirming such news. Even if they do not consider themselves time travelers, they will inevitably suspect whether they might be spies dispatched from some hidden village. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the Uzumaki household. The grand door stood ajar, revealing an abyss of darkness within. After Watergate entered to investigate, he emerged with a grim expression. Indeed, Kushina was nowhere to be found. Damn it. I should have noticed earlier. Those 3 Cloud Shinobi were suspicious. Watergate clenched his fists in self-reproach. Don't worry, brother. Since your return, it hasn't been long. Those Cloud Shinobi should still be in the village. I know a shortcut out of the village, and we can certainly catch up with them, suggested Bofeng's son. However, upon hearing this proposal, Watergate did not rush to depart. Instead, he furrowed his brow and replied, Son, pursuing them is too perilous. I can handle it alone. You should go inform Lord Hokage and request reinforcements. What nonsense are you saying? There are 3 of them. How can you manage alone? We must hurry together. It will be too late if we delay, Bofeng's son countered vehemently. Observing his brother's unwavering gaze, Watergate gritted his teeth and conceded, Fine. We shall pursue Kushina together. But remember, do not push yourself. Your life is of utmost importance. Rest assured, brother. Haven't I proven my strength to you over this past month? There will be no issues, Bofeng's son declared confidently, seeing his brother's self-assurance. And recalling the abilities he had demonstrated in the past month, Watergate chose not to argue further and turned to sprint towards the dense forest in the distance, with Bofeng's son hurriedly following suit. To be honest, According to the original storyline, even without his assistance, Watergate would have successfully rescued Kushina. Yet, who could guarantee reality would unfold in the same manner? It is worth noting that in the original tale, Kushina was not depicted as being inebriated at this time. Furthermore, he was reluctant to engage with the third Hokage too prematurely, especially with Danzo still lurking in the shadows. Even with the wisdom of an adult's soul, he could not assure that the two individuals would not discern anything unusual about him. As Watergate and his brother set off in search of Kushina, in a nearby room, Sarai checked the time and departed from the inn. Knight, go report to Lord Hokage that Sarai has left the inn. Instructed a captain of an Umbu squad to his subordinates outside the inn. Yes. Are you saying Sarai left the inn alone? Did his three companions not follow him? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired of the kneeling Umbu before him. No, those three Chunin from the Hidden Cloud village have not exited the inn, the Umbu responded. Just as Sarutobi was pondering the intentions of the others, another Umbu appeared in the Hokage's office. Lord Hokage, the envoy from the Hidden Cloud village, Sarai, requests an audience. Has he come directly to me? Sarutobi mused for a moment before instructing the Umbu, bring Sarai in, and afterwards, summon Danzo and the two advisors. With that, Sarutobi stood by the window, gazing at the somber weather outside, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Seated at his desk, Sarutobi clasped his hands together and spoke directly. Sarai, it's quite late for a visit. What brings you here? Sarai did not explicitly state his purpose, but instead feigned a yawn, his eyes half closed. I merely wish to engage in some light conversation. Nothing more, he replied. Light conversation? Sarutobi was taken aback. Indeed, it has been over a decade. Who would have thought that the mischievous child you once were would grow into the esteemed Hokage? As Sarai continued to reminisce, Sarutobi raised an eyebrow, opting not to refuse outright, but rather to listen intently, curious about Sarai's true intentions. Honestly, I never anticipated that the likes of Kinkaku and Ginkaku would dare to conspire against us, Sarai remarked. Sarutobi retorted, you have no right to say that. If it weren't for your village of Kumogakure, our second Hokage would not have perished. Just then, the office door swung open, and Danzo strode in with a cold demeanor, scoffing at Sarai's comments. Yet our second Raikage also fell in that battle, Sarai countered, his tone equally frosty. As the two exchanged sharp words, an Umbu member rushed into the office, whispering urgently to Sarutobi. Upon hearing the news, Sarutobi's expression darkened, and he fixed his gaze on Sarai, resembling a lion awakening from slumber. Might I inquire, Sarai, of the whereabouts of the three Chunin from your village? Have they been exposed? Sarai's heart sank, though he feigned ignorance. What do you mean, Hokage? Have my subordinates caused your village any trouble? Old fox, Sarutobi silently cursed, dismissing the need for further banter and ordering his men to locate the missing Kushina. However, just as he was about to send the Umbu on their way, Sarai suddenly produced a scroll from his robes. Lightning style? Sarai bellowed, unleashing a net of lightning serpents that erupted from the scroll, swiftly ensnaring the entire Hokage's office. What are you doing, Sarai? Do you intend to incite war between our villages? Sarutobi's eyes glinted with cold fury. He had not anticipated such boldness from Sarai. Cough, cough. It seems the Hokage is unaware that I have already been branded a rogue ninja by the Raikage before my arrival. I have no ties to Kumogakure now. As he spoke, Sarai retrieved a long blade, approximately 2 fingers wide and 4 feet long, from another scroll. Come now. Let me see how much you've improved over the years. His gaze shifted to Danzo, who remained silent. By the way, this lightning not only mutes sound, but also draws upon my life force to sustain it. Therefore, unless you eliminate me, you shall find no opportunity to escape. As Sarai and Sarutobi faced off, Minato and his companion, racing toward the village's outskirts, suddenly halted. My nose tells me that the leader is just ahead. They have stopped. We should tread carefully, Kakashi advised. Indeed, Minato replied. After a brief acknowledgement, Watergate proceeded with increased stealth. The question of why Bo Feng Sun's nose was so extraordinarily sensitive was no longer within his considerations, as he had already discovered numerous incredibilities about his brother over the past month. To illustrate, the tail on his backside and his rapidly advancing strength were sufficient to astound him. At times, he even found himself questioning whether he had fallen victim to some illusion. However, it was evident that such a notion was unrealistic. Even the sensory illusion techniques of the Onma clan could not achieve such a level of prowess. The reason Bo Feng Sun could detect Kushina's scent was twofold. She had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol that night, saturating her with its aroma. And he was also fortunate to possess Saiyan blood, granting him a heightened sense of smell far superior to that of other ninjas. P.S. This conclusion is drawn from the sensitivity of a dog's nose. Thus, he pondered, what of the hair mentioned in the original text? Why had he found nothing? Bo Feng Sun silently scoffed. He did not consider that if Kushina had not been inebriated, she would have surely left some hair as a marker. Soon, the cautious Watergate duo stumbled upon 3 cloud ninjas in the dense forest, alongside a girl who had fainted. Upon witnessing this, Watergate instinctively moved to charge in. But Bo Feng Sun promptly restrained him. In response to Watergate's questioning gaze, Bo Feng Sun remained silent, instead pointing towards the barely visible metallic wire and the yellow explosive tags hanging from it. Explosive tags. Watergate was inwardly astonished upon this realization, casting a grateful glance at Bo Feng Sun before scanning for a viable path of assault. While Watergate was still in the process of identifying the optimal route for an ambush, Bo Feng Sun turned his attention to the 3 cloud ninjas. Based on their chakra signatures, it was evident that the trio possessed the strength of Chunin, and aside from the relatively youthful leader, the other 2 appeared somewhat aged. Has there been a dearth of personnel in the hidden cloud village? They actually dispatched a few old-timers to abduct someone, Bo Feng Sun mused. Nevertheless, he did not allow their age to lull him into complacency. On the contrary, he heightened his vigilance. After all, greater age often signified greater experience. At that moment, Watergate gestured for Bo Feng Sun to follow him. Had he swiftly identified a flaw in the trap? Bo Feng Sun was taken aback, but upon reflection, he understood that the enemy had hurriedly set this up and could not have made it overly intricate. Moreover, despite being relatively young and lacking in experience, this individual was destined to become the 4th Hokage. Even in the absence of experience, his innate talent was beyond the ordinary. As Watergate and Bo Feng Sun stealthily approached, Jin Wu addressed his 2 teammates behind him. Let us proceed. I estimate that Lord Saray cannot delay much longer. We must expedite our efforts. The other 2 cloud ninjas nodded in agreement, yet one hesitated, voicing, is what we are doing truly worthwhile? Are we risking Lord Saray's life for a little girl whose significance remains uncertain? As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the unconscious Kushina. Whether it holds value, I cannot say, but I do know that this is Lord Raikage's command. Regardless of the consequences, we must fulfill our mission. With unwavering composure, Genwu bent down, intent on lifting the unconscious Kushina onto his back. Yet, just as his hand was about to make contact, a flicker of light caught his attention. 2 shurikens hurtled towards his heart and throat from different directions. Genwu's pupils constricted sharply as he slightly angled his body, evading the projectiles while forming a defensive triangle with his 2 teammates, who had only just reacted. Be cautious. Enemies are pursuing us. Damn it. I never anticipated that the Leaf Ninjas would catch up so swiftly. Could it be that Lord Saratobi has already met with misfortune? The 3 cloud ninjas felt a surge of anxiety. Without a clear understanding of their adversary's strength, they dared not act recklessly. Come out, Leaf Ninjas. Is it your custom to sneakily ambush others? As Genwu uttered these words, he tightened his grip on his ninja tools, scanning the surroundings with vigilant eyes. He was prepared. At the slightest rustle, he would unleash his shuriken. Meanwhile, lurking in the grass, Kazuki was dismissive of Genwu's taunts. Humph. Does he truly believe I would be foolish enough to relinquish my advantage and expose myself to their sight? The chirping of insects abruptly ceased in the tense atmosphere. As time dragged on, cold sweat began to bead on Genwu's forehead. He felt like an ant on a hot skillet, enduring the torment of time while remaining alert for a sudden attack from the enemy. Damn it, if this continues, more Leaf Ninjas will surely close in on us. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to the unconscious Kushina on the ground. A sly smile crept across Genwu's face as he seized her, positioning his weapon against her throat. Leaf Ninjas, if you do not reveal yourself soon, I cannot guarantee this girl will remain unharmed. Kushina. Minato felt a tightening in his chest, and despite his brother's frantic gestures from the sidelines, he emerged from the underbrush. Sighing, he thought, my brother, the hopeless romantic, could have waited a bit longer. Kazuki shook his head and also stepped out from the foliage. Since their positions had been compromised, further concealment was unnecessary. He honestly disagreed with Minato's decision to expose themselves. In his view, the Cloud Ninjas were merely posturing. After all, Kushina was the Ninetales host, and they would not dare to kill her after going to such lengths to secure her. Yet, He had no grounds to prevent Minato from revealing himself. Ultimately, it was just his speculation. Should the enemy act desperately, it would be too late to rectify the situation. On the other hand, the three Cloud Ninjas were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Kazuki and Minato emerge. They had not anticipated that the ninja who had kept them at bay for so long would turn out to be mere children, one of whom appeared to be no more than 7 or 8 years old. I never imagined I would be intimidated by a couple of kids, Genwu mused self-deprecatingly. Yet, soon after, his eyes were filled with icy resolve. He entrusted Kushina to his comrades, saying, "You all go ahead. I will handle these two brats first, and then join you." The remaining 2 Cloud Shinobi nodded and swiftly took Kushina away. In their eyes, 2 children of about 10 years posed no real threat. Release Kushina. Upon seeing her being taken, Minato rushed forward, attempting to intercept them. However, at that very moment, a shuriken suddenly flew at him from behind. It was Jinbu's obstruction. "You shall not succeed." Noticing this, Kazuki threw a shuriken of his own to intercept Jinbu's. "I've got this. You go chase after the leader." Minato hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing the seriousness in Kazuki's eyes, he cautioned, "Do not overexert yourself. Don't worry. I am quite strong now." Kazuki replied, raising a finger. "Humph, none of you shall escape." Jinbu scoffed, rushing towards Minato. "You're the one who shouldn't leave." Kazuki immediately positioned himself in front of Jinbu, allowing Minato to evade the distraction and head in another direction. "The opportunity to be the hero is yours. So do not let me down." With Minato disappearing into the dense forest, Kazuki smirked and turned his attention to the sullen-faced Jinbu. Now, what to do about this remaining nuisance? According to the system's assessment, he possessed the strength of an elite genin, while his opponent was a chunin. The gap between them, though not non-existent, was limited. However, there was one aspect in which he could not compete. Jinbu had substantial combat experience. It is well known that in battles between ninjas of similar rank, real-world experience is a crucial factor determining the outcome, especially considering he was theoretically weaker than his opponent. Although he had boasted to his brother earlier, facing a chunin alone made him feel somewhat apprehensive. Nonetheless, as the saying goes, there is no turning back once the bow is drawn. Rather than lament his recklessness, he should contemplate how to overcome his adversary. Speaking of which, he did possess certain advantages. Though he remained ignorant of ninjutsu, he had skills that no one else was aware of, which would serve as one of his trump cards. Just as Kazuki was weighing the power disparity between them, the impatient Jinbu launched an attack without warning. Lightning release. 2 bolts of light surged from Jinbu's hands across the ground, resembling 2 swift owls, shrieking as they charged at Kazuki. "What the hell? You're resorting to a sneak attack." Faced with the sudden ninjutsu assault, Kazuki cursed inwardly while hastily leaping aside to evade the lightning, then turning to charge at Jinbu. As he had yet to master ninjutsu and possessed little long-range offensive capability, his only chance of victory lay in closing the distance and engaging in taijutsu for a decisive battle. It is merely a close-quarters brawl. In my previous life, I spent the majority of 2 decades engaged in such skirmishes, so encountering someone as insignificant as you should be child's play. Alas, ideals and reality often stand in stark contrast. Just as Kazekage believed he could regain his dignity in his turn, a swift kick loomed larger in his vision. In a moment of desperation, Kazekage crossed his arms before him. Bang! A muffled thud echoed, and Kazekage was sent flying like a kicked ball, crashing to the ground. He brushed away the rising dust and clumsily rose to his feet. Little did he expect the prowess of a chunin. Not only was their ninjutsu exceptional, but their taijutsu was equally formidable. Kazekage felt a surge of astonishment. Despite this, he could not shake the feeling that he was filled with a fervent fighting spirit, his blood boiling as if ignited. If I could successfully defeat a chunin, I wonder if the system's evaluation would rise. With the tip of his tongue against his lips, Kazekage curved his mouth into a peculiar smile. Once more, he bent forward, rather than launching an immediate attack. He utilized his rapid movements to create a series of afterimages around his opponent. The multiple shadow punches from the Dragon Ball world, honed through a month of relentless training, finally showed their fangs before the enemy. Shadow clone technique. Yugen, having never witnessed this technique before, furrowed his brow at Kazekage's varying expressions surrounding him. With little time for contemplation, Yugen tentatively threw a shuriken. However, to his astonishment, the thrown weapon did not pierce Kazekage, nor did it shatter the illusion of what appeared to be a clone. Instead, It passed through the illusion as if nothing had ever been there. It seems this is not a clone. Could it be Genjutsu? Yugen pondered. Meanwhile, concealed within the illusion, Kazekage was not idle. As he moved behind his opponent once more, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and he tightened his grip on his weapon, launching a swift strike. Clash! The distinct sound of metal colliding rang out between them. Kazekage's ambush was deflected by Yugen's other shuriken, and in the moment of Kazekage's distraction, Yugen formed hand seals and proclaimed loudly, "Lightning release. Thunderbolt." A silver serpent composed of lightning descended upon Kazekage's head. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted. As Kazekage's afterimages vanished one after another, though he skillfully evaded the fatal strike, he was still struck by the lightning on his shoulder. The intense pain caused his body to convulse, and it took a long while for him to regain his composure, yet his strength was significantly diminished. In the face of Kazekage's anguish, Yugen was taken aback. He never anticipated that his opponent would still be standing. "I truly didn't expect you to remain on your feet. You are merely a boy of less than 10 years, yet you display remarkable resolve. Should you grant me mercy now, I would be honored to hear your praise." Wolfing Sun, racked with pain, grimaced and inquired, "I am quite curious. How did you manage to unravel my phantom fist technique?" In response to Wolfing Sun's query, Yuan Wu smirked and replied, "Considering you are on the brink of death, I shall enlighten you. Before I point out your shortcomings, I must concede that the martial arts you just employed are indeed remarkable. Even I found myself momentarily at a loss. However, your lack of experience led you to commit a fatal error." "A fatal error?" Wolfing Sun clenched his fists, furrowing his brow, bewildered as to what he had done wrong. "Indeed, as a ninja, not only did you fail to conceal your presence, but the moment you struck, your unmasked intent to kill shone like a glaring light, allowing me to discern your location in an instant. Is that so?" Wolfing Sun realized the truth. Indeed, the profession of a ninja revolves around assassination and stealth, making the concealment of one's aura paramount. Reflecting on memories of Naruto and his comrades engaging in face-to-face duels, he had to admit that the protagonist's halo was astonishingly powerful, enabling them to transform the assassin's vocation into that of a warrior. "It seems I cannot blame anyone for my defeat," Wolfing Sun murmured to himself, appearing resigned and motionless. Yuan Wu, reveling in this moment, harbored no doubts about the boy's intentions. After all, the ninja before him was merely a child of less than 10 years. And despite his earlier impressive display, it was insufficient to instill caution in Yuan Wu's mind. However, as Yuan Wu approached step by step, he noticed the boy muttering to himself, though the words were too faint for him to discern. Feigning mystery, Yuan Wu scoffed internally, continuing his deliberate approach toward the already severely injured boy. As he drew nearer, he gradually began to catch snippets of the boy's murmurs. 8, 9 numbers. Yuan Wu furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. His rational mind insisted that the numbers uttered by the boy must signify something. "Damn it, I will not be intimidated by a mere child." Yuan Wu swiftly quelled his inner turmoil, maintaining an expression of calm indifference. Just as Wolfing Sun uttered the number 10, he suddenly lifted his head and flashed a peculiar smile at the confident Yuan Wu. Not good. Although he remained uncertain of the meaning behind the boy's smile, years of experience warned him that he had fallen into some sort of trap. In a moment of urgency, Yuan Wu tightened his grip on his ninja tools and dashed toward Wolfing Sun's position. Regardless of the trap, he reasoned, if the caster were to perish, all would unravel. Yet, as Yuan Wu reached Wolfing Sun, the boy, who had remained still until then, swiftly leaped backward. Naive. Upon witnessing Wolfing Sun's movement, Yuan Wu seemed to have anticipated it. He stepped forward with his right foot and once again hurled his kunai. Faced with the imminent threat of the close-range weapon, Wolfing Sun chose not to evade but instead squinted, remaining motionless, as if paralyzed with fear, or as if all of this lay within his grand design. Boom, boom, boom. The incessant explosions erupted violently beneath Yuan Wu's feet. The fierce flames, akin to a dragon of fire sweeping across the heavens, enveloped both Yuan Wu and Wolfing Sun in an instant. After a prolonged silence, the brilliant blaze subsided into tranquility, and the swirling dust gradually thinned. Two figures lay horizontally in a shallow pit. Coughing painfully, Yuan Wu, with a leg shattered and his body a bloody mess, struggled to open his eyes. Gazing at the charred silhouette before him, he muttered, half in self-mockery and half in defiance, I never imagined that after a lifetime of cunning, I would perish together with a mere child. Is this my just retribution? After a lengthy pause, the figure of Bluffing Sun slowly spoke. Uncle, I apologize, but I had no intention of dying alongside you. No sooner had he uttered these words than his throat convulsed, as if swallowing something. To Yuan Wu's astonished gaze, Bluffing Sun, once charred beyond recognition, miraculously rose from the scorched earth. Even the ashen skin began to peel away, revealing fresh flesh underneath. Though marred by burn scars, it was 1,000 times better than before. How is this possible? Yuan Wu whispered in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Remember, we reside in the world of ninjas, where miracles can transpire. Bluffing Sun shrugged, enduring the sting on his skin as he approached Yuan Wu. With a flash of cold determination in his eyes, he plunged a kunai into Yuan Wu's chest without a moment's hesitation. Uncle, thank you for your prior warning. Allow me to leave you with one last piece of advice. Villains fall due to their verbosity. You should not have afforded me the time. Having said that, Bluffing Sun cast a glance at Yuan Wu's lifeless form, then turned to depart. Following the markers left by Minato, he advanced through the dense forest. The wind whipping against his face reminded him of the perilous battle he had just survived. Reflecting on the confrontation, he acknowledged that it had been the pinnacle of his current capabilities. Had he wavered for even a moment or deviated from his meticulously crafted plan, he would have met his demise. Indeed, if not for his fortunate timing in swallowing the magical beans hidden in his mouth, the most favorable outcome would have been mutual destruction. To clarify for those who might be puzzled, allow me to elaborate on the intricacies of the plan. Firstly, while Yuan Wu was explaining, Bluffing Sun discreetly tossed an explosive tag behind him. Then, as Yuan Wu completed his explanation and approached step by step, Bluffing Sun used fabricated numbers to disrupt Yuan Wu's thoughts. Upon reaching 10, he pretended that a certain plan had succeeded, thereby exerting pressure on his opponent. Unaware of the truth, Yuan Wu was left with two choices: to swiftly retreat or to charge forward and eliminate his adversary. Typically, when faced with someone weaker, one would choose the latter. And Yuan Wu indeed followed this course of action. Subsequent to the preceding events, even without the old cat's words, it is evident that in the moment when Sun leapt backward, the trap laid with the explosive tag was already poised to spring. Tragically, when Yuan Wu stepped forward and set foot upon it, calamity ensued. Some may argue that the old cat's arrangement merely serves to inflate the word count absurdly. Even had Sun not acted thus, Yuan Wu would likely have charged forth to eliminate him. However, from an alternative perspective, had Sun not pressured Yuan Wu into making a choice mid-course, the latter might have resorted to ninjutsu to resolve the situation. The old cat strategy merely incited an instinctive close-range assault from the opponent. After all, ninjutsu requires hand seals. And under duress, one would not engage in such impractical actions. Of course, if anyone claims that the opponent could utilize unsealed ninjutsu, then one could dismiss the old cat's previous remarks as mere nonsense. At the moment when Bluffing Sun concluded his battle, the conflict within the Hokage's office was also nearing its denouement. The office lay in ruins, with the surrounding lightning snakes that had been employed for confinement now dimmed and lifeless. Sarai, hunched over, propped himself against the shattered desk, gasping for breath. Truly, the third Hokage of Konoha is formidable. After years apart, not only has his strength surpassed mine, but his understanding of jutsu is also beyond my reach. Speaking thus, Sarai turned his gaze toward the impassive Danzo, chuckling lightly. Danzo, your power has indeed escalated compared to yesteryears. Alas, the man you are now is no longer the one of the past. You are now more suited to be a schemer than a ninja. Upon hearing this, Danzo's expression darkened, a glint of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. Danzo, do not kill him. The third Hokage intervened, halting Danzo's impending actions, and addressed Sarai. Sarai, release your barrier. You must understand that continuing down this path only leads to your demise. Release the barrier, and I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. Sarai shook his head, stating, it cannot be undone, nor should it be. I have said before, the only way to breach this barrier is through my death. Before his words could fully settle, Sarai swiftly formed hand seals, crackling lightning dancing at his fingertips. Hell Spike, three-pronged assault. With fingers aligned, Sarai unleashed his most formidable attack upon the third Hokage. In a sudden jolt, Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively leaped backward, simultaneously forming hand seals with both hands. Invoking his strongest defensive jutsu, summoning technique, Golden Hoop Defense Formation. The monkey summoned by Sarutobi transformed into a golden staff, instantaneously erecting an impermeable protective barrier. The three-pronged assault collided with the golden hoop defense formation, producing a deafening explosion. Has it truly been thwarted? Observing the barrier, which bore only slight scorch marks, Sarai's expression dimmed as he muttered in disbelief. Earth release, earth spike. Suddenly, sharp rock columns erupted from the ground, piercing Sarai's body unexpectedly. Thud! Crimson blood flowed profusely along the stone, as Sarai turned his head with great difficulty, only to find Danzo, hands forming seals, gazing coldly at him. Cough, cough. As he expelled a mouthful of blood, Sarai's face bore an uncanny calmness, seemingly unfazed. He retrieved his own forehead protector from within his garments. The rough and aged palms caressed the cold forehead protector, and a rare softness flickered in Sarai's eyes. Old comrade, I truly wish we could fight side by side once more. Upon uttering these words, Sarai pressed his fingers against the forehead protector and softly murmured, "For books." A faint spark of electricity danced, marking a tiny scratch that appeared on Yunrin's forehead protector. With this, even I can rest my eyes. As he whispered, Sarai slowly closed his eyes, and the experiences of his life flashed swiftly through his mind like a fleeting shadow. In the final image, a kind old man strolled hand in hand with a delicate little girl amidst a path woven from a sea of flowers. I'm sorry, little E. Grandpa truly must break his promise this time. With Sarai's passing, the realm of thunder vanished entirely. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon releasing the summoning technique, cast a glance at Danzo and the deceased Sarai before issuing a command to the swiftly approaching ninjas to search for Kushina. We must reach her in time. Just as the third Hokage commanded the search for Kushina, the traveling Minato encountered Bofeng Sun. At that moment, Minato appeared fatigued, his garments tattered and his body marred by numerous wounds. He cradled the still slumbering Kushina in his arms. Yet he did not notice the absence of the remaining two Cloud Ninjas. Have they been dealt with? The swift Minato also spotted Bofeng Sun approaching. Upon seeing that Sun was unharmed, the tension in his face visibly eased. Sun, are you all right? Have the enemies been taken care of? Shouldn't I be asking you that, big brother? He replied, gesturing at the myriad of wounds adorning Minato's body. Are you all right? It looks like you have quite a few injuries. Minato bashfully touched his nose and replied, after all, they were two Chunin. It took some effort to take them down. However, you needn't worry about my wounds. Although they may appear severe, most are merely superficial injuries. Indeed, the future fourth Hokage was commendable, even as a mere 10-year-old freshly graduated child. He could effortlessly defeat two Chunin. In contrast to Minato's performance, Bofeng Sun suddenly felt that his recent battle was utterly insignificant. Had his opponent not underestimated him and he not possessed the miraculous healing beans, the outcome would have been drastically different. It seemed that in comparison to Minato, he still had a considerable gap in strength. Glancing again at the slumbering Kushina in Minato's arms, Bofeng Sun felt somewhat speechless. Truly, Kushina was remarkable. Her single-mindedness was no exaggeration. Despite the commotion that had ensued, she remained as oblivious as a child, sleeping soundly. After pondering for a moment, Bofeng Sun suggested to Minato, "Big brother, shouldn't we wake the leader?" Minato shook his head, looking down at the girl in his arms. A warm smile gracing his face. Kushina is just fine as she is. What a gentle fourth Hokage he was. Bofeng Sun sighed inwardly, but then he realized. If Kushina were simply returned home to settle down, how would she ever come to cherish Minato? Those who have watched Naruto are aware that the pivotal moment leading to Kushina's eventual union with Minato was this very incident. It can be said that, had it not been for this unexpected event, Naruto's future golden locks might have transformed into a different hue. It is often said that alcohol can lead to misfortune, and it appears there is indeed merit to this adage. If Kushina were not inebriated at this moment, he would bet that the other party would undoubtedly be captivated by the gentle and amiable man before them. This cannot stand. For the sake of his brother's future happiness, Kushina must awaken at once. With a quick turn of his eyes, Bofeng Sun concocted a plan. Brother, are you not tired? Shall we take a moment to rest? Minato, somewhat perplexed, replied, now is not the time for rest. We must hurry back to the village and report this matter to Lord Hokage. This anticipated response left Bofeng Sun feeling somewhat disheartened, but he swiftly unveiled his second plan. Oh dear, brother, please wait a moment. I am feeling unwell. Upon seeing his brother curled up under the tree with a pained expression, Minato stopped in concern and asked, Son, what is wrong? Where does it hurt? I don't know, but I feel as if my entire body is ablaze, burning with pain. Hearing Xun express such discomfort, Minato realized that his brother did not appear as unaffected as he had initially thought. Though there were no obvious wounds, the sudden appearance of red spots was indeed alarming. He carefully laid Kushina on the ground and began to examine Xun's injuries, entirely overlooking the question of why his brother would suddenly be in such pain if he were indeed seriously injured. Meanwhile, Xun seized the opportunity to discreetly grab a stone hidden behind him. With a swift motion, the stone was silently hurled, striking Kushina on the forehead. Almost immediately, a faint reddish bump, akin to a mushroom sprouting after the rain, playfully emerged on Kushina's brow. Nevertheless, even this did not rouse her. Her eyelids merely fluttered without any further movement. The instigator, Xun, grinned, internally acknowledging Kushina's nerve response capabilities, which he deemed remarkable. Is she under some form of hypnosis? His grin was noticed by Minato, who inquired, Son, what is the matter? Do you feel pain somewhere? No, I just had a twitch in my mouth, that's all. Xun quickly shook his head in denial. As Minato again bent down to inspect the wounds, Xun picked up another stone. Taking advantage of Minato's distraction, he once more struck Kushina's forehead with the pebble. This time, her reaction was markedly stronger. Not only did her eyelids tremble more vigorously, but her lips began to twitch as well. Still not awake? Clenching a third stone in his hand, Xun hesitated. If I continue this, will I render Kushina senseless? If that were to happen, I would be the villain of this world. After much contemplation, Xun resolved to attempt one final throw. If she did not awaken this time, he would devise another solution. Whoosh! Larger stones, accompanied by a faint whooshing sound, swiftly hurtled towards Kushina. Just as they were about to strike her forehead, Kushina, who had remained motionless, suddenly opened her eyes and swiftly dodged the impending calamity. The disturbance behind her prompted Minato to turn his head. Upon seeing Kushina arise once again, a faint smile appeared on Minato's face. Kushina, are you all right? Do you feel unwell? His words elicited no response from her. Instead, she flushed crimson, glaring intently at the seemingly innocent Kaze no Kaze. Kushina felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Being abducted without a trace was already humiliating enough, but to be pelted with stones while feigning sleep made her feel even more disgraced and infuriated. Is it really necessary to strike me just for pretending to sleep for a brief moment out of shyness? The fury within her had reached its zenith as she confronted Kaze no Kaze, her forehead adorned with two prominent bumps. My dear little brother, do you have anything to explain? If not, prepare to face the consequences of your actions. In response, Kaze no Kaze chuckled awkwardly and chose not to explain, hastily leaving Minato behind as he made his way towards Konoha. Brother, I'm heading back. I leave the elder sister to you. 3 days had passed since the abduction of Kushina. During this time, she had managed to regain her composure. Unsurprisingly, her relationship with Minato had grown closer, though they did not appear excessively affectionate in public. However, Kaze no Kaze astutely noticed that this proud elder sister had ceased to call Minato feminine. Yet, this was not the most pressing matter. What truly captured his attention was the realization that his brother had not returned home the previous night. What could this mean? Had Kushina already been won over by his brother? But considering they were both merely 10 years old, such a development seemed rather premature. Son? The vigorous shaking brought Kaze no Kaze back to reality. Son, do you still feel unwell? Minato gazed at him with concern, regaining his composure. Kaze no Kaze shook his head and quickly pulled his brother aside, pointing at the blushing Kushina behind them. Brother, tell me honestly, what did you and the elder sister do last night? And why is she now at our home? Minato blinked, his face flushing a deep red. What is with your attitude? You're still just children. This isn't appropriate. With that thought, Kaze no Kaze's gaze inadvertently drifted downward. Were the children in the Naruto world developing this early? His own little brother was still in a rather innocent state, yet Minato, who was merely 3 years his senior, had already matured significantly. While Kaze no Kaze was lost in his thoughts, Minato hesitantly spoke. Son, what do you think about letting our parents meet Kushina again? Kaze no Kaze was somewhat perplexed by this suggestion. As if sensing his brother's confusion, Minato explained. Isn't there news that the ninja forces from Rain Hidden Village are returning today after a great victory? Xun nodded slightly, yet he could not fathom the connection between the two. By the way, Kushina called for me yesterday. expressing her desire to meet our parents again. Upon hearing this, Bo Feng Sun's eyes widened in surprise. Given Minato's earlier demeanor and Kushina's current state, he could not help but ask, "Could it be that you stayed out all night discussing this matter with her?" Minato nodded. "You see, Kushina has always lacked confidence in the color of her hair. She fears that her appearance might displease our father. Even though she has met them before, she still feels a bit intimidated. I had no choice but to comfort her. And before I knew it, it was already dawn." "So, you mean you didn't engage in any inappropriate activities last night?" Bo Feng Sun sought clarification. "Inappropriate activities? What are you talking about?" Minato was puzzled by his brother's words. Not wanting to elaborate further, Bo Feng Sun assured him, "Rest assured. I pledge my integrity that our parents will certainly adore her as their daughter-in-law. Last time they met, our mother even complimented her beauty." Upon hearing this, Minato's face flushed red again. "That's not the case. She is merely someone I wanted to meet." "Oh, so you don't wish to marry her?" Bo Feng Sun smirked, ignoring Minato's attempts to clarify, and called out loudly, "Kushina, my brother has something to say." "Sun, wait." Minato suddenly panicked, but before he could intervene, Kushina, her face slightly flushed, approached and asked, "What is it? What does Minato want to say?" In the face of Kushina's inquiry, Minato frantically shook his head. "No, it's not what you think. Kushina, please let me explain." Kushina tilted her head, bewildered by Minato's jumbled words. Unable to contain himself, Bo Feng Sun boldly declared, "Kushina, Minato just said he wants you to be his wife." "Huh?" Kushina took a moment to process this, and her face turned an even deeper shade of red. Without warning, she delivered a punch to Bo Feng Sun's face. Boom. "What are you talking about? Why am I the one getting hit?" Rubbing his noticeably swollen cheek, Bo Feng Sun gazed at Kushina with a look of grievance. Meanwhile, the Bo Feng family's comedic turmoil continued, but within the newly constructed Hokage office. Fierce debates filled the air. "Sarutobi, are you still so inflexible? Has this incident not awakened you?" Danzo's fingers drummed impatiently on the desk, his tone laced with annoyance. "Danzo, how can you speak to the Hokage in such a manner?" Tsunade, unable to stand by, interjected. "Indeed, Danzo, Sarutobi is now the Hokage. It would be prudent for you to temper your attitude," Mito Minion added in support. "What is wrong with my attitude? I seriously question whether Sarutobi possesses the temperament to be Hokage. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is a pivotal strategic asset for the village. Yet he nearly fell into the hands of the Cloud Village. This is not the fault of Sarutobi," Toketsu Kamaru countered. "Huh? And whose fault do you believe it to be?" Danzo sneered, casting a cold glance at his former comrade. Kamaru found himself at a loss for words. For the fact remained that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had nearly been abducted. "Very well, Danzo, I fully comprehend your concerns, but I absolutely refuse to hand Kushina over to Root," Sarutobi Hizashi asserted with unwavering resolve. "You must understand that due to our issues, Kushina has borne the burden of being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki since childhood. That child has suffered enough, and I will not permit you to extinguish her humanity." Danzo scoffed dismissively, without the oversight of Root. "Can you assure me that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki will not be abducted again? Moreover, if you entrust her to me, I guarantee that I can train her to become an exceptional ninja. A soulless ninja does not need to emerge from the village's children. Danzo, do not overreach." Sarutobi Hizashi replied, his expression stern. "Furthermore, why would the Cloud Ninjas be aware of Kushina's identity? Do not tell me it bears no connection to you." Upon hearing this, Danzo narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on the man known as the hero of Shinobi, and coldly retorted, "Are you questioning me?" To this, Sarutobi Hizashi fell silent, the atmosphere in the office growing palpably tense. Beside them, Kamaru, sensing the escalating tension, quickly intervened. All right. Orochimaru and the others will be back soon. Let us refrain from discussing this matter any further and instead go to the village gates to welcome them." Never mind. I have matters to attend to. You may go alone," Danzo declared before storming out of the Hokage's office. Glancing at the third Hokage, who made no effort to retain him, Kamaru sighed, choosing to say nothing more. On the main street of Konoha, a jubilant atmosphere permeated the air. Faces reflected excitement, nostalgia, and even tears of joy. "Hey, Chief, can't you be a bit more gracious? My father dislikes it when people are so coy," Bo Feng Sun remarked, exasperated as he observed the girl behind Minato. "What can I do? That is Minato's family. It is only natural for me to feel shy," Kushina retorted, glaring at Bo Feng Sun. "Huh. I too am considered part of Minato's family, yet you've never seemed shy around me. In fact, you've hit me more times than my own father. You are my little brother. That is entirely different. Kushina mumbled, her head lowered. Being your little brother is truly a disservice to myself. Sun shrugged, choosing to disengage from the conversation. Look, the troops are back. At that moment, a villager wearing a headband pointed excitedly towards the end of the street. The air was soon filled with a chorus of welcoming cheers resonating throughout Konoha. Lady Tsunade, long live Lord Orochimaru. Long live the 3 legendary ninjas. Thank you for your hard work, Lady Tsunade. Look, that ninja in the middle of the procession is from my family. Kun, I'm right here. Lord Orochimaru, I want to have your children. Amidst the cacophony of cheers, was there something peculiar intermingled within? As he jostled within the throng, Kazekage's son, Fengxuan, shivered involuntarily, hastily interrupting the fanciful thoughts brewing in his mind. Yet, was this crowd not excessively enthusiastic? He could scarcely discern the happenings within the gathering. Glancing at the equally distressed Mizamon beside him, Fengxuan's eyes sparkled with an idea. He leaned closer to Mizamon's ear and whispered, "Brother, in a moment. Let us." Mizamon's face flickered with hesitation upon hearing this. Would that not be inappropriate? Not at all. It is all for the sake of allowing the elder sister to meet our father sooner. Fengxuan continued to entice him. Casting a glance at Kushina behind them, Mizamon resolved himself. After creating a considerable distance between Kushina and themselves, Mizamon formed a series of hand seals. Transformation Jutsu. A cloud of white smoke erupted, and the once human Mizamon transformed into a towering tree. The sudden appearance of the verdant tree amidst the crowd stirred a commotion, prompting the individuals nearby to instinctively clear a path. Observing the avenue forged by Mizamon, Fengxuan exclaimed with pride, "Brother Mizamon, let us seize this moment and push forward." Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded within the throng. A tree several meters tall, rooted in place, bearing 2 half-grown children, advancing through the crowd as if unperturbed. Before long, the tree and its 2 companions reached the forefront of the assembly. "Brother Mizamon, you may revert now," Fengxuan instructed. With a resounding thud, Mizamon returned to his original form, yet perhaps due to the scrutiny of those around him, his gaze flitted about nervously. Sensing this, Fengxuan patted Mizamon's shoulder nonchalantly, saying, "All right, brother Mizamon, do not be shy any longer. The procession is nearly upon us. Let us seek out our father." Logically, as elite jonin, they should not linger at the rear. At Fengxuan's encouragement, Mizamon set aside his shyness and began scanning the crowd for his parents. However, as the leading unit passed before them, neither of them caught sight of their progenitors. Stealing a glance at Mizamon, whose complexion appeared pallid, Fengxuan forced a laugh. "Though our father often boasts of his valor, perhaps this time he is merely tasked with logistics. Do not fret too much, brother. Indeed, they must simply be delayed." Fengxuan reiterated. Observing Fengxuan's forced smile and Mizamon's furrowed brow, Kushina opened her mouth, uncertain how to console them. As the procession continued to flow past, Fengxuan's smile gradually darkened, morphing him into a powder keg, poised to explode at the slightest spark. Eventually, when the last soldier passed by the trio, it felt as if all strength had been siphoned from Fengxuan, causing him to kneel beside the street. Mizamon, too, stood frozen in disbelief, lost in the moment. Xiaoxuan and Watergate stood together, while Kushina, with her delicate teeth lightly biting down, felt the urge to offer comfort, yet found herself at a loss for words. Having endured similar anguish in the past, she understood that this emotional torment was far more intense than any physical pain. Dad and Mom want to die. They promised to return, she reassured herself. Surely, they are simply engaged in another mission. Yes, that must be it. With pale lips slightly parted, Wolfing's son, on the brink of despair, sought justifications for his turmoil. The 3 Sannin, as the leaders of this battle, must know where my parents have gone. Casting a glance at the departing troops, Wolfing's son gritted his teeth and, to the astonishment of those around him, dashed towards the already vanished ninja force. "Xiaoxuan, come back." Watergate, recovering from his stupor, called out anxiously as he saw his brother rushing towards the ninja unit. However, Wolfing's son, consumed by confusion, showed no intention of stopping. He pressed on, determined to inquire directly with the Sannin, yearning to hear firsthand that his parents were safe. Damn it! Seeing his brother's unwavering resolve, Watergate clenched his fists and, amidst Kushina's surprised gaze, followed suit. Their actions successfully captured the attention of the surrounding ninjas. Stop! You cannot advance any further. A ninja at the rear of the troop quickly intervened, attempting to block Bofeng Sun and his brother. Get lost. Fueled by inner turmoil and rage, Bofeng Sun disregarded the obstruction, instead accelerating past the defense line. In the ensuing chaos, he reached the front of Tsunade and her companions. Who are you to dare block my path? The infamous Orochimaru, known for his cold demeanor, regarded the two children with a hint of displeasure. Though he had yet to transform into the notorious biochemist of the future, the ruthless reputation of Cold Lord was not to be trifled with. Forgive me, Lord Orochimaru. This is my younger brother. He is still quite young and naive. Watergate began, but before he could finish, Bofeng Sun interrupted, stating resolutely, I am Bofeng Sun, the son of Bofeng Changyu. I demand to know where my parents are. Upon hearing Bofeng Sun's words, Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the two boys, pondering his thoughts. You claim to be the child of Riexiang? Tsunade, who had remained silent until now, inquired. Riexiang was their mother. Yes, Lord Tsunade. Do you know where my parents are? Bofeng Sun pressed, his eyes filled with hope. Faced with the eager gazes of the two children, Tsunade hesitated, gradually lowering her head. I'm sorry, but while ambushing the Rain Ninja headquarters, they were discovered by Hanzo. The remainder of her words faded into silence for Bofeng Sun as he fled from the crowd. Escaping under the watchful eyes of all, beneath the blazing sun in the clear sky, the warmth failed to thaw the icy despair within him. He could scarcely believe that this blissful family had endured for merely 7 years. Upon reflection, in my previous life, devoid of parents, I have only been blessed with their presence for a mere 7 years in this existence. It is likely that anyone would exhibit similar sentiments under such circumstances. The reeds sway gently beside the river, as a soft breeze caresses the grass, producing a faint rustling sound. Bofeng Sun squats by the riverbank, his gaze vacant as he fixates on the playful fish within the water, muttering incessantly, This is all my fault, all my fault. Had I not been so presumptuous, believing I could play the role of a butterfly, my parents would not have perished. If only I had taken the initiative to intervene. His clenched fist strikes the ground, droplets of blood seeping from the wounds inflicted. Time slips away quietly amidst Bofeng Sun's self-reproach. Little Sun, where are you? Just as Bofeng Sun remains lost in thought, a tense voice calls out from the woods behind him. Like a soulless being, he rises from the riverbank and, following the sound, spots his brother. He notices that while Shui Min's face betrays little sorrow, the profound fatigue in his eyes reveals his true emotional state. Brother, I am here. Bofeng Sun replies softly. Little Sun, are you all right? Your sudden silence nearly frightened me to death. The sight of Bofeng Sun standing unharmed before him fills Shui Min with intense relief, for he realizes that his brother is now his only remaining kin, and he cannot bear the thought of losing him too. Brother, what do you think this world is like? Bofeng Sun suddenly inquires. Gazing up at the bright moon overhead, Shui Min looks at his brother quizzically, unsure of the intent behind his words, not concerned whether his brother comprehends. Bofeng Sun continues as if in a soliloquy. Just now, I pondered deeply. To me, this world is flawed, and the source of its distortion lies in the desires of the human heart, embodied in the profession of a ninja. Upon hearing this, Shui Min furrows his brow slightly, taking a while before responding. Little Sun, your perspective is rather extreme. Perhaps. Bofeng Sun sighs noncommittally, but then exclaims, Yet if the world were not distorted, why would our parents have succumbed to the ravages of war? If the world were not false, why did my 7 years of striving yield no impact? In this context, the false world refers to his existence, which has not altered the inherent trajectory of the Naruto universe. Chilled tears cascade down, striking the ground. Bofeng Sun's sorrow flows uncontrollably from the depths of his eyes. Although Shui Min may not fully grasp every word, he discerns his brother's helplessness and confusion. In the face of such vulnerability, Shui Min extends his arms, silently enfolding the frail figure of Bofeng Sun in his embrace. Little Sun, you must be strong. Even in the absence of our parents, I will always be by your side. I am your brother, and I will always stand before you to protect you. Upon hearing Shui Min's words, Bofeng Sun's shoulders tremble lightly as he clutches his brother's garment, resolving within himself. Fourth Hokage, the Nine-Tails incident. Brother, rest assured. I will shatter this false world and ensure you do not perish. Now, The young Bluffing Sun has become acutely aware of his own frailty. What lies ahead for him? Strength. He must cultivate greater strength, formidable enough to vanquish the ultimate boss of this world, powerful enough to alter the very fabric of reality. Bluffing Sun is cognizant that in this realm, he possesses a unique advantage that others lack, an extraordinary system, a lineage that surpasses even that of the Otsutsuki clan, and knowledge of a future unknown to anyone else. With such myriad advantages, he is resolute in his belief that he can reshape the future, not as a so-called chosen one, but through his own efforts, directly molding destiny with his hands. Gently nudging his brother Minato aside, Bluffing Sun unveiled a smile that, though tinged with a hint of coldness and lacking the innocence of youth, nonetheless provided Minato with a sense of relief. Minato harbored hope that if this continued, his brother would surely return to his former self. Just as Minato was about to speak further, Bluffing Sun shook his head, saying, "Brother, you should return alone for now. I wish to linger here a while longer." Observing the concern etched on Minato's face, Bluffing Sun chuckled lightly. "Do not worry, brother. I have no intention of seeking an untimely end, and I suspect that elder sister is still worried about you. Go, reassure her of your safety." After a moment's hesitation, Minato replied, "Very well. I shall return to convey the message. But do not linger here for too long. Kushina is equally concerned for your well-being." I understand. Bluffing Sun waved his hand dismissively, feigning exasperation at his brother's admonition. Once Minato departed, Bluffing Sun returned to the riverbank and crouched down upon the earth. Though he had already outlined a general plan for the future, he knew he needed a more precise strategy. At present, his strength was barely on par with that of a low-ranking Chunin. When faced with even a moderately powerful Chunin, he found himself in perilous situations without any extraordinary circumstances to aid him. Thus, the foremost priority was to enhance his abilities. Otherwise, he would stand little chance against formidable foes like Madara. Even two inconspicuous characters could easily bring about his demise. Recently, he had defeated a Chunin from the Cloud Village, earning himself 500 points, while the novice gift pack had also granted him an additional 500 points. With his previous savings converted into points, he now possessed over 2,000, sufficient to exchange for another B-rank skill. During his confrontation with the Cloud Ninja, he had realized his lack of powerful offensive techniques. The afterimage fist, while capable of bewildering his adversaries, did not inflict significant damage. With a determined resolve, he perused the list of formidable attack techniques available in the system's shop. After an extensive review, Bluffing Sun selected 3 skills that he deemed essential for his current needs. Dodo Wave, B-rank skill, a unique technique of the Crane Sage school. Concentrates chakra into the fingertips, firing a white beam to strike the opponent. Cost, 1,200 points. Magic Beam Cannon, B-rank skill, an original technique by Piccolo. Channels energy through the fingers placed on the forehead, releasing a beam of light with power comparable to an A-rank skill. Required points, 2,800. Kamehameha, B-class skill, a unique technique of the Turtle School. It gathers hidden energy from the entire body, condenses it, and channels it into the palms, striking the enemy with one's own energy. The power is determined by the user's capability. Required points, 2,100. Each of these skills possesses its own advantages. For instance, the Dodon Ray, while inexpensive and of lower power, allows for rapid consecutive usage. However, its limitations are starkly evident. This skill can only be utilized in the present, leaving little room for future development. Conversely, the Spirit Bomb boasts significant power but demands a lengthy charging time. Without a surprise attack, it is challenging to utilize effectively. Even the renowned Kamehameha, famously wielded by Sun Wukong, bears considerable limitations, as its potency is adjusted according to the user's strength. If the strength is insufficient, its power may not surpass that of the Dodon Ray. Nevertheless, despite these drawbacks, Kazekage chose the Kamehameha. Its potential to strengthen alongside Kazekage's growth makes it a skill that will never become obsolete, even in the future. After mastering the Kamehameha, Kazekage opened the store's inventory and could not help but sigh upon seeing the most expensive item. Dragon Balls, S-class item, the core of the Dragon Ball system. Forged by 7 divine dragons, capable of granting any wish of the user. Required points, 1,000,000,000,000. Closing the system, Kazekage gazed up at the sky. "Mom and Dad, I will surely revive you. Even if it means eliminating every unrelated ninja, and exhausting all the wealth of the nations. I will bring you back. One day, our family will be together again, and in the future, my elder brother will even present you with a virtuous daughter-in-law and a mischievous grandson." As he looked at the increasingly profound sky, the turmoil within Kazekage gradually subsided. Before that, let me strive with utmost effort for a brighter future. Upon returning home, Kazekage discovered Kushina and Minato standing at the door, anxiously awaiting his arrival. What is everyone doing at the entrance? Could it be that some important figure is coming for an inspection? To alleviate his family's concerns, Kazekage feigned his usual playful demeanor. Kushina, previously worried, felt a wave of relief upon seeing her younger brother revert to his carefree self, but she retorted with mock annoyance, "How dare you say that? It's so late. And you were out wandering around. Did you not realize that Minato and I were very worried about you? My apologies. But my intent was to create an opportunity for the two of you to have some alone time. It seems my good intentions have gone unappreciated." Kazekage responded with a grin while stepping inside. As he passed by Minato, who had remained silent, he whispered in a voice only they could hear, "Kazekage, do not push yourself too hard." Upon hearing this, Kazekage paused momentarily and nodded in acknowledgement. 2 days later, at the memorial stone, Watergate stood with his brother and other relatives of the deceased. "Father, Mother, may you bless me and little Sun in the heavenly realm." As he spoke, Watergate tugged at Bo Feng Sun's sleeve, urging, "Hurry up, little Sun, say something as well." Bo Feng Sun waved his hand dismissively, his expression somewhat uneasy. "I'll pass. Even if Dad and Mom's names are inscribed on this stone, their souls are not here. I don't believe this monument can offer me protection." "Child, why do you speak such things?" Watergate glanced at Bo Feng Sun helplessly, choosing not to press the matter further. "TCH, I don't want to be lectured by someone younger than me," Bo Feng Sun muttered under his breath. After the memorial ceremony concluded, Bo Feng Sun turned to Watergate, who was still in a reflective mood. "Big brother, when we return to school, I plan to apply for early graduation." Watergate's expression darkened upon hearing this. "Little Sun, don't be reckless. You are only 8 years old. Graduating now is far too premature. Moreover, the current situation is still unstable, and graduating hastily could lead to deployment on the battlefield. It is precisely because the situation is unstable that I wish to graduate early. Without the chaos of war, where else would I earn points?" Bo Feng Sun thought this, but chose to articulate a different reasoning. "Big brother Watergate, you haven't been assigned a teammate yet, have you?" Watergate nodded. "That is indeed the case, but the teachers at school said suitable partners will be assigned soon. Then they will just leave me at home, all alone, to undertake perilous missions?" Bo Feng Sun replied solemnly. Watergate hesitated before responding. "It is an unfortunate reality, but do not worry. I will return safely from the battlefield." Father said the same before he left. Bo Feng Sun turned to Watergate, fixing his gaze intently on him. "Big brother, are you stronger than father?" Watergate did not continue the conversation, aware that his brother spoke truthfully. While he had confidence in his abilities, he was merely a Chunin at present. To claim that no accidents would occur would be misleading. The battlefield was perpetually fraught with peril. Even ninjas of Hokage-level prowess could perish there. Watergate's silence did not surprise Bo Feng Sun. After a pause, he added, "Thus, I must apply for early graduation, and thereafter, I will find a way to become your teammate. In terms of strength, you need not worry. Even in my current state, I barely possess Chunin-level abilities. I will not bring you shame. Since your brother harbors such a desire for early graduation, you should grant him that wish." At that moment, a somewhat sorrowful female voice resonated nearby. "Lady Tsunade, what brings you here?" Watergate asked, astonished at her presence. Tsunade, dressed in a black suit and holding a bouquet of lilies, appeared somewhat melancholic. She approached the two brothers, placing the flowers before the memorial stone, and continued, "Since your brother wishes to graduate from the Ninja Academy, why not give him a chance to try?" However, just as Minato was about to refute, Tsunade continued, "And this may be the outcome your parents wish to see." "How could that be? Father and mother would never allow little Sun to take such risks." Minato quickly shook his head in denial. Unperturbed by Minato's defiance, Tsunade retrieved an envelope from her bosom, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "This is a letter your parents left for you before their assault on the Rain Village. I apologize, I did glance at its contents earlier." Hearing the origin of the letter, Bo Feng Sun was taken aback. Tsunade nodded. Because Sister Lingxiang and the others were undertaking a perilous mission, they prepared letters for their families before departing. Upon hearing this, Bo Feng Sun hastily opened the letter and began to read it alongside Minato. Hey, my foolish sons, are you still spirited? By the time you read this letter, I suspect your mother and I will no longer be of this world. Do not grieve too much for me. Of course, if you feel no sorrow at all, that would sadden me greatly. I have imparted much wisdom to you in life. So let me have one final word after my passing. Following the order from eldest to youngest, I shall first address you, Minato. I know you tend to conceal your strength, but never allow that to lead you into regretful actions. As the elder brother, you must ensure your younger brother's safety. No matter what happens, you are family, and family must support one another. By the way, your mother just mentioned that the little girl with red hair is quite lovely. You must pursue her as a future bride. As for you, little Xun, to be honest, I am unsure what to say, as you have been far too mischievous. Even the teachers at the Ninja Academy have approached me on more than one occasion. Though they label my son as worthless, I refuse to believe it. Even if you are merely the child we found, you will forever be my one-of-kind pride. Before departing, I had intended to celebrate your birthday. It appears I must break that promise. However, rest assured, I have prepared a gift for you. I know you cannot yet harness chakra, so I have arranged for a master of taijutsu to teach you. This way, even if you are unable to apply chakra to your physical techniques, you will possess additional means of self-defense. As for your taijutsu instructor, do not be surprised. It is the golden-haired beauty before you, who, despite her youth, possesses genuine prowess. Alas, your mother just struck me again. Lastly, I wish to convey to you both. The world of ninjas is vast. If you possess strength, it is best to venture forth and explore. No child of the Bofeng family is a coward. Now, I shall pass the conversation to your mother. Minato, little son, do not heed your deceased father's ramblings. As your mother, I hold no lofty expectations for you. I do not require you to stand out. I merely hope you can safeguard yourselves and live peacefully. I look forward to seeing you both at the Sanzu River next time. You will have become grandfathers by then. Upon reading the last line, the eyes of Kazuki Bofo blurred with tears that cascaded onto the envelope. However, he quickly wiped away the tears from his face and said with a hint of annoyance, "Honestly, you truly do not understand your son. I am already capable of extracting chakra." As he spoke, Kazuki retrieved a piece of chakra testing paper from his pocket, faced the memorial tablet, and gently channeled his chakra into the paper. To his observation, the once smooth chakra paper crinkled, but apart from that, it exhibited no further changes. Kazuki shrugged, displaying no concern. The existence of the system indicated that his future path would not revolve around chakra, rendering the quantity of chakra irrelevant to him. As for why he possessed chakra, it was largely thanks to the presence of ki during the first month after acquiring the system. He had pondered the difference between ki and chakra, ultimately concluding that both belonged to the energy system of the body. However, when Kazuki had previously infused ki into the chakra paper, it had not altered in any way. This led him to a new perspective. He recalled a mention in either the original work or a fanfiction from his past life, stating that chakra was a fusion of mental and physical strength. If that were the case, what then was the source of ki? Kazuki surmised that ki represented pure physical strength, for in Dragon Ball, the decline of a Saiyan's physical form was notably slow. Witnessing Goku, who was the same age as Chi-Chi, still youthful while Chi-Chi had aged significantly, was a testament to this. Whether it was Goku's extensive physical training as a child or the intense gravity training he underwent later, it was evident that he sought to enhance his physical prowess. Armed with this hypothesis, Kazuki resumed his experiments, merging his naturally superior mental strength with ki before infusing the combination into the chakra paper. As anticipated, the chakra paper displayed the expected transformation. However, this method bore a critical flaw: efficiency in conversion. Not only did this transformation waste a considerable amount of ki, but the chakra produced could not remain within his body for long. His body resembled a funnel, allowing chakra to exist only fleetingly with the passage of time. The converted chakra would dissipate on its own. After demonstrating his chakra before the memorial tablet, Kazuki stood before the astonished Tsunade. "Lady Tsunade, you mentioned earlier that you had already seen the contents of the letter?" "Ah, that was unintentional. I merely caught a glimpse while organizing the letters," Tsunade replied. Her face flushed as she hurried to defend herself. Paying little heed to Tsunade's reaction, Kazuki continued, "I saw in the letter that my father previously sought you as my teacher. I presume you are already aware of this." Tsunade nodded, perplexed by the suddenness of the boy's remarks. Could it be that he feared I might change my mind and sought to take this opportunity to become my apprentice? I wish for Lady Tsunade to forget my father's request to you. Rest assured, I will certainly guide you. Tsunade nodded, but soon regained her composure, gazing at the boy before her with astonishment. What did you just say? The words spoken by Boruto not only astonished Tsunade, but also left Minato, who had remained silent until now, in disbelief. I refuse to have you, Lady Tsunade, as my mentor, Boruto stated calmly once more. He had his own path, a direction destined to set him apart from the ninjas of this world, and thus he did not require the guidance of a ninja, even if that person was one of the renowned legendary three, a princess in her own right. Tsunade, rejected by Boruto, furrowed her brow and halted Minato, who was about to offer counsel to the boy. With a somewhat somber expression, she spoke. May I hear your reasoning? She simply could not fathom why anyone would decline to become her disciple, especially someone as young as an 8-year-old child. An invisible aura emanated from Tsunade, making Boruto uneasy as he faced her. It was only at that moment he realized that this woman was not just any ordinary person, but Tsunade. Even if she had not yet reached her full potential, she was certainly not someone he could afford to mock at present. However, with the arrow already knocked, it must be released. Boruto feigned calmness and stated, I acknowledge Lady Tsunade's strength, but I have my own path. I do not believe that my journey aligns with yours. Upon hearing Boruto's explanation, Tsunade pondered, is it possible that you think you can harness lightning chakra, thus no longer needing to invest excessive energy into physical techniques? Noticing that Tsunade had provided him with a convenient rationale, Boruto wanted to agree directly. However, he understood that doing so would likely provoke objections from her. Rather than risk that, it was better to clarify from the outset. Casting a glance around the empty surroundings, Boruto refocused on Tsunade and continued, Next, I will make you understand my true intentions, but before that, I must ask you to ensure that you will not disclose what transpires afterward. Observing the seriousness with which the boy spoke, Tsunade scoffed, Rest assured, I have no habit of divulging others' secrets. So what will you show me next? Boruto, maintaining his composure, discreetly retrieved a piece of chakra test paper from his pocket. Tsunade raised an eyebrow in surprise, but refrained from comment. Intrigued to witness how Boruto would use a mere piece of chakra test paper to astonish her. As before, Boruto simply channeled the energy within him into the test paper. However, unlike before, this time the paper did not crinkle or exhibit any changes. The reason for this was that the energy he had just infused was air, not chakra. Then, Boruto lifted his gaze back to Tsunade and calmly stated, Now you understand, do you not? The abilities I possess are beyond what you can teach me, Lady Tsunade. Initially, Tsunade appeared quite surprised, but upon hearing Boruto's words, she dismissed him with a scoff. Humph, I expected you, a mere child, to surprise me. But it seems you only possess an unknown bloodline limit. Although I am somewhat astonished, to boldly assert that I cannot teach you based solely on this is rather presumptuous. Wouldn't you agree? Upon witnessing Tsunade categorize her own chakra as a bloodline limit, Xun found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, there are numerous types of bloodline limits, yet this is clearly two distinct energy systems. The adage that large breasts equate to a lack of brains rings true in this instance. Casting a glance at Tsunade's ample bosom, Xun clicked his tongue, conceding that in the future, such a physique might indeed correlate with a lack of intellect. Tsunade, acutely aware of Xun's lecherous gaze, felt her face flush with indignation and promptly delivered a swift punch to his head. Ouch! What was that for? Xun exclaimed, cradling his head and glaring at the arrogant woman before him. Tsunade huffed, delivering a reprimand. You little pervert, why must you emulate your father? I truly wonder which of you and that golden-haired brat was adopted. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Xun lowered his head, momentarily engulfed in silence. Observing his shoulders tremble, Tsunade mistakenly assumed he was reminiscing about his deceased father and hurriedly urged, Hey, you little rascal, pull yourself together. Your father in the afterlife would not wish to see you in such a state. Xun raised his head, confusion etched on his face, who said I was grieving. But were you not just crying? Your shoulders were shaking incessantly, Tsunade replied cautiously. Looking at her as though she were a simpleton, Xun retorted, I was merely suppressing laughter, for goodness sake. What are you thinking? Suppressing laughter? Tsunade's mouth fell agape. Indeed, I had always perceived my father as a rather serious individual. But your words have led me to believe he shares more in common with me than I initially thought. He likely had a similar disposition to Naruto's two teachers in his youth. I am at a loss as to how he managed to win over my mother." As he spoke, Wolfing Sun could no longer contain his laughter. Despite her unfamiliarity with Naruto or his mentors, Wolfing Sun's demeanor created an illusion for Tsunade that his parents had not truly passed away. "Do you not feel any pain?" After a prolonged silence, Tsunade could no longer restrain her curiosity and inquired of Wolfing Sun. "Pain?" Wolfing Sun looked at Tsunade, puzzled. "Your parents have only recently departed. How is it that you can still find joy?" Tsunade's tone turned somewhat frosty. She struggled to comprehend the child's thoughts. Yet she found it unacceptable that the offspring of her dear friend could be such a cold-hearted enigma. "Lady Tsunade, you are mistaken. Xiaoxuan is not as you presume. He is deeply affected by the loss of his father and mother," Minato interjected. "Brother." Wolfing Sun interrupted Minato's explanation, retracting his smile and redirecting his gaze towards Tsunade, saying flatly, "Pray tell, what does my attitude have to do with you? How can you presume to know my thoughts? Ultimately, if it were not for the three of you Sannin sending my parents to infiltrate the Hidden Rain village, they would not have perished. What right do you have to admonish me?" Tsunade opened her mouth, yet no words emerged. After a considerable pause, she gritted her teeth and resolutely stated, "As your teacher, I possess the authority to impose discipline upon you. Apologies, but I do not acknowledge that." As he spoke, Kazekage Kurenai disregarded Tsunade's murderous gaze and turned to his somewhat anxious brother, Minato, saying, "Brother, we should take our leave. Upon our return, I wish to savor your homemade ramen." Noticing Kurenai's unyielding departure, Minato furtively glanced at Tsunade's grim expression and lowered his head, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade. My brother is still young. Please do not take it to heart. I will certainly have a serious talk with him upon our return." With that, Minato hurried after his brother, leaving Tsunade alone, gritting her teeth in frustration. "Kurenai, is it? Very well. If you wish to deny me the role of your mentor, I shall insist upon it. You desire an early graduation, do you? We shall see about that." At that moment, a boy of approximately 12 or 13, with a scarf wrapped around his neck, approached Tsunade from behind. "Sister, what troubles you? You appear rather frightening." In response, Tsunade inhaled deeply, waving her hand dismissively. "It's nothing, merely encountered a troublesome little brat." "Is that so? I always thought you were the most troublesome one." "Dear sister," Shoju teased, widening his eyes mischievously. "You little brat, do you wish to perish?" Tsunade placed her hands on her hips, exuding a demeanor that warned him against saying another word. "Please, dear sister, spare a thought for your future Hokage." Shoju recoiled slightly, forcing a smile of appeasement. All right, future Hokage, but before that, could you lend me some money to indulge myself?" That scoundrel was insufferable. I must gamble a bit to relieve my irritation. Tsunade beamed at her brother, raising her fist playfully. "Sister, you've already lost 300,000 in the past 2 days. Can we not endure a little longer?" Shoju pleaded with a pained expression. 300,000 is but a trifling sum. Will you lend the money or not? Should you refuse, I shall take matters into my own hands." Without waiting for Shoju to retract his words, Tsunade sprang into action. "Stop! Don't search me. I am the future Hokage. Don't take off my pants. My underwear, please don't." 3 minutes later, Tsunade glanced at her brother, who appeared utterly defeated, as she jingled the money pouch in her hand and chirped, "Thank you for your funds. I shall buy you some sweets upon my return." With that, she strutted away, leaving Shoju shivering alone in the chilling wind. Nightfall arrived quietly. At the dining table, Minato stared at Kurenai, who was engrossed in his meal, and inquired, "Kurenai, were your earlier words to Lady Tsunade sincere?" Upon hearing this, Kurenai raised his gaze towards Minato, his expression weighted with thought. "Well, who knows? However, for me, the bond between master and disciple feels rather extravagant." The following day, in the ninja school office, Nohara-sensei sat at the desk, scrutinizing the boy known for his frequent truancy. "You wish to apply for early graduation?" "Indeed, Teacher Noera. I believe I possess sufficient strength to graduate from the ninja school," Kurenai asserted, his voice resonating enough to draw the attention of other ninja instructors. "Isn't that one of Nohara's students? Why is he here to request early graduation?" A newly appointed ninja teacher pondered curiously. Fujiwara, being new here, was unaware that the boy was the most problematic student under Nobi's tutelage. Not only could he not extract chakra, but he had also scarcely attended classes. Was this true? How could one fail to extract chakra, yet still graduate early? The teacher named Fujiwara gazed incredulously at the boy within the office. Amidst the hushed whispers, Kazekage Xun feigned ignorance, redirecting his attention to Nobi. Are you serious? Nobi once again sought confirmation from Kazekage Xun. Indeed, I kindly ask for your consent, teacher. Nobi, furrowing his brow at Kazekage Xun's resolute response, displayed no surprise, as though all of Kazekage Xun's actions were well within his expectations. With a long sigh, Nobi continued. I shall grant your request. Coincidentally, a certain adult has entrusted me with the task of handing over the assessment qualifications to her. An adult? At this, Kazekage-san pondered, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. May I inquire as to the identity of this adult, Nobi-sensei? Nobi shook his head, his expression slightly uneasy. That adult has instructed me not to reveal her name, but rest assured, I believe she will not pose any difficulties for you. Nobi's words only deepened Kazekage-san's unrest. Within the Hidden Leaf, an individual operating in secrecy and referred to as adult could only be Danzo or Orochimaru, who had become a bioweapon fanatic. Given that Orochimaru had yet to commence his biological experiments, it was highly likely that this individual was Danzo. However, in this lifetime, Kazekage-san believed he had no dealings with Danzo. From what he understood, Danzo would not target someone of inconspicuous reputation. Could it be that his prior act of saving Kushina had revealed his capabilities? Yet even so, how could he have known of Kazekage-san's early graduation application? This matter should have been privy only to him and his elder brother. The more he contemplated, the more anxious Kazekage-san became, observing Nobi ahead of him. He even considered fleeing, though he recognized that such an action would only further confirm his inner guilt. With a heart laden with trepidation, Kazekage-san accompanied Nobi to the training ground. However, contrary to his expectations, the expected bandaged man was absent. Instead, a golden-haired girl stood on the arena, appearing somewhat restless. Danzo was not present? Kazekage-san breathed a sigh of relief, but his expression darkened again. Why was that madwoman standing there? Was she to be his examiner? What nonsense was this? Without a second thought, Kazekage-san turned to leave. If it had been Danzo, he might have exercised caution, considering how to navigate through the encounter. However, with Tsunade, the situation was entirely different. He did not believe this voluptuous yet dim-witted woman would do anything to him. As for the possibility of her inflicting severe injury out of frustration, that was utterly absurd. Those familiar with Naruto understood that unless facing an enemy, Tsunade would merely unleash a mild thrashing on a fellow villager, with no more severe punishment to follow. Yet, Kazekage-san would prefer to endure a beating than to forge any further ties with her. As he had long since resolved, unnecessary emotions held no value for him. Regrettably, just as Kazekage was about to turn and leave, he was spotted by the impatient Tsunade in the distance. In an instant, she dashed to Kazekage's side. Seizing his ear with an irritable tone, she exclaimed, "You little rascal, where do you think you're going?" Shaking off Tsunade's grasp, Kazekage, knowing he could not escape her clutches at that moment, furrowed his brow and replied coldly, "Where I go is my own business. However, you, as the hero of the village, what brings you to this humble ninja school?" Tsunade's gaze flickered momentarily, but she soon turned to the side, where Nara Shikamaru was feigning invisibility. "Ask your teacher. I can't be bothered to answer your queries." Kazekage did not look at Shikamaru, for he understood the situation well enough without needing to inquire further. It was merely Tsunade abusing her authority, compelling his teacher to acquiesce to her role as examiner. Questioning her would only serve to embarrass him, and he was not foolish enough to fall into the trap of her childish antics. "Well, I have no desire to know why you are here. Please step aside. I wish to return to my class." "Return to class?" Tsunade blinked adorably, slightly perplexed. "Aren't you here to apply for early graduation?" That had been the plan, but he had since changed his mind. "I regret it now. I want to go back. Farewell." Ideally, he thought, never to cross paths again. With that, Kazekage maneuvered around Tsunade, carefully retracing his steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As he quickened his pace, Tsunade finally snapped back to reality. Observing Kazekage receding into the distance, she huffed, and, with a couple of agile leaps, seized him once more. Facing Kazekage's distressed expression, Tsunade cheerfully remarked, "Little rascal, do you find it amusing to toy with me?" "Of course not. When have I ever played tricks on you?" "Lady Tsunade," Kazekage replied with a forced smile, his eyes twitching slightly. "Humph. No matter how fanciful your words may be today, I shall not let you go. Let us have a contest. If you can defeat me, I will relinquish my intention to take you as my disciple." Kazekage clicked his tongue, forcing a smile. Lady Tsunade, that hardly adheres to the rules. According to standard procedure, my opponent should be a newly promoted Shunin, and the condition should not be to defeat the opponent, but rather to endure for half an hour without being defeated, correct? At this point, some may perceive Tsunade as lacking in intellect. However, it is necessary to clarify that, although her intelligence may not be particularly high in the original narrative, it was not exceedingly low either. After all, it was improbable that her brother's untimely demise and her boyfriend's death could occur without reason. She left Konoha with Shizune. And while some might argue about the normalcy of deaths in war, it is important to consider the inexplicable nature of her brother's death and the formidable power he exhibited during his lifetime. The combination of their abilities, alongside various other ninjas on missions, resulted in one fatality and one injury during the Second Great Ninja War, an outcome that seems implausible given the circumstances. Moreover, who stands beside Tsunade? It is the protagonist. The eternal law of the protagonist, endowed with a halo of destiny, bestows various buffs, including a debuff that reduces intelligence by 20 for allies and doubles it for foes. Rest assured, no one will speak ill of this, and I assure you, I shall not employ brute force against you. Upon finishing her words, Tsunade disregarded any objections from Kakashi and seized his collar, tossing him onto the arena as if discarding refuse. Very well, you may strike first. If you can force me off the stage, victory shall be yours. However, should you fall, it will be your defeat, Tsunade declared, leaping onto the platform. Aware of his unavoidable predicament, Kakashi took a deep breath and remarked, I apologize in advance. With that, he retrieved 2 shurikens from his ninja pouch, lowering his body slightly to adopt an offensive stance. While his display was commendable, as a ninja, his lack of caution in revealing his intent to attack was undeniably naive. As Tsunade assessed him internally, she forcefully stomped her right foot onto the ground, utilizing the ground's reaction force to propel herself like a speeding cannonball, charging towards Kakashi without warning. Listen well, young one. My first lesson is to never grant your opponent time to prepare. With that, Tsunade swung her fist down towards Kakashi. Faced with her oncoming blow, Kakashi dared not absorb the impact directly. Although she had claimed not to employ brute strength, one could never ascertain the true potency of her strike. Kakashi swiftly leaped backwards while simultaneously hurling the 2 shurikens. His reflexes were indeed impressive, unperturbed by the shurikens. Tsunade's expression remained steady as a faint green glow enveloped her hands. In an instant, the 2 shurikens split into 4 and fell harmlessly to the ground. Yet, he was still too inexperienced. In such a scenario, utilizing ninjutsu would have been far more advantageous than shurikens. No, perhaps the shurikens were indeed the better choice. Kakashi's voice echoed from behind Tsunade. Shadow clone technique. When did he? In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Kakashi seized the opportunity and executed the technique once demonstrated by Minato on Kushina, the Leaf Village's secret martial arts move, the Dragon Claw Hand. Under the astonished gaze of Ino from the stands, Kakashi's small hand snaked beneath Tsunade's armpit and accurately pressed against her well-endowed chest. Weight endowed. Shouldn't it be flat as a washboard? Before Kakashi could ponder further, he witnessed Tsunade, barely containing her fury, grit her teeth and exclaim, "You impudent brat. Are you not going to remove your hand?" With his wealth of experience, Kakashi understood the gravity of the situation, yet he feigned contemplation, pretending to be impatient as he replied, "Hold on, let me think a moment." Now, he dared not release his grip, having sensed the formidable aura emanating from Tsunade. While the original narrative did not depict her as one to inflict severe harm, it also did not guarantee his safe exit from the arena in this particular circumstance. Think a bit longer? You've quite a bit of audacity, little brat. Tsunade, fury transforming into a sardonic smile, seized Kakashi's wrist and, amidst his struggles, forcefully slammed him onto the ground. Boom! Bluffing Sun, having been unceremoniously slammed to the ground, found himself grappling with a sense of breathlessness, as if his very organs had sustained grievous damage from the blow. Cursed misfortune! How could he have miscalculated so severely? Bluffing Sun felt deeply aggrieved. In his original plan, he merely intended to grasp the opponent's chest, akin to a washboard, to elicit embarrassment while surreptitiously kicking them off the stage. Yet, unexpectedly, he had clumsily stumbled into a sensitive area. Why must one emulate the practices of my great celestial empire, opting for such a restrictive garment? Is it truly necessary to be so secretive? With his eyes, which could only move, He perceived the peculiar grin on Tsunade's face as she drew closer. A chill coursed through his heart. Good heavens, this madwoman does not intend to silence me permanently, does she? Tsunade crouched beside Xun, her hands once more emanating a faint green chakra. Oh dear, a chakra scalpel. This lunatic truly harbors malicious intentions towards me. In a frenzy, Xun writhed like a fish out of water, desperately attempting to evade Tsunade's grasp. Alas, his injuries were far too severe. Though he had not reached the brink of death, he had indeed compromised his internal organs. Stay still, comply, and I may grant you a swift end. How dare you plot against me whilst forbidding my resistance? Xun glared at the madwoman before him, yet just as he resigned himself to his fate, a cool stream of energy began to mend his insides, tracing along his chest. Perplexed, Xun stiffly raised his head, only to behold a pair of delicate, jade-like hands enveloped in soft green chakra resting upon his chest. Healing technique? In that moment, understanding dawned upon him. He had misjudged her intentions. However, just as a flicker of gratitude ignited within him, he heard Tsunade murmur beside him, "Let us halt the treatment here. After all, I shall need to repeat it several times, so as not to waste chakra." What does she mean by repeating the treatment? Surely this madwoman does not intend to continue tormenting me. As Xun's heart sank, he found himself once more airborne, though thanks to Tsunade's earlier ministrations. He could now manage to move with some semblance of agility. In midair, he adjusted his posture for landing, and as he neared the ground, he thrust his right hand down. With a resounding slap, he executed 3 consecutive somersaults before regaining his footing opposite Tsunade. Impertinent brat. Not bad at all. You can manage to move somewhat. Tsunade crossed her arms, surprised by Xun's recent performance. Although she had merely performed a basic healing on his injuries, she had anticipated that he would still be unable to move with ease. In truth, as Tsunade suspected, an ordinary person would indeed struggle to move at this point. However, unbeknownst to her, Xun was no ordinary individual. He bore the bloodline of a Saiyan. When it comes to self-repairing abilities, the Saiyan lineage may not rival that of the Senju clan. However, the resilience of the Saiyans, commonly referred to as their ability to withstand blows, is undeniably among the best. One can observe how Goku has endured countless broken limbs, yet continues to fight valiantly, thus confirming the Saiyans' remarkable durability. Ignoring Tsunade's astonished expression, Naruto took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within him, and forced a sycophantic smile onto his face. "Lady Tsunade, I concede in this test. I have other matters to attend to. May I be excused?" "Humph, a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. I refuse to believe you can keep me from graduating indefinitely." Upon hearing this, Tsunade feigned a radiant smile and threatened, "If you dare leave now, I will ensure you never graduate." Astounded by her words, Naruto could not help but curse her ancestry. He finally understood why the original story did not depict Tsunade maiming her allies. It seemed that every near-defeated individual had been healed by this formidable woman. Could it be that this madwoman has her sights set on me? He mused innocently. Nevertheless, he quickly dismissed the thought, acknowledging the significant age gap between them. He was merely a boy, hardly worthy of her attention. Setting aside his errant thoughts, Naruto spoke solemnly. "Then, may I inquire, Lady Tsunade, what must I do to be allowed to leave?" "Defeat me," she replied. "If you cannot, you shall remain here today." With that, Tsunade contemptuously beckoned him with her fingers, signaling him to attack at any moment. Exhaling his pent-up frustration, Naruto reached into his ninja tool pouch. Throwing ninja tools? Tsunade's eyes narrowed slightly. However, just as she focused on his hands, Naruto lunged forward unexpectedly, and several of his illusions materialized beside her. A clone? No, it must be an illusion, Tsunade thought, pursing her lips as she remained vigilant of the floating images around her. In the midst of the illusions, Naruto maintained a serene demeanor, his figure fluidly shifting between them, betraying no sign of emotion. Having learned from his previous battle with the Cloud Ninja, he refrained from recklessly attacking this time, instead exerting effort to conceal his true presence from Tsunade. After surveying her surroundings for a considerable time, Tsunade remarked, "I must admit, this technique is rather intriguing. However, such simple illusions, aside from creating confusion, hold no real threat to me." What does she mean by that? Naruto furrowed his brow amidst the illusions. Before he could delve deeper into thought, Tsunade stomped heavily on the ground, and columns of rock erupted violently from her side, carrying the force of a landslide. The sudden appearance of the rocky pillars disrupted Naruto's movements, causing his illusory punches to dissipate ineffectively. What an unexpected maneuver. Retreating to the edge of the arena. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly pointed at Tsunade in exasperation, exclaiming, "You're cheating. We agreed not to use excessive strength. What was that just now?" Upon hearing this, Tsunade proudly lifted her head, exhibiting no trace of remorse as she declared, "What you just witnessed was a technique of my own invention. The Heavenly Guardian Foot. However, do not misunderstand. I did not employ brute strength in that strike. Had I chosen to unleash my full might, this arena would have ceased to exist. One could only marvel at the sheer destructive capacity she wielded without resorting to her full strength. If she had, the outcome would have been beyond comprehension. I could not continue to prolong this confrontation. If this madwoman did not incapacitate me first, I would surely succumb to exhaustion." Breathing heavily, Kazuki felt the dwindling energy within him, barely more than half remaining, and a decision began to crystallize in his mind. Although he was puzzled as to why his opponent had not pressed her advantage, he resolved to employ his final trump card. If Kazuki was merely bewildered by Tsunade's lack of aggression, she, on the other hand, was genuinely astonished. She realized that the immobilization technique she had subtly applied had utterly failed to ensnare this young boy. The term ineffective here did not imply that he had dispelled her illusion. Rather, he had not fallen prey to it at all. Was it a matter of physical constitution or something else entirely? Tsunade found herself increasingly intrigued by this child before her. As she pondered this, Kazuki prepared himself on the other side. He positioned his hands in a grasping stance at his waist, and the energy within him surged like a tidal wave into his palms. A brilliant light, reminiscent of fireflies in the night, once again captured Tsunade's attention. Kamehameha. Kazuki thrust his hands forward, unleashing a stream of energy that soared across the arena, aimed directly at the now alert Tsunade. Faced with the oncoming Kamehameha, Tsunade, who had initially regarded it with indifference, felt her pupils constrict sharply. The chakra blade in her palm glimmered with a faint green hue, harnessing her immense strength. She raised her hand and forcefully struck towards the incoming energy wave. With a resounding boom, the energy wave split before her, crashing into the ground on either side and creating two small craters. Was the Kamehameha ineffective as well? Observing Tsunade with only minor damage to her sleeve, Kazuki felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, he recognized that the reason she had easily countered his technique was not due to its inherent flaws, but rather his own inadequacies in strength. Feeling the remnants of his energy depleting rapidly, Kazuki resigned himself and raised his hands above his head, proclaiming, "I concede. Do with me as you will." Tsunade showed no reaction to Kazuki's surrender. Instead, she scrutinized him with her captivating gaze, emitting a series of astonished clicks with her tongue. What was wrong with this madwoman? Had my Kamehameha failed to injure her physically, but instead deranged her mind? As Kazuki contemplated whether to make tentative contact with her, Tsunade strode confidently towards him. "You little rascal, you have won. I grant you permission to graduate from here," she continued, assessing Kazuki with a critical eye. "I truly did not expect one so young to wield techniques comparable to A-rank ninjutsu. And this technique is one I have never encountered. Could it be the result of your bloodline limit?" In her final remarks, Tsunade lowered her voice, aware that besides the two of them, there was also Nobita, who was playing the role of an invisible spectator. She did not believe that it would be beneficial for more people to be aware of this matter. Observing Tsunade's self-righteousness in justifying her technique, Kakashi felt no inclination to oppose her, yet he inquired, "What do you mean by saying I won? I should not have harmed you, nor did I push you off the arena. Because I violated the rules." Tsunade shrugged. "Violated the rules? Indeed. I employed extraordinary strength in my palm just now, so this match is counted as your victory." Kakashi suddenly understood. It seemed that this madwoman was not entirely without merit. At least she was commendable in adhering to agreements. Contemplating this, Kakashi remarked, "Since Lady Tsunade has acknowledged my graduation, I shall take my leave now." To avoid prolonging the night with unnecessary dreams, Kakashi hurriedly sought to exit the arena, not waiting for Tsunade's response. Unfortunately, before he could reach the foot of the stage, he found himself lifted by the neck. Turning his head, he saw Tsunade wearing a smug expression, and he frowned, saying, "Lady Tsunade, what is the meaning of this? I should have already won, correct?" Tsunade deliberately turned away from Kakashi's dark expression and explained, "Indeed, you did win, but it can only be considered half a victory." "Half a victory?" Kakashi furrowed his brow, perplexed by Tsunade's cryptic words. Yes, you see, I treated you before you won. Without my treatment, do you believe you could boast of your victory now? Although Kakashi wished to assert that he could, he was uncertain whether such a statement would invite some form of punishment. He could only respond, Lady Tsunade, let us dispense with the circumlocution. What must I do for you to let me go? Become my disciple, Tsunade stated succinctly. Again with this topic? Kakashi sighed inwardly, just as he was about to refuse. Tsunade continued, do not be too hasty in rejecting me. Allow me to elaborate. Based on our recent match, you indeed possess strength approaching that of a Chunin. In terms of offensive capability, you may even surpass the average Chunin. However, aside from this, you have a fatal flaw. Hearing Tsunade's words, Kakashi, who had previously been indifferent, raised an eyebrow and focused his attention on her. Seizing this moment, Tsunade, with a sense of inner satisfaction, continued. Your critical flaw is that your current strength has been acquired too hastily, resulting in an unstable foundation. What do you mean by that? Kakashi whispered, glancing at Nobita, who was feigning sleep outside the arena. Tsunade did not directly answer Kakashi's question, but retorted, I heard from Rin that you were originally a good-for-nothing with no ambition. If I am a good-for-nothing, I sincerely apologize to you. Kakashi internally scoffed, yet he refrained from voicing opposition, as these were indeed the facts. However, the prowess you just exhibited is certainly not something an ordinary child of 8 could demonstrate. This suggests that you may have recently awakened your own bloodline limit, which is indeed the principal reason for your sudden surge in strength. Am I correct in my assumption? Tsunade once again gazed at Kazuki. If the anomalies in my body, such as the activation of an external system and the awakening of my bloodline limit are synonymous, then perhaps you are right. Kazuki replied noncommittally. Believing she had unraveled the truth, Tsunade continued with a smile. Thus, you are akin to an infant just born, attempting to run before you have learned to walk. While you may momentarily outpace others, you are likely to stumble along the way. As she spoke, Tsunade pointed at Kazuki's slack muscles, stating that this was evident in his flamboyant movements and delayed physical responses. Even if your mind is willing to execute an action, your body struggles to comply instantly. Hearing this, Kazuki fell silent for a considerable time before inquiring, what should I do then? With a glimmer of satisfaction upon finally reeling in her catch, Tsunade's face brightened. This requires systematic training and the assistance of medicinal cuisine. Unfortunately, individuals well-versed in these matters are quite rare, yet I happen to be one of them. Upon finishing her statement, Tsunade proudly lifted her chin, her expression nearly proclaiming, hasten to become my disciple. Raising his gaze to Tsunade's proud demeanor and then lowering it to his own body. Though not frail, it was certainly not robust. Kazuki clicked his tongue in contemplation. He recognized that much of what Tsunade had said was accurate. Any embellishments were likely confined to her final remark. In his view, while the number of individuals proficient in medicinal cuisine and training methods may be limited, they are not entirely scarce. After all, his father had once employed medicinal cuisine for his older brother, although that memory was faint. Now that his father was gone and his brother had been too young to remember any recipes, seeking assistance from others would be laborious and uncertain, as one could never guarantee their willingness to help. Regrettably, despite this woman being somewhat eccentric, he could not deny that she would make an excellent teacher. Reflecting on Sakura from the later generations, a truly average ninja who still managed to contribute in the final battle, one could see that Tsunade's guidance had indeed borne fruit. Lady Tsunade, I was thoughtless before. I sincerely request you to be my mentor, Kazuki professed, setting aside his previous prejudices. Not to worry. Even if one fewer person is present in the rankings, I shall certainly compensate for it from other avenues. In the early morning, rays of dawn filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the streets of Konoha. The orderly streets witnessed shops of various sizes opening one after another, infusing the village with a vibrant energy. At this moment, a boy with his bare torso, carrying a bamboo basket on his back, was panting as he dashed through the increasingly crowded streets. Good morning, Kazuki. Out early for your training again today. A middle-aged woman with graying hair gathered the vegetables into her basket and greeted a passing young boy, seemingly unfazed by his antics. Good morning, Aunt Yamauchi. My master mentioned that your vegetables were delicious yesterday. Wolfeng Sun paused, smiling in gratitude. Oh, that is wonderful to hear. To have Lady Tsunade, the village's hero, appreciate my cooking is indeed a great honor. The villager, known as Yamauchi, beamed with genuine joy upon hearing this. At that moment, An elderly man with a head full of white hair waved at Wolfing's son, handing him a freshly pulled radish still clinging to the earth. Young son, this is a radish I just harvested this morning. Take it back for Lady Tsunade to make soup. It will surely be delicious. Thank you, Grandpa Akamoto. My master will undoubtedly enjoy it. Wolfing's son tossed the radish into the basket slung over his back, expressing his gratitude as he continued his run. Good morning, young son. Good morning, Uncle Takeuchi. Young son, here is some freshly picked spinach for you to take home. Thank you, Miss Amura. After several minutes, Wolfing's son finally evaded the enthusiastic villagers and turned towards Tsunade's residence. Upon entering, he immediately heard Tsunade's complaints. You're late. You've returned 10 minutes past your usual time. For this, you'll have to do an extra 100 push-ups. Now hurry and prepare dinner. I'm nearly starving. Lazing on the bed, Tsunade spoke with a tone of exhaustion. At her words, Wolfing's son felt a twitch in his eyelid, a few dark lines appearing on his forehead. What is it about this insufferable woman that makes her so popular? He tied the lead weights she had prepared for him around his arms and silently walked into the kitchen, gazing at the tidy kitchen and recalling its previous state. Wolfing's son was filled with a myriad of emotions. Nearly 2 months had passed since he became Tsunade's disciple, during which she had devised a rigorous training regimen for him. However, it seemed to him that the primary aim was to conscript him rather than to train. For instance, each morning he would traverse the streets of Konoha, accepting the goodwill of others while running 3 laps around the village. Upon returning, he would prepare breakfast for Tsunade, all the while burdened with 20-kilogram lead weights on his arms. After meals, he sometimes fetched water from the front yard, practicing his water-treading technique in the process. In addition to these tasks, he endured the usual training methods, such as performing 500 push-ups or sit-ups in succession. As for the medicinal meals he had initially been promised, he had yet to experience even one. Instead, he was subjected to inexplicable medicinal baths every 3 days, like clockwork. Were it not for the noticeable improvement in his physical condition, he would have long since abandoned this endeavor. With a heart full of grievances and a sense of injustice, Wolfing's son washed the vegetables gifted by the villagers and began deftly wielding the kitchen knife. Notably, he previously could not prepare a decent meal while encumbered by lead weights. Yet now he flawlessly executed every step of the cooking process, a progress that, while seemingly trivial, was nonetheless commendable. At the dining table, Tsunade gracefully selected vibrant dishes, enjoying the fruits of their labor. As the delectable meal graced his palate, a look of sheer enjoyment illuminated his face. You crafty rascal, he remarked. Your culinary skills have undoubtedly improved. Perhaps you should abandon your ninja aspirations and become my personal chef instead. In response, Tsunade smirked and retorted, Oh, you insolent little brat. I shall return your words verbatim. You need not pursue the path of a ninja either. Instead, you can serve as my household mascot. I am certain many villagers would delight in bringing us food. Bang! Tsunade slammed her hand upon the table, discarding any semblance of ladylike composure, and glared fiercely at him. You dare address your master in such a manner? Do you seek to betray your own teacher? Unfazed, he shot back. Madwoman, you still recognize me as your disciple? I had thought I was merely your servant. Thus commenced their daily verbal sparring at the dining table. Once their banter subsided, Tsunade began to sift through the rice in her bowl, suddenly lifting her gaze. Today marks the 3rd day, does it not? While still engaged in his meal, he felt an involuntary tremor in his right hand and replied with an odd expression, Yes, I believe it does. Observing his reaction, Tsunade flashed a mischievous smile and chirped. Oh, my dear disciple, you appear rather unwell. Shall we begin the proceedings now? Is that truly appropriate? He stammered, his lips twitching in discomfort. 20 minutes later, good heavens. Stop tugging at my trousers, madwoman. Wait, I can manage this myself. Do not use force. Come now, dear disciple, do not be shy. This is hardly our first encounter. You ought to be accustomed to it by now. Accustomed to what? What on earth is happening between us? I am still a virgin. Oh, so you still count yourself as one? Let me inspect. Help. Someone is committing an egregious act in broad daylight. Plop. Before he could finish his protest, Tsunade unceremoniously tossed him into a wooden tub filled with medicinal liquid. I ask you, do you not tire of making a fuss over such trivial matters? Tsunade remarked, nonchalantly pulling over a wooden stool to sit and fixate on the color of the potion. She knew that once the liquid lightened to a certain degree, she would have to hastily extract him to prevent the toxins from permeating his body. As time elapsed, the liquid gradually faded in hue. Upon reaching a critical point, Tsunade's gaze sharpened, and she swiftly retrieved him from the tub. Due to the potion's effects, he emerged in a daze, only regaining his senses as she carefully dried his body. Gazing into her eyes, now softened with tenderness, he felt a flicker of warmth within. Despite her occasional irresponsibility and tendency to oppose him, she ultimately had his best interests at heart. Having such a master might not be so bad after all. As Tsunade raised her head once more, her eyes landed on the smile adorning Kazuki's face, prompting her to scoff. What is so amusing, you little brat? It's truly repugnant. Kazuki, taken aback by her disdain, felt a surge of frustration, inwardly cursing. Indeed, the absence of a master would have been preferable. At that moment, a mocking laughter echoed from outside Tsunade's door. Oh, sister, are you planning to take a bath with little Kazuki today? I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Upon hearing the familiar teasing voice, Tsunade turned with a smile, her tone softening. If Shinju wishes for it, I wouldn't mind sharing a bath with you as well. At this, Shinju shuddered and stepped back, chuckling nervously. I think I'll pass. Such indulgent affairs are best left for Kazuki alone. Enough with the frivolities. Tell me, how long do you intend to stay this time? Tsunade inquired, simultaneously assisting Kazuki in adjusting his trousers. Shinju scratched his head, replying, You'd have to ask my master about that. I'm not sure. However, I've heard him mention that he plans to investigate the borders of the Cloud Village soon. Tsunade displayed no visible reaction to Shinju's words, but Kazuki's expression shifted dramatically. In the original narrative, the author never detailed the circumstances of Shinju's demise nor specified the battle in which he fell. Yet, in numerous fanfictions from his previous life, it was subtly suggested that Shinju met his end due to an explosive tag while accompanying Orochimaru to the Cloud Village. From the descriptions in the original work, it indeed appeared that Shinju was killed by an explosive tag, yet this raises an intriguing question. How could Shinju, as Orochimaru's prized disciple and the grandson of the first Hokage, fall victim so easily while on a mission? Many online discussions have debated this, with some claiming it was a deliberate act by Orochimaru, while others deemed it a mere accident. However, Kazuki found these explanations unsatisfactory, disregarding the implausibility of Shinju's untimely demise. At this moment, Orochimaru had not yet succumbed to madness in pursuit of immortality. On the contrary, based on Orochimaru's portrayal in the television adaptation, it was evident that he was deeply saddened by Shinju's death, likely redefining the value of life at that moment. Yet, this only deepened the enigma surrounding the true cause of Shinju's death. You frowning too much, you little brat, Tsunade remarked as Kazuki continued to ponder. She gently pressed her finger against his forehead, kneading it lightly. My grandfather once told me that such expressions hasten the aging process. Then your grandfather certainly didn't he inform you that constant anger can similarly accelerate aging? Kazuki instinctively retorted. A sharp sound pierced the air. Tsunade, upon hearing this, seemed to conjure an invisible specter behind her, enveloped in a cloud of darkness. You little brat, are you insinuating that I'm old? Isn't it obvious? You're over a decade older than I am. Kazuki replied, blissfully unaware of the impending consequences. How bold you are? Tsunade exclaimed, knowing full well that she despised anyone commenting on her age. It seemed that Kazuki, this time, would face dire repercussions. Standing silently to the side, the trembling rope tree pondered anxiously. However, the anticipated outburst did not materialize. Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically. The tempest that had just raged seemed to vanish in an instant, replaced by a profound stillness as she extended her hand towards Kazekage. What are you doing? Kazekage's lips twitched at this gesture. You little brat, enough with the pretense. Hand over the money already. I've been patient for days, and it's time for a bit of indulgence. I have no money. Kazekage turned her head away, denying outright. Ridiculous. If I were to hand over my funds to this notorious woman with a reputation for extravagance, I would undoubtedly suffer a total loss. Oh, no money? Tsunade remarked nonchalantly. Since you lack funds, I shall have to seek that little brat named Minato for tuition fees. Your living expenses here are not excessive. Let us say around 1 to 2 million. Upon hearing this, Kazekage glared furiously. Her face flushed as she exclaimed, You mad woman, are you robbing me? 1 to 2 million? You're quicker than a thief. If I had that much money, would I squander it on you, the spendthrift? I'd rather convert it into points. Kazekage scoffed inwardly. Then hurry and hand over the money, lest I take matters into my own hands. Tsunade glared at Kazekage, her tone growing impatient. Kazekage, seeing Tsunade's defiant expression, resignedly retrieved her deflated wallet. Now we're getting somewhere. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction, just as she reached out to take the money. Suddenly, a masked Umbu appeared beside them. Lady Tsunade, the Hokage summons you to the Hokage Tower for a meeting. Having grown accustomed to such sudden appearances, Tsunade retracted her outstretched hand and contemplated for a moment. Did the old man mention what the matter was? The Hokage said you'll know upon arrival. Very well, I shall accompany you immediately. With that, Tsunade turned back to Kazekage and declared, I will let you off today. While I am away, don't you dare slack off, understood? Internally elated, Kazekage feigned disdain, waving her hand dismissively. Do you take me for you? Always slacking off. You should hurry along. Don't keep the third Hokage waiting. Tsunade pondered for a moment. Realizing the truth in Kazekage's words, yet still feeling uneasy, she instructed Rope Tree, keep an eye on him. If he slacks off even a little, report back to me. You can rest assured, leave it to me. After Tsunade departed, Kazekage fixated on her disappearing figure, momentarily engulfed in silence. The third Hokage summoned Tsunade. Could it be that an urgent matter has arisen? What are you thinking about, Kazekage? At that moment, Rope Tree approached and waved a hand in front of her face. Snapping back to reality, Kazekage replied irritably, What do you think I'm pondering? I merely lament my misfortune in having such a reckless master. Observing Kazekage's sincerity, Rope Tree grinned and sat beside her. Actually, your sister is quite nice. Is she? Perhaps she is merely kind to you, her brother. Kazekage scoffed. If that madwoman could be deemed good, then perhaps this world would be devoid of villains. Ah, dear brother Sun, you have misinterpreted my intentions. Seeing that Bo Feng Sun remained indifferent, Sheng Shu could not help but sigh. Indeed, my sister has benefited greatly from you, yet in ways unbeknownst to you. She has also made considerable sacrifices, such as? Sheng Shu defended Tsunade, stating, for instance, during the initial days, she toiled late into the night, devising training plans for you. That was merely her pondering how to make me work for her for free, retorted Bo Feng Sun dismissively. After some contemplation, Sheng Shu continued, moreover, she has significantly reduced her visits to the gambling house for your sake. That's simply because she has no money. Besides, every time she has ventured to the casino recently, it was with funds obtained from me. Is that not excessive? Bo Feng Sun countered once more. Brother Sun, your bias against my sister is rather pronounced. Bo Feng Sun shrugged. I am merely speaking the truth. In response, Sheng Shu took a deep breath, wishing to clarify the misunderstandings surrounding his sister, and began anew. Originally, my sister had no intention of disclosing this matter to me, but I believe it would be prudent for you to be informed. Bo Feng Sun turned to face him, curious about what secrets warranted such discretion. You may not be aware, dear brother, but the medicinal baths you indulge in, each barrel contains herbs valued at nearly 1 million. 1 million? Bo Feng Sun was taken aback. Observing his astonishment, Sheng Shu assumed he was finally moved and continued. Not only that, but even the wooden tub you are currently using was purchased by my sister for over 3 million from a herbal merchant. It is said to enhance the absorption of the herbs. 3 million? Bo Feng Sun was once again stunned. He mentally calculated, with his rudimentary arithmetic skills. Based on 1 barrel being worth 1 million, I have soaked in 18 barrels, totaling 18 million, and the tub costing 3 million brings the total to 21 million. Even disregarding the decimals, that amounts to a solid 20 million. If converted into points at a rate of 200,000, I could acquire even an A-grade skill from the system. This extravagant woman, it is indeed true what they say about the women in the world of Hokage being wasteful. However, despite his thoughts, Bo Feng Sun was not so ungrateful as to overlook her kindness. He nonetheless posed a question to Sheng Shu. I understand the value of these medicinal baths, but why does that mad master prefer to use such complicated baths instead of employing medicinal cuisine to treat me? Well, I have heard my sister mention that. Due to your age, you have surpassed the optimal period for utilizing medicinal cuisine for bodily regulation. Thus, 1 or 2 instances of medicinal cuisine would be utterly insufficient. After a pause, Sheng Shu continued. Moreover, there is a downside to medicinal cuisine. It can leave a trace of residual toxicity in your body. After all, every medicine carries a degree of poison. My sister has stated that prolonged consumption of medicinal cuisine may very well hinder your future accomplishments due to this residual toxicity. Unexpectedly, that eccentric woman is quite attentive. No wonder she is revered as the saint of medicine, Tsunade, savoring the lingering fragrance of the herbs on his arm. Sun felt the corners of his mouth involuntarily lift. At last, dear brother Sun, you have smiled. Witnessing the smile gracing Sun's lips, Shu felt a surge of joy. It was merely a smile. Could you not be so agitated? It looks rather unpleasant. Shu retracted his smile, feeling quite helpless. In response, Shu remained unfazed, instead displaying a cheerful countenance and remarked, "Is it not because you, little brother Sun, always wear a sorrowful expression? To be honest, this is the first time I have ever seen you smile. Is that so?" Indeed. Shu leaped down the steps beside Shu, thumping his chest and exclaiming, "My greatest wish is to become Hokage like my grandfather and great-uncle. I want everyone to smile genuinely. Is that truly how you feel?" Shu suddenly fell silent, aware that, according to the original narrative, the aspirations of this boy before him were unattainable. After a considerable pause, he hesitantly suggested, "Shu, could you refrain from undertaking missions for the time being?" Upon hearing this, Shu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, saying, "Little brother Sun, are you joking? I am a ninja. How could I possibly neglect my duties? Moreover, my master and sister treat me exceptionally well. I cannot disappoint their expectations of me. But this may very well cost you your life." Shu opened his mouth, ultimately uttering this feeble and hollow statement. Noticing that Shu was not jesting, Shu fell silent as well. After some contemplation, he remarked, "Speaking of which, little brother Sun, your parents perished in the war, did they not?" Shu stiffened at this, then weakly nodded, "Indeed. Is that truly the case?" Shu sighed and resumed his seat beside Shu, saying, "Little brother Sun, I believe every life is precious, and no one wishes to depart this world prematurely, including your parents. They surely did not desire to leave you so soon. However," Shu shifted his tone, continuing, "I suspect that your parents had long prepared for the possibility of sacrifice. After all, we are ninjas. Behind us, in addition to our families, there are many civilians, most of whom are powerless and can only survive through our protection. Therefore, from the day I became a ninja, I vowed that if my death could hold value, if it could save more lives and safeguard this village, I would willingly relinquish my own dreams and embrace death." After a lengthy pause, Shu sighed, "It seems you do not fear death, Shu." "No, you are mistaken, little brother Sun," Shu countered. "To be honest, I fear death greatly, yet I fear even more the thought of never becoming a ninja again. If I cower from missions and abandon them, I will lose my right to be a ninja. Thus, I appreciate your concern, little brother Sun, but I will not forsake my duties." Shu's words left Shu without a rebuttal, yet he remained undeterred and inquired once more, "What if I were to clearly tell you that you will die on this mission?" "Huh, is that true? Are you certain? What evidence do you have?" Shu grasped Shu's shoulders, shaking him left and right. Observing Shu's sudden display of anxiety, Shu felt somewhat exasperated. "You are being overly dramatic. Besides, did you not already prepare yourself for death? Being prepared is one thing. Actually facing death is an entirely different matter." The rope tree, somewhat bashful, pursed its lips and inquired, "How did you come to know this? Is there a conspiracy against me that you've uncovered? Or do you possess the gift of prophecy, able to foresee the future?" Breaking free from the grip of the rope tree, Kazekage Xun pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, "Indeed, I possess prophetic abilities, and my predictions are remarkably accurate. You are destined to perish on this mission." Suddenly, the rope tree burst into laughter, clutching its stomach, exclaiming, "Ha ha, little brother Sun, you truly are a child. Prophecy, you say? How utterly hilarious. I genuinely can predict the future. You must believe me," insisted Kazekage Xun, his lips twitching as he deemed the other a mischievous child, while continuing to persuade him to accept his solemn words. The rope tree, leaning against a wooden barrel and still chuckling, quipped, "All right, even if what you just said were true, could you perhaps predict when my sister will win her next gamble? Ah, who knows when that woman will next triumph?" As Kazekage Xun fell silent, the rope tree unabashedly continued, "See, I told you, prophecy is a sham. Yet, the danger you speak of is undeniably real." Kazekage Xun remained undeterred. All right. I understand your concern for your little master, but as I said before, I will not abandon my aspiration to become a ninja." With that, the rope tree stretched lazily, gazing at the drifting clouds above, lost in thought. "If I truly were to encounter an unfortunate fate, I would entrust my sister's care to you, little brother Sun." In the Hokage Tower's conference room, Sarutobi Hiruzen occupied the head seat, surrounded by the leaders of various clans and senior officials of Konoha, all gathered around a conference table. I have summoned you here today to discuss a matter of great importance. He began. I trust you have all seen the documents on the table. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the file before him and continued. This is a copy of a distress signal sent from the Hidden Rain Village. Please take a look. After nearly 5 minutes of silence, Uchiha Tera, the current head of the Uchiha clan, set down the document in his hand and, surveying the quiet room, spoke in a grave tone. Since the Hokage has called us here, it is likely he is prepared for war. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded solemnly, addressing everyone. As Lord Tera has just stated, the Hidden Stone Village is planning to invade the borders of the Hidden Cloud Village. As allies of the Hidden Rain Village, we cannot remain idle. We must be cautious. Should we go to their aid, the Rain Village might betray us in return. Considering they have just suffered a defeat at our hands, Orochimaru's chilling voice cast a pall over the room, plunging it into silence. As Orochimaru suggested, aiding the Hidden Rain could indeed lead to betrayal, and the likelihood of such an occurrence was not insignificant. After a moment, the head of the Akimichi clan spoke up. However, we cannot simply stand by and do nothing. The predicament of the Hidden Rain Village is largely due to our inaction. If we fail to assist them, we may soon find ourselves under attack from the Rock Ninja. The Akimichi clan leader was correct. The Land of Rain shares a border with the Land of Fire. And should the Hidden Rain Village fall, Konoha would be entirely exposed to their adversaries. The clan leader of the Nara family echoed in agreement. Sarutobi nodded at the 2 clan leaders and then turned to his 3 advisors, asking, "What do you believe should be our course of action? We cannot afford to remain passive. However, if the Hidden Rain Village seeks to position itself advantageously, how should we respond?" Kurenai Haru raised a question regarding Mito's assertion. Before Mito could retort, the previously silent Danzo suddenly interjected. In my opinion, it would be wiser for us to reap the benefits ourselves. Upon hearing Danzo's statement, all eyes turned towards him, eager to hear his insights. Feeling a surge of pride under their scrutiny, Danzo elaborated. Although our treaty with the Hidden Rain Village stipulates that we must provide assistance if they are attacked by other ninja villages, it does not specify when we must offer that aid. I propose that we simply wait for the 2 villages to exhaust each other before launching our own attack on the Hidden Stone Village. This way, we need not worry about any potential ambush from the Hidden Rain Village, and we can seize the opportunity to plunder some of the resources from the Land of Earth. After Danzo finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards Sarutobi, confident that the Hokage would adopt his suggestion. However, before Sarutobi could respond, Tsunade abruptly stood up from her seat, visibly angered. "I oppose the advisor Danzo's recent proposal." "Oh, what alternative perspective do you offer, Tsunade? Or do you possess a superior plan?" Danzo narrowed his eyes, a hint of disdain flickering across his face. In response, Tsunade shook her head, her tone somber. "I do not have a better suggestion. But I refuse to allow greed and unfounded risks to lead to the deaths of more people in this conflict." She added, "I believe my grandfather had similar thoughts when he established the ninja villages." Tsunade's words caused Orochimaru, seated beside her, to frown, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. He actually agreed with Danzo's earlier proposal, but out of loyalty to his friend, he chose not to oppose it. Conversely, Danzo, upon hearing Tsunade's remarks, scoffed. "Are you suggesting that the lives of other ninja village inhabitants are of lesser value? Are we to sacrifice our own ninjas without a second thought? Have you considered what will become of us if the Hidden Rain Village turns against us?" Yet, Tsunade fell into a moment of silence, recognizing the validity in Danzo's argument. Nevertheless, she could not bear to witness more lives lost in this war. All right, let us cease this dispute," Sarutobi interjected. "Tsunade, please take your seat and speak calmly." With her mentor's intervention, Tsunade reluctantly resumed her seat. "Just as Danzo had pointed out, while we extend our assistance to the Hidden Rain Village, there remains a risk they may betray us. However, as their allies, we cannot simply disregard this matter. Therefore, I propose that we first dispatch a team of ninjas to investigate the actual situation in the Hidden Rain Village. If their circumstances truly align with what they have conveyed in their letter, without delay, we shall dispatch a team of ninjas to the border of the Land of Rain and the Land of Earth to assist them," Sarutobi declared. As he spoke, Danzo let out a derisive snort, outwardly choosing to remain silent. Noticing that no one else voiced dissent, Sarutobi continued, "Since everyone is in agreement, let us deliberate on who should be sent to investigate the Hidden Rain Village. I will also examine the borders of the hidden cloud village. This task should be entrusted to another, Orochimaru interjected. I propose we send Tsunade. Her compassion may endear her to the villagers of the hidden rain. Danzo remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Observing Danzo's veiled jibe at his apprentice, the third Hokage sighed internally and turned to Tsunade, inquiring, What are your thoughts, Tsunade? I have no objections, but if I go, I wish to choose my own team members, she replied. In the shadowy depths of the root headquarters, dim candlelight cast an eerie glow, and Danzo sat at the head of the table, his expression devoid of warmth. How goes the mission, Chasuk? He inquired. My lord, I have successfully gained the target's trust. A root member knelt before Danzo, his face expressionless. Excellent, Danzo responded, tapping his fingers on the armrest of his chair. Do not falter on this mission. If you can eliminate that brat as planned, I, Danzo, promise you the position of captain of the root team. Yes, my lord, Chasuk replied, a flicker of malice gleaming in his eyes. As he watched Chasuk's figure vanish, Danzo's sinister laughter echoed within the confines of the dimly lit basement. Tsunade, my dear, do not blame me. It is your own lack of insight that brings this upon you. The Senju clan has faded into obscurity. It is time for you to exit the stage. At the Haida gambling den, the air was filled with the raucous sounds of gamblers, the clattering of dice, and the croupier's calls. The smoky ambience caused Kaze to furrow his brow. What impudence! You dare bring me to a gambling den? Tsunade exclaimed, hands on her hips, casting a suspicious glare at Kaze, fearful of his ulterior motives. In response, Kaze nonchalantly jingled the coin pouch in his hand, saying, If you feel afraid, we can always turn back. I won't be at a loss. In truth, he wished to reciprocate the kindness shown by Shouju earlier, which is why he had brought Tsunade to the gambling den as soon as she returned. Thankfully, he had less than 10,000 yen on him, so even if Tsunade squandered it all, he would not feel overly distressed. Humph, who would fear a little brat like you? Tsunade retorted, snatching the coin pouch from him and striding confidently to a dice table. Well, if it isn't the illustrious princess of the fat sheep. It's been quite a while since we last saw you. I wonder if you've brought enough money today, the familiar gamblers teased as soon as she approached the table. You rascals, mark my words. I will make each of you weep and beg for mercy today, Tsunade declared defiantly. As she spoke, Tsunade poured a handful of coins from her pouch, declaring, I am betting on big. The gamblers, upon hearing this, promptly placed their shares on the small position, while a few others scattered their bets on the leopard. Kazekage, trailing behind Tsunade, pondered for a moment before producing 3 coins from his pocket, placing one on the small position. Having already committed his principle, it was only natural for him to seek a bit of luck from Tsunade. The dealer, shaking the dice, glanced at the bets laid before him and proclaimed loudly, Bets are locked in, let us roll. The outcome revealed 3 threes and a total of 10. Big, big. The number announced by the dealer left Kazekage utterly bewildered, and the surrounding gamblers were equally dumbfounded. How could it be big? Indeed, the princess of fat sheep had clearly bet on big. Could it be that he had misread? It must be a coincidence, surely. Enough chatter, hand over your money. Seeing the evident discontent on everyone's faces, Tsunade felt a surge of joy within. She sensed that fortune was favoring her today. Let us continue. I shall sweep the board. With that, she boldly placed all her recently won funds back on big. Although the crowd exhibited some hesitation, their disbelief in Tsunade's streak of luck led them to place their bets once more on small. Kazekage, too, was skeptical, thus he placed his second coin on small. However, the dealer's subsequent revelation was once again astonishing. 3, 5, and 6, 14 points, still big. The game persisted, and Kazekage's 3 coins had already vanished into thin air, while the principal he had lent to Tsunade was returned in full, along with interest, as she proclaimed, I no longer require your meager charity. Kazekage said nothing, instead relishing the unfolding spectacle. At that moment, a significant number of onlookers had gathered around the table, eager to witness how long the legendary fat sheep, Tsunade, could maintain her undefeated streak. Observing the nearly 10 million in assets piled on Tsunade's side, Kazekage tugged at her sleeve and advised, Madwoman, it is wise to quit while you are ahead. Do not press your luck. Out of my way. My fortune is at its peak. How could I possibly retreat now? Tsunade waved him off, vehemently rejecting his suggestion. She once again placed her nearly 10 million in assets on big. Opposite her, a large group of defiant wealthy individuals placed their bets on small. Yet, when the dealer revealed the final outcome, It left everyone astounded. 3 threes, a leopard. The unexpected conclusion unfolded abruptly at the gaming table, leaving all the gamblers, including Tsunade, momentarily stunned. As millions of coins vanished into the casino's coffers, Kazekage, a mere observer, suddenly grasped the situation. His belated deduction suggested that Tsunade's remarkable luck stemmed from the dealer's clandestine manipulation throughout the game, deliberately allowing the renowned gambler Tsunade, known for her extraordinary luck, to attract more skeptical gamblers into betting. The dealer planned to seize all the funds once the wagers reached a desired threshold. Thus, it is said that casinos are inherently deceitful. Kakashi, with a disdainful smirk, found himself increasingly repulsed by the act of gambling. It was not only Kakashi who discerned the underlying truth. The seasoned gamblers at the table also began to catch on. However, despite their grievances, they dared not voice them, for they had no evidence against the dealer, and falsely accusing him could result in expulsion from the casino. At that moment, Tsunade approached Kakashi once more, extending her hand. "You little rascal, return the money I just gave you." "Not a chance," Kakashi retorted firmly. It would be foolish to hand over the money now that he had uncovered the casino's ulterior motives. Maintaining a stoic demeanor, he grasped Tsunade's arm and silently led her out of the casino. "Hey, you insolent brat, what are you doing? I'm not finished yet. Give me back my money." Tsunade protested loudly as Kakashi dragged her away, but he chose to ignore her. Upon returning to Tsunade's home, Kakashi disregarded her sulky expression and headed to the kitchen, where he transformed the leftover vegetables from breakfast into a soup, complementing it with freshly cooked noodles, creating a delightful vegetable noodle dish. Tapping the spoon against the bowl, Kakashi called out, "Dinner's ready." Tsunade approached the dining table, her appetite extinguished by the sight of the unappetizing meal. "Vegetable noodles? How could you come up with this?" "I want meat. I want meat. I refuse to eat vegetables," she whined childishly, flailing her arms in protest. "Enough," Kakashi replied, irritation evident as a furrow appeared on his forehead. "If you want meat, go eat outside. Here, we only have vegetables." Unfazed by Tsunade's glare, he began to eat contentedly. "You little brat, you'll get your comeuppance for this," Tsunade muttered, her stomach protesting as she reluctantly picked up her chopsticks, glaring at the noodles as if they were the offending Kakashi himself. As the atmosphere grew increasingly somber, silence enveloped them, an unspoken agreement hanging in the air. Suddenly, Tsunade paused mid-bite, her eyes reflecting a mix of sorrow and confusion. "Why do people wage war?" she asked quietly. Kakashi, taken aback, responded, "Perhaps it is for profit." "Indeed. For profit," Tsunade echoed, her tone melancholic. "But is profit truly that significant? If one loses their life, what use is any gain before them?" This time, Kakashi remained silent, placing his chopsticks down in bewilderment. "What's wrong? You seem downcast, which is unlike you. Normally, you'd be more fiery." "You really dare to say that?" Tsunade feigned anger, shaking her fist, then continued, "War is about to begin again. Is that so? It seems that the third Hokage has sought you out today, likely due to this matter." Wolfing Sun was not overly surprised, for he was well aware that the second Great Ninja War was far from over. It was this very reason that had compelled him to hasten his graduation from the Ninja Academy. After all, war was the swiftest avenue to accrue points. Tsunade, however, was oblivious to Wolfing Sun's true sentiments. She merely wished to vent her frustrations. The old man mentioned that a Wagakure had begun to harass the border of Amigakure, and if all went as expected, it would not be long before we found ourselves on the battlefield. Though he was uncertain of the connection between the conflict of a Wagakure and Amigakure and the Leaf Village, Wolfing Sun hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Do you not wish for war to arise?" Bang! Tsunade abruptly stood, and in Wolfing Sun's astonished gaze, she seized his collar, her voice brimming with indignation. Who would ever anticipate the onset of war? It is a victory paid for with lives. This was the first time Wolfing Sun had witnessed such fury from Tsunade. He recognized that his previous words had struck a painful chord. Yet he was eager to understand how this woman before him, and indeed the majority of ninjas in this world, perceived the unending strife surrounding them. Clearing his throat, he disregarded Tsunade's furious glare and continued, "Yet war can render you a hero. The adoration you receive from the villagers largely stems from that which you abhor, war." At his words, Tsunade released her grip, her body slumping into the chair, a hint of self-mockery gracing her features as she softly replied, "If given a choice, I would rather not be this hero, devoid of the villagers' affection. But what can I do? Behind me lies our village. To protect it, to safeguard the innocent. I must inevitably stain my hands with blood. Truly, they were cut from the same cloth, both willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of others. Wolfing Sun fell into a contemplative silence. Gazing at the tears welling in Tsunade's eyes, he found it hard to reconcile this with the gambling enthusiast she had once been. Perhaps she had merely used gambling to mask her inner turmoil, choosing not to provoke her further. He also refrained from offering comfort to this mentor who had become akin to family. He turned his gaze to the night sky outside the window, grappling with an indescribable emotion. Was it sorrow? Wolfing Sun did not believe so, for in this moment, he yearned for war, anticipated its arrival, feeling unworthy of grief. Sympathy? If sympathy could usher in eternal peace, he would extend it to anyone. Anger? Perhaps, but he was uncertain who he was truly angry with. This harsh reality, Hanzo, who had slain his parents, or merely his own impotence. He found himself pondering whether the ideals of Nagato and his companions, which had remained unfulfilled in the original narrative, were right or wrong. Perhaps their intentions were noble, only to be twisted into weapons by conspirators and opportunists. If Nagato's life was one of manipulation, what of his own? As an outsider, he was free from the control of others, capable of becoming stronger than anyone else in this world. Yet, what was his true desire? If asked a day prior, Kazekage would have confidently stated that it was to resurrect his parents and live alongside his brother and Kushina. However, after hearing the aspirations of Shizune and Tsunade, he realized that even if he were to attain happiness, his parents would not share in it. For they cared not only for him and Minato but for the entire village. They were true ninjas, while he felt like an imposter. Should he then establish a world-cleaning organization akin to Nagato's? A ludicrous thought suddenly flickered in his mind, one that he himself found absurd. Shaking his head, Kazekage concluded that he must have been brainwashed. It was clear that to form his own organization, he would need to distance himself from Konoha. After all, the higher-ups and clan leaders would never permit the emergence of an uncontrollable entity within the village. Yet, distancing himself from Konoha meant relinquishing his sanctuary. And unless he became a rogue ninja, Konoha would undoubtedly investigate the whereabouts of any departing ninjas. Thus, such an idea was utterly untenable. Returning to reality, he observed Tsunade, still enveloped in her sorrow, and sighed internally while clearing the remaining ramen from the table. I shall take my leave now. Master, do rest early. The brightly lit streets of Konoha bustled with life, yet amidst the vibrant crowd, Kazekage felt a profound sense of isolation. 3 days later, Kazekage and Minato, fully armed, arrived at the village gates, awaiting their very first mission. However, as noon approached, Tsunade, the leading jonin, had yet to appear. This left Minato leaning against a tree, somewhat puzzled. Kazekage, why hasn't Lady Tsunade arrived yet? Did you perhaps misremember the time? That crazy woman has probably overslept again, Kazekage retorted dismissively. 3 days had passed since his last existential doubt, during which Tsunade had not only regained her composure, but had also assigned him a reconnaissance mission to the Hidden Rain village. Initially, he had declined, for the mission was evidently intended to assist the Rain village, and reconnaissance missions typically did not involve combat. Thus, opportunities for glory were scarce. Yet, Tsunade's subsequent words ignited a fervent desire within Kazekage to depart immediately. This was an A-rank mission, with a reward of a staggering 500,000. What did 500,000 signify? In terms of points, it equated to 5,000. Even if ultimately divided among 4 individuals, he would still receive at least 100,000 or 1,000 points. It was worth noting that his previous savings barely amounted to a mere 100,000. Moreover, upon learning that Tsunade could select the remaining 2 members for the mission, he eagerly claimed those spots as well. After all, good fortune should not be squandered on others. Thus, he recommended Minato and Kushina to Tsunade. Indeed, Tsunade reported this to the higher-ups, but during the approval process by the 3rd Hokage, some anticipated surprises arose. Due to Kushina being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of the village and not yet having become a genin, the 3rd Hokage rejected Tsunade's request and selected someone from his own favored candidates. Speaking of which, who could the 3rd person you mentioned, Xiaoxuan, possibly be? Minato inquired while gazing at his palm, directing his question towards Kakashi. Kakashi shrugged, feigning ignorance. This was not to say he had not inquired with Tsunade. Rather, she had also forgotten the specifics, only recalling that it was a young member of the Uchiha clan. Thus, Kakashi found himself perplexed as to how Tsunade had ascended to the rank of Jonin with such a mindset. However, regarding the Uchiha clan, could it be the young Uchiha Itachi who previously competed against his older brother? Just as Kakashi was pondering, a black-haired youth clad in a black high-collared jacket, with a cold demeanor, strolled towards them. It was none other than Uchiha Itachi, the one who had sparred with Minato earlier. Upon witnessing this, Kakashi couldn't help but remark on how small the world seemed, as he had accurately guessed it. When Uchiha Itachi approached, he did not even glance at Kakashi but instead walked directly to Minato and said, "We meet again. I didn't expect to execute this mission alongside you." Minato first glanced at Kakashi, and seeing his brother's lack of reaction, he smiled slightly. "Neither did I. I'm surprised to be teamed up with you for this mission." With that, Minato extended his hand. "I look forward to your guidance." However, Uchiha Itachi did not reciprocate the gesture. Instead, with a spirited tone, he declared, "Next time, I won't lose to you again. For this mission, you should just follow my lead." Minato, though a bit awkward, did not react much. This did not imply he was intimidated. Rather, he was exceedingly confident in his abilities and intended to demonstrate through action that he would not be left behind. Minato choosing to endure did not mean Kakashi would do the same. It was absurd. Merely a brash child, disregarding his own dignity was one thing. But disrespecting the future fourth Hokage was a different matter entirely. Kakashi scoffed, "Oh, it seems I've just realized that all you Uchiha folks are so obsessed with face saving. If you can't do it, just admit it instead of putting on a false front." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi turned around, pondering for a moment before coldly stating, "I recall you are the younger brother of Wave Wind Minato. Do you have any dissatisfaction with what I just said?" Kakashi shook his head. "Dissatisfaction? Not at all. I merely find it amusing how you all lack basic decency and manners. And I wonder how you Uchiha became the foremost clan in Konoha. You brat, do you wish to fight?" Uchiha Itachi's expression darkened further. "Bring it on. Do you think I'm scared? Don't forget, we are 2 against 1 now." Kakashi fearlessly retorted. "What do you mean 2 against 1? Count me in." At that moment, a languid voice unexpectedly emerged from behind the crowd. "Lady Tsunade, good morning," called Minato and Uchiha Itachi, both adopting a serious demeanor. However, only Bluffing Sun appeared rather disgruntled, exclaiming, "Hey, you crazy woman, can you not be late? It's almost noon. Sun, you should address her as Lady Tsunade," Minato exclaimed, startled by his brother's choice of words. Yet, to everyone's surprise, not only did Bluffing Sun refuse to change his address, but Tsunade also seemed unfazed, yawning and mumbling, "Sorry. The village is so vast that I got a bit lost. TSK. Do you think you're the future Kakashi? Getting lost and making such a feeble excuse." Bluffing Sun retorted, pointing at the disheveled strands of hair atop Tsunade's head. "Just by looking at that frizzy mess, it's evident you overslept. Is that so?" Tsunade absent-mindedly touched the unruly tufts on her head. Then, without a hint of where she had procured it, she sat on the grass and handed a comb to the exasperated Bluffing Sun, saying, "Then you help me fix it." Faced with Tsunade's nonchalant attitude, Bluffing Sun could hardly reconcile this with the foul mood she had exhibited 3 days prior. Nevertheless, it seemed that Tsunade's request for him to comb her hair was a consequence of his own actions. The reason being that after a certain evening, her hair had remained in disarray, prompting him to take the initiative to tidy it up. To his astonishment, Tsunade had become quite addicted to this newfound routine. As Shiru later remarked, "Little Sun has truly become more considerate." It appeared that this family had come to regard him as a full-time caretaker. Reluctantly yielding to Tsunade's past authority, Bluffing Sun positioned himself behind her and began to comb her hair. As he meticulously tended to her locks, both Minato and Uchiha Itachi looked on in disbelief. Minato, though somewhat accustomed to Sun's peculiarities, found Itachi utterly bewildered. He could never have imagined that the formidable individual, whom his clan elders had warned him to approach with caution, would display such a casual demeanor before him. "By the way, what was that 2-on-1 moment you just had?" Tsunade, still reveling in the attentiveness of Bluffing Sun, suddenly inquired. Before he could respond, Uchiha Itachi hurriedly interjected, "Oh, it's nothing at all. We were just joking around." If he dared to raise an eyebrow at Bluffing Sun in Tsunade's presence after witnessing this scene, he would truly be courting disaster. He was a genius of the Uchiha clan, not a fool. At the border of the Land of Fire, surrounded by dense woods, the rustling of branches intertwined with the chirping of unknown insects, adding a touch of warmth to the forest. In the distance, four ninjas, one large and three small, were weaving through the thick foliage. It was one thing for Lady Tsunade, but didn't these two fellows ever tire from their relentless journey? As Uchiha Ryu traversed the road, he cast a glance at the unresponsive figures of Minato and the other, then at his own state, which had begun to show signs of fatigue. A sense of unwillingness welled up within him. As a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, he found it intolerable that he had been surpassed by two mere civilian ninjas, one of whom was even his junior. Tsunade, keenly observing Uchiha Ryu's demeanor, addressed the oblivious Minato and the other, saying, "The day is waning. We should find a place to rest." Minato, lifting his gaze to the descending sun, concurred, "Indeed. Lady Tsunade, I shall scout the vicinity for provisions." After receiving Tsunade's assent, he vanished into the dimming twilight. "I shall gather some firewood as well," remarked Kakashi, contemplating Minato's departure. "No need for that. You can handle the cooking later," Tsunade interjected, her gaze shifting to the motionless Uchiha Ryu, the implication of her words unmistakable. Reluctantly acknowledging the situation, Uchiha Ryu, already aware of the relationship between the younger ninja and Tsunade, refrained from complaints and volunteered, "I shall fetch the firewood." With that, he too departed the scene. Once the two had left, Tsunade teasingly remarked to Kakashi, "What do you think? Isn't it nice having a master like me who spares you from such menial tasks?" Kakashi, with a smile that barely concealed his irritation, replied, "If that's the case, then you can cook for yourself." "Very well, as long as you don't mind," Tsunade replied eagerly, her enthusiasm palpable. Kakashi, taken aback by her swift agreement, recalled her notoriously poor culinary skills, and his expression soured as he hastily retorted, "Forget it, I'll handle it myself." The crackling of dry wood echoed from the fire, illuminating the scene where four delectable fish sizzled over the flames. Their golden exterior, kissed by a hint of char, tempted even Kakashi's restrained culinary instincts. Just as he was about to reach for the enticing meal, Tsunade unexpectedly kicked over the fire pit, sending the freshly cooked fish tumbling to the ground, their golden skins now soiled by the blackened earth. "What are you doing, you madwoman?" Kakashi glared at Tsunade, ready to protest, but she silenced him with a finger to her lips. "Quiet. There's noise nearby. We should investigate," she whispered, nimbly climbing the branches ahead. Minato and Uchiha Ryu, upon hearing her, hurriedly followed suit, while Kakashi lingered behind, mourning the loss of their hard-earned meal. Nevertheless, he understood the urgency of the situation and swiftly tidied up their traces before pursuing them. "Haha, you lot are quite the runners. Why stop now?" taunted a bandit leader wielding a langia knife, pointing the blade at an elderly man and the frightened civilians behind him. "Mahara, stop playing around. Dispatch these old folks and children swiftly. The remaining men and women still hold some value," urged a one-eyed bandit, his sword at his side, unease evident in his demeanor. His unease was not unfounded, for he felt an unsettling silence enveloping the surroundings, a stillness so profound that it sent shivers down his spine. "I understand, elder brother. Rest assured, none shall escape," the bandit known as Makara replied, a malicious smile creeping across his face as he regarded the old man. "Forgive me, old fellow, but your life holds little value. However, fret not. I have no penchant for tormenting others. With this strike, you shall know nothing more." As he spoke, Makara's blade swung menacingly towards the elder. Suddenly, just as the cold gleam of the blade was about to descend upon the old man, a shuriken appeared from the side, striking the blade and diverting its trajectory. "Who goes there?" Makara exclaimed, scanning the surroundings, and the other bandits grew alert as well. The only sound that pierced the silence was the rustle of leaves. Then, a startled cry broke the stillness, captivating everyone's attention. A shuriken, appearing seemingly from nowhere, pierced the throat of one of the bandits, blood gushing forth, contrasting starkly with the tranquil night and instilling a sense of dread. "Who is lurking in the shadows? Show yourself," Makara bellowed, his expression darkening with rage. Another shuriken whizzed through the air, this time aimed not at the lesser bandits, but at the one-eyed leader among them. With a swift motion, the one-eyed leader partially drew his sword, deflecting the incoming shuriken with a resonant clang. "The enemy is there," he declared, pointing towards the right front. "Damn it," Uchiha Ryu muttered under his breath, astonished that not only had his attack missed, but their position had been exposed as well. 5 minutes earlier, Tsunade and her companions had discovered a group of refugees being pursued by bandits. "They are likely refugees fleeing from the land of rain. We must hurry to their aid." Otherwise, they will be slaughtered. Tsunade exclaimed, eager to rush forward and assist them. Yet, Uchiha Ryu swiftly intervened. Lady Tsunade, do not act impulsively. We are on a mission. We cannot expose our identities for the sake of saving unrelated refugees. If you go out now, you will surely draw attention to our true purpose. At his words, Tsunade shoved Ryu aside, glaring fiercely. In my eyes, lives hold far greater importance than our mission. Step aside. I am the lead jonin on this mission, and I will bear the consequences if anything goes awry. Observing Tsunade's recklessness, Bluffing Sun, who had remained silent, frowned. When his gaze met Minato's, he noticed Minato was also watching him. Minato nodded subtly, and understanding the unspoken message, Bluffing Sun replied, Madwoman, it would be best if you remained concealed. You brat, will you too stand idly by while they perish? Tsunade found it hard to accept. Bluffing Sun shook his head. That is not my intention. I propose that the three of us go to rescue them while you stay hidden. After all, we are merely children. Even if seen by those with ill intent, they would not suspect much. Upon hearing the explanation from Bofeng Sun, Tsunade gradually calmed her emotions and replied, Very well, do exercise caution. If you find yourselves overmatched, do not hesitate to withdraw. Rest assured, Brother Minato and I are quite formidable. A mere handful of ruffians will be easily dealt with. Bofeng Sun proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Standing nearby, Uchiha Long felt a twinge of indignation, as Bofeng Sun had not included him in the assertion. Humph. I hardly believe I am any weaker than you, he retorted. Minato, maintaining his composure, directed the two. The adversary has already detected our presence. To prevent them from using the refugees as shields, we must separate our movements. Uchiha Long, upon hearing this, scoffed softly, tacitly acknowledging the validity of the statement. Sun, you and Long will divert the approaching bandits, while I will confront the one-eyed leader alone, Minato instructed once more. Uchiha Long did not object, yet Bofeng Sun, with a glint of cold determination in his eyes, voiced his dissent. I believe I am capable of handling the one-eyed brigand. At Bofeng Sun's declaration, Minato's expression turned serious. Sun, this is not the time for recklessness. I suspect that the one-eyed bandit is no ordinary foe. He was able to deflect Long's shuriken. Such a feat cannot be attributed merely to luck. I understand, but it is precisely for that reason that I choose to confront him, Bofeng Sun replied, his resolve evident. With no other option, Minato conceded, then proceed with utmost caution. Once Long and I have dealt with this group of bandits, we will come to your aid. With that, Minato and Uchiha Long surged forth from the underbrush, fleeing in the opposite direction. They are over there. Brothers, follow me. Mu Yuan called out, rallying his companions as they pursued the two. Once only the refugees and the one-eyed bandit remained, Bofeng Sun felt a surge of exhilaration. His decision to act independently of Uchiha Long stemmed not from animosity, but from the potential value he perceived in the one-eyed brigand. Initially, when he had shot the bandit, he discovered that the kill had only netted him 3 points. Given that there were barely over 100 individuals present, even if he were to eliminate them all single-handedly, he would scarcely accumulate over 300 points. The one-eyed bandit, however, had demonstrated the capacity to deflect Uchiha Long's shuriken, even while his katana had yet to be fully drawn, indicating that he possessed at least the strength of an elite genin or a chunin. The points contributed by a chunin would undoubtedly surpass those from the previous bandits. As for the possibility of the one-eyed bandit harboring greater strength, Bofeng Sun deemed it unlikely. Had he possessed the prowess of a jonin or higher, he would have intervened before the first bandit fell, yet he refrained, suggesting that his abilities were not overly formidable. With this rationale, Bofeng Sun concealed his presence, deftly retrieved a kunai from his pouch, and swiftly approached his target. The one-eyed warrior, gripping his katana, fixated on the trembling refugees before him, his eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if perceiving them not as fellow beings, but as a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. Suddenly, the one-eyed warrior's ears twitched, and the katana he held was instantly drawn. Snap! The sharp edge of the blade, cold and glinting, intercepted the shadow that had suddenly lunged from behind. Such heightened vigilance. Undeterred by the failed strike, Kazuki swiftly retracted his kunai, while simultaneously unleashing a flurry of shuriken towards his adversary. Clang! 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 The one-eyed warrior, realizing the threat, quickly retreated, wielding his katana with precision. Under the moonlight, the icy gleam of the blade resembled a viper fixated on its prey. swiftly eliminating the immediate obstacle before advancing relentlessly towards Kazuki. However, as the tip of the blade grazed Kazuki's form, it unexpectedly passed through, as though the figure before him was but an illusion. Startled, the one-eyed warrior felt a sudden gust of wind assail him from behind. Despite his last-minute sidestep, Kazuki's kunai found its mark, piercing his right shoulder. Clutching his injured arm, the warrior distanced himself from Kazuki. In the pale moonlight, he finally discerned the figure before him. To his astonishment, the one who had wounded him appeared to be a mere child, scarcely 10 years old. The one-eyed warrior opened his mouth, his voice raspy and deep, leading Kazuki to momentarily mistake him for a specter. "You are not lacking either. I never expected to encounter a warrior of Chunin caliber beyond the Land of Iron." Kazuki complimented him. "Ah, the Land of Iron, a name that evokes familiarity." The one-eyed warrior paused, noting Kazuki's lack of immediate aggression, and continued, "However, you are mistaken about one thing. I am no longer a warrior. The honor of a samurai has long since faded from my existence. I am but a simple mountain bandit, wielding my blade as a mere tool." "Is that so?" Kazuki shrugged, his gaze devoid of any emotional stirrings. His patience in listening was merely to signal the refugees to vacate the area swiftly, for he was preparing to unleash his full power. It was undeniable that anyone able to survive in such tumultuous times could not be a fool. Upon witnessing Kazuki's gestures, the refugees understood their course of action. The one-eyed warrior made no move to obstruct their retreat. His sole focus was on how to dispatch the opponent before him. Taking a deep breath, he silently transferred the blade from his right hand to his left, intoning gravely, "In truth, I am right-handed. Yet my most formidable techniques can only be wielded with my left." Kazuki, finding the warrior's bravado rather pretentious, thought to himself, "What a show-off." With his right arm hanging limply, the one-eyed warrior raised his left hand, the blade's tip aimed directly at Kazuki. "This final strike will determine whether it is your demise or mine." Ah, another display of bravado. Kazuki, internally dismissive, likewise lowered his stance, his hands forming a blossom shape at his waist, declaring, "Coincidentally, I share the same sentiment." No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant light began to emanate from his hands. In contrast, the one-eyed warrior's blade exhibited no such phenomena. Only the faint tremor of withered leaves on the ground hinted that he was indeed not merely posturing. As the singular-eyed warrior quietly amassed his strength, the luminous orb in Kazakage's hand unexpectedly dimmed. Seizing the moment before the warrior could react, he abruptly surged forward. The concealed shuriken hidden within his sleeve swiftly slashed across the warrior's throat. A fine line of blood appeared on the warrior's neck, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed upon the icy visage of Kazakage, before ultimately collapsing to the ground, perplexed as to why his opponent had suddenly approached him. Thus, despite proclaiming that he was no longer a samurai, was he not still adhering faithfully to the code of Bushido? Observing the lifeless form of the once formidable warrior, Kazakage sighed inwardly. "After all, I am a ninja. A ninja has no need to seek honorable duels as a samurai does. All that a ninja requires is the willingness to employ any means necessary." Fortunately, he did not fully execute that technique. Otherwise, I might have been the one to face defeat. Casting his gaze upon the shallow wound upon his chest, Kazakage silently lamented his own inadequacy. After a while, Minato and his companion arrived unscathed from the opposite side. Upon witnessing the fallen warrior's corpse, Minato breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon noticing the injury on Kazakage's chest, a wave of concern washed over him. "Kazakage, you're hurt. How serious is it?" Kazakage regarded his elder brother with exasperation. It was merely a superficial wound. Did it warrant such alarm? Before he could respond, Uchiha Taka interjected with a sardonic tone. "Is this minor injury truly worthy of such a fuss? It seems you would be better off returning home to tend the fields rather than continuing as a ninja." "What the hell? When have I ever made a fuss? Even if I were to cease being a ninja, I would rather work as a chef at Tsunade's than toil in the fields. Is this really the crux of the matter?" Just as Kazakage simmered with indignation, an elderly man, previously threatened by bandits, slowly approached them from the shade of a nearby tree. Upon reaching Kazakage and the others, the aged man knelt before them, gratitude evident upon his weathered face. "I, along with the others behind me, extend our heartfelt thanks to you 3 esteemed ninjas for your timely rescue." Minato, seeing the old man kneeling, quickly assisted him to his feet. "Please, sir, rise. This was merely a trivial act for us. Do not place such significance upon it." Yet the old man remained on his knees, continuing, "Perhaps for you esteemed ninjas, it is a trivial act, but for all of us, it is a genuine act of salvation. Without your intervention, I would have long since become a lost soul beneath that blade." Turning back to the other frightened refugees behind him, he urged, "Why do you not come forward and express your gratitude to these benefactors?" The remaining refugees exchanged hesitant glances, not one daring to step forward. Though it was Kazekage and his companions who had saved them, had it not been for the conflict among the ninjas, they would not have been displaced from their homes to find themselves in such dire circumstances. Faced with these three, though still young, they appeared far more menacing than the bandits themselves, leaving the refugees in a state of trepidation. At that moment, a little girl with two horn braids adorning her head and dressed in a red floral jacket suddenly rushed towards Bo-Fong Sun and his companions. Alarmed by the sight, Xiaoan's parents hurriedly attempted to rush out and grasp their child, yet they were forcefully restrained by other refugees. "Don't go over there. Are you courting death? Those are ninjas. If you provoke them, your family will reunite in the underworld." Indeed, the other two may be fine, but that ninja in the black jacket clearly doesn't appear to be a benevolent individual. Hearing the refugees' assessment of Uchiha Ryo, Bo-Fong Sun smirked and remarked, "Oh, our esteemed genius seems to have quite a fearsome look about him. A savior, yet scorned. Ignorance." Uchiha Ryo turned his head away with a displeased expression, no longer willing to gaze upon Bo-Fong Sun's irritating grin. Just as Bo-Fong Sun was still bantering with Uchiha Ryo, the girl named Xiaoan approached Minato, her big watery eyes blinking innocently as she sweetly said, "Thank you, big brother, for saving Xiaoan and my parents." In response, Minato knelt slightly, placing his hand gently on the girl's head and kindly replied, "I accept your gratitude, Xiaoan. However, you should return quickly. Don't let your parents worry too much." Upon hearing this, the girl glanced back at her worried parents and then looked at the gentle big brother before her. Nodding, she dashed back to them. The elderly man nearby sighed as he observed the returning child, saying, "Xiaoan is such a sensible child, unlike the others from our village." "Please, elder, do not say that. I understand your concerns. Ultimately, if it weren't for us, you wouldn't be here," Minato reassured. "But still, you three are our saviors. It is truly lacking in decorum to treat saviors with such disdain," the elder expressed his frustration. In response, Minato ceased his attempts at consolation and addressed the elder, "Elder, we have tasks to attend to and cannot linger any longer." Pointing towards the road behind him, he continued, "Simply follow that direction, and I believe you will soon reach the city." Without waiting for the elder to retain them, Minato swiftly pulled Bo-Fong Sun along, departing from the spot. "I say, brother, why are you in such a hurry?" Bo-Fong Sun inquired, puzzled. "We have been away for quite some time. We shouldn't cause Lady Tsunade undue worry. Moreover, if we remain there longer, those refugees will likely feel uncomfortable," Minato explained. They are merely refugees. Who cares about their opinions?" Uchiha Ryo retorted with a cold expression, as if still perturbed by the earlier incident. "Is this what they call at Sundara ruining one's life?" Bo-Fong Sun mused mischievously, observing Uchiha Ryo's annoyed profile. Yet, he understood that they were indeed not welcomed at the moment. Upon returning to the location where Tsunade was hiding, they found her eagerly awaiting their return. How did it go? Was everything resolved smoothly? Just a bunch of bandits. It was hardly a challenge, Bo-Fong Sun boasted unabashedly. However, just as he finished speaking, Minato countered, "Lady Tsunade, Xiao Sun was injured earlier. Could you please take a look? I embarked on my task, yet before I could complete it, you, dear friend, have already exposed my intentions. Can one not enjoy a pleasant pastime? Has that mischievous child sustained an injury?" Upon hearing this, Tsunade finally noticed the superficial wound on the chest of Kazekage. However, upon realizing that the injury was not severe, Tsunade exhaled in relief while tugging at Kazekage's ear, admonishing, "Is this what you meant by it being an easy fix?" Well, it indeed was uncomplicated, though an unexpected incident transpired in between. Kazekage lowered his head, somewhat sheepish. With an irritated glare, Tsunade urged, "Take off your shirt." "What? Strip again? We are in the wilderness." Kazekage instinctively wrapped his clothing tighter around himself. Observing his reluctance to expose his flesh, Tsunade's eyelids twitched. Without further ado, she yanked open his shirt. "What are you hesitating for? Hurry and remove your clothing. How can I treat you without it?" "Ah, so it is for healing." Kazekage realized his earlier misunderstanding. However, his expression paled as he turned away, hastily exclaiming, Wait. This minor injury does not require your treatment. I will heal in due time. Regrettably, Kazekage's words fell on deaf ears, and soon enough, his upper body lay bare before Tsunade. Well, let it be. It is but a jest, with his haughty demeanor. It is unlikely he will find anyone to assist him in shedding his garments in the future. Kazekage ceased his resistance, resigned to Tsunade's whims. What was that saying? Life is akin to a forceful woman. Rather than struggle in vain, it is better to recline and enjoy. At the border of the land of rain, the overcast sky intermittently resonated with thunderous roars, and the moist air carried the fragrance of damp earth. Is this truly the land of rain? I feel one might catch rheumatism after prolonged exposure here. Feeling the chilling air, Kazekage shivered uncomfortably. Pray tell, madwoman, where exactly is Lord Jiraiya? We have been searching for quite some time. Tsunade calmly pinched her chin and replied, Do not fret, we are close to finding him. Upon hearing this, Kazekage rolled his eyes dramatically. Oh really? You have uttered that very phrase 4 times already. As for why they saw Jiraiya, the story dates back half a day. Upon their arrival at the border of the land of rain, they fortuitously discovered an animal pattern etched into a tree trunk, a mark that Tsunade claimed was Jiraiya's signature. Moreover, only she and Orochimaru, both of whom are also legendary Sannin, could decipher this mark. Though to Kazekage's eyes, it resembled a child's attempt at drawing a frog, which instead resembled a turtle. Then came the dilemma. Kazekage wished to meet Jiraiya, or rather, he was eager to meet the current trio of young ninjas. After all, they were the future founders of the most formidable antagonistic organization, and Kazekage held a keen interest in them, hoping to forge connections that might prove advantageous in the future. However, his proposal met with unanimous disapproval. Have you lost your mind? We are currently on a mission. There is no time to visit Lord Jiraiya. Xiaoquan, do not be willful. He is merely a lecherous fool. What is there to be seen? In the future, you will have ample opportunities to encounter him. When all 3 opposed his suggestion, Kazekage felt a twinge of frustration. He would certainly meet Jiraiya later, as the latter would eventually become his elder brother's mentor. However, the likelihood of encountering the 3 young ones during this period seemed rather slim, as they would go into hiding in the land of rain after Jiraiya finished their training. Whether they could be found in the future remained uncertain. He understood that the opposition stemmed from the fact that they were currently on a mission and could not allow personal feelings to interfere with their objectives. Yet for him, as long as the mission was completed and he received his rightful reward, everything else was inconsequential. After some contemplation, Kazekage resolved to employ his trump card against Tsunade. If you take me to find Lord Jiraiya right now, I will reveal to you the location of where Brother Shoju hides his secret stash. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's ears perked up, though her demeanor remained unruffled. However, the glances directed her way betrayed her true feelings. Sensing her reaction, Kazekage felt a surge of satisfaction and continued, I believe there are several million involved. With this potent bait, Tsunade could no longer maintain her facade of composure. Grasping Kazekage's shoulders with earnest intensity, she replied, I will take you to find that fool. But we can only stay for half a day. Remember to tell me the hiding place when the time comes. Isn't that against protocol, Lady Tsunade? Uchiha Takashi remarked, his lips twitching slightly. What was wrong with this master and disciple? They were both increasingly unreliable. Tsunade, however, remained unfazed, replying coolly, it's merely half a day. It won't hinder our important tasks. The subsequent events unfolded as expected. This unreliable woman, Tsunade, spent most of the day without locating Jiraiya's hiding place. As the sun began to set, Kazekage feared that his plans were about to unravel. Just as he was about to temporarily concede defeat, Tsunade pointed to an unremarkable tree with conviction, exclaiming, that fool must be nearby. Oh, what makes you so certain? Kazekage scrutinized the tree she indicated but found nothing particularly distinctive. Even Minato and Uchiha Takashi could not discern any changes. Tsunade, with a triumphant smile, traced her fingers over the tree's monotonous carvings, saying, that fool Jiraiya has a habit of carving his markings a bit deeper at the places he resides. She urged Kazekage to observe closely. See, this mark and the previous one differ by approximately 2 millimeters in depth. Is that so? Kazekage grimaced slightly. Truth be told, even with Tsunade's guidance, he could not perceive the difference. Upon noticing his inability to distinguish the subtleties, Tsunade, akin to a proud swan, declared with satisfaction, you little brat. You should learn more. Your perception is still too immature. Such minute differences can only be detected by a ninja of my caliber. In a modest wooden cabin, Jiraiya, who was instructing Nagato and others, suddenly raised an eyebrow. Has someone breached the barrier I set? One of those presences feels rather familiar. Could it be Tsunade? He paused the lesson and addressed the puzzled Nagato and the others. We'll conclude today's class here. I have matters to attend to and must step out for a moment. When will you return, teacher? Should I prepare dinner for you? Xiaonan inquired, blinking in confusion. I shall return shortly, but you all must refrain from wandering off. Jiraiya replied with a cheerful smile as he departed the cabin. Teacher seems rather pleased. Has something fortunate occurred? Nagato pondered, tugging at his long bangs with curiosity. TCH. What good fortune could that old pervert be experiencing? Judging by his demeanor, he is likely off to chase after some dubious woman, Yahiko remarked, rolling his eyes. He then suggested quietly, shall we follow him? Isn't that inappropriate? Didn't he warn us against running off? Xiaonan hesitated, trying to dissuade them. Who cares about his words? I intend to become the savior of the ninja world. How could I be intimidated by him? Yahiko declared, standing up from the mat. I'm going, you two can stay if you wish. With that, he dashed out of the wooden cabin. Seeing this, Nagato hesitated briefly before resolutely following suit. Hey, wait for me. I'm coming too. Xiaonan called after them, unable to remain behind as the last one. Upon arriving at the location where the barrier was triggered, Jiraiya immediately spotted Tsunade and her entourage. Tsunade, what brings you here? Surely, you couldn't bear to be apart from me. Traveling all the way to the land of rain just to see me, he said, striking a pose he deemed charming as he approached them with a grin. Tsunade's group, upon seeing Jiraiya, reacted similarly. Tsh, you fool, can you not indulge in fantasies? I am here on a mission, passing through your vicinity merely by coincidence. Tsunade retorted disdainfully, pushing the young Bo-Fong Sun forward. Moreover, this little brat seems to idolize you, insisting on meeting you. Jiraiya felt a hint of disappointment at Tsunade's words, yet his spirits quickly lifted again. And who might these little ones be? Before Tsunade could respond, Uchiha Ryo interjected. Report, Lord Jiraiya. I am Uchiha Ryo of the Uchiha clan. It is an honor to meet you. The Uchiha clan, you say? Jiraiya observed Uchiha Ryo with interest before pointing to Bo-Fong Sun and his brother. And who are these two? Watergate glanced at Tsunade, and upon receiving her nod of approval, introduced himself. Lord Jiraiya, I am Bo-Fong Watergate. You may call me Watergate. This is my younger brother, Bo-Fong Sun. As he spoke, Minato tugged at the obviously distracted Kakashi, saying, Kakashi, greet Lord Jiraiya. Didn't you always wish to meet him? Hello, Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi replied, and thereafter fell silent, as if it were not he who had eagerly insisted on coming, but rather another. Kakashi's demeanor stemmed from the fact that he had yet to catch a glimpse of Nagato and his companions. It was important to note that he had come primarily to meet the trio, and their absence clearly dampened his spirits. Tsunade, noticing Kakashi's attitude, found it peculiar but chose not to comment further, merely exchanging an apologetic glance with Jiraiya. Jiraiya, unfazed by Kakashi's demeanor, hesitated upon hearing Minato and his companions' names, asking, Minato? Could it be that he is the child of my old friend, Nagato? Tsunade nodded, affirming, indeed, these two children are the offspring of Lady Renka, and this one called Kakashi is currently my disciple. Is that so? Upon Tsunade's confirmation, Jiraiya's gaze towards Minato and Kakashi was imbued with a newfound concern. Subsequently, Tsunade and Jiraiya began to deliberate on matters of war. After approximately 5 minutes of tedium, Kakashi pondered for a moment before addressing Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, may I explore the vicinity? It is my first visit to the land of rain, and I wish to take in the sights. Oh, certainly. But do not wander too far. After all, we are in the land of rain, and straying beyond the barrier I have set would be ill-advised. Mistaking Kakashi's request as a mere impulse of youth, Jiraiya added, turning to Minato and Kakashi, if you two find it dull, feel free to roam about. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Jiraiya, but I shall decline. I am not like certain commoner ninjas who lack decorum, Uchiha Itachi refused. Nor will I. Minato echoed in agreement. In response, Kakashi remained silent. He cared not for others' boredom, intent solely on locating his friends. Just as he was about to turn to leave, Jiraiya pointed behind him, stating, There lies a small wooden cabin I constructed, housing 3 children of your age. Should you feel bored, you may join them. That's exactly what I needed to hear, Kakashi replied, immediately departing. The wooden cabin must be this one, he thought, following Jiraiya's indication. Yet, upon pushing the door open, he found the interior utterly vacant, devoid of any occupants. Where is everyone? Have they gone out to play? Kakashi wondered, feeling somewhat perplexed. Yahiko, didn't you say you were going to follow Master Jiraiya? Why have we come here? Conan inquired, gazing at the flushed Yahiko with curiosity. Yahiko, nervously scratching his face with his finger, replied, Well, I thought following that guy would be pointless. Isn't this quite pleasant? Just a little respite. He wouldn't admit that he had lost track of their target, leading him to this spot. Sensing something amiss, Nagato hesitated, deciding it best to keep the truth to himself. Since we have ventured out, let us search the vicinity for some edible provisions, suggested Xiaonan, glancing around. Oh, we have finally made it outside. Must we engage in such a dreary task as foraging for food? Yahiko replied with reluctance as he regarded Xiaonan. No, Xiaonan firmly retorted. Jiraiya-sensei has sacrificed returning to his own village for us. We must repay him in some way. Seeing Xiaonan's resolute demeanor, Yahiko sighed in resignation. All right. I shall look for food then. He turned to Nagato, who stood idly by. Nagato, do not merely stand there. Come and assist us in our search. Just as Nagato was about to respond, a series of whistling sounds sliced through the air from behind Yahiko. Yahiko, be careful, Nagato shouted, immediately tackling Yahiko to the ground. The two fell, twisting their heads to behold 3 shurikens embedded in the earth, their menacing gleam sending chills down their spines. Yahiko swallowed hard, feeling immense relief. Thanks to your quick reflexes, Nagato, I would have been turned into a sieve otherwise. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiaonan discarded the mushrooms she had just gathered and hurried to their side, concern etched on her face. Nagato, Yahiko, are you all right? Yahiko shook his head, then turned his attention to the rock ninja that appeared before them. Well, the little one has quite the reaction, managing to evade my shuriken. The unfamiliar rock ninja remarked, feigning surprise. Yahiko gritted his teeth, rising from the ground and positioning his slight frame protectively in front of Xiaonan and Nagato. Who are you? Why did you attack us? The rock ninja pointed to the forehead protector atop his head, a sinister expression crossing his face. Do you not recognize me upon seeing this headband? Yahiko remained silent, his gaze locked onto the adversary as he pondered in silence. Not speaking, are we? The rock ninja, unfazed by the silence, retrieved a kunai from his ninja pouch, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Then let us engage in a game. If you can dodge this kunai, I shall let you go. But if you fail, you shall perish here. With that, he hurled the kunai with lethal intent. Clang. The kunai was intercepted mid-flight by another kunai that had been launched from the opposite direction. The rock ninja appeared momentarily stunned, but soon his gaze shifted to the source of the incoming kunai, suspicion knitting his brow. Who goes there? Want little crisps? A youthful voice chimed from behind a tree, revealing the approach of Kazuki. Want little crisps? Before the rock ninja could comprehend, Kazuki emerged from the shadows. A small figure adorned in red, orange, and blue, a clear indication that these 3 were indeed the young versions of Nagato and his companions. Kazuki reached the trio, and upon confirming their safety, he turned to the rock ninja with a teasing tone. You don't even know the globally renowned Want little crisps? Uncle, you are quite out of touch with the times. He then faced the 3 young ones. So, how are we feeling? Still have the strength to move? Yes, no problem. They replied in unison. Miyako nodded, then inquired, But who are you? Are you here to save us? Who am I? That is an intriguing question. I once was your admirer. Now, I am the disciple of your teacher's friend, and in the future, I shall be the younger brother of your teacher's disciples. As Bofeng Sun envisioned himself in his mind, he responded with a flourish. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I am here to rescue you. How about that? Am I not impressive? Are you not captivated by my charisma? Stealthily observing the 3, Bofeng Sun imagined himself being revered by a future great leader. However, the reality was different. Xiaonan, Nagato, are you both all right? I'm fine, but Nagato seems a bit unwell. Nagato, are you all right? What discomfort do you feel? Did you sustain an injury earlier? I'm fine. It's just that my eyes feel a bit swollen. Perhaps it was due to the earlier tension. Hey, can't you express a bit more gratitude to your savior? I'm feeling quite overwhelmed here. Noticing that none of the 3 acknowledged him, Bofeng Sun felt a pang of disappointment and turned his attention back to the adversary before him. Judging by the throwing techniques and force displayed earlier, the opponent did not appear to be an ordinary chunin, but rather resembled a battle-hardened jonin. Yet, What was this peculiar sensation? Why did it feel as though the adversary was more akin to a paper tiger? Wolfing Sun was unsure of the origin of this strange feeling, but he sensed that the opponent was not as uncomplicated as he had initially thought. Adhering to the principle of striking first to avoid calamity, Wolfing Sun launched the first attack. As several shurikens were hurled, he swiftly closed the distance to his opponent. The IWA shinobi, who had been contemplating his next move, dared not hesitate upon witnessing this, and, while retreating, formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Earth style, earth flow wall." A 2-meter-high earthen wall erupted from the ground, shielding the IWA shinobi. Unperturbed by the shurikens embedded in the wall, Wolfing Sun utilized them as a means to ascend. With agility, he vaulted over the earthen barrier, positioning himself above the IWA shinobi. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged his kunai downward. Success! Wolfing Sun's expression brightened. However, the IWA shinobi, struck by the kunai, suddenly transformed into mere soil. Before Wolfing Sun could react, a tremendous force struck him violently in the back. Boom! The impact sent him crashing against a tree trunk. Coughing from the intense pain, he felt as if his ribs had shattered. Grimacing, he stood up again, momentarily hesitant to make any further moves. This adversary was indeed suspicious. Judging by the combination of movements and ninjutsu, the opponent should possess Jonin-level strength, yet the power of the techniques fell short of that standard. Had he been truly at that level, Wolfing Sun surmised he would likely be unable to stand at all. What could be the reason for this discrepancy? Wolfing Sun was left in a state of perplexity. However, his stillness did not imply that his opponent would remain idle. Observing Wolfing Sun's recent maneuvers, the IWA shinobi sensed a hint of threat. With no room for complacency, the rock ninja swiftly formed seals once more and exclaimed, "Earth style, earth spike." Feeling the ground tremble beneath him, Kaze no Katsu hurriedly leaped away, but before he could land, the rock ninja unleashed another technique. Earth style, rock pillar spear. Sharp rock pillars erupted from the ground where Kaze no Katsu was about to touch down. Damn it, his ceiling speed is too fast. Kaze no Katsu cursed inwardly, twisting his body mid-air to evade the assault of the rock pillars. With a thud, he landed, only to instantly vanish from sight, reappearing beside Nagato and his companions. He whispered urgently, "You must find Lord Jiraiya. It seems I cannot contend with this foe alone. But it's dangerous for you to go alone, Xiaonan." She hesitated, glancing at her savior who was not much older than herself. Kaze no Katsu, however, disregarded her concern and insisted, "If you remain here, I will be in greater peril. Quickly, leave. I fear I cannot hold out much longer." Yahiko, witnessing the urgency, gritted his teeth and silently took hold of Xiaonan and Nagato's hands, intending to flee. "Where do you think you're going?" The rock ninja, noticing their attempt to escape, disregarded Kaze no Katsu and pursued the trio instead. Kaze no Katsu, although puzzled by the ninja's fixation on the three, hastened after them. What could be the reason for his obsession with these youngsters? As he saw Nagato and the others nearing capture, a sense of urgency and a hint of melancholy washed over him. Damn it! I haven't caused any trouble until now. Why does chaos ensue upon my arrival? Is this the butterfly effect? Well, having not watched Naruto for 8 years, it's understandable to forget some trivial plot points. Earthen wall. The rock ninja spat out a muddy rock wall, blocking the retreat of Yahiko and the others. Seeing this, Yahiko quickly halted, intending to let Nagato and Xiaonan escape first, but noticed Kaze no Katsu signaling him to buy time. Though uncertain of Kaze no Katsu's intentions, Yahiko bravely stood before Nagato and Xiaonan, asking, "Why are you pursuing us? We should not know you. That is of no concern to you. Just know that I am here to kill you," the rock ninja replied, his expression as lifeless as a corpse. Meanwhile, Kaze no Katsu, seeing the ninja's attention momentarily diverted by Yahiko, took a deep breath, gathering energy within his hands. Unlike the Kamehameha he had previously unleashed, this time, his energy buildup caused no disturbance. Even the glow of the energy was faint, as if it could be extinguished by a mere breath. If conventional attacks won't reach you, then I shall resort to unorthodox methods. In an instant, Kaze no Katsu moved, simultaneously striking the ground with his miniature Kamehameha. The force generated propelled him closer to the rock ninja at an accelerated pace. Yet, despite his efforts to minimize noise, he still revealed his position just as he was about to close in on the rock ninja. As the rock ninja turned his head, His expression shifted dramatically. Although he was unaware of the jutsu unleashed by the young boy, the speed with which the adversary approached left him astounded. Without a moment to ponder, he executed 2 intermediate ninjutsu with a single hand, Doton, Dorihiki, and Doton, Iwakobo. In an instant, a massive stone rose from the ground, obstructing the path of Kazuki, while columns of rocks surged from the earth, coalescing around him to form a stone prison that ensnared his opponent. The consecutive use of jutsu rendered the rock ninja's complexion slightly pale. Nonetheless, he exhaled a sigh of relief, for he was certain that the boy would not pose a threat to him for the time being. His intentions were never to engage in combat. His sole focus remained on the 3 children before him. However, just as the rock ninja relaxed, Kazuki, trapped within the stone prison, began to dissipate like a mirage. Before the rock ninja had time to marvel at this phenomenon, a violent surge of energy overhead instantaneously drew his gaze. A blue-white orb of light radiated an intense glare, resembling a second sun. Kamehameha, Kazuki declared, and as the words left his lips, the energy sphere in his hand trailed a long comet-like tail, akin to a ferocious dragon surging towards the rock ninja, bearing its sharp fangs. The thunderous roar echoed through the air, accompanied by a whirlwind of dust that rendered the scene chaotic. Yahiko, fiercely protecting Nagato and Konan, felt a mixture of longing and concern upon witnessing the event. Surely, that rock ninja must have perished, but what about the older brother who saved us? As the 3 children stood frozen, uncertain of their next move, the rising dust began to settle. There stood Kazuki, bent over, his face ashen as he gasped for breath. Beside him lay the once mighty rock ninja, now diminished, his left arm severed, and a charred wound the size of a bowl marring his chest. Observing the motionless figure of the rock ninja, the trio contemplated before approaching Kazuki. "Hey, are you all right? Is that guy dead?" Yahiko spoke first, concern etched on his face. Kazuki shot him a bemused glance, his voice hoarse as he replied, "You could always try to get closer." Yahiko shivered at the suggestion, hastily shaking his head. Forget it, forget it." With a hole that large in his chest. "He is probably dead. Kazuki, you look terrible. Are you hurt? Should we find Jiraiya-sensei and have him take a look?" Konan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her expression still reflecting the remnants of shock, yet filled with genuine concern. Girls are indeed more gullible than boys, Kazuki mused. Even if she would grow to be a future power player, if he were to gauge the affections based on the game mechanics, Yahiko's favorability would certainly be above 60, while Konan's would be at least 80. Of course, this is assuming a perfect score of 200. He did not believe that merely saving the lives of the 3 could max out his favorability. After all, even Jiraiya, who had been his mentor for 3 years, could be ruthless when it came to his future decisions. However, possessing a modicum of favorability is certainly preferable to having none at all. He is not Naruto Uzumaki. Not only does he lack the innate talent for verbal persuasion, but he also cannot, like Naruto, elevate his favorability from 0 to maximum in an instant. The current outcome has already brought him considerable satisfaction. Casting another glance at the kneeling rock ninja, Kazuki gently tousled Konan's hair and reassured her, "Do not worry. This injury is not life-threatening. However, we should depart from this place at once. I can hardly withstand the appearance of another rock ninja." With that, Kazuki, supported by Nagato and Konan, straightened himself. Yet, just as they intended to return to Jiraiya, an inexplicable chill coursed down Kazuki's spine. Before he could comprehend the sensation, the sound of whistling air reached his ears. Shuriken? Instinctively, he pushed the 2 beside him away. Thud! 3 blossoms of crimson, resembling roses, erupted on Kazuki's back and shoulders, akin to the vivid allure of poppies. Despite his robust physique, he found himself momentarily weakened, kneeling on the ground. "Damn it, is it that rock ninja? Why is he still alive? Big brother?" Konan, who had collapsed nearby, trembled as she spoke. Nagato's pupils constricted in horror as images of his parents' murder flashed through his mind. The same tragedy unfolding before him once more. He could not fathom why this individual had inexplicably aided them, nor could he comprehend why the choice had been to push him and Konan aside instead of using them as shields. Yet, he recognized that had it not been for this person, he and Konan would likely have met their demise. Fear, terror, anger, sorrow, and helplessness intertwined within Nagato's heart, leaving him in a state of tumult. He turned to face the rock ninja, who should have been dead, yet inexplicably remained alive. The pent-up frustration within him morphed into a monstrous entity, incessantly urging him to kill the adversary. Only by extinguishing this life could he quell his fury and affirm his own existence. Kill him, kill him. Step by step, Nagato advanced toward the nearly lifeless rock ninja. Under Yahiko's astonished gaze. Hey Nagato, come back. Don't go any closer. Yahiko called out, attempting to pull his friend back. To his astonishment, an invisible barrier seemed to materialize before him, preventing him from approaching Nagato no matter how hard he tried. Yahiko's voice jolted Kazuki from his stupor, prompting him to turn his head just in time to witness Nagato's actions. His heart raced with urgency. Has Nagato lost his mind? He should not yet possess the ability to utilize the Rinnegan. Kazuki was desperate to prevent Nagato from meeting his end. The implications of his death were fraught with uncertainty for the future, enough to induce an acute sense of dread. As a traveler from another world, his greatest weapon, aside from his unique advantages, lay in his knowledge of future events. If Nagato, a pivotal figure in the future, were to perish, it could very well lead to the annihilation of the world as they knew it. Nagato disregarded Yahiko's pleas, seemingly entranced, his expression eerily calm as he stood before the rock ninja. Ninjas, why must we slaughter one another? Nagato's whisper reached the ears of the rock ninja, who displayed neither fear nor hatred, but rather a subtle joy. This was because the world of ninjas lacked love. Their affection was forever directed solely towards themselves, leading them to inflict harm upon others. The rock ninja's voice remained steady. Trash. Nagato's scornful remark did not provoke even a flicker of anger in the rock ninja. Instead, he wore a smile, as if anticipating the unfolding of an event. Trash deserves a trash's fate. The rock ninja's grin widened. Trash should perish in this filthy world. As soon as Nagato's words fell, his pupils rapidly transformed, ripples appearing within their depths like a profound vortex, inviting curiosity into its secrets. Simultaneously, a semi-transparent barrier emanated from Nagato's being, striking fiercely against the rock ninja's battered form. Bang! The lifeless body of the rock ninja soared through the air like a bloodied rag doll. Yahiko and Konan, witnessing this scene, gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom that this was the deed of their dear friend. However, in the eyes of Kaze, a dawning realization flickered. The unfolding events echoed a long-forgotten narrative. In the original tale, Nagato, provoked by the rock ninja, unleashed the power of the Rinnegan, but unlike before, it was his own life that was endangered instead of Yahiko's. Does this count as me stealing Yahiko's glory? Will Nagato become my little follower from now on? While Kaze pondered these thoughts, Yahiko, sensing the barrier's disappearance, rushed to Nagato's side. Hey, Nagato, are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? Although both he and Konan were curious about how Nagato possessed such power, the immediate concern was his well-being. Nagato slightly turned his head, his eyes devoid of focus as they gazed at Yahiko, his voice steady yet trembling. Yahiko, I will protect you both from now on. Nagato. Yahiko was bewildered by this sudden declaration. However, upon seeing the lifeless body of the rock ninja not far away, he felt a sense of clarity. After a moment of silence, Yahiko performed an unexpected action. He seized Nagato's collar and, with his small head, collided against Nagato's forehead. Bang! The abrupt impact restored the spark in Nagato's unfocused eyes, but before he could voice his grievance, he heard Yahiko's loud rebuke. What are you talking about? I don't need your protection, even if you're stronger than us now. So what? I will surpass you one day. I will become the hero who changes this ninja world. So, listen well. Yahiko's tone softened. Both you and Konan should simply stay behind me and accept my protection. Leave the killing to me. Indeed, Yahiko discovered, or rather, had long been aware, that his dear friend cherished peace. He abhorred bloodshed and war. Such violence only served to obscure one's true self, and thus, it fell upon him to bear this burden, regardless of the formidable strength of the adversary. Ultimately, they remained but his younger brothers, while he would eternally assume the role of their protector, their elder sibling who must safeguard them. Upon hearing Yahiko's words, not only did Nagato's eyes glisten with tears, but even Konan beside him began to sob quietly. Even Kakashi was rendered silent in this moment. It must be said that both Yahiko and the future Naruto belonged to the same ilk. They were deeply sentimental and equally skilled in their verbal prowess. He even pondered that if Yahiko were to survive, Nagato and the others might indeed realize their dream of restoring peace to the shinobi world. It appeared that Nagato, this little admirer, was a prize destined to elude him. Contemplating this, and unable to resist the pull of fatigue, Kakashi gradually closed his eyes, surrendering completely to unconsciousness. Simultaneously, Nagato, chastised by Yahiko, succumbed to sleep, collapsing onto Yahiko due to the residual effects of his earlier ordeal. "Hey, Nagato, what's wrong? Big brother? Wake up." The simultaneous outcries from both sides evoked memories of their teacher. "Quick, let us take them to Jiraiya-sensei," Yahiko proposed. "I'll go find Jiraiya-sensei. Yahiko, you stay here and look after Nagato and Big Brother," Conan insisted as she prepared to seek out their mentor. Yet, before Conan could rise, they spotted Jiraiya-sensei and 3 other ninjas hastening towards them from afar. Upon witnessing the chaos and the 2 unconscious children, Jiraiya exclaimed, "What happened here?" Before Conan could respond, Tsunade appeared swiftly at his side, disregarding Conan's astonished gaze as she began to examine Kakashi's wounds. Fortunately, though Kakashi's injuries were grave, they were not life-threatening. Before long, a soft green light emanated from Tsunade's palm as she placed it over Kakashi's wounds. At that moment, Jiraiya learned from Yahiko the entirety of the recent events. Rock ninja, resurrected from the dead? He was baffled as to how an ordinary rock ninja, a Chunin, could attack 3 children without triggering any barriers, and it certainly did not appear to be a mere coincidence. Thankfully, these children had managed to resolve the situation on their own. Jiraiya approached the fallen rock ninja, inspecting his wounds, but no matter how he contemplated, he could not fathom how a gaping hole in the ninja's chest could allow him to still be alive. Moreover, according to Yahiko's earlier account, all those contusions that appeared to have been inflicted were the work of Nagato. What could possibly explain this? These little ones truly gave him no peace of mind. Jiraiya sighed internally, stepping closer to Tsunade, who was still tending to Kakashi, and hesitantly inquired, "Is this child going to be all right?" After a moment, Tsunade ceased her medical ninjutsu, casting a disapproving glance at Jiraiya. "If this brat were truly in danger, do you think I could calmly stand here and converse with you?" Upon hearing this, Jiraiya awkwardly scratched his head and continued, "Could you assist in examining another child? He has also fallen into a coma. I implore you, Lady Tsunade, please, you must save Nagato." Yahiko bent forward sincerely. Observing this, Tsunade furrowed her brow, instructing Minato to take care of his brother before approaching the unconscious Nagato. However, as she lifted Nagato's eyelid, she unexpectedly uncovered the secret of his eyes. "What is this?" Both Tsunade and Jiraiya were astonished upon witnessing Nagato's eyes. Could this possibly be the legendary Rinnegan? According to lore, the Rinnegan was possessed by the Sage of 6 Paths, capable of creating and destroying all. This would elucidate Nagato's prior actions. Reflecting on the prophecy foretold by the great sage Toad and the dreams of Nagato and his companions, Jiraiya felt a nagging sense that Nagato was indeed the prophesied child of destiny. Meanwhile, just outside the barrier, an anomaly resembling a Venus flytrap emerged from the ground. Its body was composed of black and white sections, with its upper half enveloped by flytrap-like leaves, representing one of the hidden bosses of the future, Zetsu. "I truly wish to eliminate that enigmatic brat directly," a menacing, deep voice emanated from Zetsu. "Well, isn't this rather enjoyable? A little change in circumstances prevents monotony," he remarked again, though this time his tone was entirely contrary. "Huh, your reckless behavior will inevitably lead to trouble. However, let it be. I doubt he can stir much chaos, so we shall allow him to linger for a while longer. Now that our plan has succeeded and the Rinnegan has awakened once more, should we not return to report?" White Zetsu's voice echoed again. "Do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts. All you need do is create a clone to return and report as you did before. Alas, that is far too cumbersome. I still need to utilize the transformation technique, which, as you know, requires some time. We are not lacking in that." After Black Zetsu spoke, a white shadow slipped away from beneath him. Inside Jiraiya's dilapidated cabin, ouch. "Crazy woman, can't you be a bit gentler?" The now awakened Minato lay on a damp straw mat, grimacing at Tsunade, who was applying medicine to his injuries. Bang! Tsunade's fist struck Minato's head with irritation. "What? Are you displeased with me tending to your wounds?" With a fierce glare, Tsunade placed her palm on Minato's head, as if to signal that any hint of dissent would result in a lesson administered by her fist. Minato shivered at this and hastily replied, "Of course not. You are my master. How could I possibly be unhappy?" Upon seeing Tsunade's self-satisfied expression, he added, "By the way, how is Nagato? And what about Yahiko and the others? Aren't they here?" "Nagato? You mean that red-haired brat?" Tsunade inquired, recalling Jiraiya's earlier remarks upon confirming Minato's nod. "Tsunade, it appears that upon your return, you must inform the teacher that I may not be able to return for some time." Tsunade furrowed her brow, gazing at the still slumbering Minato, and hesitated, pondering, is it because of that red-haired brat? Do you genuinely believe those eyes can save the world? Perhaps, Jiraiya sighed, regarding that prophecy. I feel this child is the one I have been searching for. With that, Jiraiya turned his attention to Yahiko and the others who were responsible for caring for Nagato, reiterating, furthermore, these children are all dreamers, perfectly suited to inherit the will of fire. Bored, Tsunade pouted. So, how long do you plan to stay here? Don't tell me you intend to never return. How could that be? Jiraiya made an exaggerated expression. I will teach them how to survive in this world. But after that, it will depend on them. Is that so? Tsunade remained noncommittal. By the way, if possible, I would appreciate it if you could refrain from divulging this child's secret to others, Jiraiya suddenly stated. I understand. I am not so inconsiderate as to broadcast someone else's secret. After all, this secret pertains to the child's life, Tsunade thought to herself once more. Crazy woman? Hello? Wolfing Sun waved his hand in front of Tsunade. What is it? Tsunade snapped back to reality. What is it? I was inquiring about Nagato and the others. Wolfing Sun looked somewhat speechless. Could it be that this is Tsunade's concealed natural disposition? They are in the adjacent house. Adjacent? Is there a house next door? Wolfing Sun distinctly remembered that there should only be a small cabin when he arrived. Upon hearing this, Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, declaring with great bravado, I found the room too small, so I made that fool Jiraiya build another house next door. Wolfing Sun's lips twitched. He now only wished to commend the madwoman before him. Impressive, my master. And what about my elder brother? Wolfing Sun noticed that only he and Tsunade remained in the entire room. Upon hearing this, Tsunade replied with irritation. Those two little brats have gone to that fool Jiraiya to learn ninjutsu. Tsunade's words left Wolfing Sun momentarily stunned, incredulous. My elder brother went too? To him, while Minato had an affinity for ninjutsu, he should also be looking after his younger brother, especially given the fact that he was on the verge of being skewered like a candied hawthorn. Wolfing Sun's comments brought forth a lament from Tsunade, akin to an elderly woman bemoaning her woes. Don't even mention your brother to me. If it weren't for his suggestion to visit Jiraiya, expressing a desire to consult him about developing new techniques, that little brat from the Uchiha clan would not have followed along. New techniques? Wolfing Sun was puzzled. When had his elder brother started contemplating the development of new techniques? Wait a moment, could it be the Rasengan? Wolfing Sun's eyes widened in sudden realization. Although he knew that Minato would eventually develop the renowned spinning sphere, he seemed to be merely 10 years old at this point. Wasn't he earlier than Kakashi, who developed Chidori at 12? However, soon after, Wolfing Sun recalled that, according to the original narrative, Minato took 3 years to develop the Rasengan. Even if we start counting from now, he would not be able to create this A-rank technique, which holds boundless potential, until at least the age of 13. However, with his presence now, the emergence of the Rasengan could hardly require 3 more years. Kakashi decided to probe Minato for details. If he was indeed developing the Rasengan, he would lend a hand, and if possible, it would be best to change its name. After all, the name bestowed by Minato left much to be desired. Yes, it was settled. Henceforth, Minato's Rasengan would be renamed the Cosmic Invincible Big Ball, and Naruto's ultimate technique would be called the Wind Release. Cosmic Invincible Big Shuriken. What are you thinking, you brat? Why are you grinning so lewdly? Tsunade suddenly smacked Kakashi on the back of his head, jolting him from his unrealistic fantasies. By the way, I heard from Yahiko's gang that you originally defeated that rock ninja. What was his strength like? Tsunade's expression turned somewhat serious. Though Kakashi was unsure why Tsunade was so concerned about that rock ninja, he replied truthfully. As for his strength, he was probably at the level of a special jonin. Judging by his chakra amount, he should only be at the chunin level, but the proficiency of his techniques definitely reached jonin standards. That said, had he not focused his attention on Yahiko and the others, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Wait a minute, he was fixated on the 3 kids? Kakashi recalled the plot and finally understood. The original story mentioned that the trio had an unfortunate encounter with the rock ninja, who intended to kill them. But given today's circumstances, this did not seem coincidental. Rather, it appeared to be orchestrated by certain individuals. But during this second Great Ninja War, who would have their sights set on those 3? Obito? That was a joke. His birth was still a matter of debate. As for Madara, he was likely still struggling to survive in some remote cave. In this context, the only one with both the means and time was the future Dark Horse boss, Kaguya. Remembering the information regarding Kaguya from his previous life, Kakashi furrowed his brow slightly. In his past life, Kaguya rarely showcased her strength. The only certainty was that she was undoubtedly a powerhouse above the level of a Kage. Likewise, Black Zetsu, while perhaps not as individually capable as Kaguya, possessed abilities that were undeniably more formidable than simple shadow clones. Kakashi even suspected that the rock ninja he had fought previously was merely a clone created by White Zetsu. Only this could perfectly explain everything. No wonder he displayed seasoned skills while possessing chakra levels akin to a Chunin. Kakashi's murmured thoughts went unheard by Tsunade, who continued to inquire, aside from that, were there any other peculiarities? Perhaps not, Kakashi replied ambiguously, then countered, is there something amiss with that rock ninja? Essentially, he did not wish for Tsunade to delve too deeply into this matter. It wasn't that Kakashi underestimated the legendary Sannin, but at this moment, Kaguya was a being capable of effortlessly overpowering the two of them. This was no jest, setting aside Black Zetsu's centuries of power. The mere creation of dozens of clones by White Zetsu would be enough to overwhelm Tsunade in her current state. Upon hearing Kazekage's words, Tsunade shook her head and remarked, "No, I simply believe that the appearance of the rock ninja within the Land of Rain is somewhat peculiar, especially considering its relevance to our mission." Although Tsunade verbally dismissed the notion, her mind wandered back to the various doubts Jiraiya had previously voiced. However, since these inquiries were not suitable for the young Kazekage to engage in, she chose to remain silent. Relieved by her reticence, Kazekage refrained from pressing further, as both wished to avoid delving into the matter any deeper. Just as a tranquil silence enveloped them, the doors suddenly creaked open a fraction. In peeked Yahiko, accompanied by Konan, their little heads cautiously extending into the room. Upon noticing Kazekage had regained consciousness, their faces brightened momentarily, but upon spotting Tsunade, they instinctively recoiled. Unbeknownst to them, witnessing their teacher being manhandled by this golden-haired ninja had left an indelible psychological mark on the two children, who were barely 10. What's the matter with these two? Were they not looking for me? Why do they hesitate to enter? Kazekage pondered, though the reason swiftly became apparent. Tsunade approached the door with gentle steps, and, under Yahiko's watchful gaze, she swiftly slammed it shut. Turning to Kazekage, whose expression bore surprise, she coolly remarked, "Those little rascals bear a fierce demeanor. It would be prudent to limit your interactions with them. Since when did you become a fortune teller, you madwoman? Judging others by their appearance and claiming they bear a fierce countenance? Why not say I possess a charming allure instead?" Kazekage found Tsunade's actions utterly perplexing. Yet she offered no explanation. She certainly wouldn't let Yahiko's earlier address of her as anti-Urker. During dinner, as Nagato's health had improved significantly, everyone gathered at Kazekage's place to share a meal. Jiraiya, holding a grilled fish in one hand, beamed at Tsunade. "Tsunade, I must say, the child from Nagato's family is truly a prodigy. He even aspires to create his own ninjutsu without hand signs. And many of his ideas are ones I had never considered. Your praise is unwarranted, truly." "I hadn't contemplated it so deeply," Minato replied. His cheeks slightly flushed as he scratched his head. "Ah, truly a fated master and disciple. Only a day has passed, and their bond has already deepened. If this continues for a few more days, will they not long for each other like old friends?" Kazekage mused as she observed Tsunade. Yet, Tsunade's expression turned somber as she retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "If you feel so strongly about it, then hurry back to the village. What business do you have lingering in the Land of Rain?" In truth, she was reluctant for Jiraiya to remain in the Rain Country. Not merely due to the strange occurrences of the day, but also because of the perceptions of others in the village. It was easy to foresee that upon her return, reporting Jiraiya's intention to stay would undoubtedly draw criticism from the likes of Danzo and certain clan leaders, who would likely see his actions as insubordinate and presumptuous. This could not only place pressure on her teacher, but might also lead the village's authorities to view him as someone who disregarded rules and relied on favoritism. Therefore, the decision to reside for an extended period in the Land of Rain is undoubtedly detrimental to Jiraiya's future as a ninja. As a longtime comrade and friend, Jiraiya is well aware of Tsunade's inner thoughts. However, he remains indifferent to the opinions of the villagers. Rather, he places greater significance on the prophecy of the Child of Destiny and has endured the ravages of war. He values the peace of the ninja world more than others and yearns for the world that will emerge after peace is achieved. Thus, he chooses to place his bets on Nagato and his companions. I apologize, Tsunade, Jiraiya concluded, and an eerie stillness enveloped the atmosphere within the wooden cabin. Oh, the world of adults is truly complex, murmured Kakashi, deliberately lowering his voice, then turned to the three youngsters beside him. Hey, you three little ones. Wouldn't you agree that I am your savior? Do you not have anything you wish to say to your benefactor? Kakashi's sudden remark not only caused Jiraiya to cast a sidelong glance, but also earned him unexpected admiration from Uchiha Itachi, who had often found him intolerable, for his audacity to disregard the prevailing mood. Unfazed by this, Kakashi glared at the three remaining children. Did you not hear me? Seeing Kakashi's fierce expression, the fearless Yahiko appeared slightly vexed. With a piece of roasted meat in his mouth, he mumbled, "You're the little one. I'm already 7 years old. And it was Nagato who ultimately defeated the villain. What does that have to do with you?" As Yahiko took the bait, Kakashi smirked. You see, I am already 8 years old this year, and were it not for me, Nagato might not have intervened in time to save you from that rock ninja. What did you say? If you're capable, let's have a match. Yahiko retorted defiantly, disregarding the admonitions of his two friends. He felt gratitude towards Kakashi, but he would never allow anyone to look down upon him or his friends. Kakashi found Yahiko's attitude amusing, and though it was unlikely he could recruit Nagato as a subordinate, if he could establish himself as Yahiko's elder brother, it would naturally position Nagato as his little brother. Contemplating this, Kakashi spoke again, his lips curling into a grin. How about this? Once I recover, the three of you can challenge me together. If I win, you shall regard me as your superior. If I lose, I shall become your subordinate. Upon hearing this, Yahiko's eyes widened as he weighed the advantages and disadvantages. If I lose, it's only I who must serve as a subordinate, yet this fellow must serve all of us if he loses. It seems I have little to lose. However, his strength appears to surpass ours. Even Nagato may not be his match. After much deliberation, Yahiko finally spoke. I accept your proposal, but you must agree to one condition. State your terms. Quickly, Yahiko articulated his request. When we spar, you are prohibited from using any ninjutsu, especially that glowing orb of yours. The glowing orb? Wolfing Sun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly acquiesced, declaring, no problem, I accept this condition. He had no intention of employing the Turtle School's Kamehameha, as he could not yet control it adeptly. Should he inadvertently inflict severe injuries upon Masayoshi and the others? And if Nagato, in a fit of rage, summoned the Outer Path's golem, it would spell his ultimate demise. However, seeing Masayoshi so easily ensnared in the trap made Wolfing Sun's heart race, and he felt an urge to rise from his bed, pointing at everyone present and exclaiming loudly, "To be perfectly honest, I regard all of you here as worthless trash." Alas, such thoughts remained mere musings. Setting aside the staggering prowess of Tsunade and Jiraiya, even Minato's strength was subtly superior to his own. The principle of survival in the ninja world dictated one to remain humble in demeanor yet assertive in action. On the other side, Jiraiya and Tsunade exhibited no reaction to this spectacle, reasoning that it was beneficial for children to engage in more interaction. Thanks to Wolfing Sun's provocation, the atmosphere within the wooden cabin began to rejuvenate. Minato resumed his inquiries regarding Jiraiya's new techniques, while the three youngsters gathered around Wolfing Sun, chattering animatedly. The flickering flames cast an erratic glow, and Uchiha Long, feeling isolated, glanced around the room, realizing he was left alone with Tsunade. He cautiously approached her, saying, "Lady Tsunade, I too have techniques I wish to consult with you." However, Uchiha Long understood that aside from her medical ninjutsu and taijutsu, Tsunade had little else of worth to offer. To avoid any embarrassment, he resolved to limit his questions to C-rank ninjutsu. "Get lost, and stop bothering me," Tsunade internally fumed. That insufferable brat had been warned to steer clear of that ill-tempered child, yet it seemed he had disregarded her words entirely. Tsunade's silent exasperation prompted her to signal Uchiha Long to maintain his distance. Uchiha Long found himself momentarily frozen in place, confounded. The script seemed amiss. Though they were both isolated, the other party utterly ignored him. With no recourse, Uchiha Long, unable to fight or articulate his thoughts, trudged back to his previous spot, reflecting on the solitude that enveloped his life. 2 days later, Wolfing Sun, nursing his still healing wounds, stood with others before the small cabin. Are you really leaving now? He inquired. Tsunade nodded, observing the others who were prepared for departure. We have lingered here for far too long. You are injured and unfit to accompany us. She continued, yet duty calls. We shall first ascertain the true circumstances in the land of rain and return to escort you back to the village. She added, moreover, you did not wish to undertake this mission, did you? Had it not been for the mission's reward, you likely would not have come here. Caught in the act of having his true sentiments unveiled, Xun felt no embarrassment as he replied, since you are aware, do not forget my share of the reward. Given my injuries, it would be a grave loss if I were to leave empty-handed. Shameless. Before Tsunade could respond, Uchiha Long eagerly chimed in with his mockery. Xun chose to disregard the comments, jesting that the influence of connections only becomes apparent in such moments. If one possesses the capability, they should strive to become a person of influence themselves. Observing the antagonistic relationship between his younger brother and their teammates, Minato subtly shook his head. Son, you must focus on recuperating under Jiraiya-sama's care. Do not trouble him. We should return in a few days. And you, elder brother, refrain from flirting with others. Otherwise, I shall inform the elder sister upon our return. At times, Xun found himself perplexed as to why Minato had such a lecherous master in Jiraiya, yet remained as pure as a flower. Could it be that this is what is meant by a tranquil heart? Perhaps it is a steadfast dedication to the teachings of sages? Yet, that seems incorrect. It should be an unwavering love for Kushina. Upon hearing his brother's teasing, Minato's face flushed, yet he dared not continue the conversation further. Then I shall leave my disciple in your care. Ensure he is looked after. Should he return missing limbs, I shall hold you accountable. Fear not. I would not dare harm your precious disciple, Jiraiya replied with a resigned expression. He realized that after being friends with Tsunade for over a decade, his few months with a disciple had become of greater significance. Perhaps this is the nature of fickleness? Acknowledging Jiraiya's sincere demeanor, Tsunade nodded inwardly. After offering Xun further instructions, she departed with Minato from the wooden cabin. Following their exit, Jiraiya invited Xun to attend a class with the trio. But Xun declined. Although attending class could bolster his rapport, he had no time to squander on the trivial knowledge of the ninja academy, even if he had previously paid little attention. Returning to the small cabin alone, Xun inspected his wound. He had to admit that the Saiyan bloodline was formidable. Typically, such an injury would require a week to heal, yet he had managed it in merely 2 days. In his estimation, even the future Naruto would not surpass this feat. As he lay in bed, Xun reopened the system. After the previous battles, he had discerned a critical weakness. His offensive techniques were woefully inadequate. Up until now, aside from the Shadow Clone technique and the Kamehameha, he possessed no other offensive skills. Such monotony in attacking capabilities made him vulnerable to exploitation, especially since he had not learned any ninjutsu and was not like Naruto, who could dominate with a single technique. The previous warrior had granted him 800 points, and although the IWA ninja had been slain by Nagato, for some unknown reason, he too had contributed 500 points, adding to the remaining 700 or so points. He now amassed approximately 2,000 points. What should he exchange these points for? The fundamental application of Qi. After perusing the shop list numerous times, Xun selected this skill, which did not initially appear to be a skill at all. Fundamental application of Qi, a B-rank skill that allows mastery of the fundamental principles of Qi. Depending on the level of mastery, it enables slight modifications to the power and form of other skills and has a certain probability of developing unknown skills. Facilitating basic practice of Qi. Required points, 2,000. At first glance, this skill appears to be rather useless, lacking any offensive capabilities. However, upon further contemplation, one can discern the profound significance of this so-called skill for the current character of Xun. It is well known that in the Dragon Ball universe, every individual possesses Qi, albeit in varying quantities. Some may go their entire lives without ever unlocking their potential for Qi. The application of Qi is a crucial factor in enhancing one's strength. Consider the moment when Raditz first invaded Earth and was astounded by Goku's sudden boost in combat power. This is a prime example of Qi utilization. And after Vegeta learned to harness Qi, his power escalated exponentially. However, this enhancement does not pertain to the total amount of Qi, but rather to the adeptness in its application, allowing one to achieve greater power with less Qi. If we say that Xun originally had a total Qi of 1 with a corresponding power of 1 after acquiring this ability, He could maintain the same total ki of 1, but elevate his power to 2. Furthermore, he could alter the application of certain skills. For instance, the standard Kamehameha wave typically travels straight up and down, but after mastering the basic application of ki, he could manipulate its trajectory. Upon learning the foundational aspects of ki, Boa Fengshen's character panel underwent yet another transformation. Boa Fengshen, occupation, Jinin, strength, elite Chunin, bloodline, half-Saiyan skills, basic taijutsu, shadow clone jutsu, multiple, Kamehameha, beginner. Basic ki application, non-upgradable, special talents, potential unleashed, survival instinct, backpack. Lottery gift pack has been activated. Remaining points, 59 lottery gift pack. Boa Fengshen rubbed his eyes, realizing that the previously inaccessible lottery gift pack interface was finally available for selection. The prospect of a lottery gift pack filled him with excitement. If one were to pinpoint the most deceptive aspect of pay-to-win mobile games, it would undoubtedly be the lottery system. Yet, if one were to identify where bloodlines are truly tested, it is also within the realm of lotteries. With a heart full of anticipation, Boa Fengshen opened the lottery gift pack interface. To his dismay, the interface displayed only two options, a single lottery gift pack or a 10-pack lottery gift pack. What an absurdity! Where are the enticing discounted packages that typically cost $998 but are now merely $666? Boa Fengshen felt somewhat speechless, as he was now certain that this so-called system, purportedly created by the dragon, was merely a cheap imitation of a mobile game from the Great Heavenly Empire, executed with a level of mediocrity that surpassed even its origins. Only a lottery. Upon further examination of the lottery mechanics, Boa Fengshen's frustration only intensified. It required 2,000 points to draw once, and the 10-draw option lacked any form of guaranteed returns. What, then, is the purpose of the 10-draw? Moreover, even the probabilities for drawing were transparently listed. D grade items at 60, C grade at 30, B grade at 9, A grade at 0, 999, and S grade at 0, 0001. Boa Fengshen was left wondering if he would ever manage to draw that elusive S grade item, no matter how many times he tried. However, this lottery system is not devoid of benefits. At the very least, the mechanism of a free initial draw remains intact. Furthermore, there is a complimentary lottery opportunity each month. Taking a deep breath, Boa Fengshen resolved to proceed with the draw without washing his hands, trembling as he reached for the lottery gift pack. May the divine dragon bless me. The first draw determines the value of an account. Please do not let me draw something worthless. Upon selecting the lottery pack, the icon transformed in a flurry before gradually revealing a blue slip inscribed with AB. Just a B-grade item? Boa Fengshen sighed softly. While a B-grade item is commendable, he secretly hoped for an A-grade item rated 0999. Subsequently, the B on the slip faded away, replaced by the name of a skill, the truncated version of Flash Time Technique, Autumn Bean Sack. What did I just see? Boa Fengshen felt his heart race uncontrollably, momentarily lost in disbelief. The Flash Time Technique, a bug skill from Dragon Ball Super, had once stirred debates in forums across the Great Celestial Empire, with opinions divided on its fairness and power, some even considering it an invincible skill. The myth of its invincibility was only shattered when the technique was ultimately cracked. To think he had stumbled upon such a fortuitous bug skill. However, upon reading the description of the truncated Flash Time Technique, the fervor in his heart was swiftly dampened. Truncated Flash Time Technique, original price, 9,980 points. B-grade skill, a technique of hit from the 6th universe, enabling the user to leap forward in time by 0.5 seconds, requiring a substantial expenditure of energy. Derivative skill, truncated flash space, which can store the user's time leap of 0.5 seconds to create a different spatial realm, allowing for arbitrary actions within that 0.5 seconds, usable once per day. To be honest, the truncated version of the Flash Time Technique pales in comparison to its original form. They exist on entirely different planes. The primary function of the Flash Time Technique is to leap through time. In Dragon Ball, Hit can leap 0.5 seconds, which is sufficient for him to unleash dozens or even hundreds of punches. But this is directed at an opponent who is already formidable. For someone of lesser strength, managing even a single complete punch in 0.5 seconds is already commendable. Moreover, even for the original Hit, 0.5 seconds would likely allow him to deliver just 1 or 2 strikes before exhaustion. If Boa Fengshen were to employ the 0.5 seconds himself, It might only permit him to make a slight adjustment in his movement, such as shifting his fist by a mere 3 or 4 centimeters. Particularly disheartening is the final note. Using this skill requires a substantial expenditure of energy, which significantly diminishes its practical value. In contrast to the flash time technique, he placed greater importance on its derivative skill, truncated flash space. Although usable only once a day and for merely 0.5 seconds, it could greatly mitigate the risk of a fatal blow, perhaps even allowing him to counterattack in dire circumstances. In his previous life, some had likened Obito's Kimui to the truncated flash space, a comparison with which Namikaze Xun found himself in agreement. Certainly, this is not to imply that the flash space lacks vulnerabilities. On the contrary, its shortcomings are quite evident, primarily its brief duration. If it were a continuous skill, or if one were struck by a rock and unable to extricate oneself in time, the re-emergence from the alternate space could lead to being affected once again. A quintessential example of this is Minato's multitude of explosive tags. Nonetheless, it remains a remarkably practical skill, and Kazekage is quite pleased with his recent draw. Gasping for breath, Kazekage relentlessly thrusts his fists forward. Flash. His previously swift punches retract as if flickering, pulling back approximately 5 centimeters in an instant. His arms move back and forth like waves, striking once more with a sudden force, the surface of his fists producing a faint hissing sound as they slice through the air. At last, there is a semblance of achievement. Kazekage, feeling utterly drained, leans against a tree trunk, nodding in satisfaction at the punch he just executed. 10 days have elapsed since their departure with Tsunade. During the initial 7 days, Kazekage was in a state of recuperation. In the last 3 days, he not only began to focus on the development of his chakra, but also summarized the applications of the flash technique. Regarding chakra, as it is a fundamental application, Kazekage quickly grasped several small techniques. For instance, concentrating chakra in the abdomen can enhance its resistance to impact, while gathering it in the legs allows for a sudden burst of speed. However, what delighted Kazekage the most was his self-discovery of the sky dance technique. Although he has only just comprehended it, his time flying through the air is exceedingly brief, his speed is not remarkable, and the chakra consumed is significantly greater than during regular training. Nonetheless, he can now claim to be among those who can soar. In the original Naruto series, those who can fly freely are few and far between, making flight an exceedingly rare ability. In addition to his chakra development, Kazekage has made modest progress in the application of the flash technique. Even though he did not experiment with it during his recovery, he has formulated numerous ideas. One such inspiration came from the original series, where Raikage outmaneuvered Tsunade in an arm wrestling match. In that scenario, Raikage utilized his speed to accelerate his arm in an instant, overwhelming Tsunade with sheer momentum. What Kazekage has recently accomplished bears a striking resemblance to Raikage's technique, and he can even manage repeated strikes within a brief time frame. However, due to his current level of strength, his punch speed is inferior to Raikage's, and his power pales in comparison to Tsunade's, limiting him to a maximum of double wave strikes. Yet, as his abilities grow, it is reasonable to believe he will eventually achieve triple waves and perhaps even more. One particularly vexing issue is the considerable chakra consumption of the flash technique, which, as described, is indeed substantial. Activating it consumes approximately a quarter of one's chakra, which is comparable to a standard Kamehameha. Overall, both are significant drains on chakra. But what leaves Kazekage speechless is the previously esteemed ability of the flash space. Although the effectiveness is remarkable, the amount of energy required to fill it up is tenfold that of the instantaneous power. Unless he spends an entire day merely accumulating the time required for the instantaneous power to surge, his energy would never suffice for continuous consumption. Indeed, the limitations of the truncated skill are numerous. Shaking his head, Bo Fengxuan decided to practice a little longer. "Excuse me, big brother." Bo Fengxuan turned to see Xiao Nan, who had approached unbeknownst to him. "Xiao Nan, what is it?" Bo Fengxuan inquired, somewhat puzzled, for among the 3 little ones, he was least familiar with this little girl. It wasn't that their relationship was poor. Rather, he always felt that Xiao Nan was intentionally avoiding him. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Nan produced a pure white paper crane from behind her and handed it to Bo Fengxuan, saying, "Big brother, this is for you." Bo Fengxuan pointed to himself in disbelief. Yes. Receiving the paper crane from Xiao Nan, he affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled. "Thank you, Xiao Nan." The paper crane is beautiful. I will cherish it. Then I shall return now, Xiao Nan remarked shyly, blushing as she hurried back to the small wooden house, leaving Bo Fengxuan standing there, utterly perplexed. What was that about? Before he could ponder further, Mi Yin and Nagato, who had been stealthily following Xiao Nan, approached him. Well, if it isn't my future little brother, why are you and Nagato here? Bo Fengxuan found it peculiar that the three little ones were seeking him one after another. Did they plan to play a prank on him? Stop pretending. Tell me, what did Xiao Nan want with you? Mi Yin demanded, hands on his hips, his face flushed with indignation. What did Xiao Nan want with me? Bo Fengxuan blinked and turned his gaze to Nagato, as if inquiring about his companion's peculiar behavior. After a moment of thought, Nagato awkwardly replied, Xiao Nan has been rather distracted these days. Mi Yin thinks that you've given her some sort of potion, which is why he has come to interrogate you. Nagato, which side are you on? Mi Yin retorted angrily at Nagato's interjection. Meanwhile, Bo Fengxuan stood silently, bemused by Mi Yin's childlike reprimand. Me? Give Xiao Nan a potion? What nonsense! I am entirely innocent, he thought. Furthermore, even if he had the opportunity, it would be to slip a love potion to you, not Xiao Nan. Just as Bo Fengxuan contemplated clarifying the misunderstanding, a rather cliché scenario suddenly flashed through his mind. Is she lovesick, and is it my heroic act that has captivated her? Without a doubt, this was one of life's three great delusions. She likes me. Xiao Nan likes me. Caught up in this possibility, Bo Fengxuan stood frozen until Mi Yin kicked him, snapping him back to reality. Sun Ge, what's wrong? You don't look well. Should we head back to the house for a rest? Nagato's suggestion prompted Mi Yin to feign indifference, though his eyes betrayed his concern. Humph. I think he is not unwell, but merely feeling guilty. As he spoke, Yahiko reiterated, if you truly cannot find a reason to deal with me, then return and ponder it quickly. I can wait until you have formulated your thoughts. Yahiko, do you have feelings for Xiao Nan? Came a sudden interjection from Bo Fengxuan. Of course, I like her. Xiao Nan is so kind. Why wouldn't I? Yahiko replied without a trace of hesitation. However, only after uttering those words did he realize their implications. Faced with Nagato's astonished gaze, Yahiko hastily corrected himself. I have always regarded Xiao Nan as a sister. What brother does not cherish his sister? Bo Fengxuan, undeterred by Yahiko's evasions, pressed on. Do you think Xiao Nan has feelings for me? Impossible. Spare me your narcissism. Yahiko retorted, his excitement palpable. Observing this, Bo Fengxuan felt increasingly confident about Xiao Nan's feelings towards him. He had no intention of engaging in further debate with Yahiko. Instead, he calmly requested, regardless of Xiao Nan's feelings for me, please convey to her that there is no possibility between us. As the oppressive atmosphere enveloped them, a long silence ensued before Yahiko finally spoke. You are overthinking this. Xiao Nan would never like you. Moreover, if such words are to be spoken, let it be from your own lips. I refuse to act as a messenger for you too. No, this must come from you, Bo Fengxuan insisted, continuing. Consider this. Upon hearing such news, Xiao Nan would undoubtedly feel heartbroken and helpless. If you were by her side during such a moment, coupled with the emotions that would develop over time, I believe she might redirect her affections towards you. This would be beneficial for both of us, would it not? As he had stated earlier, he would not develop feelings for Xiao Nan. Rather, until his own aspirations were fulfilled, he had no intention of accepting anyone's affections. After all, despite his outwardly amiable demeanor, he was primarily driven by self-interest. Take the trio for instance. His previous act of saving them stemmed from a desire to preserve the narrative and maintain his foresight. Currently, fostering a good relationship with them was merely a strategy to ensure some connection in the future. Furthermore, their bond would remain limited to that of ordinary friends. He had no desire to become close allies with the trio, which would only expose him to the scrutiny of Abido. Upon hearing Bo Fengxuan's words, Yahiko's voice trembled with suppressed emotion as he glared fiercely at him. What do you take Xiao Nan for? What do you mean by it would be good for both of us? Xiao Nan genuinely has feelings for you. By the end of his statement, Yahiko's voice had become heart-wrenchingly pained, as if he could scarcely believe that his savior and friend would utter such words. Even Nagato, who had consistently sided with Bo Fengxuan, felt a surge of anger. Son, your words were excessive. In response, Bo Fengxuan remained unfazed, letting out a soft sigh as he turned to retreat to his wooden cabin. The word boring, devoid of any emotion, rendered Yahiko's countenance pale. Although he often engaged in banter with Bo Fengxuan, it was merely a reflection of his struggle to express himself. In his heart, he had long regarded him as a friend. However, The other party turned around without hesitation, and those two nonchalant words left him momentarily bewildered. He was uncertain if he had erred in some way or if he had merely been indulging in his own sentiments, considering the other as a friend all along. Yet, if that were the case, what role did he and his companions play in the eyes of the other? Mexico could not fathom it, nor did he wish to dwell on it. All he desired now was to teach the other a stern lesson. Challenge. Mexico suddenly proclaimed loudly, addressing the figure behind him. The challenge we spoke of earlier shall commence now. Oh, Kazekage turned, somewhat surprised, and gazed at the resolute Mexico, saying, "Are you certain you wish to engage in this challenge? Should you lose, you will have to serve as my subordinate." Mexico's expression was unwavering, filled with conviction. Indeed, it is now or never. However, should I emerge victorious, I do not require you as my subordinate. I merely wish for you to convey those prior words directly to Xiaonan. At these words, Kazekage did not respond immediately, but instead looked towards Nagato, who stood behind Mexico. "What say you, little Nagato?" "I support Mexico's decision," Nagato replied. "Is that so?" Kazekage murmured thoughtfully before conceding. "Very well, you may go and summon Xiaonan. We shall compete right here. No need to call Xiaonan. It will be just Nagato and I challenging you." Mexico countered Kazekage's suggestion. "Suit yourselves, but remember, even in a challenge, without the resolve to vanquish me, you stand no chance. Your admonitions are unnecessary," Mexico retorted, exchanging a determined glance with Nagato before they both charged at Kazekage. "How impatient you are," Kazekage remarked, as he slightly crouched to evade the incoming blows. Seizing both of their fists and, with a deft maneuver, redirected their momentum while admonishing them. "I have told you, approach me with the intent to kill. Where are your shinobi tools? Do you intend to defeat me with your feeble fists?" With that, Kazekage stepped back, awaiting their next assault. "No need for your reminders," Mexico declared, drawing a shuriken from behind and lunging at Kazekage once more. Though he had only mastered the transformation technique from the three-body technique, he believed their physical prowess would not differ significantly. There is some spirit, but mere bravado will not suffice. Kazekage effortlessly seized Mexico's arm again, this time showing no mercy as he executed a shoulder throw, slamming Mexico to the ground. As Kazekage aimed to press the advantage and incapacitate Mexico, he suddenly felt an irresistible force of repulsion emanating from behind him. Without hesitation, Kazekage swiftly leaped away from his position. Upon seeing Nagato rush to Mexico's side, a smirk crept onto Kazekage's lips. Was that the power of the Rinnegan? It seems akin to a simplified version of Shinra Tensei. "Mexico, are you all right?" Nagato inquired, helping his dear friend to his feet, his expression filled with concern. "Fear not, that fellow did not strike lethally," Mexico assured, rising once more. Yet, despite his words, a deep sense of frustration lingered within him. He had not anticipated that the divide in their physical abilities would be so pronounced. Upon witnessing the unwillingness etched upon his friend's face, Nagato refrained from uttering many words, yet resolutely resolved within himself that, even if it required the application of his still immature abilities, he would undoubtedly secure victory. "What is taking so long? Are you planning to surrender?" Bo Feng-sun provocatively taunted as he observed the two remaining idle. "Humph, who would surrender to a scoundrel like you?" Just as Yahiko was about to charge forward again, Nagato grasped his arm, stating, "This time, I will take the lead, and Yahiko, you shall provide cover." Acknowledging Nagato's earnest demeanor, Yahiko nodded. "Then I shall entrust this to you." "Indeed," Nagato replied while casting a glance at Bo Feng-sun. "Son, you ought to be cautious from here on." Bo Feng-sun chuckled lightly, beckoning Nagato with a finger, signaling him to come forth. Taking a deep breath, Nagato initiated his move, showcasing a skill that Yahiko had just lacked. 3 shurikens were launched simultaneously as he dashed towards Bo Feng-sun. Although Bo Feng-sun evaded the shurikens, he was unprepared for Nagato's gravitational manipulation, which sent the shurikens curving back towards him from behind. Quite impressive. Bo Feng-sun narrowly avoided the shurikens once again. Yet, just as Nagato intended to redirect the shurikens for another attack, Bo Feng-sun unexpectedly materialized before him, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen, much to Nagato's astonishment. However, his reflexes and physical prowess still fell short. Upon witnessing Nagato fall, Bo Feng-sun chose not to prolong the playfulness, swiftly reappearing before Yahiko and replicating the same technique to bring him down as well. Observing the two fallen figures, Bo Feng-sun calmly remarked, "Well, you both have lost." Do you have anything to say? In response, Yahiko defiantly turned his face away, unwilling to acknowledge his defeat. Such a childlike temperament. Bofeng Sun sighed, turning to return to his wooden hut. Oh dear. As a teacher, I cannot overlook the mistreatment of my disciples. Jiraiya and the complex-faced Konan appeared behind Bofeng Sun without notice. Are you, Master Jiraiya, intending to defend your disciple? Bofeng Sun turned to face Jiraiya and Konan, his expression shifting slightly. What do you mean by defending? I am merely their teacher. If I do not stand up for them, who will? Moreover, I wish to ascertain just how capable Tsunade's apprentice truly is. Jiraiya's jovial demeanor did little to ease Bofeng Sun's vigilance, for he understood that regardless of the circumstances, he could not prevail against Jiraiya, whose power undoubtedly surpassed that of a typical jonin, even before the plot commenced. Resignedly rubbing his nose, Bofeng Sun glanced past the hesitant Konan. Since Master Jiraiya wishes to test me, perhaps we should await my teacher's return. Without his consent, I cannot recklessly engage in combat with you. Cut it out. I will explain everything to Tsunade later. There's no better time than now. Let us commence our duel. Of course, in the interest of fairness, I shall refrain from employing any A-ranked or higher ninjutsu during our confrontation. How audacious, clearly terrified of Tsunade deep down. Observing Jiraiya's fearless demeanor, Kakashi sighed. If Lord Jiraiya can refrain from using ninjutsu, I would be quite pleased. It is impossible for me to forego ninjutsu. You are not the kind of opponent I can handle without it. Though self-absorbed, Jiraiya was not arrogant. After spending days together, he knew that his opponent was not merely a novice. As he spoke, Jiraiya glanced at Konan, who appeared hesitant, and inwardly sighed as he instructed, Konan, please take Yahiko and those little ones back inside. I will handle the rest. However, Konan wished to dissuade Jiraiya from this course of action. Yet the sight of Yahiko and Nagato sprawled on the ground left her speechless. I won't go back. I want to stay here and watch. Yahiko, having struggled to his feet, exchanged glances with Nagato before rejecting Jiraiya's kindness. Are children today also rebellious? Jiraiya appeared quite helpless, with no other option. After ensuring Konan looked after the two, he turned back to Kakashi, saying, this space is too confined. Let us find a more suitable location. Watching Jiraiya vanish, Kakashi hesitated for a moment before following suit. Since his opponent was determined to engage in battle, it seemed he could not escape it. Thus, it would be prudent to use this opportunity to gauge the results of his recent training. Upon arriving at a spacious area, Jiraiya, peering through the dense foliage, addressed Kakashi. I heard what you said to Yahiko and the others. Is that so? Kakashi showed no surprise nor inclination to explain, as the truth was evident. Ignoring Kakashi's demeanor, Jiraiya continued, Konan is a very kind girl. No matter what I do, when I return home at night, she always makes sure to leave me a meal. That's because you are her teacher. Perhaps, Jiraiya replied, but I regard her not only as my disciple but also as my child, and thus, I do not wish to see her saddened. At this juncture, Jiraiya turned back to Kakashi, his expression growing serious. Therefore, you are a Lilicon. Kakashi abruptly interrupted. A Lilicon? Jiraiya's previously grave expression twitched at the corners. Young man, do you not know how to let an adult finish speaking? And if I am a Lilicon, then what are you? An older sister enthusiast, perhaps? Spending every day in close proximity to Tsunade, I wonder how you manage that. Tsunade is my mentor, Kakashi retorted, his face devoid of emotion. And Konan is my disciple. Jiraiya gritted his teeth. I do not care. In my eyes, you are a Lilicon. So shall we continue this duel, or not? If not, I shall take my leave. With a yawn, Kakashi exhibited a demeanor of disinterest, clearly wishing to avoid further conversation. You little rascal. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson on behalf of Tsunade. Jiraiya's eyelids twitched as he swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, Earth style, Hell swamp. No sooner had the words left his lips than the ground beneath Bofeng Sun transformed into a quagmire, resembling a viscous liquid that ensnared his body deeper and deeper. How about that, you little brat? Do you recognize my prowess now? Jiraiya smirked, a hint of pride in his demeanor. However, before his smug smile could linger, he watched in astonishment as Bofeng Sun gradually ascended from the hell swamp. As he soared higher, even reaching above Jiraiya's head, the latter could only gawk in disbelief. This kid can fly. Despite the seemingly sluggish ascent, Jiraiya realized that if this continued, much of his Earth-style technique would lose its efficacy. At that moment, the three young ones finally arrived. Upon witnessing Bo Feng Sun's flight, they were rendered speechless, each expressing their astonishment. No way. Is this for real? This guy can actually fly? Yahiko felt his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Yet, as one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya quickly regained his composure and launched another attack. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. From the murky depths, a fearsome earthen dragon emerged, roaring as it charged toward Bo Feng Sun in midair. Although Bo Feng Sun utilized the sky dance technique to hover, his movements were notably sluggish. Faced with the oncoming Earth Dragon, he had no choice but to relinquish the sky dance technique, relying on the inertia of free fall to evade the ascending Earth Dragon Bullet. As he landed, Bo Feng Sun channeled the majority of his chakra into his legs, unleashing a burst of speed that propelled him directly in front of Jiraiya. A dark kunai, seemingly appearing from nowhere, pierced through Jiraiya's form in an instant. Humph, a mere Earth clone? Upon seeing Jiraiya transform into mud, Bo Feng Sun attempted to make his escape. Yet, at that critical moment, a hand suddenly emerged from the ground. Earth-style, heart-cutting technique. Just as Jiraiya's grasp was about to ensnare him, Bo Feng Sun's gaze sharpened. His right foot, which had been planted on the ground, swiftly retreated 3 inches, narrowly evading Jiraiya's hand. With Jiraiya grasping at nothing but air, he was compelled to return to the surface, his expression now more somber than before. Time-space ninja technique. Well, sort of. Bo Feng Sun shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. I never imagined that a genius-wielding time-space ninjutsu could emerge from Brother Chanyo's household. Jiraiya mused with a touch of admiration. In contrast, Bo Feng Sun felt little in response. After all, the future Minato's Flying Thunder God technique would earn him the title of the Yellow Flash, making his current time-slip technique seem rather trivial by comparison. Ninja art, Lion's main technique. Countless white strands of hair surged forth like sinuous steel needles, all aimed at Bo Feng Sun. Realizing the peril, he swiftly retreated. However, Jiraiya's hair, relentless as a malignant curse, pursued him unyieldingly. Truly, Jiraiya's hair growth tonic is remarkable. It can make hair grow this long. As the tendrils of hair closed in, Bo Feng Sun focused his energy into his right hand, fingers poised like a blade. And with a sudden, forceful swing, he proclaimed, Chakra Slash. The sharp winds tousled Jiraiya's hair into a chaotic mess, while Kakashi seized the opportunity to charge at the unguarded Jiraiya. Observing this, Jiraiya's hair bristled like that of a porcupine, as he swiftly shielded himself. In the face of Jiraiya's defense, Kakashi did not retreat. Instead, he approached Jiraiya with even greater speed. Just as Kakashi was about to make contact with Jiraiya's needle-like hair, his body became a mere, transparent afterimage, instantly penetrating Jiraiya's defenses. Upon witnessing the shock hidden beneath Jiraiya's hair, Kakashi smirked and swiftly slashed downward with the kunai tightly gripped in his hand. However, Jiraiya reacted just in time, blocking Kakashi's strike with his own kunai. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi quickly retreated, aware that he could not afford to continue his assault within Jiraiya's hair. He knew his time-space technique had a mere 5-second limit. Any delay would surely result in his own injury. Yet, Kakashi's speed proved to be just a fraction too slow. As he was on the verge of completely escaping the threat posed by Jiraiya's defenses, the 5 seconds elapsed. Realizing he was about to be pierced by the needles, Kakashi hastily raised his arm to shield his chest. However, the anticipated pain never arrived, for Jiraiya had already dispelled his technique. Kakashi silently thanked his luck, reflecting that had Jiraiya known the limitations of his skill, he undoubtedly would not have released the technique so readily. Without lingering, Kakashi swiftly retreated until he was outside Jiraiya's attack range before finally halting. The unrelenting combat had drained much of his energy. Contemplating his dignity, Kakashi considered whether to concede. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Jiraiya suddenly spoke. You little rascal, that last strike was quite impressive. I never expected you could wield time-space ninjutsu to such a degree. Kakashi, however, did not receive the compliment favorably and retorted, Lord Jiraiya, you flatter me. I hardly touched you. In response to Kakashi's denial, Jiraiya neither agreed nor refuted but instead remarked, by the way, you've been preoccupied with something since the match began. Haven't you? I noticed right from the start that you were deliberately avoiding something. Initially, I thought you were merely afraid of getting hurt, but given your recent ninjutsu display, you hardly seem the type to worry about your own safety. Kakashi replied nonchalantly, Lord Jiraiya, you worry too much. I have no reservations whatsoever. Is that so? Jiraiya did not press the matter further, but turned his attention to the anxious trio nearby. Moments later, he waved his hand at Kakashi and said, no more fighting. We're done. Done? Kakashi was taken aback, puzzled by Jiraiya's sudden decision to halt the battle. Although he had indeed contemplated surrendering, the abrupt conclusion left him feeling somewhat unsettled. As Bo Fengshuan was about to inquire further, Jiraiya interjected, "Come with me, kid. I have something important to discuss." "Is there something Lord Jiraiya cannot say here?" Bo Fengshuan retorted. "Enough chatter, just follow me." With that, Jiraiya approached Bo Fengshuan, disregarding his willingness, and firmly led him back. As they passed by the trio, Jiraiya instructed them, "Take a break and head back soon. Don't linger outside for too long." After a considerable time had elapsed, once Bo Fengshuan and Jiraiya had completely vanished from sight, the restless Xiao Nin spoke up. "All right, I need to return to prepare dinner. So I'll head back now. You all should return early as well." Ignoring Yahiko's attempts to stop her, she swiftly departed. Once Xiao Nin left, Nagato noticed his friend's forlorn expression and offered some consolation. "Yahiko, Xiao Nin is merely going back to cook. Don't worry too much." "You needn't bother comforting me, Nagato." Yahiko sighed, gesturing towards the sun lingering high in the sky. "That sun is far from setting. How could Xiao Nin possibly return to cook at this hour?" "I understand her true intentions," he lamented. "It's just a bit disheartening, considering that I've spent the most time with her." "Indeed. Regrettably, Xiao Nin only sees us as brothers," Nagato echoed with a hint of melancholy. "Wait a minute." Yahiko blinked, turning to his friend hesitantly. "Nagato, do you also harbor feelings for Xiao Nin?" Observing Nagato's silence, Yahiko finally realized that he was not the only one enamored with Xiao Nin. His friend shared the same affection. With this revelation, Yahiko suddenly tackled Nagato to the ground. "Well, Nagato, I never anticipated that while I was guarding against external threats, I had to contend with a traitor within. You dare to pursue my Xiao Nin? Just wait until I deal with you." As Yahiko playfully pummeled Nagato, the latter offered no resistance, merely stating, "I sincerely hope Xiao Nin does not return feeling disheartened." With Yahiko's fists resting on Nagato's chest, he gazed towards the direction Xiao Nin had vanished, exclaiming, "If that scoundrel dares to make her sad, I shall ensure he pays dearly, provided you can best Sunji." Nagato coolly interjected, "You really dare to say that?" Yahiko retorted, "Just wait until I enact my family discipline upon you." With that, the two friends engaged in a lively tussle. After a considerable time, as if entering a sage mode, they both lay back on the ground, gazing at the sun gradually descending. "Nagato, do you regret it?" Yahiko suddenly asked. "What? I mean regarding Xiao Nin. Do you regret not stopping her just now? You must realize that after this, you might only be able to be her brother." "Not particularly." Nagato replied with a slight smirk. "To me, you all are my everything, so regardless of Xiao Nin's ultimate choice, I will support her. What about you? How do you feel?" "Of course, I feel quite regretful." Yahiko pouted, "But just as you mentioned, as your older brother, it is only natural for me to support your decisions. Well, now that we've returned and there's no one else around, you may as well speak freely about what Lord Jiraiya wanted to say. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Standing before the wooden cabin, Wolfing Sun shook off Jiraiya's grip, his expression betraying a hint of discomfort. He could probably surmise what Jiraiya intended to discuss, yet he had long since grasped the answers to those inquiries. As if sensing Wolfing Sun's thoughts, Jiraiya draped an arm around his shoulder. Exasperated, "I truly wonder how Longyo's brother raised you. Despite being siblings, why does Minato appear far more agreeable than you?" The reason was simple. The two were like turtles gazing at green beans, appearing well matched. Otherwise, how could his elder brother become your disciple in the future? Wolfing Sun silently scoffed. Noticing Wolfing Sun's silence, Jiraiya dismissed any further thoughts and ushered him into the small wooden cabin he had recently constructed. The interior resembled the modest settings he had observed in anime from his past life, furnished merely with basic living essentials, 3 tatami mats, and 3 small frog ornaments adorning the walls. Truth be told, it was his first time entering the abode of the 3 little ones and Jiraiya. Initially, due to health issues, he had refrained from entering, and after his recovery, he had been preoccupied with his own training and skill development. It appeared not much different from the dwelling I currently reside in. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was about to respond when Wolfing Sun continued. "It's truly a pity for 3 growing children to reside in such a rudimentary cabin with a rough man like you." Jiraiya shot a fierce glare at Wolfing Sun, retorting, "You little rascal, I could very well toss you out right now." Then I shall take my leave, Wolfing Sun replied, showing no hesitation as he turned to depart. You brat, come back here. Seeing Wolfing Sun genuinely attempting to leave, an irate Jiraiya seized the collar of his shirt, forcefully pressing him onto one of the tatama mats, and got straight to the point. Speak. What are your true thoughts? What thoughts? Wolfing Sun feigned ignorance. Do not play the fool with me. How do you perceive Conan? Just a simple friend. Wolfing Sun declared with conviction. No sooner had he spoken than a faint noise emerged from the doorway. Cough, cough. Without allowing Wolfing Sun to focus on the sound, Jiraiya coughed loudly twice, redirecting his attention. Lord Jiraiya, if your throat is not well, perhaps you ought to refrain from speaking. Instead of discussing unfounded matters with me, you might as well brew some herbal medicine for yourself. Faced with Wolfing Sun's sardonic remarks, Jiraiya felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet he understood that dealing with such a young rascal required patience. After clearing his throat again, Jiraiya subtly remarked, That mat you are sitting on belongs to Conan. Oh, Wolfing Sun responded nonchalantly. How did that little rascal manage to become Tsunade's disciple? With no other recourse, Jiraiya sought to find another angle to pursue. Returning to the matter at hand, you have yet to earnestly respond to me. What were you truly concerned about earlier? You seem particularly preoccupied with your chest. As Jiraiya pointed to the pocket on Kazuki's chest, he continued, Initially, I was uncertain, but the moment your spatial ninjutsu faltered, and you instinctively shielded your chest with your hand, I realized my suspicions were indeed correct. Did you notice the limitations of my ninjutsu before? Kazuki asked, somewhat taken aback. He had assumed Jiraiya was unaware of the constraints of his spatial technique, which was why he had dispelled the Jizo needle. Now, hearing Jiraiya's words, he recognized the situation was not as he had imagined. Huh, do you think I am just anyone? The sensory abilities of a high-ranking ninja are beyond your comprehension. You little brat. I merely wish to prevent you from sustaining serious injuries, Jiraiya replied with a hint of pride. However, Kazuki quickly countered, You little rascal. Don't change the subject. I want to know what is actually in your pocket. Nothing at all. Kazuki tightened his grip on the pocket, feigning nonchalance. Oh, Jiraiya chuckled teasingly. If there's nothing inside, why the nervousness? Although Kazuki yearned to dismiss it as merely Jiraiya's misconception, he ultimately decided against it. Given Jiraiya's conviction that he was hiding something, no amount of evasion would convince him otherwise. Reluctantly, Kazuki retrieved the contents of his pocket before Jiraiya could intervene. It was a delicately crafted paper crane. Indeed, it is Conan's origami. Kazuki exclaimed. Did you already anticipate this? Noticing Jiraiya's expression of prior knowledge, Kazuki was momentarily taken aback. Who do you think I am? I am the illustrious Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. You think that just because Yahiko and his companions excel in stealth, it compares to my prowess? They are light years away from my level, Jiraiya declared, brimming with pride. Kazuki silently mused. This old pervert is undoubtedly a complete lolicon. Although Kazuki spoke softly, Jiraiya caught the remark. This time, however, he refrained from vehemently denying it and pointed to the paper crane in Kazuki's hand, asking, If you hold such value for the paper crane Conan gifted you, why not accept her feelings? Finding the topic returning yet again to a subject he found tedious, Kazuki replied, I believe you have misunderstood, Lord Jiraiya. The reason I cherish this paper crane is that I promised Conan I would treasure it, not for any other reason. Seeing Jiraiya remain unconvinced, Kazuki added, Furthermore, the issue is not whether I accept her feelings, but rather, do you not think such matters are premature for us at this stage? I am not yet 10 years old. Indeed, Kazuki intended to cloak his true feelings with universally understood logic. However, he had evidently underestimated Jiraiya's unyielding spirit. And what of it? I was already frequenting women's baths at the age of 3, mastering various skills by 5, and by 10. I was a well-known figure among my neighbors, Jiraiya boasted. Kazuki internally scoffed. Is that something to be proud of? After all that has been said, let me ask you, do you truly intend to accept Xiaonan's feelings? Upon witnessing Jiraiya's grave demeanor, Wolfing Sun sighed deeply, poised to decline once more when suddenly the door of the small cabin burst open, revealing Xiaonan. Surprised, Wolfing Sun had not anticipated her entrance. Turning his head, he caught sight of Jiraiya's enigmatic smile. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, before Wolfing Sun could utter a word, Xiaonan, with a hint of nervousness, declared, I like Brother Sun. Upon uttering this confession, her cheeks flushed like ripe peaches, and her smooth complexion made one yearn to pinch her cheeks playfully. Seeing Xiaonan gazing at him with apprehension, Bo Feng Sun shot a reproachful glare at the gloating Jiraiya. He then knelt before Xiao Nan, gently smoothing the furrowed lines on her brow. Xiao Nan, you are still quite young. Such matters are premature for you. Understand that your current feelings towards me are merely a result of the gratitude you feel for my rescue. That's not true. Xiao Nan is serious. The young girl's delicate features scrunched up slightly, revealing her displeasure. All right. Brother Sun acknowledges your seriousness. Bo Feng Sun chuckled softly, yet he understood the girl's sentiments. He realized how difficult it must have been for such a young girl to muster the courage to confess her feelings after hearing his previous words. Reluctant to hurt her, Bo Feng Sun pondered for a moment, then affectionately ruffled Xiao Nan's hair and issued a promise. Let us make a deal, 15 years. If, after 15 years, you still harbor feelings for me, I shall consider accepting your affections. The 15 years Bo Feng Sun spoke of were not arbitrary. They were the result of careful contemplation. If his deductions proved accurate, it was likely that Yahiko would perish in 15 years. Following Yahiko's demise, both Nagato and Xiao Nan would become mere tools in the hands of conspirators. At that time, it would be a miracle if Xiao Nan even saw him, let alone express affection. Of course, there was a greater possibility that, as time passed, she would gradually forget these feelings. After all, Xiao Nan was merely a young girl, her mind not yet fully matured. While Xiao Nan remained lost in thought, Jiraiya, unable to bear the scene, interjected, "You audacious lad. How could you expect Xiao Nan to remain single for 15 years? At this remark, Bo Feng Sun's expression darkened, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiraiya, retorting, "Nonsense. How has this become a matter of her waiting in solitude? You old lecher, do not distort the truth. Humph. Forcing a young girl to wait for you for 15 years, what else could it be but solitude?" Jiraiya scoffed, dismissing Bo Feng Sun's explanation. Bo Feng Sun retorted with a cold smile, "Is 15 years too long? It seems a certain someone will remain infatuated for even longer. Keep dreaming. Who would wait for someone for over 15 years? Jiraiya scoffed, his expression betraying disbelief. "Who else but you?" Bo Feng Sun refrained from elaborating further, redirecting his attention back to Xiao Nan, awaiting her response. After a moment, Xiao Nan lifted her head, her expression earnest. "Xiao Nan can wait. Whether it be 15 years or 25 years, I will be here for my big brother." The stubbornly charming visage of Xiao Nan left Bo Feng Sun somewhat dazed, as he found himself reflecting on his past self from several months prior, the self who was resolutely determined to resurrect his parents, regardless of the years that had passed. A bittersweet smile graced his lips. He chose not to elaborate further, but instead bent his middle finger, gently flicking Xiao Nan's forehead. "Silly girl. It brings me joy to see you harbor such thoughts, but you must promise me, never allow a vow to confine your future." Though she did not fully comprehend the precise meaning behind Bo Feng Sun's words, Xiao Nan solemnly assented. Just as the emotional turmoil on Bo Feng Sun's side began to dissipate, another narrative unfolded, as Tsunade and her companions, engaged in reconnaissance in the land of rain, were met by an unexpected visitor. "Tsunade-sama, Lord Hanzo requests your presence," intoned a man cloaked entirely in black, his voice raspy as he extended the invitation from the shadowy recess of an alleyway. "Who are you? Why should we heed your call?" Uchiha Ryo, standing behind Tsunade, expressed his displeasure. To him, the stranger's identity was uncertain, and even if he truly hailed from Hanzo, what of it? The land of rain, as a defeated nation, should demonstrate the resolve of one who has been vanquished. If they had been discovered, the messenger ought to have come personally. Sending a mere lackey was a show of disdain. Uchiha Ryo's words captured the attention of the cloaked figure, whose gaze, concealed beneath the hood, cut through the air like a blade aimed at Uchiha Ryo. In that fleeting moment, Ryo felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine, as if a ferocious beast were fixating on him. Sensing this, Tsunade shifted her body slightly to shield Ryo from the penetrating stare of the cloaked man. It was said that Hanzo had two formidable subordinates, his right and left arms, the strategic Ikawa Izumi and the elusive assassin known only as Yera, whose true visage remained a mystery. "I have encountered Ikawa Izumi on the battlefield before. Since you have been sent by Hanzo, you must be Yera," Tsunade surmised. "Indeed. It is no wonder that you, Tsunade-sama, recognized me so swiftly," Yera replied, his voice laced with a mocking tone as he withdrew his icy gaze. "Since you have discerned my identity, I must insist that you accompany me." At this, Tsunade narrowed her eyes, her voice dropping to a low, measured tone. "And what if I refuse?" "In that case, I shall be compelled to employ less gentle means to persuade you, Tsunade-sama, Yera replied, betraying no hint of emotion. Oh, let us see just how far you are willing to go, Tsunade retorted, and without further ado, she unleashed a fierce punch, aimed squarely at the figure before her. The black cloak swirling ominously. Uncertain of how Hanzo had detected their presence, Tsunade was nonetheless irked by Yera's overt targeting. The force of her blow reverberated through the air, striking Yera and sending him sprawling to the ground, causing the earth beneath him to crack like a spider's web radiating outward from the center of her punch. Uchiha Ryo stood in stunned silence, utterly taken aback by the spectacle, while even Minato, who had remained silent until then, appeared visibly astonished. However, what astonished him was not the sheer force of Tsunade's punch, but rather the fact that she had so easily felled the envoy from the Hidden Rain village. Although the Hidden Rain village had recently been embroiled in fierce conflict with Konoha, the two nations had now forged an alliance. To strike down a representative in such a manner would undoubtedly lead to repercussions and scandal for the Hidden Rain village. Just as Minato intended to step forward to counsel Tsunade and urge her to temper her fury, the previously downed Noera rose again in an oddly contorted stance. His voice, accompanied by a chilling creak, echoed, "Lady Tsunade, you truly have a fiery temper. Had I not been prepared, that blow would have sent me to meet the King of Hell prematurely." In response to his narrow escape, Tsunade scoffed coldly, "Just a mere puppet. What difference would it make to encounter the King of Hell? Oh, have I truly been discovered?" Noera expressed no surprise, as if he had no intention of concealing it. As he spoke, he willingly pulled back his hood, revealing a humanoid puppet that glimmered with a metallic sheen. It was indeed a puppet. Uchiha Takashi, standing behind Tsunade, was taken aback, only to be followed by a wave of frustration, for not long ago, he had felt a sense of dread when gazing upon this very puppet. It was an utter humiliation in his life. As Uchiha Takashi wallowed in his dismay, Minato began to assess the puppet before him. "Lady Tsunade, this is likely not an ordinary marionette." Before Tsunade could respond, Noera's puppet interjected. "Might this young one have discerned something?" Minato glanced at Tsunade, and upon receiving her nod, continued, "If my observations are correct, your puppet is not controlled by chakra threads, but rather by a method unknown to me. Furthermore, a typical puppet would be incapable of standing after receiving a direct blow from Lady Tsunade. Yet, your puppet appears relatively unscathed, suggesting its material is unlike anything we are accustomed to." At this moment, had Kakashi been present, he would have been utterly astonished by Minato's analysis. For if one could control a puppet without chakra threads, the only individuals he knew capable of such a feat were those possessing the Rinnegan. After Minato's remarks, Nohara's puppet fell into a prolonged silence. Eventually, it offered a compliment. "Truly impressive. Konoha's ninjas possess remarkable power of observation, despite their youth. In just a few minutes, you have grasped the essence of my proud puppetry." In response to Nohara's flattery, Tsunade scoffed dismissively. "Is that all there is to it?" Noticing that Nohara's puppet remained silent, she grew impatient and stated directly, "Let us dispense with the formalities. You wished to take me to Hanzo, did you not? Let us proceed now." As soon as she finished speaking, Uchiha Takashi hurriedly interjected, "Lady Tsunade, I implore you to reconsider. Regardless of current circumstances, he is still the highest authority of the Hidden Rain village. Although our nations have ceased hostilities, I suspect the intentions of the Hidden Rain are far from benign. To go now would be akin to lambs entering the jaws of a tiger." "Oh, do you presume I am the lamb?" Tsunade squinted her eyes, her tone decidedly unwelcoming. "No, that is not what I meant." Faced with Tsunade's gaze, Uchiha Ryu quickly lowered his head. "Tch, how tiresome," Tsunade thought, finding Uchiha Ryu's reaction rather dull. If it were her reckless disciple, he would surely have retorted by now. For instance, the legendary big fat sheep. Was it not a sheep? Suppressing her own musings, Tsunade spoke openly before the puppet controlled by Yagura, unencumbered by any reservations. "Rest assured, he, Hanzo, is neither a tiger, and I, Tsunade, am certainly no sheep. No matter how audacious he may be, he would not dare to turn against us from Konoha at this moment." Although Tsunade's words were rather blunt, our village of Namikaze indeed had no intention of continuing hostilities with Konoha. The puppet manipulated by Yagura appeared somewhat submissive, though it was unclear whether it was intentional or a reflection of reality. At that moment, Tsunade's gaze shifted to Minato beside her, and after considering his parents, she pondered. "Minato, you should stay here for now. We anticipate returning shortly." Minato was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that Tsunade was looking out for him. After a moment's contemplation, he declined her suggestion. Thank you for your kindness, Lady Tsunade, but please rest assured that I will not act impulsively. Seeing Minato's resolute response, Tsunade refrained from further objections, nodding in agreement for him to accompany her. As the group was already conducting their investigation near Namikaze, they soon arrived within the village. Upon reaching the village, the puppet that had initially guided them was replaced by Tsunade's old acquaintance, Ikawa Izumi. I thought your village would always send a puppet to attend to us. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, mocking Ikawa Izumi. In response to Tsunade's jibe, Ikawa Izumi smiled calmly. What do you mean by that, Lady Tsunade? Yagura is a capable subordinate of our Hanzo. How could he possibly be a mere puppet? Oh, is that so? Tsunade replied, disinterested in further debate. Recognizing that the puppet had already hidden away upon entering Namikaze, and continuing the argument would yield no fruitful outcome. Moments later, as Tsunade's group followed Ikawa Izumi through the streets of Namikaze, they were met with the wary eyes of villagers and ninjas alike, who regarded them like ferocious beasts. Hey, those people seem to have come from outside the village. Can I go play with them? A child's innocent voice was met not with understanding from the parents, but with stern warnings. Xiaoza, behave yourself. Those are ninjas from Konoha. Your uncle was killed by that lot. It was bewildering to think why Lord Hanzo would allow such individuals into the village. The mother's harsh rebuke fell like stones in water, sending ripples of agitation through the crowd. Indeed, why would Konoha's ninjas come here? My husband was slain by Konoha ninjas. How dare they show their faces here? Get out. Our Namikaze does not welcome you. Faced with the villagers' collective resistance, Uchiha Ryu clenched his fists, his expression darkening. These fools, so utterly oblivious. That was a war. And in war, there are no clear distinctions between right and wrong. What do they mean by their families perishing? Do we of the Leaf Village not suffer losses as well? My Uchiha clan has also endured the loss of many lives in this conflict. Ryu, calm down, Minato interjected, shaking his head in a gesture of restraint. While he concurred with Uchiha Ryu's sentiments, he also understood that not everyone could comprehend the deeper truths of the matter. To the majority of the defeated, they merely played the role of aggressors. Upon arriving at Hanzo's office, Ikawa Izumi offered an apology to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, I sincerely apologize for the earlier commotion. I did not anticipate the villagers would react so vehemently. What a pretense. Tsunade scoffed, skeptical of the notion that such a multitude would gather without reason. To her, the earlier outburst was merely a tactic employed by Hanzo to assert his dominance. As they entered the office building, Ikawa Izumi suggested that Tsunade and the others take a moment to rest while he went to inform Hanzo. After his departure, Tsunade surveyed the opulent decor of the reception area, unable to suppress a click of her tongue. It must be said that Hanzo, that old rascal, certainly knew how to indulge himself. Despite not yet being recognized as the leader of the Rain Village, he had adorned his lair more lavishly than many elder statesmen's offices. However, despite her thoughts, Tsunade rapped on the oak coffee table and then sank into the plush leather sofa, her body sinking into its softness, eliciting a few involuntary sounds of contentment. Uchiha Ryu, already restless, hesitated and remarked, Lady Tsunade, is this truly appropriate? We ought to remain vigilant. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, replying, Fear not, I am well aware. That old rascal Hanzo would not act recklessly. Indeed, Tsunade understood me well. No sooner had she spoken than Hanzo's voice resonated from the doorway. Upon seeing the masked figure of Hanzo enter, the previously composed Minato instinctively clenched his fists. Though he had prepared himself to confront Hanzo, the reality of standing before the man who had slain his parents ignited a fierce anger and murderous intent within him, one that was difficult to suppress. Minato's hostility did not go unnoticed by Hanzo, yet the latter paid it little mind. After all, in this world, there were far too many who bore enmity towards him, not to mention the countless adversaries he had personally dispatched. It must be acknowledged that he was a man who had achieved the pinnacle of ninja prowess, and one could hardly attain such a title without blood on their hands. Old man, I did not come here for a heart-to-heart. You ought to know the purpose of my visit, Tsunade asserted as she stood once more, positioning herself protectively in front of Minato, dismissing Hanzo's pleasantries. I am well aware of your intentions, or else I would not have invited you here. Hanzo replied with an air of inevitability. However, he then shifted the conversation, adding, What remains to be seen is the extent of sincerity you possess, Lady Tsunade. In response, Tsunade retorted sharply. That is not the question. It is rather whether you possess any sincerity at all. After all, no one wishes to engage in a battle devoid of certainty. Could it be that you, from the hidden leaf, harbor doubts regarding our rain village? Fearing we might strike from behind, Hanzo's voice turned frigid. In reality, when Tsunade and her companions first appeared near Rain Village, his scouts had already detected them. The reason he refrained from disturbing them was due to his misunderstanding of the leaf's intentions. Although no official communication had reached him from the leaf, he naively presumed that Tsunade and her team were merely an advance party sent to assess the situation, expecting a subsequent contingent of ninja to arrive shortly thereafter. However, nearly a week had elapsed, during which Tsunade and her comrades not only lingered, but the anticipated ninja reinforcements also failed to materialize. This left Hanzo exceedingly vexed. In the theater of war, time equates to life. The passing week would undoubtedly result in significant casualties for the Rain Ninja. With the already overburdened Rain Village now facing further calamity, Hanzo's earlier display of authority towards Tsunade and her associates became evident. Confronted with Hanzo's implied reproach, Tsunade fell into silence, comprehending his sentiments. However, when it came to the political intricacies between their nations, even her formidable prowess could not grant her the liberty to intervene excessively, for a ninja's duties surpass personal emotions. Observing her silence, Hanzo refrained from placing further blame upon her. He understood that, regardless of her status as a jonin, even if she were a village leader, she could not wield unilateral power. In fact, if he were in her position, he might have made a similar choice, as the lives of his own villagers would always take precedence over those from other villages. With a deep sigh, Hanzo addressed Tsunade. Follow me. I shall lead you to a place where I hope you will no longer doubt our sincerity. With that, Hanzo took the lead, departing from the office building. After exchanging glances, Tsunade and her companions followed suit. Navigating around the office, Hanzo guided them through desolate fields until they arrived at a cemetery. The expanse of the graveyard appeared considerable, yet it was densely populated with tombstones. Hanzo pointed towards a cluster of notably new gravestones, his voice hoarse as he stated. Those dozen or so new gravestones were erected a month ago. They fell victim to a sudden assault by the rock ninja. He then gestured toward the nearby gravestones. These were a consequence of the skirmish with the rock village a fortnight ago. Moreover, many others do not possess their own burial sites. Their remains could not be retrieved. Thus we inscribed their names upon a memorial stone. Upon finishing, Hanzo turned his gaze back to Tsunade, his eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. His words tinged with self-mockery. People often proclaim my prowess, yet I cannot even protect the lives of my own villagers. How can I claim to be strong? In response to Hanzo's self-deprecation, Tsunade remained silent for a considerable time before replying, I understand. Upon my return, I will relay this information faithfully to the higher-ups in the leaf. As for how they will perceive it, that is beyond my control. Although deeply moved by the scene before her, she recognized that this was all she could do. As long as I can convey the truth, I will be eternally grateful. I shall take my leave now. May we meet again. Standing alongside Tsunade and others, Kazekage Xun bid farewell to Jiraiya and the others. You should leave quickly. Having such a scoundrel like you around is truly unfortunate for me, the Toad Sage. Don't come back again. Jiraiya's lips twitched, and for some inexplicable reason, one of his eyes was swollen while the other was bruised, resembling a circus clown, which was rather comical. In response, Kazekage Xun could only offer 2 words, serves you right. Upon Tsunade's return yesterday, Kazekage Xun had taken the opportunity to inform her of Jiraiya's bullying under the guise of a competition. Upon hearing that her disciple had been mistreated, Tsunade wasted no time and directly dragged Jiraiya outside, using her fists to teach him a lesson, asserting that her disciple was not someone who could be bullied by anyone. In the face of Tsunade's fiery temper, Jiraiya naturally dared not retaliate, resulting in a complete rout for him in the battle, which was akin to a one-sided women's match. Fortunately, Tsunade was careful not to strike any vital areas, only targeting his face. Thus, despite Jiraiya's pitiful appearance, his injuries were not severe. At this moment, Konan approached Kazekage's son, her cheeks slightly flushed and somewhat shy. She glanced at her teacher and said, Brother Sun, what teacher just said was out of anger. He doesn't really mean it. You must come back again. Hearing this, Kazekage Xun looked up at Jiraiya, whose face was nearly as dark as charcoal, and couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps not. Just look at your teacher's expression. I dare not return. Upon hearing Kazekage Xun's words, Konan turned her head and, upon seeing Jiraiya's sorrowful expression, her face reddened even more. After a moment of hesitation, she mustered her courage and spoke again. Then, brother Sun, would you come back for me? After saying this, she nervously gazed at Kazekage Xun, fearing he might refuse her. Noticing this, Kazekage Xun gently brushed her delicate nose with his finger, a smile gracing his face. Rest assured, as long as your teacher does not object, I will certainly return. Seeing Konan smile once more, Kazekage Xun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. However, by that time, we would likely be enemies rather than friends, wouldn't we? Ahem, ahem. At that moment, Yahiko, standing to the side, coughed lightly a couple of times. However, perhaps due to his low presence or the fact that everyone intentionally ignored the enthusiastic young man, no one turned their attention to him, regardless of how hard he coughed. Finally, Nagato, somewhat puzzled, asked, Yahiko, why do you keep coughing? Are you sick? I'm fine. I just find that guy too shameless. He clearly rejected Konan, but still pretends to be close to her. Yahiko felt a tinge of jealousy. Believing that the so-called 15-year promise could only deceive someone as kind and innocent as Konan, he would never buy into it. Although he didn't quite understand the connection to his coughing, Nagato wisely chose to remain silent. After saying goodbye to Konan once more, Kazekage Xun turned to the hesitant Yahiko and said with a light chuckle, the elder brother is about to leave. Don't you have anything to say, little brother? Humph. If you want to leave, go ahead. Who cares if you die? As soon as Yahiko finished speaking, he noticed Konan glaring at him, prompting him to hastily amend his words. Well, if you were to perish, even if I wouldn't grieve, there would certainly be others who would mourn your loss. So, do take care of yourself. I wouldn't want anyone to label my elder brother as a coward. Confronted with Yahiko's textbook-like tsundere attitude, Kaze no Kun felt certain that he must have been born in the wrong era. Had he been reincarnated as a girl, many boys would surely be enamored by his type. Hey, what kind of reaction is that? It's rather unsettling. Noting Kaze no Kun's peculiar scrutiny, Yahiko felt a chill run down his spine and inadvertently recalled the words of his lecherous teacher. Yahiko, do you know? In this world, true love often exists not between men and women, but between men. Back then, he had naively inquired about the nature of love between men. At that time, Jiraiya had merely responded with a melancholic expression, stating, the love between men is often accompanied by the pain of fissures. Considering this, Yahiko shuddered at the thought that someone like Konan, so kind and beautiful, could be overlooked. Perhaps his teacher's words were indeed accurate. With this unsettling notion, Yahiko hastily concealed himself behind Nagato. What has gotten into him? Why the sudden oddity? Kaze no Kun pondered, surprised by Yahiko's reaction, though he dismissed it as mere tsundere behavior. Standing nearby, Tsunade, noticing Kaze no Kun's reluctance to depart, urged impatiently, all right, let us set off quickly. If we delay any longer, we might as well forego our journey today. With Tsunade's prompt, Kaze no Kun felt compelled to take his leave, waving to the group as he prepared to depart. Just as he turned to leave, Nagato, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Kun, when we meet again, let us engage in a contest. I assure you, I will make you see me in a new light. Before Kaze no Kun could respond, the previously timid Yahiko interjected, Nagato, you are too cunning. Those words should have come from me. With that, Yahiko pointed at Kaze no Kun and declared loudly, you, rascal. Just wait. When we meet next, I will surely astonish you. Prepare to become my subordinate. Hearing this, Kaze no Kun could not help but smile inwardly. Even if you were to triumph over me, the matter of you being my subordinate remains unchanged. Observing Yahiko's dissatisfied expression, Kaze no Kun continued, if you manage to best me in the future, I might grant you a single condition. Anything at all? Yahiko asked, excitement bubbling within him. Of course not. Kaze no Kun replied, rather matter-of-factly. In response, Yahiko's lips twitched as he retorted, are you toying with me, you scoundrel? How could I? Kaze no Kun feigned innocence with a shrug, adding, there are indeed some reasonable requests I could accommodate, such as allowing you to be my superior. Is that so? Yahiko's eyes sparkled with renewed determination. It's decided. You shall henceforth be my exclusive subordinate. Gazing at the fervently excited Yahiko, Kaze no Kun sighed inwardly, then turned to leave with Tsunade and the others. At this moment, Kazekage Kaze still remained unaware that his words had subtly altered the trajectory of many lives to come. Finally, he had returned. Standing before the gates of Konohagakure, Kaze gazed upward, momentarily overwhelmed with emotion. Although he had been away for merely a month, the experiences within that brief span had proven more exhilarating than the entire preceding year. During this time, he not only forged bonds with the trio, but also steadily enhanced his own strength through a series of encounters. That rascal, Shoshin, would undoubtedly be delighted to see me return. Suddenly, Tsunade interjected from beside him. Shoshin? At the mention of his name, Kaze's expression shifted, if his prior deductions were accurate. Shoshin should have already passed away by now, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He pondered whether his earlier influence might have granted the boy a second chance at life. Casting another glance at Tsunade, Kaze chose to remain silent. Just then, Tsunade spoke to the three of them, saying, by the way, in 2 days, it will be Shoshin's birthday. Be sure to come by and celebrate with me. Lady Tsunade, I might have training at that time. Uchiha Ryu quickly interjected, only to receive a pointed glance from Tsunade, who scoffed. What? Are you suggesting that training is more important than my gathering? Under the pressure of Tsunade's formidable presence, Uchiha Ryu hastily corrected himself. No, Lady Tsunade, that is not what I meant. I assure you, even if I have training duties, I will certainly attend your gathering. Pleased by Uchiha Ryu's tact, Tsunade nodded. All right then, let us first report our mission to the old man. We can discuss the rest later. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded after hearing Tsunade's account. It seems the plea for help from the Rain Village was indeed legitimate. After a moment's contemplation, Sarutobi tapped his fingers on the desk thrice, and shortly thereafter, an Umbu operatives wearing a cat-faced mask appeared in the room. Go inform the 3 advisors and the clan leaders to convene for a meeting, Sarutobi instructed the Umbu. Yes, sir. Once the Umbu departed, the 3rd Hokage returned his gaze to Kaze and the others. You children have worked hard. It is our duty, Uchiha Ryu replied, with Kaze and the others echoing their agreement. Sarutobi smiled, satisfied, and continued, however, the matters ahead are beyond your capabilities. You may return home for now. As for the mission's rewards, I will have Tsunade deliver them to you. As he spoke, Sarutobi turned to Tsunade, who also seemed eager to leave. Tsunade, you stay. Huh. I have just completed my report, Tsunade said, her expression one of reluctance, clearly wishing to depart. Sarutobi, noticing her demeanor, sighed in exasperation. You must accompany me to the meeting. No, I must hurry back to see my brother. Tsunade replied without a second thought, unwilling to endure the grotesque nature of the politicians' discussions. Nonsense. Sarutobi expressed his irritation at Tsunade's behavior. He was well aware of his disciple's true intentions, yet he could not allow her to act upon her whims. The once thriving Senju clan has fallen into decline. It can be said that Tsunade is now the sole emblem of the Senju lineage. Although not verbally acknowledged, everyone regards Tsunade as the clan leader. As the head of the founding family of Konohagakure, how could she act recklessly? Upon witnessing her teacher's genuine anger, Tsunade couldn't help but stick out her tongue, refraining from mentioning the return. Meanwhile, the still present Kakashi, observing this, felt a sense of relief in his heart. Judging by Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction, it seems that Shoju has not encountered any misfortune, meaning he has likely evaded the clutches of death. It appears my previous words to Shoju had some effect after all. As Kakashi pondered this, he and Minato departed from the Hokage office. Strolling along the bustling streets, Minato suddenly turned to Kakashi and said, Kakashi, I have some matters to attend to. You may return home alone. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, then teasingly replied, Matters? You're not off to engage in a secret affair, are you? Minato sighed in exasperation. Oh, Kakashi, you're incorrigible. With a chuckle, Kakashi said, All right then, big brother. Go seek out your beloved. I shall not intrude upon your romantic escapade. He playfully touched his nose and, before Minato could respond, sauntered away with a grin. Curious, Minato wondered how Kakashi knew he was going to find Kushina. As Kakashi's figure receded into the distance, realization struck Minato. After parting ways with Minato, Kakashi did not head straight home, but instead made a detour to the ninja tool shop. Upon entering, he presented his severely worn-out tools to the shopkeeper, saying, Sir, I have come for my complimentary maintenance on my ninja tools. The shopkeeper's face darkened upon seeing Kakashi. Ah, it's you again, you little rascal. You've already visited me 5 times. It's one thing not to buy anything, but do you truly believe I am your free labor? Unfazed, Kakashi shrugged. I wish it were otherwise. Alas, my pockets are empty, leaving me no choice but to be a freeloader. Although the shopkeeper did not comprehend Kakashi's term for freeloading, He scoffed at the notion of Kakashi being short on funds. Have you ever seen a ninja in need of money? Kakashi noticed the shopkeeper's disbelief, but chose not to elaborate. Should he confess that he had converted all his money into points? Even if he spoke the truth, the shopkeeper would likely dismiss him as someone overly engrossed in fictional tales. At that moment, a ninja in his 20s with dark hair and somewhat bushy eyebrows entered the shop. Boss, I need another 20 pounds of weighted ninja tools. The shopkeeper responded, You again? What? Have your previous weighted tools already broken? No. The bushy-browed ninja quickly denied, grinning broadly. I just feel the ones I'm wearing are a bit too light now. I want something heavier. What? They're already 100 kilograms. And you still find them light? The shopkeeper exclaimed in disbelief. Kakashi, standing nearby, was equally astonished. He was no stranger to heavy ninja tools, as the lead weights given to him by Tsunade were among the most economical forms of such equipment. However, the mere 20 kilograms he had seemed trivial compared to the 100 kilograms that a formidable opponent like the one before him could easily handle. After a moment, Kazuki waved toward the shopkeeper and inquired, Who is this gentleman? It was only upon hearing Kazuki's question that the burly-eyed ninja noticed there was indeed another customer present. Before the shopkeeper could respond, the burly ninja introduced himself with great enthusiasm. Greetings, I am Might Dai, known as the ultimate genin who celebrates youth. Might Dai? Might Guy? Upon hearing this introduction, Kazuki's first thought was of the man who nearly delivered a kick that would change the ending. However, he quickly realized that it was actually the son who had almost altered the conclusion. Yet, upon confirming Might Dai's identity, Kazuki couldn't help but ponder. It was no wonder they were a direct lineage, both afflicted with an acute case of fervor. In fact, in his previous life online, many had questioned the origins of Lee, with some claiming that Lee was not the son of the elder Lee, but rather the offspring of the neighboring Kai family. The reasoning behind this speculation lay in the unmistakable resemblance of the bushy eyebrows that spanned 3 generations, clearly indicating that he was indeed the biological son of Might Guy. While personality traits could be molded over time, one's inherent genetics could not be altered. Moreover, throughout the entire series of Naruto, there was no mention of Might Guy's other half, leading to the single possibility that she was shrouded in secrecy, further substantiating Lee's lineage. As for whether Guy was single, Kazuki found it utterly implausible. After all, men, especially those who constantly espoused the virtues of youth like him, inevitably sought outlets for their exuberance. Yet, unlike Kakashi, who had his own clandestine literature, the implications remained too personal to divulge. Alright, that veered a bit off course. In response to Might Dai's grand introduction, Kazuki managed a strained smile and clasped his hands in greeting. Ah, so you are the legendary ultimate genin, Might Dai. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Just as Kazuki pondered how to forge a connection with this exuberant individual, the shopkeeper, unable to contain himself, remarked, I say, you young rascal. You don't truly believe his nonsensical claims, do you? Not receiving a reply from Kazuki, the shopkeeper continued. Don't be deceived by this guy training with 100 kilograms of heavy gear. No matter how grand his words may be, it doesn't change the fact that he is merely a perennial genin. I just have no desire to advance to Chunin. Might Dai weakly defended himself, prompting further disdain from the shopkeeper. What is a ninja? A ninja is a profession, and every ninja aspires to climb higher, even if the position of Hokage seems daunting. Chunin, and even Jonin, are the goals toward which all ninjas strive. This ambition not only represents honor, but also serves as a testament to one's strength. Noticing Might Dai's increasingly despondent demeanor, Kazuki sighed softly. While others may be unaware, he, well-versed in the narrative, understood that Might Dai was far from weak. In fact, upon unlocking the 8 gates, he would prove formidable, even if not as powerful as the future Night Guy. Yet he undeniably surpassed the average level of shinobi. Otherwise, he would not have been able to dispatch 4 and severely injure 3 members of the Mist 7 in a confrontation. However, it is possible that his lack of expertise in ninjutsu or his relatively feeble perception abilities hindered him, for despite his remarkable physical prowess, he remained unable to ascend to the rank of Chunin. Soon after receiving the weighted ninja tools handed to him by the shopkeeper, Might Guy departed from the ninja equipment store in silence. Observing the somewhat desolate figure of Might Guy, Kazuki Bofo pondered for a moment before addressing the shopkeeper. I shall return tomorrow to collect the well-maintained equipment. For now, I must take my leave. With that, Kazuki disregarded the shopkeeper's furious exclamations and dashed out of the ninja store. Upon spotting Might Guy amidst the crowd, Kazuki did not pursue him immediately. Instead, he leisurely trailed behind. He wished to observe how the founder of the 8 Gates, Might Guy, typically trained. Indeed, in simpler terms, Kazuki's intention was to glean knowledge from him. Although he was not yet capable of mastering the 8 Gates, this did not impede his desire to learn the other's training methods. Since he was temporarily unable to engage in combat using chakra, physical skills became particularly crucial. Apart from his system abilities, before long, Kazuki followed Might Guy to the 6th training ground. Unlike other training areas, this one simulated a genuine ecological environment, devoid of any training apparatus, with only familiar woods, gravel, and streams. Were it not for the absence of ferocious beasts, it would resemble a miniature version of the Forest of Death. Upon arriving at the training ground, Might Guy donned the weighted ninja tools he had just acquired on his wrists. After a brief acclimatization to the added weight, he commenced his specialized training. First, he began with the standard push-ups. Kazuki watched intently as Might Guy completed a staggering 1,000 consecutive push-ups. Next came the sit-ups, which Might Guy executed at an astonishing speed, finishing another 1,000. Following that, using a sturdy tree branch as leverage, he proceeded to practice pull-ups. Concealed in the foliage, Kazuki felt a twinge of discomfort as he witnessed Might Guy's relentless routine. Could it be that he had sensed my presence and was deliberately toying with me? Despite this nagging thought, Kazuki was determined not to abandon his observation. However, as time dragged on, after 5 arduous hours, Might Guy thoroughly illustrated to Kazuki the true meaning of monotony. Water treading, tree climbing, running, handstands, and one-handed push-ups. Every training exercise was fundamental. Yet the exasperating aspect was that Might Guy sustained each for an extended duration. I cannot bear to watch any longer. My eyes may very well turn bloodshot. Seeing that Might Guy was intent on continuing, Kazuki could endure no more and resolved to return home for a rest, perhaps due to the prolonged crouching position. As Kazuki stood up, his foot inadvertently landed on a brittle twig. The slight crack of the broken branch caught Might Guy's attention. "Who is there?" Upon realizing he had been discovered, Kazuki had no choice but to emerge from the thicket. "It's me. I'm the one you saw at the ninja equipment store just now." Bluffing Sun awkwardly greeted the other party. This truly was a case of losing more than one gains. Not only did he fail to steal a lesson, but he was also caught by the very individual he sought to learn from. Upon seeing Bluffing Sun emerge from the bushes, Might Guy was momentarily taken aback, then cheerfully exclaimed, "Ah, it's you, young brother. What brings you here? Are you here to practice as well?" "I suppose so," Bluffing Sun replied ambiguously. He had no intention of foolishly admitting to his intentions of learning from others. Might Guy, upon hearing Bluffing Sun's response, appeared quite pleased. "Is that so? I noticed your rosy complexion and remarkable physique back at the ninja tool shop. You're clearly a promising candidate for mastering physical techniques." Bluffing Sun blinked in surprise. This tone felt rather off. The Might Guy before him seemed less like a champion of youth and more akin to a charlatan. With a wry smile, Bluffing Sun remarked, "Are you about to say that you possess a forbidden technique, the 8 Gates, and that you'd sell it to me for a mere 888,888? The 8 Gates? What is that?" Might Guy responded, somewhat puzzled. "You don't know the 8 Gates? It's a technique you developed yourself?" Bluffing Sun found it hard to believe that Might Guy was unaware of such a fundamental skill. The latter, sensing Bluffing Sun's confidence, fell into contemplation. "I do wish to develop a technique, but it pertains to the ancient art of the Yin-Yang masters, known as Chimen Duanjia. While it does mention the 8 Gates, I truly have no knowledge of the 8 Gates technique." Bluffing Sun felt a sense of clarity dawning upon him. According to Might Guy's explanation, it seemed that the 8 Gates had yet to be fully developed by him. The original text mentioned that Might Guy had spent over 20 years mastering this technique. However, while the reasoning had become clear, Bluffing Sun noticed that the other had just mentioned Yin-Yang masters. Did the world of Naruto truly have Yin-Yang masters? In his previous life, Bluffing Sun would have categorically denied this, as the original plot of Naruto never introduced such a profession. Even when the so-called Yin-Yang release appeared later in the story, it was merely a technique developed by the Sage of Six Paths. Yet, Might Guy's recent statement indicated that the profession of Yin-Yang masters indeed existed in this world. With this thought, Bluffing Sun could not help but inquire, "Are there really Yin-Yang masters in this world? I've never heard of them." Might Guy, stroking his small mustache, pondered for a moment before replying, "I'm not sure if Yin-Yang masters still exist today, but before the rise of ninjas, there was indeed a system of Yin-Yang masters." "Is that so?" Wolfing Sun fell into deep thought. Yin-Yang masters, according to the narratives of his past life, were merely an offshoot of the Taoist traditions of the Celestial Empire. But what of the Yin-Yang masters in this world? Where did they originate? How had they authored the renowned Chiminduinjia of his previous life? Why was it that only the name of ninjas resonated throughout this realm, while not a whisper of Yin-Yang masters had ever reached his ears? For some inexplicable reason, Wolfing Sun suddenly felt that this world was far more intricate than he had ever imagined. Although the original work primarily emphasizes the profession of ninjas, it is evident that this world is home to various other combat or supportive vocations. For instance, there are priestesses, samurais, and the recently mentioned Onmyoji. How did they come into existence? Might their emergence be accompanied by founders akin to the Sage of Six Paths? If the Sage of Six Paths were to persist in this realm, what of the others in their respective professions? Could it be that they too dwell in some hidden corner of this world? Noticing that Keisuke Su was lost in thought, Might Dai shyly interjected. You needn't ponder so deeply. To be honest, aside from myself, I have not heard others speak of Onmyoji. Keisuke Su expressed his surprise. Then how did you come to know about the 8 gates, or rather, the Chiminduinjia? Might Dai scratched his head and explained. It is actually an ancient manuscript passed down through my family, titled Chiminduinjia. As Keisuke Su absorbed this revelation, he couldn't help but feel a mix of skepticism and curiosity. An ancient manuscript of Chiminduinjia? Could it possibly hold accounts of the Onmyoji's past? With this thought in mind, Keisuke Su suddenly asked, could I perhaps have a look at that book? However, as soon as the words left his lips, he regretted them. Setting aside the fact that they had only just met, even in the case of close friends, one would typically refrain from prying into another's secrets. To Keisuke Su, Might Dai's Chiminduinjia represented a unique family secret, and to suddenly express a desire to learn about it would undoubtedly raise eyebrows. Just as Keisuke Su contemplated retracting his request, Might Dai eagerly acquiesced, no problem. As long as you have time. You can come over to my house anytime to take a look. Might Dai's generous response left Keisuke Su momentarily speechless. Is it really all right? That is, after all, a treasured heirloom of yours. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for an outsider? Might Dai waved his hand dismissively, flashing a radiant smile. Not at all. It's rare to find a like-minded friend. Such a modest request is certainly within my means. When did we become like-minded friends? We've only just met. Keisuke Su thought. But before he could further decline, Might Dai threw an arm around his shoulder, assuring him, don't worry, there's no one else at my home. So you need not concern yourself excessively. Need not concern myself excessively? For some inexplicable reason, Keisuke Su felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He turned slightly, only to find Might Dai's increasingly fervent gaze upon him. Keisuke Su quickly withdrew from Might Dai's embrace, regarding him with caution. Could it be that this fellow harbors an unusual inclination? He mused. Yet, that would contradict the fact that in the future he indeed had a son named Kai, implying his preference must be for females. Was he perhaps the type to indulge in both? A brief glance at Might Dai revealed a physique notably more robust than the average ninja, complemented by a thick beard. Keisuke Su found himself swallowing hard. It is often said that individuals with thick beards have a heightened demand in certain aspects. Indeed, the ancients have not deceived me. Taking a deep breath, Bo Fengxuan, clearly somewhat wounded, addressed Might Dai. My brother is still waiting for me to return home and prepare dinner, so I shall defer visiting your home for now. I promise to come by another day. Upon hearing Bo Fengxuan's explanation, Might Dai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Will you truly visit my home? Indeed. I shall certainly come next time. Bo Fengxuan managed to force a smile. Internally, he thought, goodness, look at this eager fellow. There must be something amiss. Resolutely, Bo Fengxuan decided that he would only visit after Might Dai's marriage. The rationale for this was simple. If the other party merely had a robust demand, a mere release would suffice. Surely, his future wife would be his ultimate choice, and once he had adequately satisfied himself, he would likely no longer harbor intentions towards others. Reflecting on this, Bo Fengxuan felt a twinge of sadness. So what was I truly here for? Not only did I fail to acquire the secrets of the 8 gates, but I also became a target for someone else's intentions. What a misfortune. Shaking his head, he bid Might Dai farewell. I shall not intrude on your practice any longer. Are you leaving so soon? Might Dai's bright eyes appeared somewhat melancholic and reluctant. My brother is still waiting at home. I cannot let him worry too much. Goodness, I cannot bear this any longer. Let me return home to my sister-in-law's embrace for comfort. It seemed he had inadvertently revealed something. Well then, Seeing that Bo Fengxuan was genuinely about to leave, Might Dai sighed. Do visit often. I shall always be waiting for you. After nodding in acknowledgement, Bo Fengxuan hurriedly departed from the 6th training ground. Once Bo Fengxuan left, Might Dai sighed again. Alas, I finally made a friend and wanted to invite him home. But it seems I must save that for another time. Is youth truly synonymous with loneliness? Might Dai gazed at the sky, suddenly realizing, what was the name of this new friend I just made? 2 days later, at Tsunade's residence. Here, you rascal, this is for you. Tsunade nonchalantly handed Bo Fengxuan a stack of money. Observing the substantial amount in his hands, which clearly exceeded 100,000, Bo Fengxuan was puzzled. Did you not say that the reward for the mission was 100,000 for each of us, excluding you? This sum seems to surpass that. Indeed, this totals 300,000, and I have included my share for you. Witnessing Tsunade's generous demeanor, Bo Fengxuan felt an urge to pat her forehead, wondering if she had mistakenly taken some medication or was simply confused. Given her notoriously frugal nature, he could hardly believe she would arbitrarily bestow an additional 20,000 upon him. Noticing Bo Fengxuan's evident skepticism, Tsunade retorted, if you do not want it, then return it to me. 20,000 is enough for me to lose several rounds at the casino. Upon hearing this, Bo Fengxuan swiftly concealed the money within his clothing. What a joke. Once money is in my possession, there is no way I would give it back. However, he remained curious. What fortunate event transpired that led you to give me such a windfall? What do you mean by a fortunate event? Could I not simply bestow some money upon my disciple? Tsunade appeared somewhat displeased. I must confess, I truly do not trust the inner musings of Bo Fengxuan. However, at that moment, Tsunade, with a faint blush on her cheeks, remarked, since you have taken my money, you must assist me with a small task. Huh. Bo Fengxuan's lips twitched slightly, internally exclaiming in exasperation. Indeed, this individual would not offer a red envelope without a catch. Rest assured, it is merely a trivial matter. Tsunade reiterated upon noticing Bo Fengxuan's peculiar expression. What exactly do you mean by a trivial matter? Bo Fengxuan sighed, casting a disapproving glance at her. Truly, there is no such thing as a free lunch. How foolish of him to have felt even a fleeting sense of gratitude. Such emotions wasted. If Shoru inquires about my secret stash, you must not reveal that I am the one who took it. Tsunade interjected once more. Upon hearing this, Bo Fengxuan felt his mental faculties were somewhat lacking. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke again. Have you truly stripped Shoru of all his savings? Absolutely not. Tsunade firmly denied. I left that boy 50,000. Such audacity. To exploit her brother so brazenly. Thankfully, his brother is Minato. Had it been this woman, he might have been sold off to a brothel as an ugly duckling at any moment. Bo Fengxuan, both speechless and indignant, resolutely replied, no, I cannot assist in such wrongdoing. It was a jest, for although he did not consider himself a virtuous person, Shoru had treated him well, and he could not betray him for a mere sum of money. Well, at the very least, I require double the hush money. You insolent brat. Repeat that. Tsunade's gaze turned dangerously sharp. Swallowing hard, Bo Fengxuan steadied himself, declaring, no means no. You accepted my money. No means no. You were the one who disclosed the location of Shoru's hidden funds. No means no. Indeed, it seems he had instigated this matter. If Tsunade were to expose him, it would be a loss indeed. Contemplating this, Bo Fengxuan cleared his throat and spoke earnestly, Mad woman. If you wish for me to remain silent, I am amenable to that. Observing Tsunade's heightened agitation, he extended his hand, rubbing his thumb against 2 other fingers. Tsunade tilted her head in confusion, perplexed by Bo Fengxuan's gestures. Was this woman feigning ignorance? He had hinted so clearly, yet she pretended not to understand. Clearing his throat again, Bo Fengxuan, in exasperation, stated plainly, Shoru's hidden funds amount to several million. Offering me merely 200,000 as hush money seems rather insufficient. Does it not? Not at all. Tsunade responded curtly. Bo Fengxuan felt his eyelids twitching as he continued earnestly. Compensation must be commensurate with effort. If you wish to reap rewards, you must be prepared to give. 200,000 is far too little. If I were to disclose your secret, Shoru might reward me with 200,000 or even more. Influenced by Bo Fengxuan's reasoning, Tsunade fell silent for a moment. Then, through gritted teeth, declared, 100,000. That is the maximum I can offer. 300,000. Bo Fengxuan replied leisurely. Do not push your luck. Kakashi's eyes seemed to blaze with fire. For 100,000. You heartless scoundrel, do you dare to challenge me? I could easily render you incapable of self-care. 500,000. Huh. I'm simply raising the stakes. If you have the guts, come at me. Boom. Kakashi's fist gently caressed the top of Bo Feng Sun's head, and soon, a crimson bump rapidly swelled at the back of his skull. You wretched woman. Before Bo Feng Sun could unleash his fury, Kakashi interjected, 30,000. If you dare raise the price again, we shall part ways. Being struck once for 30,000 didn't seem a bad trade. All right, 30,000 it is. Now pay up. Bo Feng Sun extended his hand. However, after a considerable interval, he found himself still awaiting the 30,000 that was rightfully his. Looking at Kakashi in confusion, he noticed an unusual shyness enveloping her. It seems the 30,000 will take a bit longer. It's just 30,000. What has to hold up? Bo Feng Sun said. Exasperated. It's not like I'm asking for all your money, just a trivial sum. I've spent it all, Kakashi confessed quietly, avoiding his gaze. Upon hearing her words, Bo Feng Sun was momentarily speechless. Spent it all? Yes. Kakashi looked like a remorseful child caught in wrongdoing. Good grief, what nonsense is this? Bo Feng Sun thought he must be seeing a mirage of Kakashi. That has several million. You couldn't have squandered it all so quickly. Noticing his incredulous stare, Kakashi explained, remember the last time at the casino? I thought fortune was smiling upon me, and before I knew it, I had spent every last penny. Sigh. With that, she made an exaggerated cute gesture. Seriously? You went to the casino and ended up losing everything. What gave you the confidence that luck would turn in your favor? Bo Feng Sun internally raged. Yet, given the circumstances, he refrained from further comment and coldly inquired, when do you plan to repay the 30,000? Also, it's brother Xingshu's birthday today. Without funds, how do you intend to buy him a gift? Are you considering selling yourself? Get lost. You're the one who should sell yourself, she retorted, scrunching her nose in displeasure. Kakashi continued, but I still have my precious apprentice, don't I? She cast her gaze mischievously at Bo Feng Sun's chest. Instinctively tightening his grip on the money in his possession, Bo Feng Sun warned. I advise you to steer clear of my meager savings. Be wary of my righteous wrath. TCH, stingy, Kakashi murmured, patting her flat chest. Rest assured. I had already prepared a gift. I'm certain Xingshu will adore it. That impoverished, wretched woman claimed she was prepared? This was unlike her. Observing the now empty Kakashi household, Bo Feng Sun muttered in boredom. Indeed, the entire house was now devoid of life, save for him. The Kakashi who had just been bickering with him was now joyfully off to deliver gifts to her brother. As for why he remained, that was a tale for another time. Tsunade, with a playful tone, declared, to demonstrate my trust in you, I'll leave you here to watch over things. That scoundrel, professing trust, was likely motivated by the fact that there was little of value left here. Reflecting on the last remnants of her savings, which Tsunade had squandered, Naruto felt a pang of frustration. He could only hope that Shoujo wouldn't end up in tears afterward. While Naruto lingered in Tsunade's residence, she, equipped with a carefully prepared birthday gift, sought out Shoujo. What brings you here, big sister? Shoujo exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Tsunade on the rooftop of the Hokage's office building. I missed you, Tsunade unabashedly replied. A chill ran down Shoujo's spine. He was bewildered by his sister's sudden appearance and her unexpected admission. Despite feeling guilty for such thoughts, he couldn't shake the feeling that her intentions were dubious. Taking a deep breath, he said, All right, sister, what do you need me to do this time? Just so you know, I won't be stealing the teacher's underwear for you. Get lost. You're the one who wants Orochimaru's underwear, Tsunade retorted, raising her fist menacingly. Just when Shoujo thought his sister had finally shown her true colors, Tsunade unexpectedly calmed her temper. No, I must endure. Today is your birthday, and I want to be a considerate sister. But after today, don't blame me for turning my back on you, she thought gleefully, saying aloud, Shoujo, happy 12th birthday. Here is your gift. As she presented the gift she had prepared, Shoujo was taken aback. I can't believe you remembered my birthday, he remarked in surprise. Of course I did. I am your older sister. How could I forget my little brother's birthday? Tsunade insisted, her cheeks flushing as she defended herself. Oh, then why didn't you celebrate my birthday last year? Shoujo countered without hesitation. All right, today is your special day. Let's not dwell on the past. Take your gift. I put a lot of thought into it, Tsunade urged, pushing the present toward him. Taking the birthday gift, Shoujo grumbled, I'm already 12. I shouldn't be receiving birthday gifts like a child. Not at all. You're still quite young, Tsunade replied, urging him again, open it. I think you'll be delighted. Seeing Tsunade's enthusiasm, Shoju reluctantly began to unwrap the box. Upon discovering a sky-blue necklace inside, he was momentarily stunned. Sister, this can't be. Indeed, it is the necklace of the first Hokage. Our grandfather, Tsunade smiled, watching her brother's excited reaction. It seemed that Shoju was quite pleased with the gift. Even if he were to discover that his savings had been pilfered by her, he likely wouldn't hold it against her too harshly. Indeed, the primary reason Tsunade bestowed this precious necklace upon Naritaki was to secure an alternative path for herself, thereby diminishing the likelihood that Naritaki would act with righteous indignation should her transgressions come to light. With this thought in mind, Tsunade continued, "Have you not always desired this necklace? Take good care of it. Big sister, I adore you," Naritaki exclaimed, leaping into Tsunade's embrace. He felt compelled to reflect upon his perceptions. Perhaps his sister was not as flawed as he had once believed. Upon extricating himself from her embrace, Naritaki examined the necklace with renewed excitement, declaring, "Rest assured, big sister, not only will I safeguard this necklace, but I shall also protect the village my grandfather cherished dearly. I am the grandson of the first Hokage, and Konoha will forever remain my beloved home," he proclaimed. Observing her brother's proud countenance, Tsunade inadvertently lost sight of her original intent. She affectionately ruffled his hair, expressing her delight. Such a small yet formidable spirit. From now on, the village and your sister will rely on your protection. Of course." Leaning against the rooftop railing, surveying the entirety of Konoha, Naritaki asserted confidently, "One day, I shall inherit the title of Hokage, for my dream is to become Hokage." In the face of her brother's radiant smile, Tsunade could not help but smile in return. For so long, she had perceived Naritaki as a mere child, yet she now realized that he was maturing, ready to spread his wings like a fledgling hawk. "Grandfather, if you could see Naritaki now, you would surely be elated." With this thought, Tsunade pointed to his forehead, saying, "Naritaki, remove your forehead protector. Come here. I have another gift for you that will help you realize your wishes." As she removed the protector from his forehead, Tsunade leaned down and gently kissed his brow. Much to his astonishment, "This gift will undoubtedly assist my Naritaki in achieving his dreams." A cool breeze swept across the rooftop, carrying with it the innocent laughter of youth. Meanwhile, at Tsunade's residence, Kakashi found himself unexpectedly face to face with a distinguished figure. Orochimaru. Kakashi could hardly believe that Orochimaru would appear at this moment. Upon seeing Kakashi, Orochimaru pondered briefly before exclaiming, "Ah, you must be Tsunade's new apprentice. Where is Tsunade? She has gone to find Naritaki. She should return shortly. Is there something you need?" "Lord Orochimaru?" Kakashi inquired, feeling somewhat apprehensive in the presence of the formidable figure. To be candid, until he surpassed Orochimaru in strength, he preferred to avoid any entanglements with him. Even though Orochimaru had not yet transformed into a bioengineering savant, his unfriendly gaze evoked an unsettling sense akin to confronting a venomous serpent. "Is that so?" Orochimaru mused, then continued, "I was invited by Tsunade to celebrate my disciple's birthday. Since they have yet to return, I shall take a seat here for a while." With that, Orochimaru found a chair and seated himself comfortably. "Kakashi, is it? There is no need for you to be overly anxious. You are Tsunade's apprentice, which makes you my nephew. Maintain your composure." Orochimaru addressed the somewhat anxious Kazekage. "Goodness. Knowing you will become a formidable antagonist in the future, how could I not be tense? My nerves must be made of steel." Kazekage silently criticized internally, but managed to relax, not due to confidence in his own abilities, but rather the certainty that his adversary would not strike against him at this moment. After a prolonged silence, Orochimaru suddenly remarked, "Your parents are the esteemed Kazekage couple, are they not?" Kazekage nodded, unperturbed, for he had long discerned from Jiraiya's actions and Tsunade's words that his parents had a significant connection with the legendary Sannin. However, Orochimaru's subsequent inquiry caught him off guard. "What are your thoughts on the demise of your parents?" What an inappropriate question for an adult to pose to a child. Noticing Kazekage's silence, Orochimaru continued, "Please don't misunderstand. My own parents perished in war as well, and I am merely curious to understand your perspective on such a shared experience." Kazekage, sensing sincerity in Orochimaru's demeanor, momentarily lowered his guard and replied coolly, "What can I think? I hold a deep-seated hatred for Hanzo, the murderer of my parents, and beyond that, I can only feel disdain for a world that knows not the essence of peace. Is that so?" Orochimaru nodded, seemingly having anticipated Kazekage's response. He pressed on, Do you not find life to be exceedingly fragile? At this juncture, Kazekage's previously relaxed demeanor returned to a state of vigilance. Could it be that this man had begun to contemplate experiments? Just as Kazekage pondered how to respond to this unsettling question, an unexpected guest arrived at Tsunade's residence. Upon seeing the middle-aged man adorned in a white ceremonial robe enter the room, both Kazekage and Orochimaru rose to greet him. Lord Third, what brings you here? Oh, my disciple's grandchild is celebrating a birthday. How could I, as a mentor, not make an appearance? He chuckled. Do not feel overly restrained. Treat me as a mere ordinary attendee celebrating this occasion. Before we regard you as an ordinary guest, might we request a change into less formal attire? Kazekage internally scoffed while welcoming the third Hokage into the living room. Well, this already awkward atmosphere had become even more uncomfortable. As Kazekage fidgeted, he mentally lamented, "Where is that scoundrel Tsunade? I am truly in a predicament here." Amidst his anxious glances, Tsunade finally returned, accompanied not only by her, but also by a familiar figure that had long been absent from his sight. Sister, what brings you here? Indeed, the radiant figure before him, adorned with flowing red hair and a beaming smile, was Kushina. As soon as Kazekage spoke, Kushina, hands on her hips and with a hint of annoyance, seized Kazekage by the ear in front of a stunned Tsunade, exclaiming, "What is this? Am I not welcome?" Kazekage gasped in surprise, quickly pleading, "Of course not. Your arrival is met with the warmest of welcomes from your devoted subordinate. You deceive me. You do not regard me as your superior." Kushina remained steadfast, unmoved by Minato's pleas. "Why haven't you come to see me since you returned with the Sannin?" she inquired. "I did not wish to intrude upon your intimate moments with your brother." Minato felt unjustly treated. His intentions were benevolent, yet they had been misconstrued. Upon hearing Minato's explanation, Kushina's face flushed, matching the hue of her hair, and she stammered, "In any case, upon your return from missions, you must report to me, understood?" Minato nodded, recognizing this as an expression of her concern. Although their relationship was that of leader and subordinate, in her heart, she must have already considered him family. "By the way, where is your brother? Did he not accompany you?" Kushina asked, surveying the surroundings. "Oh, he is at home tidying up. He should return shortly. But what brings you here, sister?" Minato was puzzled as to why Kushina had come to celebrate Shoju's birthday alongside Tsunade. Were they acquainted? Upon learning that Minato had yet to arrive, Kushina felt a tinge of disappointment and showed little interest in answering Minato's inquiry. Ultimately, Shoju stepped forward to elucidate. "Kushina is of my clan, before my grandmother passed. She entrusted me with her care. To me, Kushina is like a younger sister." "Ah, I see," Minato exclaimed, realizing the connection. However, before he could speak further, Tsunade, who had remained silent until then, suddenly lamented to Kushina, "Kushina, my apprentice appears quite frightened of you. He constantly makes faces at me in your presence. What nonsense is this woman uttering?" Minato felt a wave of embarrassment as Kushina's gaze shifted back to him. "Sister, do not heed my teacher's absurd claims. It is all a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" Tsunade interjected. "Kushina, you are unaware that this brat seldom calls me teacher. I am left feeling wronged, with no one to confide in." Sob. Witnessing Tsunade's tearful complaint towards Kushina, Minato thought to himself, "What has happened to your dignity, you wretched woman? Have you fed it to a teddy bear?" Seeing her beloved sister display such a demeanor, Kushina glared fiercely at Minato. "You little rascal, it seems you have gained some courage lately, daring to bully my sister." "Sister, I am innocent. It is this fellow who is pretending and deceiving you. Just ask Shoju." Minato pointed an accusatory finger at Shoju while casting a triumphant glare at Tsunade. "Huh, watch closely. This wretched woman's lies shall soon be unveiled." However, idealism often clashes with reality. Shoju hesitated for a moment before blushingly replying, "I am not entirely sure. You know I am seldom at home." Wait. This is not the script I envisioned. What has happened to you, Shoju? Have you been brainwashed by Tsunade?" Minato found it hard to believe, unaware that Shoju's response stemmed entirely from the gift he had recently received. As Hunin stared at him with a fierce gaze once more, Kazekage found himself at a loss and had no choice but to reveal his secret weapon. Placing his hand by his lips, he cleared his throat twice, casting a meaningful glance at Tsunade while softly exclaiming, "Ahem, 300,000. 300,000. Hunin blinked in confusion. However, Hunin's lack of understanding did not imply that Tsunade was equally oblivious. Tsunade realized that Kazekage's words served as a warning directed at him, though inwardly seething with resentment. She had no option but to let it slide this time. That insolent brat would certainly face her wrath later. With this thought in mind, Tsunade smiled and said, "Hunin, let him off the hook this time. After all, I am his teacher, and I shall overlook it this once." Seeing that the involved party had spoken, Hunin, after shooting him a glare, reluctantly acquiesced. The evening's festivities continued well into the night. However, the third Hokage departed early due to pressing official duties. "Come, Orochimaru, let us toast," Tsunade exclaimed with a rosy complexion, hoisting a bottle of wine boldly towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "I must go on a mission with Shora tomorrow, so I shall pass on the drink. I need to return soon." "Oh, what's the difference? It's just a mission. There are plenty of people in the village who can handle it," Tsunade remarked, appearing somewhat displeased. Before Orochimaru could respond further, Shora tugged at Tsunade, urging her to sit down properly. "Sister, you're drunk. You should rest. Go away, you little brat." "What do you know? I'm not drunk. I'm perfectly sober," Tsunade retorted, pushing Shora aside and wandering over to Kazekage, who had been pretending to be invisible. "My precious disciple, tell them I'm not drunk," she insisted. Kazekage, witnessing Tsunade's glassy-eyed stare and hiccuping, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. At the moment she called him my precious disciple, her faculties had clearly begun to falter. However, dealing with a drunken person required a certain level of compliance, so despite his thoughts, Kazekage replied, Yes, teacher, you are not drunk, you are completely sober." Upon hearing this, Tsunade beamed with delight and embraced her precious disciple, exclaiming, "As expected of my student, you truly understand your teacher's sentiments." The mingling scent of alcohol and her body fragrance made Kazekage slightly dizzy. In truth, he harbored a little-known weakness, intoxication. No matter the lifetime, even the faintest whiff of strong liquor could leave him disoriented. "I must leave quickly. If this continues, I shall truly faint." Just as Kazekage contemplated pushing Tsunade away, her complexion suddenly paled. With a heave, she vomited all over him. Kazekage glared darkly at the mess on his chest, ready to admonish her, only to see Tsunade disdainfully walk away from him. That wretched woman. Kazekage's anger flared, yet he found himself unable to vent. He had no desire to argue with a drunken person. After a moment of reflection, he turned to the apologetic Shoro beside him and said, "Shoro, I'm going to take a shower. May I borrow a set of clothes afterward?" Upon receiving Shoru's agreement, Kazekage turned and left. Nearly an hour later, he re-emerged. At this moment, the dining table was noticeably less crowded. Upon seeing Tsunade slumped over the table in slumber, Bluffing Sun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had genuinely feared another encounter with her. Minato, who had been mingling with Kushina, spoke up as his younger brother emerged, suggesting, "It's getting late. Perhaps we should head home." Indeed, it was already 10 o'clock at night. After exchanging nods, Bluffing Sun and the others bid farewell to Shoju, saying, "Then, Shoju, we shall take our leave. Please look after our teacher." "Leave it to me," came the reply. Upon departing from Tsunade's residence, the trio walked homeward, yet a palpable silence enveloped them. Curiously glancing at Minato and Kushina, Bluffing Sun found it peculiar. He had refrained from speaking to avoid being a third wheel. Yet the lack of conversation from both seemed rather abnormal. Unbeknownst to him, during his bathing, Orochimaru had divulged critical news to them. The sinister figure had informed them that a new war was imminent, with the third Hokage initiating troop mobilizations. It would not be long before a steady stream of ninjas would be dispatched to the battlefield. Even for lower-ranked ninjas like Minato, it was likely they would find themselves on the front lines within 2 to 3 months. This revelation was far from reassuring for Minato and Kushina, who had only just begun to kindle their feelings for one another. Kushina feared that Minato might encounter peril on the battlefield, while Minato was more concerned about Kushina being sent there. According to the earlier comments from a Cloud Ninja, he was acutely aware of what Kushina's identity entailed. As a Jinchuriki, she was a weapon of the village, destined to remain away from the battlefield unless absolutely necessary. However, should she find herself in such a situation, the implications were dire. At merely 10 years of age, the prospect of controlling the tailed beast within her, let alone resisting its will, was a daunting challenge. The worst-case scenario loomed ominously. Kushina could be consumed by the life force of the beast within her. He yearned to protect her, thus he was resolute in enhancing his own strength. At that moment, Minato was unaware that he would one day become Hokage to safeguard her. Similarly, Kushina was oblivious to the fact that her dreams would ultimately materialize. She would become the wife of the Hokage. And so, with their individual thoughts swirling, the group returned to their respective homes. The following morning, Xun rose early and, as was customary, commenced his grueling training regimen. After bidding farewell to the amiable aunties and uncles, he shouldered his basket and made his way back to Tsunade's abode, intending to prepare a delightful breakfast for the hungover woman. Upon entering the room, he discovered that Tsunade was indeed still asleep, while Shoju's presence had vanished. Reflecting on Orochimaru's words from the previous day, Xun chose not to dwell on it too much. I wonder what benefits Shoju received from this fellow. He didn't even advocate for me yesterday, he mused, yet his hands moved swiftly, deftly grasping the cooking utensils as he ventured further down the path of culinary mastery. 20 minutes later, having shed the weights from his wrists, Xun surveyed the golden, delicate dish before him, nodding in satisfaction. Sweet and sour crispy tofu, completed. With a fleeting glance at the still slumbering Tsunade, Xun smiled with a hint of mischief. The scent of delectable cuisine wafted through the air, as if Tsunade, lost in her dreams, were a famished traveler arriving in a kingdom of gastronomic delights. The enticing aromas sparked a twinkle in her eyes, prompting her to dash towards the distant realm of delicacies. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed through the room. Tsunade, who had been peacefully sleeping, inexplicably tumbled to the floor. Before her stood Xun, holding a plate with an air of smug satisfaction. Hey, I assure you, it was not intentional. Groggily awakening, Tsunade rubbed her bleary eyes and, upon spotting Xun, took a few moments to process before launching herself at him with a fierce growl. You little rascal. How dare you toy with your master? Just wait until I settle the score. Dressed in disarray after her meal, Tsunade languidly gazed out at the overcast sky, then turned to Xun, who was busy washing dishes. When did Shura leave? How would I know? He was already gone when I arrived, he replied. Is that so? Tsunade seemed surprised. Generally, tasks assigned for the following day are not executed too early, considering the darkness that hinders a ninja's mission. The dreary weather began to drizzle lightly, casting an ominous shadow over the day. Lord Third, what brings you here? Xun asked, intrigued by the arrival of Sarutobi Hiruzen at Tsunade's residence. Normally, after celebrating Shura's birthday, he wouldn't visit, especially not in such inclement weather. Furthermore, the third's expression appeared rather grave. Had he been caught spying on the women's bathhouse? Unaware of Xun's assumptions, Sarutobi, seeing him at the door, got straight to the point. Where is Tsunade? That troublesome master is still resting inside. Is there something you need, Lord Third? Noticing Xun's confusion, Sarutobi sighed heavily. His voice laced with sorrow. Return to the room and inform Tsunade that Shuru has perished on a mission. At those words, Xun's pupils constricted in shock. Shuru had died in battle? This could not be true. He had believed he had altered his fate. With a dry chuckle, he responded, Lord Third. Such matters should not be trifled with. If only this were a jest, but sadly, it is the truth. Shuru is truly gone, Sarutobi replied, his expression equally resigned. A sharp sound echoed as an object fell to the ground. Turning around, Xun found Tsunade standing behind him, her wooden comb having slipped from her grasp. She pressed her hands to her lips, tears welling in her eyes. I'm so sorry, Tsunade, Sarutobi murmured softly, but the words seemed to leave Tsunade in a daze. Her response delayed. After a long pause, her voice trembled as she asked, where is his body? Where is Shoru's body? After a moment of silence, Sarutobi finally replied, Shoru's body has been taken to the morgue by Orochimaru. At this revelation, Tsunade could no longer contain her emotions and abruptly bolted from the room. Tsunade, wait. In the blink of an eye, Tsunade vanished from sight, prompting the third Hokage to grasp the still bewildered Windstorm and pursue her. Being a figure of considerable prowess, it took less than 5 minutes for them to arrive at the mortuary of Konoha. Orochimaru stood at the entrance, his expression tinged with a sense of solitude. Beside him were 2 young boys, presumably companions of Shoshin. However, Windstorm found himself perplexed by one of the companions. One was tall and slender, utterly unremarkable, while the other exuded an unsettling aura. Clad in a black jacket and trousers, complemented by an unsettlingly pale complexion, he appeared jarringly out of place. Yet, it was not merely his appearance that struck Windstorm as odd. It was the facade of sorrow that lingered on his face, which felt profoundly insincere, evoking a potent sense of déjà vu. Could it be that I have encountered this individual before? Windstorm furrowed his brow, but the memory eluded him. At that moment, a commotion nearby brought Windstorm back to reality. Sarutobi Hiruzen grasped Tsunade's arm, urging her, "Tsunade, it would be best if you did not look. Let go of me. You old fool. That is my brother." Tsunade glared fiercely at him. "Let her see. It's already of no consequence. After all, the body has lost all semblance of its former self." Orochimaru interjected wearily. Hiruzen, clearly agitated, retorted, "Enough, Orochimaru. What do you mean by that?" Ignoring his teacher's ire, Orochimaru continued, "Isn't this the essence of being a ninja? Engaged in a mission, never knowing when one might sustain grievous injuries, especially in times of war. Such occurrences are unavoidable. After all, no medic can accompany you at all times." As he spoke, Orochimaru approached Tsunade, producing a pendant signifying death from his pocket. They are merely children, too easily excited, particularly on the day after receiving a gift. After uttering this final remark, Orochimaru fell into a profound silence. Although his words were unsatisfactory, it was evident to all that he genuinely mourned for his student. Upon seeing the pendant, Windstorm couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. It turned out that Shoshin had not evaded his fated demise as he had believed, but rather, that predetermined fate was merely his own misguided assumption. The destiny he had speculated had never transpired. This was his oversight. He had overlooked the pendant, aptly named the Necklace of Death. He should have realized sooner. In the original narrative, it was after Tsunade presented this pendant that Shoshin met a similar fate. Just as Windstorm, like Tsunade, was consumed by sorrow, he inadvertently caught sight of the fleeting smirk on the black-clad youth's lips, more a hollow grin than a true smile. It was this insincere smile that finally allowed Windstorm to unearth the source of his déjà vu. It resembled the early smiles of Sai from the original story. Who is Sai? He is the future successor to Sasuke, a new member joining Team 7, and also a subordinate of Danzo, affiliated with the Root Division. From a young age, they have been cultivated into machines of assassination, trained to prioritize tasks over emotions. The one assigning these missions is not the village's Hokage, but Danzo himself, to whom they owe their unwavering allegiance. Why would Danzo's subordinates ally with Orochimaru, and why did one of them just reveal a smile? Kazekage suspected he had stumbled upon something significant. Unbeknownst to him, it was not only he who noticed the peculiarities of the cloaked youth. Even Orochimaru had recently observed the odd behavior of his subordinate. However, unlike Kazekage, Orochimaru was already aware of his subordinate's origins. As this arrangement had been previously negotiated with Danzo, Orochimaru was to assist in bringing a member of the Root Division to Danzo, who, in turn, would aid him in acquiring various jutsu. Orochimaru's elongated eyes narrowed, resembling a venomous serpent as he scrutinized Chazu's silhouette. "Danzo, have you manipulated me, you old rascal?" A flicker of anger surged within him. He raised his gaze to Tsunade, who remained engulfed in sorrow, clenched his fists tightly, and addressed her anew. "I apologize, Tsunade. This is entirely my oversight." Tsunade, believing that Orochimaru was merely burdened by guilt over failing to protect Roke Tree, regarded him with a complex expression, saying nothing further. As Orochimaru had remarked, such occurrences were hardly novel in a ninja's career. Even if she were to blame him or strike him, what would it change? Roke Tree would not return to life, and could she truly hold him responsible? Gazing at the pendant in her hand, Tsunade fell into silence. The dimly lit basement flickered with candlelight, casting ghostly shadows in the cold, damp atmosphere that sent shivers down one's spine. Danzo stood before Chazu, eyes half closed, praising him. "Chazu, you performed admirably this time. I am most pleased. Thank you for your kind words, my lord. But this is merely what Chazu ought to do," Chazu replied, half kneeling in astonishment, feeling both elated and apprehensive at Danzo's praise. Danzo appeared quite satisfied with his subordinate's performance. "As I mentioned before, should you successfully complete this mission, I shall promote you to the captain of the Root Division." With that, Danzo produced a medal from within his robes. The medal, crafted entirely of silver, bore a streak of black in its center, while the reverse side showcased the unique insignia of the Hidden Leaf Village. "This badge of leadership now belongs to you. Do not let me down." Upon receiving the badge with utmost respect, Chazu resolutely declared, "Rest assured, Lord Danzo, I would brave any peril for your sake. Your words bring me great comfort." Danzo's smile was chilling. However, I have an additional request. Please, command me as you wish, Lord Danzo. Chazu lowered his head, half kneeling once more. Observing Chazu's devoted demeanor, Danzo narrowed his eyes, saying, in truth, this task should not prove difficult for you. It merely requires you to die once. Although devoid of overt emotions, this did not imply that the members of the Root Division were unafraid of death. Chazu widened his eyes in confusion, unable to comprehend why his master would utter such words. Without offering unnecessary explanations to his subordinates, Danzo crouched down and, in the face of Chasuk's terrified gaze, swiftly plunged the kunai in his hand into the latter's chest. Danzo-sama, why? Chasuk murmured as he looked down at the kunai embedded in his chest, the light in his eyes fading rapidly. Chasuk, do not blame me. After all, if this matter comes to light, I would undoubtedly be treated as a traitor by Hiruzen. For the sake of keeping this secret safe, you must make this sacrifice. Danzo's expression remained impassive, his voice devoid of warmth. I believe you would not betray me. Chasuk uttered with his last breath, his body gradually losing warmth as he slumped to the ground. But I trust even more that a dead man will keep a secret. Danzo stood once more, commanding the empty basement, dispose of Chasuk's body, and do so discreetly. However, his words did not elicit the expected response. Danzo-sama is indeed ruthless. A chilling voice echoed in the cramped basement, reflecting disdain for the merciless killing of a loyal subordinate. Who is it? Danzo's heart tightened as he narrowed his gaze, scanning his surroundings with a ferocity that betrayed his unease. It seems that even a man of your stature forgets old friends. A slender figure emerged from the shadows. Orochimaru, how did you come to be here? What of the members from the Root? Danzo's eyes sharpened, surprised by the unexpected arrival, unable to fathom how Orochimaru had come to be here unnoticed. You mean those puppets? They are unharmed. I merely allowed them a brief slumber. Orochimaru smirked, his demeanor cold as he continued. But what have you done to my subordinate, Danzo-sama? Glancing at the corpse on the ground, Danzo contemplated how much Orochimaru truly knew about the situation. After a moment of reflection, he replied, it's nothing of great significance. Your subordinate merely provoked me, and I was simply disposing of refuse. Oh, a flicker of anger shone in Orochimaru's elongated gaze, his voice laced with suppressed fury. If my subordinate is refuse, then what of my disciple? Why did you orchestrate his demise? Danzo's heart skipped a beat at these words, yet he feigned a chuckle. What do you mean by that? Orochimaru, are you implying that I was responsible for that boy's death? Fixating on Danzo's attempts to conceal the truth, Orochimaru replied icily. It is not a suspicion, but a certainty. You need not hide any longer. To be frank, I have been here far longer than you realize. I heard every word you spoke. Is that so? With this revelation, Danzo ceased his pretense and confidently retook his seat. Now that you are aware of this matter, what do you intend to do? Will you inform Sarutobi? Naturally. Would you think I came here for any other reason? Orochimaru retorted with a scoff, as if Danzo's words were laughable. Huh. Orochimaru, spare yourself the delusion. If you truly intended to inform Sarutobi, you would not be standing before me now. Tobirama cast a penetrating gaze upon Orochimaru, as if attempting to discern any subtle shifts in the latter's countenance. Yet, Orochimaru was destined to disappoint him, for his visage remained an unyielding mask of tranquility, devoid of any discernible change. Tobirama, one must concede, failed to grasp my true nature. My appearance here is merely to witness your trepidation. As for shielding you, such an option has never existed. Orochimaru's frigid retort rendered Tobirama momentarily speechless, having misjudged the abnormality of his opponent. After a prolonged silence, Tobirama, seemingly resigned, waved dismissively at Orochimaru, declaring, you truly are the rising star among the legendary Sannin. Since you have achieved your objective, go and inform Sarutobi. I shall not resist. Orochimaru scrutinized Tobirama with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism, pondering the ulterior motives of this old fox. The notion that he would simply accept defeat was utterly implausible. If a cunning fox were to feign death, it would not be in surrender, but rather in search of a final opportunity to strike. However, unable to unravel the mystery, Orochimaru chose to disregard it and turned to depart. Just then, Tobirama spoke up. I have always believed that you and I belong to the same ilk. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru paused momentarily but did not linger, continuing his exit. We need not concern ourselves with others. Our focus should solely be on our own interests. This time, Orochimaru halted, and in silence, he replied, I am not like you. I have Tsunade and Jiraiya. They are the ones I care about. Is that so? Tobirama smirked, sensing Orochimaru's engagement. Do you genuinely believe that? Consider this. Both of them are revered as heroes in our village, while you are merely feared by others. Do you not feel a sense of injustice? Noticing Orochimaru's continued silence, Tobirama pressed on. Think about it. If the three of you were to face death simultaneously, who would Tsunade save? Silence. Orochimaru spat venomously. Angry are we? But I merely speak the truth. Tobirama remained unfazed. Ponder this. Even if you regard them as your closest friends, do you truly hold such significance in their hearts? Orochimaru clenched his fists, resolutely choosing to stride outward in silence. I am not like them. I cannot be your friend, for we are both self-serving individuals. However, I could act as your ally, and we could mutually benefit from one another. Tobirama suddenly raised his voice. We are of the same kind. Only I can assist you. The forbidden techniques you seek can only be provided by me. Promise me, do not lay a hand on Tsunade. Standing at the corner, Orochimaru let out a soft sigh. That is a given. Tobirama cackled. I shall take this as a testament to our alliance. Following Orochimaru's departure, Tobirama lingered alone in the basement, a glint of malevolence flickering in his eyes. Orochimaru, I shall employ you for a time, and as for Tsunade, let her frolic a while longer. The Senju clan, devoid of its master, is destined for dissolution. This captivating village has no need for a second Uchiha clan. At the Senju residence, Kakashi sat beside the bed, observing the finally slumbering Tsunade, lost in contemplation. Tsunade is merely a woman, and regardless of her exceptional strength, she exhibits the frailty common to humanity when faced with such circumstances. A day and a night have passed since her return from Shinju, during which she has wept incessantly. Her swollen eyes evoke profound sympathy. At that moment, a sudden knock resounded at the door. Glancing at Tsunade, who remained undisturbed, Kakashi approached the door with utmost caution. Upon opening it, he found Orochimaru standing at the threshold. Is Tsunade all right? He inquired. How could she possibly be? Kakashi sighed and extended an invitation. Lord Orochimaru, please come in. After a moment's hesitation, Orochimaru slowly shook his head and replied, perhaps not. Tsunade would least prefer to see me at this moment. Noticing the guilt etched on Orochimaru's face, Kakashi furrowed his brow. He did not believe that the incident involving Shinju was solely Orochimaru's fault. Tsunade herself likely understood this as well. Yet, the other's demeanor was perplexing. Why did he appear so remorseful? Was there some hidden truth yet to be unveiled? After contemplating, Kakashi spoke softly. Lord Orochimaru, do you have time to spare? I have some inquiries to make. Orochimaru, taken aback by the request, nonetheless acquiesced. Yes. I have no pressing matters. What would you like to know, Kakashi? Casting a glance at Tsunade resting on the bed, Kakashi gently closed the door behind him. Let us discuss this outside, he suggested. The two departed from Tsunade's home and arrived at the deserted creek. Lord Orochimaru, I shall be candid, Kakashi stated. Are you aware that there may be more to the story behind Shinju's demise? He posed the question directly, though internally he felt a surge of anxiety. The man before him was no benevolent soul. Even if he had not yet turned to treachery, he bore the reputation of a cold and ruthless individual. Fortunately, Kakashi had taken precautions, opting to traverse areas populated by others, ensuring that even if Orochimaru harbored ill intentions, he would think twice, considering the potential for discovery. Additionally, he was prepared to employ his spatial manipulation abilities at a moment's notice. After Kakashi's inquiry, he remained vigilant, and Orochimaru squinted slightly. What prompts you to say such things? Kakashi? Shinju merely fell victim to a trap. Undeterred by Orochimaru's words, Kakashi countered. If one were to scrutinize the situation closely, the inconsistencies would become apparent. Oh, Orochimaru smiled, adopting a demeanor of eager anticipation. The mission of your esteemed self and your comrades lies within the land of fire. Yet how is it that enemy-placed explosive tags were found within its borders? It is worth noting that Konohagakure has yet to formally declare war on Awagakure, and other ninja villages are unlikely to provoke us at this time. Furthermore, Kakashi continued, as per your prior statements, Shinju was overly exhilarated and positioned himself at the forefront of the group. But what could have incited such excitement? Although I have just celebrated my birthday, I do not perceive Brother Shinshu as an unstable person, for he regards the profession of a ninja as paramount, and it is unlikely that he would consciously contravene regulations. The final point, which I believe is the primary reason this matter may harbor ulterior motives, is that Orochimaru's subordinate clad in black is likely a member of Danzo's root. Correct? As one who is solely aware of executing missions, why would he find himself in your squad? After articulating all his reasons, Minaikaze Xun fixed his gaze on Orochimaru, hoping for an explanation. However, upon hearing these various reasons, Orochimaru did not immediately refute them, but instead applauded Jun's conjectures. Junkuin, you are quite remarkable. Though not yet 10 years old, you appear to possess the composure and rigor of an adult. In response to Orochimaru's flattery, Minaikaze Xun merely shrugged, stating, You overestimate me. Lord Orochimaru, according to my master, I am merely a child with a spirit beyond my years. A child with a spirit beyond their years? Huh, what a delightful notion. Orochimaru laughed heartily, yet suddenly, his expression shifted as he grasped Minaikaze Xun's arm with the coldness of a venomous serpent, staring intently at him. However, Junkuin, you are still too young. Were I in your position, I would refrain from divulging such matters to a suspect like myself and would hasten to seek my master to investigate this entire affair. Confronted with Orochimaru's gaze, which seemed to threaten to consume him, Minaikaze Xun suppressed the urge to flee and steadied himself, stating, Lord Orochimaru, you misunderstand. I have never suspected you of secretly plotting against Brother Shinshu. After all, the emotions you displayed in the morgue were undeniably genuine. Observing Orochimaru's unchanging demeanor, Minaikaze Xun continued. The true mastermind behind this is, in fact, Danzo, is it not? Upon seeing Orochimaru's pupils constrict, Minaikaze Xun recognized that he had struck a chord. Although he was unsure of the true implications of Orochimaru's actions, this did not hinder him from unveiling the truth. Junkuin, at times, being overly astute may not be advantageous. Orochimaru warned in a hoarse voice. Is that so? I believe that a life of folly, perpetually shrouded in ignorance, is far from desirable, Minaikaze Xun countered. Hearing this, Orochimaru released Minaikaze Xun's arm, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Do you truly believe so, Junkuin? Yet, you have miscalculated one point. Even if Shinshu's demise is unrelated to me, I shall not permit you to expose that individual. Should you truly wish to pursue such a course, I can only ensure you remain here. Minaikaze Xun furrowed his brow at Orochimaru's declaration, taken aback by the intensity of his response. Could there be a flaw in his deductions? Noticing Jun's silence, Orochimaru continued, Since you are so clever, why not ponder this carefully? Do you truly believe that my master is unaware of Danzo's numerous actions? Even if that old fox conceals himself deeply, Konoha ultimately belongs to my master. If this is the case, why has he not taken action against him? Without waiting for Bo-Fong-Sun to respond, Orochimaru continued. This village cannot be devoid of individuals like Danzo. Even if Danzo were to vanish, there would inevitably emerge others like Tenzo and Jizo. Moreover, do you truly believe that your teacher would trust the mere words of a child such as yourself over the testimony of a longtime friend? Do not look to me for support. I shall not be your witness. Noticing Bo-Fong-Sun deep in contemplation, Orochimaru concluded, Furthermore, I harbor my own ulterior motives in this matter. Thus, despite feeling remorse towards Tsunade, I shall proceed as planned. After bidding farewell to Orochimaru, Bo-Fong-Sun embarked on his solitary journey home. He was now convinced that the incident concerning Shoju was orchestrated by Danzo. Yet, as Orochimaru had previously indicated, what could he possibly do? Inform the third Hokage? There was an 80% chance that his words would fall on deaf ears, and he would only attract Danzo's ire. As for confiding in Tsunade, that was an unthinkable notion. Even if Tsunade believed his account, it would merely accelerate the rift between her and the village, rendering it wholly disadvantageous. Moreover, Orochimaru's ambiguous stance heightened his wariness. In the original narrative, Orochimaru and Danzo had collaborated, driven by the pursuit of forbidden jutsu. Recalling Orochimaru's earlier mention of personal interests, it was likely that this was the matter at hand. Indeed, merely possessing knowledge of the plot and a mature mindset was insufficient to sway this ninja world. To command authority, strength was paramount. With power, even if the third Hokage were reluctant to believe him, if he surpassed Danzo in might, what would it matter if he were to eliminate Danzo outright? Ultimately, the ninja realm was a distorted world governed by the supremacy of strength. Lost in myriad thoughts, Bo-Fong-Sun returned to Tsunade's residence, only to discover that she had awakened at some point. Her disheveled golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, and the tear stains on her sleeves remained starkly visible. Her dim eyes conveyed a unique sorrow that belonged solely to her. Unable to bear the sight of Tsunade in such a state, Bo Feng Sun approached her bedside. Why not sleep a little longer? Tsunade did not respond but instead inquired, Where have you just been? Ah, I just escorted Lord Orochimaru. He came to visit, but seeing you still asleep, I chose not to disturb you. Is that so? Tsunade remained silent for 2 minutes before carelessly tossing her disheveled hair back, donning a black coat that symbolized death, and spoke again, Let us go visit Shoju. Seeing Tsunade prepare to leave, Bo Feng Sun interjected, Before we go, conceal that sorrowful expression and tidy up your disheveled appearance. I believe Shoju, in the afterlife, would prefer not to see you in such a state. What do you suggest I do? Without further ado, Tsunade sat back down on the bed. It seems my fate is forever that of a caretaker, Bo Feng Sun sighed, lowering his head, and proceeded to groom Tsunade's untidy hair and attire. Once everything was arranged, Bo Feng Sun observed Tsunade's still furrowed brow, clicked his tongue, and reached out to smooth her frown. What are you doing? Tsunade swatted Bo Feng Sun's hand away, glaring at him in annoyance. In response, Bo Feng Sun retorted, I ask you, could you not manage a more natural expression? Your recent demeanor would bring no joy to anyone who sees it. Would Rope Tree be displeased? Tsunade murmured. Of course. If you continue to wear that expression, Rope Tree might even blame me, his devoted caretaker, for being inadequate. I do not wish to be remembered by the denizens of the heavens. Upon hearing Kazekage's words, Tsunade pondered for a moment before forcing a neutral expression and declaring, I understand. Let us depart at once. With that, she took Kazekage's hand without waiting for a response and stepped outside. As they arrived at the cemetery, gazing at Rope Tree's dedicated gravestone, Tsunade clutched the pendant in her hand, lost in memories of Rope Tree's birthday. Rest assured, elder sister, I shall not only safeguard this necklace, but also protect the village that our grandfather cherished dearly. I am the grandson of the first Hokage, and no matter the circumstances, the Hidden Leaf Village shall always be my beloved home. One day, I shall inherit the title of Hokage, for it is my dream to become Hokage. Standing nearby, Kazekage noticed Tsunade's expression darkening and sighed internally. Seizing the opportunity while Tsunade was distracted, he snatched the pendant from her grasp. Tsunade's eyes widened in astonishment. Her voice laced with anger. You little brat, what are you doing? Return that to me immediately, or I shall truly be enraged. Humph. Have you not been angry with me enough already? Kazekage retorted nonchalantly, then added, To be honest, you, madwoman, are ill-suited for sentimentality. It would be better for you to embrace your madness. As he spoke, Kazekage scrutinized Tsunade's expression, and upon seeing her on the brink of fury, he promptly donned the pendant around his own neck. In the midst of Tsunade's astonishment, he proclaimed loudly, Listen well. Rope Tree's dream shall be realized by me, and I shall protect both the village and this troublesome woman. The position of Hokage will undoubtedly be mine in the future. Kazekage's bold declaration left Tsunade momentarily speechless. She had never anticipated her disciple would utter such words at this moment. Do you truly wish to become Hokage? This is no child's folly. Of course, it is not a mere jest. Who would not aspire to be Hokage? Kazekage inwardly scoffed. Yet, upon witnessing Tsunade's serious demeanor, he maintained his composure, asserting, Indeed, it has always been my dream. Anyone who attempts to usurp my position as Hokage is akin to stealing my wife. I'll make them suffer. Uft. Kazekage's almost childlike proclamation elicited a chuckle from Tsunade, who had been engulfed in sorrow. She playfully flicked his forehead and retorted, You foolish boy, in your frail state. You aspire to be Hokage? Dream on. Besides, you are not particularly handsome. Where would you find a wife? In your dreams, perhaps. Madwoman, do you dare to belittle me? Let me remind you, fortunes change. Do not underestimate the youth. Kazekage feigned indignation. However, he was not genuinely upset, for his intention was to help Tsunade swiftly overcome her emotional turmoil. And what is the quickest way to alleviate such distress? Nature often entrusts its hopes to the next generation. In the original work, Tsunade places such sentiments in Naruto. As for whether he truly aspires to be Hokage, the answer is undoubtedly in the negative. It was merely an excuse to help Tsunade regain her strength. The position of Hokage should rightfully belong to her elder brother and future nephew. 30 years of fortune and misfortune? Surviving until tomorrow is a blessing in itself. Tsunade cast a stern glance at Kazekage, though the sorrow in her gaze had considerably diminished. Observing Kazekage donning the necklace, Tsunade fell into silence once more. The cool breeze after the rain stirred the withered leaves, creating a soft rustle, as Tsunade tilted her head to gaze at the clear sky above. Perhaps this state of affairs is not so bad after all. Kazekage, drenched in sweat, was panting heavily, performing push-ups with a single finger. 1, 2, 3, 4. With a sudden lurch, Kazekage sprang back to his feet, grimacing at his noticeably swollen fingers. Yet, he uttered no complaints. Instead, he shed his clothes, which had the capacity to create small craters in the ground, and leaped into the medicinal bath prepared by Tsunade. It has been over 2 months since the passing of Rope Tree, and during this time, Kazekage had tasted the true essence of hellish training. If the training Tsunade had previously arranged was akin to tasks suited for a 10-year-old, what he faced now was undoubtedly the burden of a 20-year-old adult. Previously, he would only bind weights around his wrists while cooking, but that was now a thing of the past. He was now required to wear a specially designed weighted garment 24 hours a day. Notably, this weighted attire was extracted from the system, weighing a staggering 150 pounds. In addition, his daily training regimen had escalated at least twofold. In Tsunade's own words, if your dream is to become Hokage, then this hardship is merely a stumbling block on that path. Fortunately, due to this intense training, his evaluation within the system had finally risen to the rank of Special Jonin. Perhaps this was also a gift bestowed by his Saiyan heritage. After all, ordinary ninjas would not experience such rapid advancement through similar training. However, he was acutely aware that merely achieving the rank of Special Jonin was far from sufficient. Even though he had ascended from a genin to his current standing in just 6 months, it paled in comparison to the impending war. The advance team led by Orochimaru had departed 2 months ago, and while there had been some encouraging news, reports of entire ninja squads perishing were also alarmingly frequent. The villagers no longer brimmed with laughter and cheer. Their faces were etched with despair, for they were haunted by the uncertainty of receiving tragic news about their loved ones. After all, this was war, and death was the grim reality of conflict. Given the pace of troop attrition, Kazekage surmised that the 2nd Division would soon be summoned to the battlefield. He is likely to be conscripted into the military. However, even if he is not, he will find a way to join, for time is of the essence. Well versed in the original narrative, he knows that there are less than 2 years remaining until the end of World War II. If he fails to accumulate sufficient points during this period, not only will his hopes of resurrecting his parents be dashed, but his own strength will also lag significantly behind. Emerging from a wooden barrel filled with medicinal soup, Kazekage prepared to continue his training. At that moment, a flash of golden light appeared suddenly before Tsunade's door. Observing the excited expression on Minato's face, Kazekage was somewhat startled. "Brother, what brings you here? Is there good news?" Kazekage had already resolved that if Minato's purpose for visiting was to flaunt his affection, he would engage in a friendly competition, for he had already attained the strength of a Jonin, and he doubted Minato could surpass him. The reason for his confidence stemmed from the recent confirmation of Minato's romantic relationship with Kushina, which had led to an incessant display of affection in front of him, forcing him to temporarily relocate to Tsunade's residence. He recalled leaving them a note before his departure. Flaunting affection leads to swift separation. Be cautious, and do not let Naruto emerge prematurely. Of course, the latter was merely a jest. Not only were they unaware of who Naruto was, but it would also be rather cruel to expect 2 10-year-olds to engage in such matters. Noticing Kazekage's cautious demeanor, Minato chuckled and said, "Little son, my technique has succeeded." Technique? Kazekage scratched his head in confusion. "Yes, the one you named the Universe Invincible Great Meatball Technique. IVE succeeded." Gazing at Minato's ecstatic expression, Kazekage felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, astonished that his casual suggestions had indeed prompted Minato to develop the Rasengan ahead of schedule. Moreover, he was taken aback that Minato would actually retain the whimsical name he had coined. Rubbing his nose, Kazekage advised, "Brother, have you truly considered renaming this technique?" "Renaming the technique?" Minato paused, then waved his hand with a smile. "No need, no need. I find the name Little Sun came up with to be quite formidable. It doesn't require alteration. By the way, I came here to show you the power of this technique. Even without the addition of chakra elemental changes, I believe it shall at least qualify as an A-rank ninjutsu. That goes without saying. If its power were lacking, no one would ever refer to Naruto as the Meatball Ninja. However, these details were inconsequential. What truly mattered was that if this continued, our renowned Rasengan would genuinely become the Great Meatball." Clearing his throat, Kazekage reiterated, There's no need for you to demonstrate the technique's power. I had already envisioned its potential during our earlier discussions. Yet, regarding the name Great Meatball, are you really not going to reconsider? Minato appeared puzzled, unsure why his younger brother clung so stubbornly to the name, especially as it had originated from him. In response, Kazekage could only lament the poor naming ability of his brother. The name was undeniably lackluster. Yet he somehow found it commendable. Clearing his throat once more, Kazekage Wind murmured animatedly, "Brother, do you not think that the name Spiral Sphere is far more befitting for this technique?" After mumbling the name a couple of times, Minato shook his head in disagreement. "I find it lacks the grandeur of the name you proposed earlier." How could it lack grandeur? Wind Release, Spiral Shuriken, Taiji's Spiral Sphere, Great Jade's Spiral Sphere. Which of these titles does not resonate with a sense of majesty? Kazekage Wind insisted, unable to reach a consensus with Minato, who ultimately felt compelled to revert to the original name. Why? Minato inquired, perplexed. "I believe Universe Invincible Big Sphere is a splendid name." Because many people might not appreciate that name. After much contemplation, Kazekage Wind could only muster this feeble excuse. Many? Who are they? Minato asked with curiosity. Oh, that reasoning seems sound. Who could these many be? Kazekage Wind blinked, momentarily lost in thought. Fortunately, Minato's subsequent remark brought him back to reality. "Well, since you've said so, let us name this technique Spiral Sphere henceforth." However, he continued, "By the way, I have yet to see Lady Tsunade. Has she stepped out?" With a sigh of relief, Kazekage Wind responded, "That crazy woman? She seems to have gone to a meeting." In the Hokage building's conference room, the third Hokage addressed the assembled ninjas. "I have gathered you all to announce that the list for the second batch of troops has been finalized. They will depart in 2 days, under the leadership of Tsunade." As the third Hokage spoke, he glanced at Tsunade, whose expression fluctuated, and asked, "Do you have any suggestions, Tsunade?" Perceiving the gazes of her peers upon her, Tsunade calmly stood and proposed to the contemplative third Hokage, "I believe that if each team were to include a medical ninja, it would significantly enhance the survival rate of the squads. This would not only apply to the battlefield, but also increase the likelihood of successful task completion during routine missions." Oh, Saratobi raised an eyebrow, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, but instead observing Tsunade intently, encouraging her to elaborate. "Thus, I propose that we not only cultivate combat-ready ninjas for the battlefield, but also expedite the training of skilled medical ninjas within the village, develop medical ninjutsu, and institutionalize it as a matter of urgency." Upon concluding her statement, Tsunade looked towards her mentor. In truth, this suggestion had not been conceived on a whim. Rather, it was the result of 2 months of deep reflection. Even if she did not voice it this time, she would eventually seek opportunities to discuss it further. The third Hokage, with his hands clasped, fell into contemplation. He acknowledged the validity of Tsunade's points, yet he understood that practical implementation would pose significant challenges. Not only were most ninjas already engaged in battle, but even among those remaining in the village, it was uncertain if they would participate in the so-called medical ninja system. After all, most of them had already honed their techniques, and the difficulties of transitioning to a new focus were apparent. Moreover, nurturing talent from a young age did not align with the current state of warfare, as it required considerable time, something that was in scarce supply during these tumultuous times. Subsequently, the third Hokage expressed his concerns and dismissed Tsunade's earlier proposal. Just as Tsunade, exasperated, was about to counter, a gentle voice emerged from behind her. "I believe Tsunade's suggestion was quite reasonable." Upon hearing this, both Tsunade and the third turned to look, encountering a ninja with flowing azure hair, who remained poised despite the multitude of gazes. The fallen ninjas must not have died in vain. We must learn from the experiences of those who came before us, rather than tread the same path of folly. Observing the earnest expression of the speaker, the third sighed, "Since even Danzo has voiced such thoughts, I shall reconsider." After the meeting, Tsunade returned home. Upon seeing that Naruto was still steadfastly training in the yard, she felt a mix of pain and solace. Naruto, in turn, noticed Tsunade's entrance. Balancing on one hand, he rose to his feet and, upon observing Tsunade's troubled countenance, inquired, "What's wrong? You seem off. Did something unpleasant occur in the meeting?" "Nothing of great consequence. It's merely that my previous proposal did not gain approval from the old man," Tsunade replied tersely as she settled into a nearby chair. "Oh," Naruto responded, revealing no surprise, for he had anticipated such an outcome. While Tsunade's plan would eventually receive recognition, it was certain that this was not the moment. Noticing Naruto's nonchalant demeanor, Tsunade shot him a glare, but soon added, "Fortunately, today was not entirely fruitless." "Is that so?" Naruto asked curiously, perplexed by her statement. Tsunade smirked, a hint of pride in her demeanor. "Today, a man named Danzo endorsed my proposal and joined me in refuting that old fool." "Danzo? You mean Danzo Shimura?" Naruto inquired again. Tsunade nodded, astonished. "You know of Danzo?" Naruto's expression darkened slightly, and he refrained from responding to her subsequent questions, as he was lost in thoughts about Danzo. Danzo Shimura, the uncle of Shizune, was Tsunade's love in her youth, known for his kindness and exceptional ninjutsu. He had dedicated his life to Konoha and peace, making Hokage his ultimate goal. Tragically, he succumbed to grievous injuries sustained in war, a fate even Tsunade's medical prowess could not alter, which directly instilled in her a profound fear of blood. Truth be told, Naruto harbored no fondness for the character of Danzo, not due to his nature, but because of the tragic conclusion of his and Tsunade's story. Their future was steeped in sorrow, and if he remained indifferent, it was likely they would still become lovers, plunging Tsunade once more into the dread of losing a beloved. Perhaps he could actively alter this outcome, yet he was now torn, pondering whether preventing Tsunade from deepening her connection with Danzo would truly spare her from the anguish of hemophobia in the future. Did he possess the right to impede her pursuit of 2 years of happiness? If he were to intervene actively, the future leading to the other's demise would remain uncertain. Even if success were guaranteed, why would he take such action? Having long decided to live for himself and his family, what reason did he have to act for a stranger? With a sullen expression, the indecisive Kazekage returned indoors under Tsunade's astonished gaze. What is wrong with this brat? He suddenly appears to be in a foul mood. Did I say something amiss? Tsunade pondered. After a moment's thought, she followed Kazekage back into the room. Upon seeing him lying on the bed, shielding his eyes with his arm, she hesitated for a moment before poking him in the side. "What's the matter with you?" "It's nothing, you crazy woman. Just leave me alone," Kazekage replied irritably. This brat. Noticing that Kazekage had completely disregarded her goodwill, Tsunade gritted her teeth and forced a gentle smile, speaking in a soft tone. "Oh dear. Why is my precious apprentice angry? You can tell your master if something's bothering you." Kazekage, unable to bear her soft-spoken demeanor, shuddered and retorted, "Crazy woman, have you lost your mind? Can you act normally? It's truly disgusting." "Disgusting?" Tsunade, hearing his words, felt a few lines of annoyance appear on her forehead as she cracked her knuckles menacingly. "You little rascal. You better confess right now." "Hey, this shift in tone is too abrupt." Kazekage felt speechless, yet he had no interest in being submissive. Therefore, before Tsunade could take action, he decisively stated, "It's nothing serious, just contemplating that matter you mentioned regarding Dan." "Dan?" Tsunade was bewildered as to why he would relate it to Dan. "Yes, I'm thinking about how you will interact with that guy." Kazekage's bluntness left Tsunade momentarily speechless. However, she quickly retorted, "What does my relationship with Dan have to do with you, you little rascal?" "Of course it matters." Kazekage replied without a second thought. "What does this brat mean by that? Is he concerned about my interactions with other men?" Tsunade's mind began to wander. Could this be the jealousy that Jiraiya spoke of? But I am his master, and there is quite an age difference between us. Asking the question, what should I do if my apprentice falls for me? Waiting for answers. Urgent. Thankfully, this was merely Tsunade's wild imagination. Had Kazekage been aware of her thoughts, he would surely have pried open her head to see what was wrong, considering how outlandish those notions were. 2 days later, standing at the village gate, Kazekage advised, "Be cautious when you enter the battlefield. Don't be as reckless as before. Also, remember to keep warm. The land of rain is particularly cold. Keep my previous instructions in mind, and don't try to prove your strength alone." Tsunade, blushing, looked at the teasing gazes of the others and snapped, "Who is the master here, you or me? I can remember those trivial matters without your incessant reminders." The madwoman is at it again. I haven't provoked her at all. Observing Tsunade's abrasive demeanor, Bluffing Sun, who could only regard her as a distant relative, merely pursed his lips and sighed. "Very well, you are the master, and your word is law. I shall take my leave now." With that, he turned to depart. "Stop right there." Before Bluffing Sun could take more than a couple of steps, Tsunade voiced her dissent. Noticing the bewilderment in his gaze, Tsunade felt a twinge of discomfort. Ever since she sensed her apprentice's affections for her 2 days prior, she had been contemplating how to navigate their future interactions. To outright reject him might wound his feelings. Yet to silently acquiesce left her in a quandary. "Hey, you're not upset, are you?" Tsunade stammered, catching his scrutinizing look. "What I meant earlier wasn't is this madwoman's mind truly so twisted?" Wolfing Sun blinked, deciding it was best to extricate himself from the situation before she led him astray. "You're overthinking this. I'm not upset at all. You should just get on your way." He waved dismissively and continued on his path without looking back. Seeing her disciple's indifference stirred a sense of urgency within Tsunade, prompting her to grasp his hand and awkwardly admit, "I was in the wrong just now. Please don't take it to heart." Is this really the Tsunade I know? Wolfing Sun felt a chill run down his spine. He suspected something was amiss. As the saying goes, flattery without cause is either deceitful or malicious. With this thought in mind, he swiftly freed himself from her grasp and, to the astonishment of those around, fled the scene. No wonder he is Tsunade's apprentice. He certainly has a unique disposition. Another ninja, bandaged across the nose, mused. Who would have thought he would run off like that? It seems Tsunade treats her apprentice quite well. Indeed, that young lad possesses a striking appearance. Perhaps he might engage in some ethically questionable antics when no one is watching. Interjected another flamboyantly dressed ninja. "Hey, my friend, do share. What is the story?" The crowd's curiosity was piqued. "Listen, I once read a novel where the protagonist's master insisted he dress as a woman. If he didn't comply, the consequences were the ninja began." But just as he was about to elaborate, a dark voice from behind sent a shiver down his spine. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the ninja before her. "How dare you presume to test my patience? You shall face the consequences of your folly." Bang, 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 as recounted by the unfortunate ninja later. It was his first encounter with battle, and before even stepping onto the field, he longed to return home to his mother. Meanwhile, blissfully unaware of the chaos he had left behind, Wolfing Sun returned home only to find Minato absent. He couldn't help but mutter in disappointment. However, just as he intended to train as usual, an unexpected visitor arrived at his doorstep. Ninja ID 010086, Wolfing Sun, has been summoned by the Hokage. Staring at the umbu before him, Wolfing Sun did not respond immediately, but instead inquired, "The third Hokage has summoned me. Did he not mention the purpose of this meeting?" "I cannot disclose that," came the reply. "Is that so?" After a moment of contemplation, Wolfing Sun nodded and departed his home alongside the umbu. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Wolfing Sun was taken aback, for he discovered a multitude of others present aside from himself. "Older brother, what brings you here?" The presence of Minato further astonished Wolfing Sun, as he had assumed the latter was once again entangled with Kushina. Minato, upon seeing Wolfing Sun, was equally surprised. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated at the head of the table, spoke in a grave tone. "Now that everyone is gathered, I shall elucidate the reason for your summons." He then called out to the door, "Shikumo, please enter." "Shikumo? Kakashi Shikumo?" Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, Wolfing Sun raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze toward the threshold. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a silver-haired ninja with piercing eyes that exuded an aura of strength. He surveyed Wolfing Sun and the others before stating, "So these are the young ones I am to lead." Sarutobi nodded. "Yes, I entrust this mission to you." Hey, what is this cryptic conversation? What mission are you discussing?" Wolfing Sun expressed his bewilderment at their exchange. However, Sarutobi soon provided clarification. "Your task is to transport supplies to the front lines." "Transport supplies?" Wolfing Sun frowned inwardly, recalling that the supplies for the front lines should have been included in the convoy that Tsunade and her team had just departed with. Why were they now involved? Could it be? Noticing the confusion among the crowd, Sarutobi reiterated, "You may have already surmised, but indeed, the supplies that Tsunade and her team were tasked with transporting were merely a facade. For safety reasons, the materials they are escorting are merely combat equipment. The true provisions will be escorted tonight under the leadership of Shikumo." Upon hearing this, Wolfing Sun scanned the room, pondering in astonishment, for he realized there were only around 20 to 30 individuals present, most of whom appeared to be mere children. Was it truly wise for a powerful figure of the Kage level to lead a group of youngsters in the transport of critical supplies? Was there truly no one else in Konoha available for such a significant task? And what was the third Hokage's motive behind this? Did he suspect there to be a traitor within the village? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Bo Feng-sun posed his concerns to the third Hokage, Lord Third. Are we truly capable of shouldering this mission with just our numbers? After casting a glance at Bo Feng-sun, Sarutobi chuckled. Rest assured, despite their youthful appearances, everyone present possesses combat capabilities at least at the level of a Chunin. Chunin? Upon hearing Sarutobi's explanation, Bo Feng-sun was internally taken aback. It is not that he harbors distrust towards the other party's words, but can you truly believe that among the remaining few, after excluding those two with cataracts, there is anyone with the prowess of a Chunin other than a portly figure or a lethargic ninja? The reaction of Kazekage was entirely within Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectations. He smiled and said, "Since you all are here, let us make introductions." No sooner had Sarutobi's words fallen than his elder brother swiftly struck up a conversation with the two afflicted by cataracts. Kazekage, silently bemused, began to seek out his own target for engagement. As for the individual wearing glasses, who concealed their face, he deemed it best to forego that approach, finding their demeanor rather peculiar and unsettling. He was certain his elder brother would eventually introduce those two cataract-stricken individuals to him, so he opted to leave them be. Kazekage then shifted his gaze toward the trio of portly figures across from him. To be frank, this group bore a resemblance to the later generation's trio of pig, deer, and butterfly. However, it was evident that they could not have traversed decades of time to arrive here, suggesting that they were likely the previous generation of the trio. Were they perhaps the Akimichi brothers? It seemed plausible to forge some connections with them. With this thought in mind, Kazekage approached the three, but before he could reach them, a shy girl, approximately 13 or 14 years of age, with dark hair, approached him awkwardly to greet him. "Hello, may I get to know you? Ah, how curious. A girl has taken the initiative to greet me. Could it be that she is captivated by my charm?" Kazekage thought, blissfully unaware of the fact that he was still under 10 years old, merely a child, and far from being considered handsome. However, the girl's next words left him feeling utterly mortified. "Little brother, you are so small. So small. So small." In that moment, Kazekage felt an overwhelming urge to strip off his trousers. What did she mean by little brother? Though he indeed felt he was not particularly large, it was merely a matter of time. In 4 or 5 years, he would undoubtedly warrant her admiration. Noticing the sudden shift in Kazekage's expression to one of gloom, the girl appeared taken aback. "Are you upset, little brother?" Indeed, he was not only upset, but exceedingly so. Just as Kazekage was pulling a long face and contemplating distancing himself from this girl, he suddenly froze. Wait a moment, did she just call me little brother again? Upon reflecting on her age and comparing it to his own stature, he finally regained his composure. "Are you referring to me as little brother?" The girl looked at him in confusion and replied matter-of-factly, "Of course, it is you, little brother. You must be the youngest here." After surveying his surroundings, Kazekage had to concede that he did indeed appear the most juvenile among them. Fine, he admitted to himself, it was his own thoughts that had led him astray. He never anticipated being ensnared by a girl in her teens. Just as Kazekage was about to inquire about her name, a familiar voice suddenly resonated behind him. "Makoto-ne, I never expected you to be here as well." "Ah, it's you, Ryu. Were you also summoned here by Lord Third?" The girl appeared pleasantly surprised. "Yes. I never imagined that such an important task would be entrusted to us by Lord Third." As Uchiha Ryu approached Mikoto while speaking, his expression soured upon recognizing the individual standing before her. "You scoundrel, cease your incessant pursuit of my sister Mikoto," he exclaimed. "Ah, who might this be? Is it not my dear little brother Ryu?" Bo Feng-sun surveyed Uchiha Ryu before a smirk crept upon his lips. However, beneath his casual demeanor, he was profoundly astonished. This fellow referred to the girl as Mikoto's sister. Could she possibly be Uchiha Mikoto? "You wretch, whom are you calling your little brother?" Uchiha Ryu clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Bo Feng-sun. Whoever it may concern knows the truth. With a disdainful glance, Bo Feng-sun was reminded of a classic tune from his past life. It's him, it's him, it's him, our friend, little. Enough. Since everyone is acquainted now, let us return. We shall gather at the village gate at 10 o'clock tonight, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared solemnly, having assessed that the time was appropriate. Indeed, since introductions had been made, it was rather unnecessary for everyone to congregate again in the Hokage's office. After receiving confirmation from Bo Feng-sun and others, they gradually exited the office, leaving only the third Hokage and Shumo behind. "Shumo, what is your impression of these children?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. retrieving his personal pipe from the drawer and taking a deep puff before turning to the expressionless Kakashi Shumo. To be frank, I am not particularly impressed. Kakashi Shumo replied candidly. Oh, what leads you to such a conclusion? Those children are the most talented ninjas of their graduating class, Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed with curiosity. It is precisely because they are geniuses that most of them lack a certain reckless courage that comes from facing death. Ninjas who have never encountered hardship can be easily outmatched, not only by myself, but even by a casual jonin, Kakashi Shumo articulated. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, somewhat speechless. Shumo, your expectations are excessively high. They are merely children in their teens, with the youngest barely 10. Are you referring to that young boy with black hair? Who is not yet 10? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, slightly taken aback. What? Did that child pique your interest? Kakashi Shumo shook his head. I cannot precisely articulate why, but that child, despite his unremarkable appearance, instilled a sense of caution in me. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe thoughtfully before responding. That child is Tsunade's disciple. I trust he poses no issues. Furthermore, it was he and his brother who rescued Kushina last time. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Kakashi Shumo fell silent. Night fell swiftly, and Bofeng Sun and Minato arrived early at the village gate. Minato, you've made it? As they appeared, two familiar boys afflicted with cataracts greeted Minato. Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hayashi, I presume? Bofeng Sun mused internally, recalling Minato's earlier explanations regarding their identities. Standing behind Minato, Bofeng Sun curiously observed the two, noting that the twins indeed bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. Certainly, what left him utterly astonished was the revelation that a significant number of the personnel assigned to this mission were, in fact, the parents of the future 12 Little Strong. This outcome has continued to baffle Kazekage. Nice to see you so early, Nichizu and Nichiza. Watergate replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Nichiza fell into a contemplative silence, while Nichizu grinned and remarked, since we finally have the chance to step onto the battlefield, of course, we must arrive early. Watergate. I can't believe you're here so early. As the group engaged in conversation, Uchiha Takashi and Uchiha Mikoto emerged from the village. Upon spotting Watergate, they promptly greeted him, while Kazekage was conveniently ignored by Uchiha Takashi, who cared little for the absence of Tsunade. Noticing Uchiha Takashi's indifference, Kazekage chose to forego any banter and instead greeted Uchiha Mikoto, saying, Mikoto-ne, it's wonderful to see you again. Clearly taken aback by Kazekage's unexpected greeting, Uchiha Mikoto blushed and replied softly, Hey, you scoundrel, stop trying to charm my sister. Uchiha Takashi interjected with a scowl directed at Kazekage. He then turned to Uchiha Mikoto, advising, Mikoto-ne, do not pay him any mind. He is merely a lecherous fiend. The last time we undertook a mission together, he inadvertently charmed a girl even younger than himself. Are you looking for a fight, you jerk? Kazekage retorted, genuinely displeased. It seemed that this fool truly believed himself to be formidable. What do you mean I charmed a little girl? She was the one who approached me. Huh. It was clearly a misunderstanding. Shounen mistook her gratitude for affection. Fine, if it comes to blows, so be it. With Tsunade-sama absent, do you think I fear you? Uchiha Takashi shot back defiantly. The tension between the two quickly captured the attention of the onlookers. Dingzwa, don't eat that, exclaimed Rikuju, snatching the snack bag from Dingzwa's hands. Those two look like they might actually fight. Why not let them? Rikuju, give me back my chips, Dingzwa said, fixated on the snack bag, seemingly uninterested in the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Hachi expressed concern. Shouldn't we intervene? No need for that. Trust me. They won't actually come to blows, Rikuju replied dismissively, returning the chips to Dingzwa with an air of nonchalance, as if to validate Rikuju's assertion. Just as Kazekage and Uchiha Takashi were about to clash, Kakashi appeared at the village entrance, pushing a unicycle. Kakashi's arrival instantly diffused the tension between Kazekage and Uchiha Takashi. They dared not provoke each other in such a moment, but upon seeing the unicycle Kakashi was maneuvering, Kazekage couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise. Surely, the supplies they needed were not limited to the contents of that cart? Before Kazekage could voice his curiosity, Kakashi lifted the cloth covering the cart, revealing not the expected provisions, but rather an array of enormous scrolls. Here are a total of 26 scrolls, each sealed with provisions. Each of you will take one. We are ready to set forth. After Kiki Sakumo concluded his words, Wave Wind Jun exhibited a look of sudden realization. However, An awkward situation soon ensued as he received the scroll that belonged to him. Due to his diminutive stature, the sight of him securing the scroll appeared rather absurd. Before he had the chance to adjust himself, the scroll slipped from his back. Observing Wave Wind Jun's embarrassment, Uchiha Ryo, standing nearby, displayed none of the aloofness one might expect from the Uchiha clan, instead bursting into laughter. "Little guy, perhaps this is your comeuppance for constantly opposing me. What a fool." Wave Wind Jun suppressed the urge to land a punch on his face and shifted his gaze to the equally embarrassed Kiki Sakumo. "Ah, I should have considered this earlier. Let me take charge of your scroll. You need only stay close and not lag behind." Kiki Sakumo, his face flushing with embarrassment, willingly took on Wave Wind Jun's burden. The latter, feeling a surge of joy at this outcome, shot a defiant glare at Uchiha Ryo. "Hey, you little rascal. Dare to challenge me? Let us see if you can make it past 30. As night descended, shadows flitted through the woods, the cold wind rustling against their faces, adding a chill to the atmosphere. "We are nearing the border of the land of rain. Remain vigilant." Kiki Sakumo instructed the group, trailing behind him. The others responded in unison, while Wave Wind Jun lingered at the rear, continuously scanning the surroundings. Over half a month had elapsed since their departure, during which they had encountered multiple attacks. Fortunately, most of these were perpetrated by fugitive bandits. They had only faced a genuine assault by a rogue jonin once, and even then, it was a solitary figure. Against their relatively formidable team, that confrontation proved to be rather trivial. In fact, before the younger members could showcase their prowess, all attackers, including the jonin, were dispatched single-handedly by Kiki Sakumo. It was then that Wave Wind Jun truly grasped the terrifying prowess of the man known as the Konoha White Fang. He employed no extravagant ninjutsu. His blade moved like a swift silver ribbon, effortlessly cleaving through foes as if they were mere vegetables. In light of this, Wave Wind Jun had inquired how one might attain such strength, to which Kiki Sakumo simply replied with 2 words: purity. Whether it be pure intent to kill, pure benevolence, or pure malice, maintaining a pure heart was the key to becoming a formidable warrior like him. Upon hearing this, Wave Wind Jun fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, he possessed a system, an unparalleled advantage, but who could guarantee that he would not meet his demise, even with such a tool? His current strength barely qualified him as a jonin, and many in the ninja world could still pose a threat to his life. Before the system could fully transform him into a self-sufficient ninja, he needed to bolster his strength as much as possible. However, a lingering sense of dissonance surrounded him. Was it merely his imagination? Wolfing Sun furrowed his brow. Sensing the eerie atmosphere surrounding him, a palpable aura of danger intertwining with his thoughts, it would be wise to inform Lord Shwomo first. With this thought, Wolfing Sun quickened his pace, swiftly moving from the rear of the group to the forefront, where he stood alongside Kitaki Shwomo, voicing his concerns. "Lord Shwomo, I have a feeling that something is amiss nearby. There may be an ambush." Upon hearing this, Shwomo cast a surprised glance at Wolfing Sun. "I never expected that you, young one, could perceive such a thing." What did he mean by that? Had he already sensed it? Before Wolfing Sun could articulate his thoughts once more, Shwomo halted his advance, addressing the crowd behind him. "Cease forward movement. If we proceed any further, we shall encounter our hosts." As Shwomo concluded his statement, Hinata Hizashi, also at the front of the line, exchanged a knowing look with his companion, and together they activated their Byakugan. Veins bulged at their temples as they scrutinized the surrounding woods. Within the stark contrast of black and white vision, dozens of figures materialized within their sight. Moments later, Hizashi retracted his Byakugan, his expression grave as he reported to Shwomo, "Lord Shwomo, approximately 900 meters ahead, there are around 60 to 70 individuals lying in wait. Likely bounty hunters based on their attire." Bounty hunters? Upon hearing this description from Hizashi, a thought struck Wolfing Sun. In the original narrative, these bounty hunters were essentially rogue ninjas and shinobi from various small villages, surviving in the shadowy underbelly of the ninja world. They thrived on missions released through the black market, earning their bounties, notably exemplified by Kakuzu, who later joined the Akatsuki. However, a lingering mystery from his past life remained, one concerning the origins of the black market itself. Once, out of sheer curiosity, he had inquired about this with Jiraiya, who had informed him that the black market existed even before the establishment of the ninja villages. This revelation only deepened his intrigue. Though Jiraiya had cautioned him against excessive engagement with those from the black market, warning that the waters there were far murkier than he could fathom. Wolfing Sun was unsure why Jiraiya had issued such a warning, yet this gathering of bounty hunters presented a valuable opportunity to make contact. Meanwhile, upon hearing Hisashi's report, Shlomo fell into contemplation. Although he had sensed the enemy's presence earlier, he had assumed they were merely adversaries dispatched from the rock village. He had not anticipated that the intruders would be bounty hunters. Even though their strengths varied greatly, the sheer number of foes placed his group at a distinct disadvantage. At that moment, Hisashi, still peering through his Byakugan, suddenly alerted, "Lord Shlomo, it appears the enemy has detected us. They are advancing towards our position." Shlomo, upon receiving this information, hesitated as he glanced back at Wolfing Sun and the others. He faced a dilemma. One option was to retreat and seek an alternative route. But even if they managed to evade pursuit, it would consume valuable time. Such a delay of 2 or 3 days could very well lead to a dire shortage of supplies at the front lines. However, should one engage directly with the adversary, even if one possesses the confidence to extricate oneself, the group of children behind would undoubtedly be plunged into peril. Sensing Shikamaru's apprehension, the languid Riku, with half-closed eyes, spoke up, "Lord Shikamaru, I have a plan." "Reina, are you truly certain that they have discovered our presence?" The leader of the bounty hunters, a man with a fierce countenance, inquired of a pale-faced female ninja with striking red hair beside him. "After our collaboration thus far, do you still doubt my word?" Reina retorted as she crept forward, casting a glare at him. "It is not a matter of trust. Rather, the reward for this mission amounts to 500 million. Even if we were to divide it equally, each of us would still receive nearly 10 million. Such a substantial undertaking cannot be treated lightly. Rest assured, I am well aware of the circumstances. There are likely sensory ninjas within their ranks as well. Thus, our objective is to catch them off guard before they retreat." Reina continued, a cold smile gracing her lips. "And let me correct you on one point. Not everyone will receive merely 10 million. Rather, each will earn several tens of millions. You must realize that within that group resides the legendary Konoha White Fang. His bounty alone exceeds 100 million in the black market. How many do you think will survive this encounter?" Reina's sinister words sent a chill through Sato Take, subtly altering his expression as he regarded her. "There they are." A forward-moving bounty hunter lowered his voice and gestured toward the others. These individuals, at such a critical moment, remained blissfully unaware, truly oblivious to the danger that surrounded them. Pointing at the stationary figures of Kakashi and his companions, the bounty hunters scoffed in disdain. At that moment, a ninja resembling a wiry monkey mocked the only sensory ninja among them. "Reina, you just claimed that this group has discovered us. Perhaps it is your paranoia that is misplaced. Indeed, the Konoha White Fang, and yet they exhibit no vigilance whatsoever. They deserve to meet their demise here today." Faced with her comrade's skepticism regarding her earlier assertions, Reina's countenance darkened, her emotions oscillating between uncertainty and foreboding. Logically, they should have realized their presence. A nagging sense of dissonance lingered nearby. Where had the issue arisen? Could it be that these individuals truly remained oblivious? Or was it possible that none among them possessed sensory abilities? Wait, sensory ninjas. As this thought crossed her mind, Reina once again cast her gaze towards Kakashi's position. Yet, while she remained observant, the other bounty hunters, intoxicated by the prospect of the substantial bounty, eagerly charged toward Kakashi and his companions. The Byakugan. 2 members of the Hyuga clan were among them. They could not possibly be unaware of our presence. With this realization, Reina urgently called out to her rushing companions. "This is an enemy ambush. Retreat at once." Her sharp voice momentarily halted most of those charging forward, yet still, a dozen or more pressed on toward Kakashi's location. Just as they were about to close the distance, hundreds of explosive tags hidden in the surroundings suddenly detonated. The air reverberated with a thunderous roar as flames erupted in all directions, obscuring the moonlight above with smoke from the explosive tags. "Damn it, those leaf bastards." Sato Takashi clenched his fists in response to the chaotic scene before him. However, he quickly turned to Uzumaki Reina and said, "Thanks to your earlier warning, we might have avoided total annihilation before the battle even began." Reina shook her head, cautioning, "It's too early to celebrate. If the Leaf Ninjas were able to prepare explosive tags in advance, I doubt they lack a backup plan." Coughing amidst the choking dust, Akimichi Dozo waved his hand to disperse the gritty air and complained to his friend, "I said we should have just left a shadow clone here to lure them in. Now we're the ones covered in dirt." The shadow clone technique can't deceive perceptive ninjas. Only the real body can draw their attention, responded Shikaku with irritation. He then turned to the ever-vigilant Nikai brothers and asked, have you located their exact positions? Yes, the remaining enemies are at 3 o'clock, approximately 80 meters away, Nikai replied. Upon hearing this, Shikaku glanced at Hatake Sakumo, who nodded in affirmation. With a serious tone, Shikaku instructed, let us commence according to the plan I outlined earlier. As soon as Shikaku's words fell, the group, utilizing the cover of smoke and their surroundings, stealthily approached their adversaries. Indeed, Shikaku's plan was divided into 2 phases. The first involved using himself as bait while setting up explosive tags nearby. The second phase was to capitalize on the enemy's confusion, taking them by surprise amidst the smoke generated by the explosions. Employing the element of stealth undetectable by sensory ninjas, Xun swiftly moved to the enemy's hiding spot upon receiving the command. Pressing his body against the trunk of a tree, he observed the enemy's still disoriented expressions with a slight smirk of excitement. How many points would he earn this time? He wondered. With a massive hand descending from above, Xun surged forth in an instant. Instead of immediately deploying his ninja tools, he leaped into the air. Hands shaped like a flower, gathering energy. Kamehameha. Like a comet, the Kamehameha wave burst forth from Xun's hands, trailing a long fiery tail as it crashed down upon the ground below. The blinding brilliance caused the bounty hunters to squint. And sensing the immense threat posed by the Kamehameha wave, Sato Takashi shouted, quick, use defensive ninjutsu. With that, Sato was the first to invoke a technique. Doton, Dorihiki. Seeing this, the others swiftly followed suit, evading Doza's hand while conjuring their own ninjutsu. Barriers of rock and earth rose above them, shielding them from the impending onslaught. With another resounding crash, Xun frowned in disappointment, realizing that his previous strike had been completely thwarted. Indeed, it seemed he had failed to seize the moment effectively. Upon seeing his comrades drawing near to the enemy, Kakashi Hatake realized he could no longer employ indiscriminate jutsu. He descended swiftly to regroup with Minato and the others. Disengaging from his technique, Teuchi Sato cast a wary glance overhead, cursing inwardly. Damn it, I had no idea such a figure was among them. Nonetheless, he understood that this mission was inherently fraught with uncertainty. Thus, after a moment of panic, he quickly steadied his composure, instructing the disarrayed individuals around him. Everyone, gather close and do not stray apart. Our numbers will ensure our ultimate victory. With that, he turned to Uzumaki Reina, speaking in a grave tone. Can you sense where the enemy is now? Reina's face flushed slightly. She had suffered some disorientation from the recent attack. As she prepared to probe the surroundings further, her expression suddenly shifted. Scatter. They are beneath us. Shouting this warning, Reina hastily leaped away from her position. In that instant, hands emerged abruptly from the ground. The earth release, decapitation technique ensnared the unsuspecting ninjas, dragging them below, leaving only their severed heads above the surface. Shadow bind technique, spiraling sphere. 8 trigrams palm, returning heaven. Before the bounty hunters could catch their breath, a barrage of jutsu followed relentlessly. Damn it, the information from the exchange bureau was false. These kids are far more formidable than mere genin. Sato grumbled furiously while evading attacks. At that moment, a flash of silver appeared before Sato, and without a second thought, he drew a kunai to defend himself. Clang. The sharp sound of metal colliding echoed from the kunai in Sato's grasp. Konoha's white fang? Sato seethed inwardly, glaring at the ninja before him. Originally 76 had set out. Now, without even a proper confrontation, barely 50 remained. Truly, the elite of Konohagakure were formidable. Konoha's white fang. Given the price we've paid, you shall fall here today. Deflecting the short blade of White Fang, Sato's gaze grew increasingly menacing. White Fang, silent as ever, reversed his grip on the blade and swung it again at Sato. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic clashes on this battlefield resounded like a symphony, stirring the hearts of all present. Meanwhile, as White Fang and his adversaries were locked in fierce combat, Kakashi encountered a woman named Reina. Observing her striking crimson hair, he raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with surprise. Uzumaki clan? To think this little brat knows of my origins. Reina paused her assault, astonished that Kakashi recognized her lineage. Is that so surprising? Kakashi replied, scratching his nose. Noting the ongoing skirmish around them, he continued, we have a member of the Uzumaki clan in our village, and I share a favorable relationship with them. With a scoff, Reina retorted, "You hypocrites of Konoha, believing that harboring one of my kin can absolve your guilt? What does this mean? Sister, it seems our conversation is not on the same wavelength." Before Bo Feng Sun could voice his confusion, Uzumaki Reina continued, "You from Konoha always feign sincerity, claiming our clans have maintained a harmonious relationship for generations. Yet, when our clan faced annihilation, you, as the so-called foremost village of ninjas, turned a blind eye to our plight. Now, just because you have adopted one of my kin, do you think you can erase your guilt?" Faced with Uzumaki Reina's scorn, Bo Feng Sun could only manage a bitter smile. What could he say when the truth was laid bare before him? The notion that Konoha had taken Kushina and out of guilt was equally absurd. It was merely an attempt to acquire a host for the Nine Tails. However, under these circumstances, it was prudent not to stoke the flames further. Shaking his head, Bo Feng Sun replied to Uzumaki Reina, "I am but a child, and I do not comprehend the actions of the village. Yet, our current stance is adversarial, so I must admit your words elude my understanding." As he spoke, he quietly drew a kunai from his ninja pouch, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Upon noticing Bo Feng Sun's intent to strike, Uzumaki Reina smirked. "I suggest you focus on your own safety." No sooner had her words left her lips than Bo Feng Sun felt a chill run down his spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly dodged to the side. Clang! Turning to look, he found several slender, sharp silver needles embedded where he had just stood. Realizing the deadly weapons around him, Bo Feng Sun's heart sank. This was not a one-on-one duel, but a battlefield where multiple foes lurked. "Oh, I didn't expect this little brat to evade my rain of needles. How intriguing." As Bo Feng Sun remained startled, a mocking voice rang out from behind him. He turned to see two ninjas adorned with the forehead protectors of the grass village approaching. The flamboyant young ninja among them was the one who had spoken. "How ridiculous. Rain of needles? Why not call it the Sunflower Manual, you flamboyant fool?" Bo Feng Sun thought disdainfully, for the man's attire was undeniably feminine, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. Do not underestimate them. After all, they are ninjas from Konoha," cautioned a middle-aged grass ninja beside the effeminate one. Got it. Hashimoto, you worry too much." Waved dismissively, displaying his impatience. Bo Feng Sun's gaze sharpened with caution, judging by the speed of the earlier ambush and the demeanor of his opponents. It was clear that they were at least elite Chunin. While he harbored no fear in a one-on-one confrontation, facing two adversaries would certainly pose a challenge. "The grass village has always maintained a cordial relationship with Konoha. Are you not concerned about provoking misunderstandings between our villages?" Bo Feng Sun said sternly. "Hey, the little one is quite articulate for his age." With a mocking grin, the raven-haired youth gazed intently at his adversary, taunting, "In this world, mere words will not suffice for survival. To thrive, one must possess true strength. As long as we eliminate your group, who would ever suspect that we, the grass ninjas, were involved in this affair?" Bo Feng Sun sighed deeply, his eyes narrowing gradually. "Thus, you have fundamentally miscalculated from the very beginning." Before his opponents could react, Bo Feng Sun lunged forward, his kunai flying through the air simultaneously. As his adversaries evaded, he found himself positioned directly above them. "We are not mere lambs to be slaughtered by your rabble." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Bo Feng Sun's right hand struck fiercely in the direction of the startled raven, immediately leveraging his opponent's shoulder for support. His left leg lashed out like a whip towards another middle-aged ninja. Boom, boom. The sounds of impact echoed as two grass ninjas collapsed into the ground. Nearby, Uzumaki Reina felt a chill as she witnessed Bo Feng Sun swiftly dispatch the two ninjas, prompting thoughts of retreat. After all, money could be earned again. But a life lost is irretrievable. Yet, just as she contemplated a discreet exit, the two grass ninjas nonchalantly rose from the ground. This spectacle did not escape Reina's notice, nor did it elude Bo Feng Sun, who was genuinely astonished. His previous strikes were not mere physical blows, but were empowered by his chakra. He had conducted experiments wherein his chakra-infused attacks could rival Tsunade's formidable strength. It was inconceivable that two elite Chunin could withstand such force, yet here stood his adversaries, seemingly unscathed. "You little brat, I never imagined you were a master of taijutsu," the raven exclaimed, turning to his companion. "Old man, how are you holding up? Not dead yet, I hope." "Humph, death is not on the horizon, but it seems this precious shell of mine will require a new replacement," the elder replied, irritation evident in his voice, his gaze betraying no emotion. As he spoke, Both he and the raven observed as their skin began to shed like that of a molting insect. Once the human-like skin fell away completely, Wolfing Sun saw the precise locations he had struck revealed in their entirety. Is that a secret technique or a bloodline limit? He wondered. Truly, you are worthy of the title Konoha's White Fang. Yet, despite this, what does it matter? Your subordinates appear on the verge of collapse. As he clashed once more with Hatake Tsukumo, Sato take breath heavily, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Who knows? Tsukumo replied lightly, though his movements quickened significantly. The silver gleam of his blade sliced through the air like a brilliant comet against the night sky, leaving his opponents in a daze. As the earth shifted and the dust settled, a colossal rock unexpectedly materialized between Sato Takashi and Hatake Tsukumo at the very moment they parted ways once more. Seizing the opportunity, Sato Takashi sought to replace his battered kunai with a pristine one, for the weapon in his grasp had succumbed to wear and tear. Continuing to wield such a damaged tool would surely lead to its shattering in the ensuing clash. However, just as he prepared to switch to a more reliable weapon, he found Hatake Tsukumo inexplicably positioned behind him. In a heartbeat, under the astonished gaze of Sato Takashi, Tsukumo's blade descended. Clang! Crack! Sato hastily raised his kunai in defense, yet the compromised weapon proved inadequate, fracturing into two under the strain of impact. Nevertheless, Hatake Tsukumo's onslaught remained relentless, his blade slicing mercilessly toward Sato's form. Thud! The gleaming short blade struck Sato's shoulder, drawing forth a crimson stain. Cough, cough, cough. Sato swiftly retreated, casting a glance at the impassive Hatake Tsukumo, forcing out a bitter smile. Truly, he is the White Fang of Konoha. On the battlefield, his heart remained unperturbed, only sharpening the edge of his blade further. Frankly, I may very well meet my end here today. Yet, undeterred by Sato's words, White Fang advanced steadily with unyielding determination. Observing that his taunts had not elicited even a flicker of hesitation from his opponent, Sato's face flushed, and he gritted his teeth, imploring, "Do you not wish to know who orchestrated this attack? You know?" For the first time, Hatake Tsukumo reacted to Sato's utterance. Indeed, although this was merely a mission issued by the black market, I have gleaned some intel from within. If you spare me this time, I shall divulge this secret. Unfortunately, before Sato could finish, Tsukumo lunged forward, severing Sato's throat as he gazed in horror. Regrettably, this has nothing to do with my mission. With that, Hatake Tsukumo turned his attention away from the lifeless Sato and rejoined the fray, aiding his comrades who appeared to be in greater peril. On the other side of the battlefield, confronted by the astonished gaze of Namikaze Xun, a grass ninja known as Crow could not suppress the urge to lick his lips, his eyes brimming with a palpable intent to kill that sent shivers down one's spine. You little brat. Who would have thought that my momentary lapse would lead to such heavy losses? Disobedient children like you must be taught a lesson. With a bitter retort, Namikaze Xun silently cursed, then readied himself for another assault. Since his previous attack had been thwarted, he resolved to strike in a manner that could not be countered. Whether through forbidden techniques or bloodline limits, every method must possess a breaking point. If his offensive could transcend that threshold, victory would be assured. Taking a deep breath, Namikaze Xun clenched his fists and charged forward once more, yet it was evident that the same tactic would not deceive them twice. Before he could draw near, Crow unleashed a barrage of silver needles, while Hashimoto, who had remained dormant until now, deftly maneuvered his fingers as if playing a piano. You underestimate me. Upon witnessing the approaching silver needles, Namikaze Xun swiftly rolled to the right, narrowly evading the assault. However, just as he prepared to counterattack, the previously dodged needles veered sharply, resuming their pursuit of him. Namikaze Xun's gaze sharpened, and just as he was about to be struck, he deftly dodged again by leveraging a nearby tree trunk. What was happening? How could the launched needles curve back? Could it be the legendary magnetic manipulation of the sand-hidden village? No, that was a chakra thread. Quickly dismissing his earlier thoughts, Namikaze Xun caught a glimmer of reflection from the needle's tails out of the corner of his eye. A puppeteer? His attention shifted to the stoic-faced Hashimoto, stirring a realization within him. So it was the young grass ninja responsible for launching the needles, while the middle-aged grass ninja controlled them. A truly perfect pairing. Yet, if this was all they had to offer, their capabilities would be limited. Channeling energy throughout his body, Namikaze Xun unleashed an unprecedented speed. Whoosh! In a leap, he rapidly closed the distance to the two grass ninjas before him. You little brat. Don't waste your efforts. You can't get near us. The raven-haired ninja hurled the silver needles once more, but Keisuke's Xun, undeterred, surged forward regardless. Moments later, to the astonishment of the grass ninjas, dozens of needles passed through his form. No, that wasn't his true self. As the raven-haired ninja searched frantically for his opponent's whereabouts, they mistakenly believed that the Keisuke's Xun they saw was merely an illusion. He materialized before them, smirking. "What are you looking at?" With that, Keisuke's Xun lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the opponent's chest. "Haha, your punches are ineffective against me." After a moment of shock, the raven-haired ninja scoffed at Keisuke's Xun's actions. "Oh, are you so certain?" Keisuke's Xun blinked innocently. "Considering there's a rather large hole in your chest, I would have my doubts." Upon hearing this, the raven-haired ninja attempted to retort, but was suddenly overwhelmed, coughing up blood. Cough, cough. Looking down, disbelief washed over his face. Why? Are you asking why there's a hole in your chest?" Keisuke's Xun pulled his hand away from the opponent's chest, smiling mischievously. "Because I was holding a kunai. While I'm uncertain how many times your shedding technique can be used, once your body is fully pierced, no amount of shedding will save you. Cough. I am immortal. How could I fall to a mere child?" With that, the raven-haired ninja collapsed to the ground, lifeless. "At your age, still afflicted by delusions of grandeur? The truly immortal have already been outsmarted by Shikamaru. What are you?" With a glance at the other grass ninja, who had fallen silent, Keisuke's Xun lifted the cold arm and smiled knowingly. "So this fellow is indeed a puppet? This lifelike technique would surely be a sensation back in my original world if crafted into a doll." He had already noted that this grass ninja named Hashimoto rarely spoke. And whenever he did, the raven-haired ninja fell silent. The recently observed chakra threads are not merely manipulated by this grass ninja. Rather, it seems that he has become one with them. Thus, one could argue that this grass ninja is not only somewhat eccentric, but perhaps even possesses a split personality, playing two roles simultaneously. Bofeng Xun shook his head, feeling a tinge of regret. Ultimately, he had failed to comprehend the true nature of their secret technique. Turning away from the grass ninja's lifeless body, Bofeng Xun directed his gaze towards the bewildered Uzumaki Reina. Frankly speaking, her decision to remain amidst the chaos surprised him, as he had long sensed that she was not a combat-oriented ninja. Why would a non-combatant ninja choose to stay here? Is it to offer herself as a sacrifice? Are you truly a ninja? In response to Bofeng Xun's penetrating gaze, Uzumaki Reina's first utterance was this very question. What on earth? This is the world of Naruto. If I am not a ninja, then what else could I be? She sighed, deciding it best to retract her previous statement upon noticing Bofeng Xun's perplexed expression. Her initial remarks stemmed from her realization that the energy system within him differed significantly from what she was accustomed to. However, she soon categorized this anomaly as an unknown bloodline limit. Had Bofeng Xun been privy to her thoughts, he would have been utterly astonished. For even Kushina, a member of the Uzumaki clan, had never discerned her own peculiarities, yet this woman had perceived them through a mere skirmish. Taking a moment to reassess the woman before him, Bofeng Xun inhaled deeply and stated solemnly, "Since you remain here, may I interpret this as your desire to continue our battle? Think as you wish, but considering the battle has reached this juncture, escaping is not as simple as you might believe," she replied. Observing the surrounding circumstances, which had shifted unfavorably due to the involvement of White Fang, a bitter smile crept across Uzumaki Reina's lips. Noticing her expression, Bofeng Xun raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. In truth, a member of your Uzumaki clan might find refuge if they were to surrender. After all, regarding the matter you mentioned earlier, we hold some culpability on our side. As a prisoner. Before he could finish, Uzumaki Reina interrupted. "Thank you for your kind offer, little brat. But I have no desire to live under someone else's roof, especially under the watchful eyes of your Leaf Village." "Is that so?" Bofeng Xun sighed, tightening his grip on the kunai. "Since you feel that way, I must apologize." With that, he charged towards her. Yet, at that moment, a faint sound reached his ears. Wind release, pressure damage. Fire release, head hardening. An immensely dense chakra whirlwind, accompanied by fierce flames, startled Bofeng Xun. Just as he realized he could not evade it, he noticed Uzumaki Reina, equally alarmed, at his side. "Since you are destined to perish, allow me to sacrifice you in my stead," he thought, as he swiftly pulled her in front of him. Boom! The once chaotic scene was instantly engulfed in smoke and flames. And not only was it the case for Kazekage, but similar turmoil erupted around others as well. Some were struck by sudden water techniques, while others faced the peril of falling rocks. Coughing, with a parched throat and a searing pain in his back, Kazekage lay motionless on the ground, his expression contorted in agony. Damn it, I never want to experience this feeling again in this lifetime. You little brat, were you planning to use me as a shield? Then why save me? The eyes of Uzumaki Reina, pinned beneath Kazekage, flickered with emotion. Shielded by Kazekage, she had only sustained minor burns aside from that. How absurd. Is it because I find your appearance appealing? Kazekage inwardly berated himself for being foolish. Previously, he had been blinded by infatuation, mistaking the original meat shield for a protector. In truth, the reason behind his actions was the fleeting glimpse of relief he had seen on her face the moment he used her as a shield. That familiar expression had compelled him to ultimately choose to protect her. Reflecting on it now, he realized that the semblance he felt was akin to the expression on Kushina's face during her demise in the previous life of the Naruto series. Perhaps it stemmed from a sense of sympathy from his past life, or perhaps it was because she belonged to the Uzumaki clan as well, which led Kazekage to make such a choice. Damn it, I suppose this can be considered self-sacrifice, right? Observing that Kazekage was too incapacitated to speak and merely glared at her, Uzumaki Reina chuckled softly. After shoving him aside, she retrieved a kunai from her ninja tool pouch and cautiously approached him. Good heavens, is this woman planning to repay kindness with malice? If so, this would truly be a catastrophic loss. As the kunai drew nearer, Kazekage's heart raced. Just as he contemplated using his last resort, Uzumaki Reina unexpectedly sliced her own arm with the kunai, placing the wound near his lips before his widened eyes. What does this woman mean? Seeing Kazekage remain still as her blood flowed freely, Uzumaki Reina's voice turned cold. If you wish to survive, bite the wound I inflicted and drink my blood. What? You want me to drink human blood? Is this woman deranged? Kazekage's mind struggled to comprehend her request, but soon he considered a possibility. Embracing the notion of desperate measures, he reluctantly opened his mouth and bit into her wound. Astonishingly, as he drew in her blood, a refreshing wave flowed from his mouth, spreading throughout the burn wounds on his back. The scorched skin and wounds from the tempest began to heal rapidly, akin to the miraculous effects of the mystical beans he had consumed before. Like an addictive substance, even after his injuries had healed, Kazekage continued to savor the entrancing blood. Only when he noticed Uzumaki Reina's complexion growing increasingly pale did he hurriedly pull away from her side. What on earth just transpired? That was human blood, and I found myself utterly enthralled. Is it indeed this woman's influence? As Bo-Fong Sun once again scrutinized her with caution, Uzumaki Reina coldly remarked, "An eye for an eye. You saved me just now, and this is my repayment. We are now even." Upon hearing this, Bo-Fong Sun fell silent, contemplating the abilities displayed by his counterpart, which bore a striking resemblance to those of the future Xianglin. Although he was uncertain whether she possessed the ability to regenerate chakra, her capacity for healing alone rendered her comparable to a human-shaped Senjubin. Could this woman be connected to the future Xianglin? While Bo-Fong Sun was lost in thought, a deep voice resonated in the ears of everyone present. You disorganized rabble. To think you couldn't seize a chance worth 500 million. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a rogue ninja clad in a black vest and concealing his head emerged from the shadows. Hee. The bounty of 500 million taels shall be mine. Kakuzu? Bo-Fong Sun was taken aback by the mention of the name. In his previous life, Kakuzu had merely played a minor role, serving as a stepping stone for Naruto. However, upon further analysis, the fact that he could evenly match Kakashi while simultaneously dealing with other opponents demonstrated his shadow-level prowess, not to mention his combat awareness, which surpassed that of most individuals present by a wide margin. It seemed Kakuzu had not resigned himself to a mere supporting role after all these years. He was now emerging to assert his dominance. Bo-Fong Sun felt a twinge of apprehension, but upon remembering that Kakashi was also on the scene, he regained his composure. This moment underscored the importance of aligning oneself with powerful allies. Even if Kakuzu could contend fairly evenly with Kakashi, Bo-Fong Sun doubted he could maintain that balance against Kakashi's father. Perhaps I might find an opportunity for a decisive strike? The thought of the points a shadow-level powerhouse would yield made Bo-Fong Sun salivate with anticipation. At this juncture, Kakashi, who had been maneuvering through the battlefield, also acknowledged Kakuzu's presence. Was that ninjutsu of yours just now? He inquired, his expression cold and tinged with anger. You could say that, Kakuzu replied with a grin. Kakashi Hitaki, known as the Konoha White Fang, one of Konoha's elite jonin, valued at 100 million taels. I will claim your life. With that, Kakuzu made the first move. Fire release, great fireball technique. As the flames surged towards him, Kakashi deftly sidestepped, employing the body flicker technique to materialize before Kakuzu in an instant. That line was meant for me. Your life ends here, he declared, thrusting his short blade towards Kakuzu. However, the blade merely grazed Kakuzu's chest, failing to penetrate. Hee. Kakuzu grinned, and seizing the moment while Kakashi was momentarily distracted, he kicked him away. After executing several backflips, Kakashi regained his footing, his previously indifferent gaze now laced with gravity. Was that a bloodline limit? Or a transformation of Earth release? Lord Tsukumo, that man is Kaku, who once fought against the first Hokage. As Kakashi Hatake was analyzing the enemy's formidable strength, the voice of Nara Shikamaru suddenly pierced through the air. Upon hearing the voice, Kakuzu instinctively shifted his gaze towards Nara Shikamaru, his eyes revealing a hint of skepticism. Do you know me, little brat? Observing Kakuzu's attention, Nara Shikamaru approached Kakashi while asserting, not only do I know you, but I am also quite familiar with your capabilities. Is it true what you just said? Do you know this guy's background? Kakashi couldn't help but inquire. Nara Shikamaru nodded affirmatively. Lord Jiraiya once spoke to me about this individual. He is a rogue ninja from Takigakure, and it appears he possesses 5 hearts, each representing a distinct chakra nature. To defeat him, we must destroy all 5 hearts. Kakashi scrutinized Nara Shikamaru anew, impressed by his certainty. You little brat, it seems you possess quite a bit of knowledge. Kakuzu's emerald-hued eyes flickered with a hint of murderous intent. He was baffled as to why this black-haired child, clearly not yet 10 years old, had such detailed information. Yet the exposure of his hidden cards incited an unavoidable surge of hostility. Step back, Shikamaru. Leave the rest to me. Upon learning of Kakuzu's abilities, Kakashi felt no fear. Instead, he urged Nara Shikamaru to withdraw. I wish to confront the enemy alongside you, Lord Kakashi, Nara Shikamaru boldly declared. Kakashi glanced at him in surprise. His voice low, what nonsense. This adversary is not someone you can contend with. If you wish to assist, aid others instead. Isn't it your role to serve as a meat shield? Nara Shikamaru mused inwardly, yet he spoke with unwavering resolve. As a ninja, if one fears formidable foes, will one not flee in the face of future threats? Pausing, he locked eyes with Kakashi, a spark igniting within him. To stand unafraid of powerful enemies and to embrace hardship, that is my ninja way. Indeed, I commend myself with 82 praises, while dividing the rest into 666 for my own benefit. Having indulged in his bravado, Nara Shikamaru noticed a shift in Kakashi's gaze towards him. Had it softened? Before he could ponder further, Kakuzu coldly remarked, the current ninja world is truly dull. It seems even the most insignificant can challenge me. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. With that, Kakuzu's shoulder and rib masks began to protrude outward, akin to a birthing process, ultimately shedding from his form. Once the division was complete, Kakuzu stood alongside 4 shadowy creatures, confronting Nara Shikamaru and Kakashi. Lord Kakashi, these monsters are his clones. Each mask conceals a heart. If we destroy all the hearts, he will be rendered powerless. Is that so? Kakashi pondered for a moment before asking Nara Shikamaru, can I trust you? Of course. Nara Shikamaru replied with conviction. Very well. You will distract Kakuzu's true form while I handle his 4 clones. Wait. Nara Shikamaru was taken aback. This distribution seemed amiss. Why was he the one tasked with distracting the true form? I merely wished to quietly observe and gather some experience. Must you harbor such lofty expectations for me? My dear brother? It could be fatal. With a twitch of his eyelids, Kazekage didn't dare to voice his dissent, for he had already spoken grandiloquently. Now it was his turn to reap the bitter fruits of his own words. Wasn't it merely a jinchuriki? Could it truly turn the tides? With a resolute expression, Kazekage surged forward without waiting for Shikamaru's orders. Clang! As the jinchuriki deflected Kazekage's attack, he simultaneously commanded his summoned beasts to launch air cannons at him. You shall not succeed. Shikamaru moved swiftly, positioning himself before all of his shadow clones. Your adversary is me. Amidst their fierce clash, the remainder of the battlefield began to reach its conclusion. Rasengan, the blue and white sphere, firmly grasped in Minato's hand, crashed mercilessly into the enemy's chest. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The meatball-like entity, formed from Ding's body, wreaked havoc among the foes. Ultimately, They were but a disorganized rabble. And faced with Konoha ninjas, each possessing at least the strength of a Chunin, their numerical advantage would dwindle with each casualty. Victory was merely a matter of time. On another front, Minato, having dispatched yet another enemy, caught a glimpse of Kazekage's predicament from the corner of his eye. Earth-style, rock pillar spear. After forcing Kazekage back, the Jinchuriki unleashed his ninjutsu. Confronted with the rock pillar spear aimed at his throat, Kazekage did not flinch nor evade. Ultimately, the spear pierced his throat. Yet the Jinchuriki exhibited no sign of emotional change in response to this predicament. Although this little brat was quite arrogant, generally such arrogance accompanies exceptional skill. Being impaled by the rock spear was evidently illogical. A shadow clone. When did this occur? The Jinchuriki's expression turned grave. As expected, the impaled Kazekage gradually transformed into an illusion, while the true Kazekage stealthily approached from behind the Jinchuriki. A kunai imbued with chakra, shimmering with a faint white light, was thrust fiercely into the Jinchuriki's body. Success. Upon successfully piercing the Jinchuriki with the kunai, Kazekage felt a surge of joy within. However, the Jinchuriki transformed into solid stone. Before Kazekage could react, he heard the Jinchuriki's ominous voice emanating from behind him. "You little brat, where are you looking?" Boom. The hardened fist of the Jinchuriki struck Kazekage's back with immense force. His body soared through the air like a tossed sandbag, crashing through several trees before finally halting his backward momentum. Yet, before he could regain his composure, he spotted the Jinchuriki charging at him once more. Frantically, Kazekage attempted to block the incoming fist with his kunai, cursing inwardly. The disparity in experience was glaringly evident. Just as Kazekage deflected the fist, the Jinchuriki executed a flying kick, landing squarely on Kazekage's chest. Nearby, Shikamaru, entangled in a fierce struggle with the earth grievance, felt a surge of urgency and rushed to assist. However, the four earth grievances, working in unison, proved unexpectedly formidable, thwarting his attempts to break free. Once again, the wind-chasing Sun was sent flying by the relentless Kakazu. Startled by the sudden appearance of his opponent above him, he quickly halted his backward trajectory using his chakra. Kakazu, whose attack had missed, gazed greedily at Sun suspended in midair and thought, "Does he possess the ability to fly? My interest in your heart is growing ever more intense." "Little brat, that twisted fiend. There's no way I'm giving you my heart," Sun retorted angrily, though his mind was racing to devise a plan to vanquish his foe. To be frank, the disparity in combat experience between the two was considerable. To defeat Kakazu, it was imperative to catch him off guard. Catch him off guard, you say? As Sun fell into contemplation, Kakuzu seized the moment, grinning maliciously as he hurled 3 shurikens towards him. Damn it, that old specter is resorting to sneak attacks. Reacting swiftly, Sun rolled aside while simultaneously launching 3 shurikens in a triangular formation. Kakuzu effortlessly evaded the projectiles, and in a sudden motion, his arms, akin to puppetry, extended from his wrists, with threads connecting them, forcing Sun to evade continuously. Just as Kakuzu's grasp was about to ensnare Sun, a furious roar erupted from behind Kakuzu. Rasengan. What? Kakuzu was taken aback, hastily attempting to evade the assault from behind. Although he managed to dodge the fatal blow aimed at his heart, he was still struck by the Rasengan on his shoulder. The chaotic chakra erupted in Minato's hand, and despite Kakuzu's hardened state, the impact of the Rasengan inflicted significant damage. As Minato sought to press the advantage, Kakuzu abruptly turned, his eyes filled with malice. "You little brat, do not get too cocky." With that, dark threads emerged from his mouth, swirling towards Minato like a cascading waterfall. Just as they seemed poised to ensnare him, a comet-like sphere of light surged from Sun's direction, carrying with it searing energy that collided fiercely with Kakuzu. Seizing the opportunity, Minato swiftly retreated to join the panting Sun. "Are you all right, little Sun?" he inquired. Noticing the abnormal flush on Sun's face, his concern palpable, Sun waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine, just a bit drained." However, this is not the time for trivialities. The priority is to eliminate this foe. Upon hearing Sun's words, Minato realized that despite having endured 2 consecutive attacks, Kakuzu's injuries appeared minimal. What on earth is going on? Who is this individual? Minato pondered, fully aware of the power behind the Rasengan and Sun's sphere of light. The fact that Kakuzu had withstood both A-rank jutsu left him incredulous. Sun briefly explained the situation to Minato, concluding, in short, This opponent cannot be assessed through ordinary logic. We must not let our guard down. You little brats have truly enraged me. Kakuzu's expression darkened further as he surveyed the numerous frayed threads on his body. Immediately, countless black lines emerged from Kakuzu's joints, enveloping him like the fur of a beast. Witnessing this transformation, Kaze no Shun felt a chill run down his spine. It must be said that in such a state, Kakuzu could potentially intimidate even those with a fear of clusters into surrendering without a fight. Forcing himself to remain calm, Kaze no Shun whispered to Minato, "Brother, I have a plan." "Understood. Let us proceed as such." Minato nodded, redirecting his gaze towards the impatient Kakuzu. "You little brat. No matter how much you plot, the outcome will inevitably be your failure. Cease your futile struggles." Kakuzu appeared utterly indifferent to the discourse between Minato and Kaze no Shun. "Not necessarily," Kaze no Shun declared, launching a kunai towards Kakuzu. "I told you, such trivial tricks will not affect me." Kakuzu effortlessly dodged the thrown kunai. However, at that moment, the kunai that landed on the ground suddenly erupted in a cloud of smoke. Kaze no Shun had cleverly attached a smoke bomb to the end of the kunai. As Kakuzu emerged from the smoke, Kaze no Shun seized the opportunity to hurl several shuriken at him. "Futile, futile," Kakuzu taunted while evading to the side. "The time for childish games has ended. Allow me to send you on your way." Just as Kakuzu prepared to charge at Kaze no Shun and Minato, Kaze no Shun gently curled the corner of his mouth into a smile. Coincidentally, the shuriken that Kakuzu had evaded suddenly transformed into the figure of Minato. Rasengan. At point-blank range, Minato once again imprinted the Rasengan onto Kakuzu, but unlike before, this time it pierced directly through his heart. "How is this possible?" Kakuzu exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. "When did this happen?" Kaze no Shun stepped closer to Kakuzu, who gazed at him with a predatory glare. With a grin, Kaze no Shun replied, "Guess. To be honest, that last trick, akin to a cat swapping its young, was inspired by the storyline from a past life where Naruto faced Zabuza." "You." Kakuzu was incensed by Kaze no Shun's words, but just as he was about to retort, Minato withdrew his hand from Kakuzu's chest. With a thud, Kakuzu's lifeless form collapsed before them, utterly devoid of life. "That should suffice," Minato sighed in relief. Facing an enemy whose strength far surpassed theirs was undeniably nerve-wracking. Kaze no Shun glanced toward Shikamaru, shaking his head. "It is still too early to rejoice. That fellow has 4 hearts remaining. Only by destroying all of them will he be completely vanquished." Meanwhile, Shikamaru, engaged in combat with 4 earthbound monsters, remained unaware that Kaze no Shun had eliminated Kakuzu's true form. However, he noticed that the 4 creatures had become even more frantic than before. Though uncertain of the cause, he recognized this as an opportunity. As one monster attempted to break free, Shikamaru twirled his right hand in a flourish, extending his chakra to stab the creature's mask from behind. The pallid mask was shattered by Hatake Tsukumo, revealing a vibrant, pulsating heart within. Indeed, as the child had suggested. Did these creatures survive solely through their hearts? "Tsukumo-sama, we have already dealt with that creature's true form. We must swiftly eliminate these 4 monsters as well. We cannot allow them to escape. Otherwise, Kakuzu will surely be resurrected." At that moment, Namikaze Minato and Jun arrived after neutralizing Kakuzu. Upon seeing the two, Tsukumo was somewhat taken aback. He had merely intended for the child to stall the enemy while he dealt with the obstacles before him. But he was pleasantly surprised by the child's performance. Truly, one should never underestimate the potential of youth. As Tsukumo reflected on this, he inquired, "Boy, do you still have the strength to continue? Let us vanquish our foes together." "Of course," Jun replied, stepping forward alongside Minato to face the adversaries. Roar. Confronted with the 3-pronged assault, the 4 Earth Grievance avatars, having failed to entangle their opponents, emitted a furious howl. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, they gradually coalesced into one entity. Upon merging, the Earth Grievance avatar unexpectedly unleashed a velocity that none had anticipated, instantly breaking free from the encirclement of Jun and his companions. "This is not good. We cannot let it escape." Jun's heart raced as he hastened after it. Fortunately, the burst of speed from the Earth Grievance avatar was momentary, allowing the trio to catch up quickly. However, they were met with a barrage of attacks that the avatar had long prepared. Fireballs, wind blades, lightning strikes, and water vortexes rained down upon them, leaving Jun and his comrades momentarily stunned. As he cleaved through an incoming fireball, Tsukumo's expression turned grave. That monster is drawing closer to its true form. We can no longer afford to evade. He then directed his attention to both Jun and Minato. I will provide cover for you. Take this opportunity to intercept it. Exchanging glances, the two nodded in agreement, and under Tsukumo's protection, they charged towards the Earth Grievance. Don't even think about escaping. After catching up, Jun executed a sidekick, striking the Earth Grievance's mask. Seizing the moment when the avatar faltered, he shouted, "Brother!" Spiraling sphere. Minato emerged from behind Jun, each hand wielding a spiraling sphere, which he unleashed simultaneously upon the fractured mask. Bang! The Earth Grievance was sent flying. And Tsukumo seized the opportunity to advance, his short blade seeming to multiply into thousands, each strike landing on the avatar's dark form. With the final blow delivered, the Earth Grievance avatar before White Fang disintegrated into a mass of tattered threads. The remaining two hearts fell to the ground, still pulsating as they had at the beginning. Bang! After crushing the hearts beneath his foot, Tsukumo sheathed his blade and smiled at the exhausted Jun and Minato. You have worked hard this time. Upon my return, I shall undoubtedly report your meritorious deeds to Lord Sandame. There is no need for such formality, for this is merely our duty. Minato hastily declined. Dear brother, humbly accept it. Kakashi gently urged, patting Minato's shoulder. Since Lord Shoma has expressed such sentiments, you should not continue to refuse. Remember your promise to the elder sister. Without merit, one cannot ascend to the position of Hokage. Kakashi's words left Minato momentarily speechless. Indeed, as he stated, merit is an indispensable factor in aspiring to become Hokage. With a serious expression, Minato addressed Shoma. I entrust everything to you, Lord Shoma. I shall take responsibility for it. After saying this, Shoma reiterated, you two should rest here for now. I will assist the others. With that, Shoma executed a body flicker technique and rejoined the fray. Once Shoma departed, Kakashi glanced at the weary Minato and suddenly recalled an important matter. MMP, did Kakuzu just perish like that? What shall become of my points? Kakashi felt a surge of despair. Initially, he had engaged in this battle to acquire points from Kakuzu, a formidable shadow-level adversary. Yet now, he realized that aside from providing support, he had accomplished little else. 3 hearts had been destroyed by Minato, while the remaining 2 were taken down by Shoma. Even though he had been the MVP of the entire battle, it ultimately availed him nothing. Is this the renowned anguish of a support player achieving MVP? A faint sorrow surfaced on Kakashi's face. As for the implications of Kakuzu's death on the future, that was beyond his contemplation, just as he had initially surmised. Merely a supporting role, even if it belongs to a shadow-level expert, holds little significance. But wait, perhaps I should not be so hasty in my conclusions? Perhaps the system will reward me for my excellent support with a few thousand points. Oh, no, just a couple of thousand would suffice. With hope swelling within him, Kakashi hurriedly checked his remaining points. 10 seconds later, the results are quite touching. The account balance rests at a few thousand. Even if they are all attributed to that puppet master's contribution, I shall continue to live with a smile. Yes, live with a smile. Taking a leave of absence as a relative's child has arrived. Today I must assist in childcare. For now, I shall tentatively aim for one update. If there is no update by 9 o'clock tonight, then it will be 0 updates. The battle swiftly concluded with Shoma's involvement. Prior to this, Kakashi had intended to bring Rin along to avoid any accidental harm, but unexpectedly, she vanished from the battlefield without him noticing. He had initially wished to delve deeper into her seemingly overpowered abilities, but with her absence, he could only abandon that thought. Nevertheless, he had a premonition that they would meet again. Those proficient in medical ninjutsu, please tend to the wounds of the injured. We must depart promptly to prevent drawing the enemy's attention, Shoma remarked, surveying the fewer than 20 remaining comrades with a somber tone. In the end, this battle inevitably resulted in casualties. This does not imply that the plans devised by Nara Shikaku were flawed. On the contrary, had it not been for Shikaku's foresight, their losses would have undoubtedly been far more severe. Furthermore, had it not been for Kakuzu's sudden assault, it is believed that their numbers would have been even greater. Are you all right, Dingzwa? Shikaku approached his friend, dragging his weary body over, and upon seeing Dingzwa covered in wounds, a look of concern crossed his face. Hey, what's the matter? Dingzwa scratched his head. These minor injuries will heal with a bit of extra snacking. As Sun passed by, nearly stumbling at Dingzwa's words, One could only marvel at the Akimichi clan's tenacity. Their instinct for indulgence had reached a point where they were unfazed by pain. Nevertheless, the previous conflict had also greatly benefited from the enemy's reckless charge, wreaking havoc among their ranks. Otherwise, even with the support of Hatake Tsukumo, victory would not have come so easily. A figure approached the edge of the battlefield, gazing at the devastation surrounding Bofeng's son. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he seized the opportunity amidst the commotion to seal the fallen enemy's bodies into scrolls, one by one. "What are you doing, Xiao-sun?" Watergate, who was also resting, observed Bofeng's son meticulously gathering the bodies with curiosity. "What else could it be? Your brother probably has some peculiar obsession, like necrophilia," remarked Uchiha Ryo, who was receiving treatment from Uchiha Mikoto, a hint of jealousy in his tone. Just moments before the battle concluded, Hatake Tsukumo had notably praised Watergate and his companion, leaving Ryo feeling quite envious. While he could accept Watergate's recognition, given that he had once bested him, it was intolerable that Bofeng's son, who was younger than him, had outperformed him as well. Ryo's words made Bofeng's son pause in his task. "If you're jealous, just admit it. There's no need to seek validation in front of me." In Bofeng's son's eyes, Uchiha Ryo's behavior resembled a subpar version of a rival. Arrogant and unable to bear the thought of being outdone. One could not help but wonder whether all members of the Uchiha clan shared this trait. "What did you say?" The retort from Bofeng's son ignited Uchiha Ryo's temper, but as he stood, pain from his shoulder wound made him grimace. "Xiao Ryo, don't move around. You'll reopen your wound." Mikoto glared at her cousin, though she refrained from commenting on their exchange, believing it to be a manifestation of pure male camaraderie. "I know what I said." Bofeng's son shrugged, choosing to cease his provocations and instead focus on his grim task. However, just as he carefully gathered Kakuzu's remains, Hatake Tsukumo, who had been observing, could no longer contain himself. "Son, what on earth do you intend to do with all these bodies?" Taken aback, Bofeng's son glanced at him with satisfaction and replied nonchalantly, "Of course, I plan to sell these bodies for money." "Sell for money?" Hikaku Shomo was taken aback by Keisuke Jun's unexpected remarks, leaving even Nara Shikaku and others, who had long been observant of Keisuke's behavior, astounded by his response. After a moment of contemplation, Nara Shikaku hesitantly inquired, "You aren't suggesting you intend to exchange these corpses for money at the exchange office, are you?" True to his nature, Shikaku had guessed correctly. Keisuke Jun smirked, offering no denial. "Shikaku, can these corpses indeed be used for monetary exchange?" Dingzu, surprised, cast a questioning glance at his friend, unable to fathom how corpses could be currency. "Yes, they can certainly be traded for money." Shikaku elaborated. "The exchange office is frequented by rogue ninjas from major ninja villages, as well as some from smaller villages. The lives of most of them are well known there, particularly the man named Kakuzu that Shomo just mentioned, as a shadow-level powerhouse. His life must be exceedingly valuable." Upon hearing this, Dingzu swallowed hard, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "If we were to trade him for potato chips, how many could we get?" Although perplexed by Dingzu's peculiar query, Shikaku pondered seriously. "If we consider a bag of chips to be worth 500 ryo, just for Kakuzu alone, we could probably exchange for about 150,000 bags. 150,000 bags? Dingzu's eyes suddenly radiated with fervor, disregarding his untreated injuries as he hurried over to Keisuke Jun, pleading earnestly, "Jun, could you spare me 2 of these corpses?" Keisuke Jun looked at the sincerely earnest face of the plump boy before him, utterly speechless. In this day and age, even corpses had individuals clamoring for them. Just as Keisuke intended to brush Dingzu off by casually handing him a scroll containing a corpse, Hikaku Shomo interjected, "Jun, you may keep the other corpses, but you must reserve Kakuzu's body for me." "Huh? Why?" Keisuke Jun was taken aback. He assumed that while Kakuzu's corpse held great value, Hikaku Shomo would hardly be lacking in finances. Could it be that he was indeed the necrophiliac Uchiha Ryo had just mentioned? Recalling Shomo's perpetually cold demeanor, Keisuke Jun felt increasingly convinced. "Don't think too much of it. Kakuzu's body needs to be returned to Konoha for analysis by the village's experts." So that was the case. Keisuke Jun nodded. However, he soon mischievously proposed, "Then, once the analysis is complete, may I have the body, and have you sell it for money?" Hikaku Shomo shot him an exasperated glare. "I have no choice." Noticing Shomo's reluctance to part with the corpse, Keisuke Jun began to employ his well-honed dramatic flair. With a forlorn expression, His voice dripped with the weight of life's burdens. My parents lost their lives in the last war, leaving only my older brother and me to rely on one another. Life demands money. Getting married in a few years requires money. Raising children requires money. And saving for retirement also requires money. And stop. What kind of nonsense is that? You aren't even 10 years old. Witnessing Namikaze Xun's exaggerated lamentations, Hikaku Shumo's lips twitched, revealing his utter exasperation. However, he was acutely aware that the child before him, now an orphan, needed financial support to live well with his brother. After a moment's contemplation, Shikamu Tsukumo spoke again. Very well, I shall endeavor to ensure that the body is returned to you, but do not harbor excessive hopes. Thank you, Lord Tsukumo. Lord Tsukumo, the destination is now within sight, Hinata Hisashi remarked, utilizing his Byakugan to observe the camp not far ahead. Then let us hasten our pace. Upon concluding his statement, Shikamu Tsukumo quickened his stride. The ninjas trailing behind him swiftly followed suit. At the rear of the group, Bofeng Sun felt a surge of excitement. Nearly a week had passed since the last bounty hunter's attack, and he was finally approaching the front lines of battle. Unlike the petty skirmishes of the past, he was about to engage in true warfare. To others, war might merely represent a source of suffering, yet for him, it was a splendid opportunity to accrue points. He intended to utilize the remaining 2 years to elevate his strength through these points. Before long, Bofeng Sun beheld the tents at the edge of his vision. The deep green tints appeared to meld seamlessly with the trees of the land of rain. Without careful observation, one might not discern the continuous line of encampments. As they neared the tents, 2 ninjas from the rain village approached them. Stop! You are approaching a military zone. Unauthorized personnel are forbidden to advance. We are ninjas from Konoha, sent by Lord Hokage to deliver supplies. Shikamu Tsukumo declared, casting a glance at the 2. Delivering supplies? One of the rain ninjas paused. If his memory served him correctly, a shipment had already arrived the previous day. Could they be imposters? As this thought crossed his mind, a hint of wariness crept into the rain ninja's gaze. Just as he was about to expose Tsukumo's alleged deceit, his companion leaned in to whisper in his ear. Upon hearing his comrade's words, the rain ninja scrutinized Tsukumo and his companions once more before replying. I shall return to report. Remain here and do not move. With that, he departed, leaving another ninja to keep watch over Tsukumo and the others. What is this? Why must they insist on keeping us here? We have labored to deliver supplies. Uchiha Ryo stood amidst the group, visibly disgruntled, convinced that their treatment was deliberate. Many in the team, aside from Dooku and Minato, echoed Ryo's sentiments. The reason Minato and his companions refrained from voicing their opinions was that they understood the suspicion stemmed from their identity as ninjas of Konoha. After all, the previous conflicts had resulted not only in casualties, but had also fostered significant misunderstandings between the 2 villages, particularly for the defeated rain ninjas. There was a prevailing belief that the current situation was entirely Konoha's fault. Even though both sides had now forged an alliance, this sentiment was inescapable. Although Uchiha Ryu's voice was not particularly loud, it was certainly not inaudible, and thus, his recent remarks were overheard by another rain ninja. While feeling embarrassed, he could not help but feel a surge of irritation. As a ninja, he indeed appreciated Konoha's assistance this time. However, gratitude aside, he would not allow individuals from other ninja villages to cast shadows on his own, even if the opponent was merely a child of about 10 years old. Just as he was about to voice a rebuttal, the leader from Konoha, Flagwood Tsukumo, cleared his throat heavily and admonished, "You little brats, be quiet." The other party's actions were simply a normal response. If it were in Konoha, the same would apply. Noticing the slight anger in Tsukumo's voice, Uchiha Ryu and his companions fell silent, daring not to utter another word. After a while, the previously departed ninja returned, accompanied by another familiar figure, Tsunade. I thought it would be Orochimaru, but it's you, Tsunade, who has come to greet us, Tsukumo remarked. Orochimaru went out to scout, Tsunade shrugged, then added. But I was even more surprised to hear that the leader would be you, Tsukumo. Tsunade was astonished, as she assumed he had always operated alone. I couldn't refuse the Hokage's request, Tsukumo replied with a wry smile. However, he soon noticed that Tsunade's expression was somewhat off. She seemed to be quite upset. What is the matter? Following Tsunade's gaze, Tsukumo spotted Bofeng Sun hiding behind Minato, glancing around nervously. You little rascal, why are you here? Tsunade glared at Bofeng Sun, her voice laced with irritation. Before leaving, She had repeatedly instructed her disciple not to take unnecessary risks, yet he had audaciously appeared on the battlefield. It felt like a blatant slap in the face. At that moment, Xun directed a pleading look at Tsukumo, clearly seeking help. Although he was unaware of the complexities between the mentor and disciple, Tsukumo attempted to mediate, saying, "Tsunade, let me explain about your disciple." "Tsukumo, be quiet. This is a family matter." Tsunade interrupted him before he could finish. "Family matter? Their relationship is merely that of a mentor and student, isn't it?" Tsukumo was utterly bewildered. However, upon noticing Minato discreetly distancing himself from Xun, he decided it wise to steer clear of this tumultuous situation. Once Minato departed, Tsunade immediately pulled Xun out of the group. Faced with her furious glare, Xun stammered, "Crazy woman, let me explain. It's not as you think." "Did I ask you to speak?" Tsunade twisted Sun's ear, completely unfazed by the astonished gazes of those around them. "Tell me, how did you respond before I left? Weren't you just telling me to be quiet?" Sun replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. He understood that after the incident with Shinjuro, Tsunade had become increasingly concerned for his safety. However, even if he were an ordinary ninja, he could not remain sheltered under her wing forever. However, Kakashi understood that this reasoning would undoubtedly fail to satisfy Tsunade, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Indeed, before you left, I promised you that I would avoid perilous missions, yet I find myself in this predicament." Activating his theatrical mode, he began to weep profusely. With tears welling in his eyes, he pitifully lamented. "It was the third Hokage who insisted that I come here. He said that to become Hokage, one must stand tall and not always hide behind women. He even threatened me, stating that if I did not comply, I would never become Hokage. That old fool." Tsunade clenched her fists. "Yes, it is all that old fool's fault. No, it is the third Hokage's fault." Kakashi quickly echoed, "Did you think I would say that?" Tsunade suddenly interjected. "Of course." Kakashi responded, still caught off guard. "You little brat, do you find amusement in treating me like a fool?" Tsunade exclaimed, delivering a swift punch to his head before he could react. After enduring Tsunade's fierce blow, Kakashi returned to the team, revitalized. As for his injuries, they were non-existent. "Kakashi, are you all right? Are your wounds serious?" Dingzu inquired cautiously, edging closer to Kakashi. Forcing a friendly smile, Kakashi chuckled, "I'm perfectly fine. Look, I don't have a single scratch on me." He raised his arm for inspection. Upon hearing Kakashi's reassurances, Dingzu hesitated to press further. But he had witnessed how Kakashi's master had mercilessly tormented his new friend. He also recognized the formidable nature of medical ninjutsu. Just 3 minutes ago, Kakashi was a mess, and now he was fully restored. Meanwhile, those who had once envied Kakashi for being Tsunade's apprentice now wished to distance themselves from her. Being her disciple was not a privilege, it was a torment. After glaring fiercely at Kakashi once more, Tsunade addressed the 2 bewildered rain ninjas beside her. "These individuals are indeed from our village." "Oh, understood." The 2 rain ninjas nodded vigorously, like chicks pecking at grain, wary of provoking the formidable figure before them. As Kakashi and the 2 rain ninjas traversed the encampment, they witnessed sights previously unseen. The air was filled with the anguished cries of the wounded, and the ground was stained with deep crimson blood. A stark contrast to the relentless rain that failed to wash it away. Even the earthy aroma that should have been present was overshadowed by an overwhelmingly nauseating stench. After arranging a resting area for Kakashi and the others, Tsunade departed alongside Shikamaru. "What is the current state of the battle?" Tsunade inquired. "Not very promising. To be frank, if this continues, the Rain Village will undoubtedly face defeat." Tsunade's expression turned grave. "Is that so?" Shikamaru fell silent, admitting that he was more suited for solo combat and was not well versed in battlefield analysis. However, it was evident to anyone that the Rain Village was currently at a disadvantage. After a brief pause, Shikamaru inquired again, "What about that old rascal Hanzo? We have come to assist them, yet he himself refrains from entering the battlefield. What does that signify?" In response to the inquiry posed by Kakashi Hitaki, Tsunade fell into a contemplative silence. It was rumored that the Hidden Sand Village was also stirring at the borders, with Hanzo stationed there. Surrounded by enemies and facing further complications, Kakashi furrowed his brow upon hearing this. After scanning the vicinity and ensuring they were alone, he spoke in hushed tones once more. "In fact, prior to my arrival, the 3rd Hokage issued another command." Tsunade regarded him with confusion. "If circumstances render it futile, Preserve the main force and retreat. These were the exact words of the third Hokage. Kakashi delivered this statement with an air of tranquility. Yet Tsunade fell silent upon hearing it. She understood that the old man's decision was sound. Just as Danzo had asserted in their previous meeting, the ninjas of their village were far more significant than those of any other. However, she was not merely a ninja. She was also a healer. How could she bear to stand idly by as thousands of lives were lost before her eyes? With a heavy sigh, Tsunade bit her lip. And just as she was about to respond, a leaf ninja suddenly appeared and addressed her and Kakashi. Lady Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru has just returned. He requests that you and Lord Kakashi come quickly. There are urgent matters to discuss. After exchanging a glance with Kakashi, Tsunade hurriedly made her way to the tent. Upon lifting the tent flap, they discovered not only Orochimaru but also two rain ninjas responsible for commanding the ongoing battle. However, the expressions on their faces were notably grim. What is it? What has transpired? Tsunade was the first to inquire. We have just received intelligence that the rock ninjas have deployed their Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki? Kakashi seemed taken aback. Each Jinchuriki is a strategic weapon that must be concealed by the major ninja villages. A Jinchuriki capable of wielding a tailed beast is invariably a powerhouse of the highest caliber. The fact that the enemy has now mobilized a Jinchuriki indicates that the rock village intends to resolve the conflict swiftly, does it not? Do we know which tailed beast it is? After a prolonged silence, Tsunade turned her gaze back to Orochimaru. It is likely the Four Tails. The mention of the Four Tails caused Tsunade to feel a slight sense of relief, as her grandfather had previously indicated that the Four Tails was perhaps the weakest of all tailed beasts. While still formidable, they currently possessed three main forces. And with the addition of other elite ninjas, they might devise a solution, even potentially capturing the Four Tails Jinchuriki as a hostage. As a longtime comrade and friend, Orochimaru clearly discerned Tsunade's thoughts and remarked thoughtfully, "It is not as simple as it appears. According to our scouts, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, has already departed from the rock village." What? Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically. While a Four Tails might have left them some leeway, the combination of a Four Tails and the third Tsuchikage would compel them to seriously weigh their options. Damn it, does that old man not fear that upon his departure, the rock village might be vulnerable to an ambush? Tsunade clenched her fists tightly, her demeanor far from serene. I suspect that is precisely why he has only deployed the Four Tails and not the Five Tails, Orochimaru's side. What shall we do now? Asked Kakashi Hitaki, glancing at Orochimaru and the two ranged shinobi behind him. I just had a discussion with the two gentlemen from the Hidden Leaf. We faced two options. One is to retreat completely, yielding the eastern defensive line to the enemy. Wouldn't that render our previous efforts futile? Tsunade interjected vehemently. Orochimaru shook his head. Tsunade, please allow me to finish. He then unfurled the map on the table, indicating their current location. If we abandon the eastern front, while it would grant the rock shinobi an opportunity for an all-out invasion, it also presents us with a chance. Should the rock forces penetrate deeply, their own defenses will inevitably become vulnerable. He pointed to another location on the map. We could feign a retreat and launch a surprise attack on the land of Earth from the opposite flank, encircling the third Tsuchikage from behind. Furthermore, if we manage to summon Hanzo back, we could execute a pincer movement. After all, the land of rain is our domain. The forces from the land of Earth will struggle to adapt to this environment, thus diminishing their combat effectiveness. In such a scenario, victory would most likely be ours. Upon concluding his strategy, Orochimaru noticed the glimmer of determination in Tsunade's eyes, yet he sighed softly. However, this plan does come with an unavoidable drawback. A drawback? Tsunade inquired. Her brow furrowed. Indeed. To implement this strategy, we must have bait, and that bait will inevitably face a fatal outcome. Tsunade's expression darkened at his words. Can we not simply retreat? Must we sacrifice others? Orochimaru shook his head, understanding her feelings, but recognizing that hesitation has no place on the battlefield. Tsunade, you are not suited for war. In response to her fierce glare, he continued, if you were in this position and the enemy fled without a fight, would you not harbor doubts? Tsunade struggled to respond. She knew that, were she in the enemy's shoes, she would certainly suspect ulterior motives, especially from the cunning third Tsuchikage. After a prolonged silence, Tsunade spoke again. I cannot abandon a portion of our people. You mentioned two strategies earlier. What is the second? As if anticipating her reaction, Orochimaru presented the alternative plan. If the first strategy is feigned surrender, then the second is a deceptive attack. A deceptive attack? Kakashi inquired, looking toward Orochimaru. Nodding, Orochimaru placed his finger back on the map. This plan bears some resemblance to the previous one. Here, he paused before elaborating. Before the third Tsunade's forces launch their assault, we can dispatch a small unit to feign an attack on the borders of the land of Earth. Upon receiving the news that Tsunade is likely to divide his main forces, dispatching a portion to this location for support, we must seize the opportunity to launch a full-scale attack while their strength is diminished, undoubtedly catching them off guard. After Orochimaru concluded, Tsunade gazed gravely at the map before her and stated, "If this is a feigned attack, how many personnel do we need to send? The number is indeed a concern. We cannot deploy too many, yet if we send too few, they will surely not take the bait." In response to Tsunade's query, Orochimaru smirked cunningly. "Tsunade, we are ninjas. Sending 100 should suffice." Before Tsunade could object, he continued, "Consider this. With the use of the shadow clone technique and transformation technique, how many figures could we create? However, the shadow clone technique is merely an illusion. Even if we can multiply ourselves tenfold, we cannot ensure that the enemy will not discern the ruse." Tsunade remained skeptical about the feasibility of this plan. "Do not worry about that," Orochimaru said, retrieving a scroll from his robe. "We have gathered intelligence on all the ninjas stationed there." With a swift motion, he unfurled the scroll, revealing a dense list of names spanning nearly 100 entries. Although specific details were yet to be uncovered, we had obtained a general understanding of the group's composition. There are over 90 individuals in total, including 7 Jonin, approximately 20 Chunin, with the remainder being mostly Genin. Fortunately, according to this intelligence, the enemy lacks sensory ninjas or those skilled in ocular techniques. Are there truly no sensory ninjas? Tsunade sighed in relief upon hearing Orochimaru's words. However, since you have prepared 2 plans, it indicates that this one requires additional elements. Does it not? Tsunade turned her gaze back to Orochimaru. Indeed, to execute this plan, the 100 disguised individuals must possess at least Chunin-level strength. Moreover, they must have sufficient chakra for the shadow clone technique and the capability to decisively overwhelm the enemy. Otherwise, if the delay is prolonged, even without sensory ninjas, they will inevitably discover the flaws, Orochimaru elucidated. "At least Chunin level?" muttered Kakashi, contemplating this statement. "Do you have any suggestions, Kakashi?" Orochimaru inquired, noticing Kakashi lost in thought. As the others turned their attention to him, Kakashi pondered briefly. "The children I brought along all possess at least Chunin-level abilities. Though they may appear somewhat inexperienced now, I believe that if they endure this battle, they might transform from mere prodigies into true elites." "Oh," Orochimaru expressed interest, eager to continue the discussion, but Tsunade promptly interjected. "No, those children must not be involved in such matters." Seeing Tsunade's resolute stance, Orochimaru was puzzled and glanced at Kakashi, only to find him wearing an awkward expression. Kakashi had just realized that one of those children was Tsunade's disciple. Although Konohamaru had previously displayed remarkable abilities, Tsunade's protective demeanor towards her apprentice indicated that she would not easily allow Konohamaru to take such risks. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi Hatake spoke again. "Tsunade, if you wish to prevent your disciple from participating in this matter, you may withdraw him from the team." "Tsunade's disciple?" Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, probing. Could it be that Uzumaki-kun is also involved? Did Orochimaru know that child as well? Certainly, Uzumaki-kun is quite the remarkable young lad. As Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, he recalled their prior conversation by the brook. Uzumaki-kun always remains an enigma. After a soft remark, Orochimaru addressed Tsunade. "What does it matter? Uzumaki-kun is so exceptional. I believe that if he partakes in this operation, he will undoubtedly shine brilliantly in this battle." "Orochimaru." Tsunade glared fiercely at him. Unfazed, Orochimaru licked his lips and continued. "I understand that you are still haunted by the events concerning Shoju, but that cannot justify your excessive protection of Uzumaki-kun." Ignoring Tsunade's escalating fury, Orochimaru turned back to Kakashi Hatake. "I presume Uzumaki-kun must have performed admirably while accompanying you?" "Indeed. One could say that if it weren't for that child, we would not have arrived here so smoothly," Kakashi Hatake remarked without exaggeration. He too felt that Tsunade's protective instincts were perhaps excessive. While he did not assert that it was entirely wrong, such behavior could stifle a ninja's inherent nature. Hearing this, Tsunade fell silent, astonished that not only Orochimaru but also Kakashi Hatake praised her disciple so highly. Did I truly err? In her mind, Tsunade first recalled her brother, followed closely by the words spoken by Minato a while ago. My dream, which was once Shoju's, I shall realize. I will protect the village and that wretched woman. And the position of Hokage shall undoubtedly be mine in the future. That insufferable brat, who needs him to protect anything. With these thoughts swirling, Tsunade faced the two once more, declaring, if this plan is truly to be executed, I consent to that wretched boy's participation. But I have one condition. I must be the leader of this expedition. Inside the tent, the dim light flickered, casting shadows upon a group of young children huddled together. The swirling steam and enticing aroma drew everyone's attention to the pot of soup in front of Minato. Gulping, Dingzu's eyes widened as he stared intently at the pot and ladle. Uzumaki, is this dish called malatang truly as delicious as you claim? A slight smile graced Minato's lips. Of course, malatang is the quintessential choice in a cold land like the land of rain. Indeed, Minato was preparing for his teammates a renowned delicacy from his previous life, malatang, which had taken the entire realm by storm. Initially, he had intended to prepare a hot pot for everyone, but lacking meat, he had to make do with vegetables and flour from the camp, complemented by spices and seasonings brought from home. Thus, he crafted this famous dish. As the time drew near, Fengxuan first took a tentative sip, and instantly felt his previously icy body warm up. The rich flavor of sesame paste in his mouth made him gradually squint his eyes in satisfaction. Nodding approvingly, he addressed the group gathered around him. Who wants the first bowl? I do. Dingzwa eagerly raised his hand. Observing Dingzwa's impatient demeanor, Fengxuan couldn't help but suspect that, had the soup pot not been scalding hot, he might have attempted to seize the entire pot. After Fengxuan ladled out a bowl, Dingzwa hurriedly reached for it, but Fengxuan halted his movement. Then, amidst Dingzwa's puzzled gaze, he produced a series of vibrant red condiments from the side. Dingzwa, can you handle spicy food? Of course. I can take as much heat as you throw at me. Dingzwa responded with pride. Oh, Fengxuan grinned mischievously. After mixing a generous amount of condiments into the bowl, he placed it in front of Dingzwa. Here you go. My friend, your unbeatable spicy hot pot. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Dingzwa exclaimed, I'm digging in, and swiftly snatched the bowl into his hands. Without a moment's thought about whether the food was still scalding hot, he began to devour it with abandon, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. As Dingzwa took his first bite, his chubby face suddenly flushed crimson. His half-closed eyes widened in surprise. Hey Dingzwa, what's wrong? His friend, Leju, couldn't help but feel concerned at Dingzwa's reaction. Is it truly a dark culinary creation? Uchiha Ryu, who had initially been salivating, remarked sarcastically. Fengxuan chose to ignore the comment, too indifferent to engage with someone who was perpetually self-assured. After swallowing his first bite, Dingzwa took a considerable time before finally expressing his thoughts under the gaze of the crowd. Spicy. So spicy, but it's truly delicious. As he spoke, he continued to eat. This is undoubtedly the best meatless dish I've ever tasted. No, even among meat dishes, only the barbecue from Q's Barbecue can rival it. Seeing Dingzwa, who usually required meat, give such high praise, Lejgu finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, his curiosity was piqued about the flavor of this dish called spicy hot pot. Brother, how much chili do you want? Fengxuan inquired as he prepared another bowl. Watergate first glanced at Dingzwa, who was drenched in sweat, and then hesitated. I'll just have a little less chili, please. Understood, Fengxuan replied, adding only a third of the amount he used for Dingzwa to Watergate's bowl before handing it over. Watergate took a small taste, and as the spiciness blended with the rich aftertaste of sesame paste exploded in his mouth, his eyes lit up. He sincerely exclaimed, this spicy hot pot is indeed delicious. When you return, make sure to prepare some for Kushina as well. Of course, that's no problem. Fengxuan responded, then turned his attention to the others. With Watergate's two enthusiastic endorsements, the rest could no longer contain their eagerness, calling out, I want a bowl too. And so, the large pot of spicy hot pot was soon reduced to just a small portion remaining. What kind would you like, Sister Mikoto? Fengxuan approached Uchiha Mikoto, holding a bowl. Mikoto glanced at her gloomy cousin and softly replied, I don't need any extra spice. I'm not particularly fond of spicy food. Upon hearing this, Fengxuan did not immediately hand over the spicy hot pot. Instead, he pondered for a moment before adding a small spoonful of seasoning, then offered it to her despite her reproachful gaze. Sister Mikoto, please don't misunderstand. I am not targeting you. However, The essence of spicy hot pot is lost without the heat, so do give it a try. In Bo Feng Sun's view, plain spicy hot pot was akin to heresy, utterly intolerable for him. Observing his sincere demeanor, Uchiha Mikoto hesitated but eventually took a small taste. As she chewed carefully, her eyes gradually lit up. Although she had claimed to dislike spicy food, the moment she tasted the hot pot, she found it hard to resist its allure. Noticing her silence, Bo Feng Sun smiled and turned his attention to Uchiha Takashi, who had yet to partake. Instead of directly asking if he wanted some, he served himself a bowl first and, in the face of Takashi's resentful gaze, sat beside him, deliberately making a loud show of his enjoyment. Slurp. This flavor is truly irresistible. While eating, Bo Feng Sun discreetly observed Takashi. As he noticed Takashi's expression growing increasingly sullen, Bo Feng Sun felt a sense of satisfaction. Although he had previously asserted he wouldn't engage with the younger ones, if they couldn't set aside their pride, it was no fault of his. Reflecting on his recent company of these half-grown children, he mused whether this was what they meant by one is influenced by one as companions. Just as Bo Feng Sun was finishing his meal, Uchiha Takashi suddenly murmured, Could you get me a portion too? What did you say? Bo Feng Sun feigned ignorance. And nothing. Seeing Bo Feng Sun's teasing expression, Uchiha Takashi turned his head away in a huff. This guy? Is he really that easy to provoke? Bo Feng Sun stared at him, speechless. Then he stood up, filled another bowl, and placed it in front of Takashi. Noticing the puzzled look directed at him, Bo Feng Sun cleared his throat and explained, There's still plenty left in the pot. Your portion isn't missed, so no need to feign pity here. With that, he set down the bowl and left the tent. As he walked away, Uchiha Takashi's gaze was filled with complexity. This guy must be a decent person after all. Upon stepping out of the tent, Bo Feng Sun was surprised to find Tsunade standing alone at the entrance. When did you arrive, you madwoman? Why aren't you inside? He waved his hand in front of her. Seeing you all so merry, I'd rather not go in and make a fool of myself. Tsunade shot him a glance before dismissively retorting, Oh, is this still the same Tsunade who constantly begs me to be her personal chef? However, just as Kazekage believed that this madwoman had changed her ways, Tsunade placed her hands firmly on either side of his face and pulled outward with great force. Did you think I would say that? You little brat, I never saw you make any spicy hot pot when I was around. But now here you are preparing it for so many people. Was this intentional? Tsunade glared at Kazekage, her demeanor threatening him with the promise of painful memories should he dare to retort. She had just overheard the young ones in the tent praising the deliciousness of the hot pot, and even from outside the tent, she could catch a whiff of its enticing aroma. I'll make it for the girl, just give me a hand. Kazekage mumbled in his plea for mercy. Humph. Who cares? Tsunade released her grip, observing Kazekage's cheeks turning a rosy hue, plump and chubby. I want to taste an even better hot pot than this. Rest assured, I will fulfill the task. In order to alleviate her torment, Kazekage boldly thumped his chest. As for whether he could actually create a tastier hot pot, that was entirely beyond his contemplation. After all, Tsunade had never tasted hot pot before. Whatever he claimed would become the truth. Even if he could not deceive her, he would simply add a couple of slices of meat and declare it an upgraded version of hot pot. Seeing Kazekage agree so readily, Tsunade ceased her teasing. Her earlier smugness replaced by a serious demeanor as she said, After discussing it with Orochimaru and the others, we have decided to incorporate you into the assault team. Assault team? Kazekage looked at Tsunade in confusion, sensing that he was about to be thrust into the throes of true warfare. But what exactly was this assault team? Scouts? Noticing the perplexity in Kazekage's gaze, Tsunade, ensuring no one was around, pulled him to a secluded spot and whispered, I'm only sharing this with you for now, so don't go spreading it around. Understood. Kazekage nodded eagerly. Then, Tsunade revealed the plan they had previously discussed. After hearing her outline, Kazekage pondered, So, we are essentially bait for the enemy? Precisely, but you need not worry too much. This operation will not pose significant danger. As long as we successfully breach their defenses, we can retreat. Kazekage nodded in understanding, but then, a question arose. By the way, Tsunade, weren't you always opposed to my involvement in such matters? Why are you now permitting me to participate? Tsunade smiled knowingly and replied, Who can say with certainty about such matters? Huh, of course, only you would know. Kazekage thought to himself, though he chose not to voice it. After all, for him, stepping onto the battlefield was always a venture filled with opportunity and devoid of peril. Within the borders of the land of Earth, in stark contrast to the gloomy and cold weather of the land of rain. The land of earth, while appearing relatively warmer, felt even more desolate. Numerous towering rocks and mountains seemed to encase the land of earth like a natural iron barrel, presenting an overall grayish hue. Amidst the majestic stone pillars, serious-faced rock shinobi were constantly traversing the area. "Old man, I still can't fathom why you chose to take action personally this time." At the forefront of the march, a tall rock ninja addressed the elderly figure hovering beside him. Oyagi, maintaining a serious demeanor, gazed at his son and remarked, "I had assumed your silence indicated that you had come to your senses, yet it appears you remain as foolish as ever." While reprimanding his son, who was now over 18, Oyagi felt a pang of concern. His son, despite being one of the most capable and reputable individuals in the village, was rather dim-witted, leaving Oyagi apprehensive about entrusting him with the position of Hokage in the future. Sighing once more, Oyagi explained to Kodo, "I do not wish to strike prematurely. However, you must have heard that the rustic villagers of the Land of Lightning have been unusually active of late. If we do not resolve this conflict swiftly, I fear those ruffians may seize the opportunity to attack us. Surely, that is improbable? As fellow members of the 5 great shinobi villages, they would not dare assault us." Kodo expressed his skepticism. "Foolish child, what do you understand?" Oyagi retorted. "In this world, only interests hold true significance. Do not presume that just because you have reached the forefront, others will hold you in high regard. Driven by greed, even the most powerful will provoke conflict if the rewards are sufficient. This is especially true between parties of similar standing. What if our actions provoke Konoha?" Kodo still seemed uneasy. Konoha? If we achieve a decisive victory this time, they will have no reason to support the Rain Village." With a slight gesture of goodwill, "I am certain Sarutobi will turn a blind eye." A cold smile played on Oyagi's lips, as if he had everything under control. "By the way, how is Old Z faring? Has he reached the front lines yet?" Oyagi suddenly inquired of another companion nearby, reporting to Lord Tsuchikage. "Old Z arrived at the border 2 days ago. He is likely stationed at the camp by now." "Good, provided that Hanzo remains inactive. Dealing with a few youngsters alongside Old Z will be a mere formality." Seeing his father so spirited, Kodo felt compelled to caution, "Father, you must not underestimate our opponents. If they launch a surprise attack within the borders of the Land of Earth while we are engaged in a full-scale assault, we shall be unable to withstand it." "Rascal, are you truly my son?" Oyagi exclaimed, irked by Kodo's tendency to undermine their own strength. However, he quickly recognized the validity of Kodo's concerns. After a moment of silence, Oyagi resumed, "Speaking of which, who is leading the Rain Ninja this time?" "It is Orochimaru, one of Konoha's legendary Sannin." "Orochimaru? I recall that he was a disciple of Sarutobi." Oyagi narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, signaling the team to halt. Retrieving a topographical map from his pocket, he began to reassess their strategy. 5 days later, having just received word that the 3rd Tsuchikage had appeared at the front lines, they knew it was time for action. Tsunade stood before 100 ninjas, casting a stern gaze upon the group led by Naruto. "To be candid, I do not support your decision to venture into the battlefield so prematurely. War is not a trivial matter, despite your commendable strength, akin to that of a Chunin. Your lack of experience renders you susceptible to perishing on the battlefield. Therefore, I shall inquire once more, does anyone among you intend to withdraw from this mission?" A tense atmosphere gradually enveloped the scene. Within Naruto's team of fewer than 20, some bore resolute expressions while others appeared anxious. However, until the very end, not a single soul, including the sole female member, Uchiha Mikoto, uttered a word of retreat. This was not to imply that they were unafraid of the battlefield. Rather, they clearly understood that choosing to withdraw would not only mark them as cowards in the eyes of others, but also tarnish their own spirits. Each of them harbored the will of fire within, a flame that would continue to burn bright, even if they were to meet their demise in combat. As for Naruto, who had exhibited unwavering resolve from the outset, he was not preoccupied with lofty ideals. His aspirations diverged significantly from those of his comrades and the world at large. What he sought was merely points. To him, life was but a numerical value, akin to currency. He would wield these seemingly insignificant digits to protect those dear to him and to forge a blissful family of his own. Pleased with their collective resolve, Tsunade continued, "Since none of you have chosen to withdraw, let me impart one final piece of advice. During the execution of your mission, the utmost priority should not be the success or failure of the task, but rather the lives of yourself and your comrades. I do not wish to see unnecessary sacrifices within the team I lead. As Tsunade's expression turned somber once more, Naruto could not help but let out a quiet sigh. He then adopted a somewhat flippant demeanor and remarked, "Don't worry, you old hag. Even if you were to fall, I wouldn't perish." Tsunade shot him an incredulous glare, and amidst the sympathetic gazes of the onlookers, she clenched her fists and delivered a sharp reprimand to the sides of Naruto's forehead. "You insolent brat, how dare you suggest I might fall?" Yet, despite being subjected to her playful torment, Naruto displayed little sign of discomfort and instead quipped, "Soft and cozy." "Quite comforting." "Soft and cozy? Comforting?" Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, then realized the audacity of the boy. As his mentor, how could he utter such words in front of others? She forcefully pushed him away, her cheeks flushed, unsure if it was from anger or embarrassment. Seeing Tsunade standing there, blushing, Naruto blinked in confusion. What was wrong with this crazy woman? Shouldn't she be beating him up right now? What was with this flustered demeanor? Had she truly lost her wits? As Xun reached out to touch the other person's forehead, hoping to check for a fever, Tsunade unexpectedly slapped his hand aside. "What are you doing, you little brat?" she exclaimed. Seeing Tsunade's sudden fury, Xun shrugged and offered no explanation, instead returning to the group. It is often said that a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. Perhaps it is best to maintain some distance. Upon his return to the formation, Tsunade ceased her attention towards him and, with a voice brimming with indignation, commanded, "Let's move out." As the group progressed, Lugio, who was trailing at the back alongside Xun, gave him a thumbs up. "You truly are remarkable, Sun," daring to tease Lady Tsunade, no less. "If it were me, I would probably be dragged home by my father to apologize before she even had the chance to reprimand me." Xun, somewhat exasperated by Lugio's praise, replied, "That was a one-time occurrence. That crazy woman seems to be in an unusual mood today. Normally, if I were to speak like that, she would have me hanging from the rafters. It's quite disorienting not to be punished today." As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Lugio staring at him with a peculiar expression. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Xun questioned, puzzled. Lugio hesitated for a moment before responding. "Sun, you aren't a masochist, are you?" At this, Xun nearly slipped off the branch in shock. "You jerk. You're the one who is a masochist. Your entire family is. I am a staunch heterosexual." Seeing Xun react so vehemently, Lugio sighed. "But you just said that Lady Tsunade didn't hit you today, and it left you feeling strange. What else would that suggest, if not masochism?" "Ah, wait a moment." Xun pondered, realizing Lugio might have a point. However, how could he possibly be a masochist? Even if he were a sadist, he would never be a submissive. His expression darkened slightly as he reflected that over the past 6 months, he had spent most of his time with Tsunade, enduring her affectionate yet punishing blows. Could it be that this had awakened a masochistic spirit within him? Shaking his head vigorously, Xun banished the troubling thought from his mind. "I am not a masochist. I am perfectly normal. This is merely the wild imagination of Lugio." Rejuvenated, Xun gazed at the figure leading the group ahead, silently resolving to maintain a distance from her and to refrain from uttering any words that might invite her wrath. He must first alter his inclination towards suffering. As night fell, a chilling wind swept through the land of Earth, and an endless shroud of dark clouds enveloped the sky, rendering the already dim environment even more profound. 2 days and nights had passed since their departure, and Xun and his companions had successfully arrived at their designated mission site. "Ryoji, use your Byakugan to observe the other side and ascertain whether they have detected our presence," Tsunade instructed, hidden behind dense rock pillars. Ryoji nodded and activated his Byakugan. After a brief moment, he retracted his ocular technique and reported to Tsunade, "Lady Tsunade, they have not discovered us." "Excellent. From this point onward, we shall proceed according to the plan." After Tsunade spoke, she turned to the young man behind her, saying, "You mischievous lad, stay close and do not wander off." Although the boy, Kakashi, nodded in acknowledgement, his expression betrayed a sense of unease. It was not that he sensed anything amiss with the rock ninjas ahead. Rather, an inexplicable anxiety gnawed at him. Could it be the chill of the night? Kakashi tightened his clothing. The clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and the hazy moonlight heralded the impending night of carnage. Hundreds of ninjas, accompanied by nearly 1,000 shadow clones, crawled toward the stronghold of the land of Earth. Now was the moment. Shedding their rocky disguise, Tsunade and her companions surged forward like a tempest toward the fortress walls. At that instant, the ninjas of Awagakure clearly recognized their presence. As they witnessed the 1,000 ninjas launching an assault, the patrolling guards atop the stronghold shouted, "Enemy attack! We are under siege." However, even as they grasped the urgency of the situation, it was already too late, for Tsunade and her team had reached the base of the walls. Without waiting for Tsunade's command, dozens of ninjutsu were unleashed upon the fortress. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Earth release, earth dome. As the walls crumbled, flames erupted, and chaos ensued. Faced with the panicked ninjas, Kakashi did not hesitate. His kunai claimed life after life. Just as the battle appeared to be overwhelmingly in their favor, a signal flare, resembling a firework, was ignited by the enemy. Boom! Accompanied by a sharp, piercing explosion, a sense of dread gripped Tsunade and her companions. Even though they were unaware of the signal's precise implications, they understood it was no mere distraction. Hurry! Eliminate these foes, and we shall make our swift retreat. Tsunade shouted to the fray, her unease palpable. In response, Kakashi and the others quickened their pace. As the once formidable 100 IWA ninjas dwindled to fewer than 30, another signal flare abruptly ascended in the distance. This flare seemed to embody the last flicker of hope for the remaining rock ninjas. "It is a signal from Lord Oanoki. We must hold our ground," urged the last remaining jonin among the IWA ninjas, rallying the weary fighters. The words of their leader caused Tsunade's expression to shift. Upon seeing a dark figure rapidly approaching from afar, she swiftly repelled an encroaching IWA ninja and turned to her companion, Hyuga Ryoken. "Ryoken, check the 6 o'clock position behind us. Are there enemy reinforcements?" Byakugan. Through the dual-toned vision, he discerned several hundred rock ninjas advancing rapidly toward their position. Lowering his Byakugan, Ryoken's face paled as he reported, "Lady Tsunade, approximately 400 IWA ninjas are closing in on us, led by what appears to be the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails. Damn it, how could they have known our plan and ambushed us here?" Gritting her teeth, Tsunade bellowed to her comrades still engaged in battle, "Retreat. Do not linger. Enemy reinforcements have arrived." After sending another IWA jonin flying, Kakashi and Minato stood back to back. "Kakashi, did you hear what Lady Tsunade just said? We must retreat at once." Minato grasped the hand of Kakashi, urging him to hastily depart with him. Glancing at the severely wounded enemy jonin, Kakashi felt a pang of reluctance, yet recognized that this was not the moment to press on. "Cursed be this fate," he muttered, and with Minato, turned to make their exit. "You shall not escape." Just as the two intended to withdraw, the last remaining jonin from the rock village had no intention of letting them go. Suddenly, a Doton barrier, the earth prison, arose, ensnaring them before either could react. "You scoundrels will remain here to pay for my comrades." The sight of Kakashi and Minato being trapped caught the attention of Uchiha Ryo, who was also planning to retreat. Although he didn't harbor particularly fond feelings for Kakashi as a longtime comrade, he could not bear the thought of leaving him behind, especially after Tsunade's words before their departure. He felt compelled to act. "Mei-chan, you leave first. I will rescue Minato and his companions," he instructed Uchiha Mikoto, not waiting for her dissent before charging towards the wounded jonin. Upon seeing the enemy's hand pressed against the barrier's wall, Ryo understood that he merely needed to force him back. Fire release, great fireball technique. The rock jonin, noticing Ryo, hastily formed hand seals with one hand in an attempt to counter the impending fireball. However, due to his previous injuries and the one-handed seals, he managed to block only a fraction of the flames, which still scorched him and momentarily clouded his thoughts. At that very moment, an arm wielding a kunai emerged unexpectedly from behind the rock jonin, plunging deeply into his heart. How is this possible?" he gasped wide-eyed, as he turned his head to discover Kakashi, having somehow escaped the earth prison. "My apologies. The skills from the Dragon Ball are beyond your comprehension," Kakashi quipped, withdrawing his hand as the jonin's body crumpled to the ground. With the death of the caster, the earth prison barrier crumbled, allowing Minato to break free. Upon seeing Ryo nearby, Minato expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Let us hasten our departure." Kakashi nodded, choosing not to vocalize his appreciation, but silently etching Ryo's act of valor in his memory. Truth be told, had it not been for Ryo's fireball disrupting their adversary's rhythm, even with his space-time ninjutsu, success would have been uncertain. This Uchiha may carry a hint of arrogance, yet his qualities extend beyond mere pride. Glancing at Ryo ahead, Kakashi resolved that when the night of the clan's massacre arrived, he might consider saving him. Before long, the trio of Kakashi, Minato, and Ryo caught up with Tsunade and the rest of their group. Upon reuniting with Tsunade and the others, they were confronted by a formidable force of approximately 400 to 500 troops blocking their path. Alas, this predicament proved to be quite troublesome. Turning to glance at the approaching IWA shinobi contingent, the expressions on the faces of Kazuki and his companions darkened significantly. Truly, they found themselves caught between a wolf and a tiger. Survival seemed a daunting challenge. Unlike the previous band of ragtag bounty hunters, their current adversaries were elite shinobi, comparable to themselves. Even though a considerable portion of the opposing forces consisted of lower-ranked shinobi, their sheer numbers were capable of overwhelming the team. Faced with an enemy that outnumbered them by several times, Kazuki felt his heartbeat quicken once again. Contrary to his outward display of anxiety, a bloodthirsty notion gradually surfaced within him, synchronizing with the rhythm of his heartbeat. Meanwhile, the ominous clouds above began to dissipate, revealing a resplendent full moon amidst the hazy sky. It was indeed as his father had foretold. As the IWA shinobi stepped forward, Huangta spoke. "You truly intend to ambush our borders." However, he soon found himself puzzled. According to their prior assumptions, the opposing team should consist of at least several hundred members. Yet the mere 100 before him seemed a mere fraction of that expectation. Upon hearing Huangtu's words, Tsunade understood. The enemy had mistakenly believed they would execute a genuine ambush, prompting them to send such a contingent to lie in wait. One could not deny that the enemy was fortunate, while their own luck was woefully poor. Just as Tsunade pondered how to successfully elude the opposition, Laozi, who had been pursuing from behind, caught up with them. "Huangtu, is this the large force that the Tsuchikage mentioned? Are you jesting?" Laozi furrowed his brow, clearly displeased. "A mere 100 troops? There is no need for such a large mobilization." Huangtu felt a tinge of embarrassment, but retorted, "One cannot dismiss it so lightly. This group appears to be an elite force. If their numbers are too small, we will be unable to contain them." Laozi chuckled in response. "Huangtu, is your mind filled with earth? You dare claim these youngsters are elite?" At this moment, Huangtu finally noticed Kazuki and the others hidden behind. However, he dismissed it. Before Huangtu could further argue, Laozi waved his hand, casting a sharp gaze towards Tsunade. "You are one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade. Capturing you would make this mission worthwhile. Only if you can catch me first." Tsunade's voice was low and resolute. Immediately thereafter, in the gaze of the onlookers, her fist struck the ground with tremendous force. Boom. The earth trembled violently, causing both IWA shinobi factions to falter momentarily. Seizing the opportunity amidst the commotion, Tsunade shouted, "Quickly, now is our chance." With that, she stepped forward, utilizing the cover of dust and debris to carve a swift path through the encirclement of the IWA shinobi. Kazuki and his companions followed suit, charging through the opening. "Gather yourselves. Do not let those Konoha wretches escape." Laozi's voice carried a tone of exasperation as he led the charge in pursuit. He was taken aback by Tsunade's audacity to resist right under their noses. As Old Purple pursued, the others, having regained their composure, hastily followed suit. Leading the group, Tsunade, noticing the distance between them and Old Purple narrowing, gritted her teeth and said to Hinata Ryosuke beside her, "I'll hold them off. You all retreat first. The safety of the group is now your responsibility." Ryosuke, alarmed at Tsunade's intention to sacrifice herself for the others, urgently urged, "Lady Tsunade, you cannot stay here alone. We must face them together. Stop your incessant nagging. This is an order." With that, Tsunade, disregarding Ryosuke's pleas, turned and charged towards Old Purple and his crew. At the rear of the group, Bo-Fong Sun, seeing Tsunade's determination to buy time alone, felt a surge of panic and rushed to pull her back. However, at that moment, Shikaju, who was with Bo-Fong Sun, grasped his arm and asked, "What are you doing? Let go of me, Shikaju. That insane woman has truly lost her mind. I must bring her back." Bo-Fong Sun did not believe she could successfully escape the enemy's clutches. After all, even the current strongest, the third Raikage, could not accomplish such a feat, yet Shikaju admonished Bo-Fong Sun. "Even if you return, what can you do? You should know that Lady Tsunade will not leave without a fight. Staying there would merely cost another life." Shikaju's words plunged Bo-Fong Sun into silence. as he realized that with his mere Jonin-level strength, he could hardly alter the outcome. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to concede as long as there was a glimmer of hope, for he had come to regard that reckless woman as family. Meeting Shikaju's stern gaze, Bo Feng Sun made up his mind. Releasing Shikaju's grip, he declared resolutely, "Rest assured, I won't throw my life away recklessly. I have my own cards to play." He then turned his gaze toward Minato. "Brother, you trust me, right?" "Of course I do, but little son, what exactly do you intend to do?" Minato questioned, aware that his brother would never act without reason, yet puzzled by the enigmatic glint in his eyes. As long as you believe in me, that's enough. As for what I'm planning, you'll see shortly." After speaking, Bo Feng Sun, using a scroll for concealment, retrieved a device resembling a flashlight from the system space. He placed this device in Minato's hands. "This is a Bulma's light projector. You just need to shine it on me later." This projector was a weakened version that he had drawn in a free lottery during the past 3 months. Weakened Bulma's light projector, original price, 12,000 points B rank IM. Crafted by Bulma from the Dragon Ball world. Effect, when paired with a full moon. It allows beings with Saiyan blood to transform into a Great Ape, unable to transform into a golden Great Ape. Indeed, this was the projector that Bulma had once made for Baby in Dragon Ball GT, albeit in a diluted form. Truth be told, under normal circumstances, even possessing this projector would hold little value. However, fortune favored him today, as it so happened to be a full moon. Gazing up at the resplendent moonlight overhead, feeling his heart race with increasing intensity, the demeanor of Bo Feng Sun grew increasingly grave. "Brother, watch my signals," he said, breaking away from the squad and hastening towards Tsunade, who was already engaged in battle. With a fierce incantation, lava release, flowing rock technique, Lao Zi expelled a series of magma spheres, sealing off Tsunade's movement. He then calmly addressed her, "Tsunade, since you have arrived here today, do not even think about leaving." "Rest assured, since I have chosen to stay, I have no intention of departing," Tsunade retorted, her gaze sharpening as she commanded, "Heavenly might kick." She stomped her right foot into the ground, causing the earth to crack and splinter around her. Simultaneously, she lunged forward, her fists slicing through the air, striking the nearest ninja with tremendous force. Observing the rock ninja being sent flying, Lao Zi's expression darkened slightly. "You all retreat. I shall handle her myself." However, as Lao Zi uttered these words, a blinding orb of light descended from the sky with the grace of a dragon soaring through the heavens. Boom! The rock ninjas dodged the luminous sphere, yet the atmosphere turned tense as everyone, including Tsunade, cast anxious glances toward the newcomer. "You little brat. What are you doing back here?" Tsunade exclaimed, her frustration palpable. "TCH, what did I tell you? I'm my own master. I can go wherever I please." Bo Feng Sun retorted, dismissing Tsunade's admonition with a flick of his lips. "You reckless fool, do you wish for death? As your captain, I command you to return." "Captain? Apologies, but I do not recognize that title," Bo Feng Sun declared, waving his hand dismissively. A soft beam of light, reminiscent of moonlight, enveloped Bo Feng Sun, who tilted his head back to admire the luminous orb above. "What are you doing, you little brat?" Tsunade felt an inexplicable wave of dread wash over her. "Haha. Of course, I'm here to save you." Bo Feng Sun turned his head, flashing a grin. Yet, alas, that smile faded swiftly as searing pain coursed through his body, distorting his expression into one of agony. The sharp torment, akin to needles piercing his flesh, accompanied by a fierce tearing sensation, compelled him to howl like a wounded beast. "You little brat, what are you doing? Stop this at once." Tsunade, seeing the contorted look on Bo Feng Sun's face, hurriedly attempted to pull him from the light. But at that moment, synchronized with a heartbeat audible to all present, Bo Feng Sun's form began to transform. Thud! With the first heartbeat, the boy's muscles swelled and bulged, his frame expanding like a giant inflated before their very eyes. Thud! Brown fur sprouted from his skin, gradually cloaking his original complexion. The boy's once delicate features underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. Eventually, with fangs, sharp claws, a tail, and a primal roar, he no longer resembled a human in any regard. Rather, he had become a colossal ape, magnified countless times. "Little son?" Stunned, the rearward Watergate dropped the radiating device from his grasp, utterly oblivious to his actions. For only moments ago, he had inadvertently transformed his own brother into a grotesque creature. The enormity of this transformation rendered Watergate's countenance devoid of calm. Beside him, Tsunade, who had steadfastly remained by the side of the transformed individual, found herself enveloped in unparalleled shock. In the void of her thoughts, a memory surfaced the first time she had bathed him. It was then that she had first discerned the peculiarities of her disciple. "Hey, you little rascal, what is that tail sprouting from your backside?" she inquired. "This." Watergate hesitated, pointing at his tail. "Perhaps a wild beast is concealed here? What is the matter? You wouldn't consider dissecting me over this, would you?" He feigned a retreat, drawing his neck in mock fear, casting him a disapproving glare. Tsunade seized his tail and hurled him into the bathing tub. "You impudent brat, do you truly underestimate me? Your physiological anomaly is hardly worthy of dissection. And as for your excuse, it's quite absurd to suggest you harbor a beast." "What excuse? This is the truth," Watergate protested, exasperated at Tsunade's disbelief. He then bared his teeth at her. "Absolutely terrifying." All right. If you say so, just enjoy your bath," Tsunade retorted, firmly pressing him into the medicinal tub. As Tsunade regained her composure and gazed upon the immense creature before her, she found it utterly impossible to reconcile this monstrous form with the playful disciple she had known. "Is this truly the monster you spoke of?" Biting her cherry lips, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. With a mighty roar, the colossal ape let out a thunderous howl, then sprang into the encirclement formed by the rock ninja, eliciting terror in the eyes of all present. Although transformed into a giant ape, Watergate had not entirely lost his rationality. His Saiyan bloodline, being mixed, allowed him to retain clarity of thought. Yet even so, the overwhelming desire for destruction and carnage surged within his mind. These negative emotions compelled him to rely on devastation to maintain his lucidity. With arms as formidable as pillars of heaven, the ape swept through the ranks of the rock ninja like a meat grinder, eliciting shrieks of horror from the beleaguered soldiers. Fear blanketed the scene, with some lower-ranked ninjas paralyzed by terror, only to be crushed into a pulp beneath the giant's foot. "Calm down. Use ninjutsu to attack that monster," shouted the Yellow Earth ninja from the periphery, attempting to rally the panicked warriors. Truth be told, it was his first encounter with such a colossal being. The sheer size of the creature not only astonished him, but instilled a deep-seated dread within. Even a typical summoning beast could not achieve such dimensions. He mused with a wry smile. In his estimation, aside from the nine-tailed beasts, no other creature could rival the sheer size of this giant ape. Where in the world is that old fool, Ozzy? How could he vanish during such a critical moment? The Yellow Earth ninja scanned the battlefield, yet failed to locate his village's four-tailed Jinchuriki. Unbeknownst to him, Ozzy too was ensnared in a predicament of his own, hiding behind a colossal tree. The surface of Lao Zi's body was enveloped in an ominous aura of chakra, a deep crimson hue that betrayed the anguish etched upon his face. Struggling to suppress the tumultuous impulses within, low growls escaped his lips. "Damn it, this monster is provoking a resonance with the tailed beast inside me. Four Tails, behave yourself. Let me out. I must defeat that fiend." Within Lao Zi, the Four Tails thrashed violently against its seal. Cursed! Cursed! The camouflage on Lao Zi's face deepened, the scarlet chakra gradually enveloping his entire being. Moreover, several tails formed of chakra sprouted from behind him, rendering his appearance exceedingly otherworldly. Boom! Just as the rock shinobi were desperately holding their ground, Lao Zi, clad in the vestments of the tailed beast, surged forth like a cannonball, colliding with the giant ape that was the manifestation of Bofeng's son. Crash! Upon impact, the chakra-induced shockwave ignited the surrounding air, leaving all witnesses gasping for breath. Forced to retreat several steps, Bofeng's son regarded the tailed beast-clad Lao Zi with a flicker of caution in his crimson eyes. Truly, a Jinchuriki. Even in a state of incomplete tailed beast transformation, he can force me back. It is Lord Lao Zi. Lord Lao Zi has come to save us. His arrival instilled a sense of hope in the rock shinobi, who had previously been disorganized and scattered, restoring their order. "Has this fellow harnessed the power of the tailed beast?" murmured Huang Tu from the sidelines, uncertain if Lao Zi could truly contend with the giant ape. Yet, he recognized that Lao Zi was their last beacon of hope, should even he, in his tailed beast form, fail to vanquish the foe. Their chances of victory would be utterly bleak. Roaring, Lao Zi summoned an energy sphere composed of tumultuous chakra that gradually materialized above his head. Faced with the incoming tailed beast bomb, Bofeng's son dared not absorb the impact with his body. Instead, he opened his mouth wide, condensing his chakra into a sphere and launching it toward the tailed beast bomb. To everyone's astonishment, Lao Zi's tailed beast bomb did not shatter Bo Feng Sun's energy sphere, nor did they cancel each other out. Instead, they collided and surged back toward him. Partially transformed into a tailed beast, Lao Zi's gaze sharpened, and with the agility of a nimble monkey, he leapt aside to evade the attack. Landing back on the ground, he pressed his hands against the earth. Accompanied by a tremor, Huang Tu's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted to the bewildered rock shinobi nearby, "Quickly, retreat from Lord Lao Zi." No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath Lao Zi transformed into a roiling sea of molten lava, extending all the way to Bo Feng Sun's feet. Feeling the searing heat beneath him, Bo Feng Sun instinctively prepared to leap away. However, while the transformation into a giant ape bestowed upon him unparalleled strength, it also diminished his agility. The erupting lava splattered against his body, inflicting pain while simultaneously awakening his ferocity. Ignoring the scorching heat beneath his feet, the giant ape lunged ferociously at Lao Zi. A colossal beast's paw, reminiscent of a vast fan, struck down fiercely upon the diminutive figures below. With a thunderous crash, the old figure of Zilio was sent hurtling through the air, shattering countless giant trees and becoming engulfed in the swirling dust. Lord Zilio. The gathering of rock ninjas watched with growing concern. Yet, before they could rush to his aid, the vivid crimson figure emerged anew from the haze, launching a relentless barrage of tailed beast orbs towards the colossal gorilla that was the embodiment of Bo Feng Sun. This time, Bo Feng Sun refrained from countering with energy blasts. Instead, he swiftly maneuvered closer to the group of rock ninjas, creating a moment of hesitation among them. As Zilio ceased his assault of tailed beast orbs, Bo Feng Sun gathered energy once more, hurling it violently towards the immobilized Zilio. With a resounding boom, Zilio was once again propelled through the air, his chakra shroud gradually dissipating. Despite being the Four Tails Jinchuriki, the continuous onslaught left him utterly drained. He could not fathom why his seemingly foolproof plan had faltered at the hands of a suddenly emerging giant gorilla. "Zilio, you bastard, let me out. I shall deal with that fiend." The Four Tails roared in frustration within Zilio's mind, feeling deeply humiliated after the beating. "Silence, Four Tails," Zilio retorted sharply. He would not release the beast unless absolutely necessary, for he doubted that it would spare anyone present should it fully transform. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Bo Feng Sun, seeing Zilio's inactivity, turned his focus back to the trembling rock ninjas. He was acutely aware of his mission and would not jeopardize it for the sake of one individual. With a deafening roar, he approached a massive stone pillar, and before the horrified gaze of the ninjas, he uprooted it with ease. Using the pillar as a makeshift weapon, he swung it with tremendous force, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake among the rock ninjas. Just as Bo Feng Sun unleashed his wrath, he suddenly found himself ensnared. One leg sinking into a mire, struggling to rise, he heard the successful caster of the earth technique, Huang Tu, proclaim loudly, "Do not stand idly by. This creature is not invincible. If we unite our strength, we can surely bring it down." With that, Huang Tu led a series of ninja techniques against Bo Feng Sun. Earth release, rock eruption. Earth release, earth dragon bullets. Lightning release, ground walk. As the giant gorilla momentarily faltered, the morale of the rock ninjas surged. Meanwhile, a barrage of techniques aimed at Bo Feng Sun's position ensued. "These fools, do they truly believe this will confine me?" Bo Feng Sun seethed internally, quickly gathering energy within his mouth once more. However, this time, he targeted the ground beneath him rather than the scattering ninjas. With a thunderous explosion, mud erupted, freeing him from the mire, and he violently hurled the stone pillar away. With a mouth wide open, he unleashed a barrage of small energy orbs, striking relentlessly at the rock ninjas. Leaning against a stone pillar, the elderly Z grew increasingly anxious as he witnessed the dwindling number of his comrades. A sense of helplessness washed over him. Was he left with no choice but to take the final step? Glancing down at his battered body, he took a deep breath and addressed the relentless Four Tails. "Four Tails, you may cease your struggle. I consent to temporarily release you. However, you must promise me that you will not harm anyone from my village." Upon hearing this, the Four Tails halted its thrashing and cackled. "Ah, old Z, have you finally come to your senses? Rest assured, I have no interest in your village's pitiful insects. My only target is that individual. Let us hope it remains so." Old Z replied, forming hand seals. As a tempestuous chakra surged forth, his body underwent a terrifying transformation akin to that of the previous Bo-Feng Sun. The violent fluctuations of chakra not only alerted the rock ninjas, but also caught the attention of Bo-Feng Sun himself. Turning around, Bo-Feng Sun's crimson pupils constricted in alarm at the sight of Old Z's transformation. Could it be that he was about to undergo complete tailed beast transformation? A sense of urgency gripped Bo-Feng Sun as he sought to intervene. Although he had gained formidable power in his giant ape form, he was unwilling to invite further trouble upon himself. Bo-Feng Sun's intentions did not go unnoticed by Huang Tu and the others. Though Huang Tu disapproved of Old Z's current actions, he understood that he could not allow the giant ape to approach Old Z. While Huang Tu and his companions grappled with Bo-Feng Sun, Old Z completed his tailed beast transformation on the other side. With vibrant red fur billowing in the wind and robust limbs, accompanied by four massive, swaying tails, Old Z instilled fear in all who beheld him. The four tails, resembling the legendary Sun Wukong, struck his chest with thunderous fists, laughing triumphantly. Ha ha ha! I, Old Sun, am finally free. That fool Old Z thought I would spare his villagers? What a joke! After being sealed for decades, I would never let them off so easily. But the most pressing matter remains that individual, he mused, directing his gaze at Bo-Feng Sun, who bore a striking resemblance to him. This world needs only one Monkey King. You shall perish. With a resonating howl, the Four Tails disregarded the presence of other rock ninjas near Bo-Feng Sun and unleashed an overwhelming barrage of tailed beast bombs. Bo-Feng Sun dodged the oncoming assault while simultaneously conjuring numerous energy orbs to retaliate. The battlefield echoed with thunderous sounds, forcing everyone to retreat several hundred meters, fearful of being caught in the crossfire of the two colossal beasts. Ha ha ha! What's the matter? Weren't you quite fierce just now? Stop hiding. With a wild cackle, the Four Tails leaped into the air, launching a magma bomb towards Bo-Feng Sun. This bastard truly thinks I'm afraid of him. Rage surged within Bo-Feng Sun, igniting a desire for destruction as he faced the impending magma bomb. With unwavering resolve, Kazekage firmly intercepted the attack with his robust simian arms. The sizzling sound reminiscent of roasting meat emanated from his arm, yet he appeared impervious to the pain. Letting out a fierce roar, he dashed towards the creature. Four Tails, just as it was about to crash to the ground. Upon landing, Four Tails was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Kazekage and hastily sought to defend itself. However, Kazekage offered no time for preparation. Swiftly maneuvering behind Four Tails, he ensnared its powerful arms and, seizing the moment amidst the frantic struggles, opened his gaping maw filled with sharp fangs, resembling a beast poised to devour its prey, and sank his teeth into Four Tails' shoulder. How dare you? Are you a mindless beast? Release me at once. Four Tails cried out in agony and fury, yet Kazekage remained unyielding. Damn it, you scoundrel! Four Tails thrashed wildly, striking Kazekage's colossal form relentlessly. With a leap back, Kazekage relinquished his grip on Four Tails but did not relent. Instead, he seized the creature's robust tail. Like a whirling windmill, he swung Four Tails around. And then, amidst its furious shouts, let go, sending Four Tails' body hurtling through the air like a falling meteor, shattering countless stone pillars along its path. As Four Tails struggled to rise, its countenance darkened. As one of the nine-tailed beasts, it could not bear the humiliation of being overpowered by an unknown monkey. Does that creature possess no weaknesses? It had no time for further contemplation as the dark simian charged once more. With determination, Four Tails let out a roar and rushed toward Kazekage in turn. With its chakra reserves dwindling to less than half, and realizing long-range attacks were futile, it decided to engage in close combat. Thus, the two colossal entities commenced a primal battle of physical might. Meanwhile, the remaining 100 rock ninjas discreetly withdrew from the battlefield. Their departure was not due to a lack of faith in Four Tails' ability to vanquish the other giant, but rather a fear of being caught in the crossfire of their clash. Unlike the elder Toby, Four Tails was not one to spare its village ninjas. It might very well eliminate them without hesitation. Lord Lus, is Lord Toby truly unharmed? A Chunin inquired, casting a worried glance at the fierce struggle between the two giants. Lus furrowed his brow slightly, pondering, I cannot say for certain. But based on what my father has previously hinted, if a Jinchuriki fully transforms into a tailed beast, it is imperative to maintain distance. Unless faced with a formidable enemy, the first target of the tailed beast will inevitably be the village's own people who have sealed it for so long. As for Toby, I believe he should be safe. The village's secret technique keeps a fully transformed Jinchuriki in a semi-sealed state. Once their chakra is entirely depleted, the tailed beast will be compelled to return to its seal. Upon hearing Lu's analysis, the ninjas collectively sighed in relief. In their view, as long as the Jinchuriki of the village remained safe, they would still have a chance for resurgence. However, standing before the crowd, Huang Tu was far from optimistic. This time, they had dispatched a quarter of their elite forces to execute this operation, yet thus far, they had not only failed to intercept the enemy's assault troops, but had also suffered the loss of hundreds of men. Had it not been for Lao Zi's timely and complete transformation into a tailed beast, their survival would have been further jeopardized. Yet, there lingered uncertainty regarding how long Lao Zi could maintain this form. Huang Tu shifted his gaze toward the two colossal apes engaged in battle. Indeed, Lao Zi possessed a chakra reserve several times greater than that of his comrades, but he was still merely a ninja. Sustaining such a massive entity as the Four Tails could not be prolonged indefinitely. This was the singular vulnerability of Lao Zi's complete tailed beast transformation. Once the enemy's chakra was depleted, the Four Tails would inevitably be forced back into its seal. At that moment, amidst the fray, Bofeng Sun, although unaware of the Four Tails' weakness, discerned that the opponent's movements were no longer as agile as at the outset, and their strength had diminished somewhat. Seizing this opportunity, Bofeng Sun intensified his assault, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks that left the Four Tails in a state of retreat. This scoundrel, could he not feel fatigue? As the chakra within the Four Tails gradually waned, it felt an acute sense of unwillingness, well aware that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. With a sudden thrust of its head, the Four Tails launched Bofeng Sun's massive form into the air, determined to make a final stand with its remaining chakra. The chakra converged atop its head, forming an enormous black sphere, larger than any tailed beast ball that preceded it. Sensing the immense energy fluctuations within that colossal sphere, Bofeng Sun refrained from reckless action, instead leaning against a rock pillar, on high alert. He could ascertain that the opponent was at its last gasp. As long as he evaded this impending strike, victory would be his. As the Four Tails concentrated its chakra to the utmost limit, a black light, seemingly capable of engulfing all brightness, stirred up fierce winds and swept toward Bofeng Sun's position. With pupils constricted, Bofeng Sun's muscles tensed, propelling him like a missile as he narrowly dodged the Four Tails' final assault. Boom! The cataclysmic explosion erupted less than a kilometer behind Bofeng Sun, resembling the apocalypse. The towering rock pillars were instantaneously obliterated upon contact, and the overwhelming roar momentarily rendered the world silent. Heart-racing, Bofeng Sun turned to glance at the Four Tails, only to observe its form shrinking gradually until it ultimately reverted to Lao Zi, collapsing to the ground. Indeed, the power of the Jinchuriki should not be underestimated. With this thought, Bofeng Sun approached the fallen Lao Zi. In the distance, Huang Tu felt a tightening in his chest upon witnessing Lao Zi's defeat. Gritting his teeth, he commanded the remaining rock ninjas, "Retreat, we must withdraw." But what will happen to Lao Zi if we retreat now? The Four Tails is our crucial strategic asset. We cannot afford to lose it, protested a Jounin beside Huang Tuesday. Indeed, the venerable old purple shall meet his demise at the hands of that colossal ape, echoed another Chunin. Raising his gaze toward the towering giant in the distance, Huang Tu elucidated. Old Purple is not in immediate peril. The Leaf Village ninjas, if they possess even a modicum of intelligence, would refrain from such folly as killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. They will undoubtedly leverage Old Purple as a bargaining chip in negotiations with our IWA ninja village. Noticing the lingering reluctance among the crowd, Huang Tu pressed on. Even if we were to turn back now to rescue Old Purple, it would merely cost us a few more lives. Who can guarantee that we could withstand that monstrous creature? Ignoring the somber silence of the group, Huang Tu pivoted and departed, fully cognizant that their mission had not only failed but had incurred significant losses. Thus, the pressing concern was not how to rescue Old Purple, but rather to conserve their remaining forces and relay the entire account of the mission to his father. The remaining IWA ninjas, seeing Huang Tu leave alone, exchanged glances and followed suit. Bofeng Sun, who had drawn near the unconscious Old Purple, observed the retreat of the IWA ninjas in the distance and chose not to pursue. In his view, even if the smaller fry managed to escape, it was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the formidable prize before him, the four-tailed giant. Of course, the primary reason was that he could no longer catch up with the fleeing group. Otherwise, he would not allow the opportunity for points to slip away. Alas, while the transformation into a giant ape had its merits, it lacked the enhancement of speed. With a sigh, Xun reached down and hoisted the unconscious Old Purple. Guzhong's keen eyes scrutinized the motionless figure of Old Purple. What should be done with this individual next? To be candid, if he were to eliminate him outright, he could easily secure a substantial bounty of points, tens of thousands, at the very least. However, after the recent battle, he had already accrued a rough estimate of several tens, even hundreds of thousands of points. The additional sum would merely be a gilding on the lily, not a genuine lifeline. Contemplating this, Xun fell into deep reflection. At that moment, to avoid causing Xun any distress, Tsunade, who had been hiding since the onset of the battle, mustered her courage and reappeared before him. "Little Sun, do you still remember me?" Tsunade inquired, her gaze anxiously fixed on the giant ape, fearing that upon transforming, he might lose all reason and forget his kin. Xun glanced down and felt a flicker of joy. This madwoman seemed yet to regard him as a monster. Truth be told, he harbored a genuine fear that upon becoming the giant ape, his family would perceive him through the lens of monstrosity. However, Tsunade's lack of such a judgment indicated that his worries were unfounded. Yet, just as he intended to convey to Tsunade that he still remembered her, the insatiable desire for destruction within him reignited, unbidden, in the absence of an adversary. His massive ape-like hand instinctively swung towards Tsunade. Faced with the oncoming giant paw, Tsunade's heart tightened, yet she did not evade. Instead, she resolved to confront it with her own formidable strength. If Xun acted out of self-interest, then even if the opponent had lost all reason, she would actively accept the challenge rather than merely shun him. As the enormous hand was about to make contact with Tsunade, in a moment of imminent peril, Xun swiftly regained control over his actions. What an insane woman. Why didn't she dodge just now? Does she wish for death? With a mix of irritation and disbelief, Xun shifted his gaze to his own tail. Since the enemy had vanished, there was no need to maintain the form of the giant ape any longer. He then discarded the old purple object from his other hand and, under Tsunade's astonished gaze, clasped his tail with both hands. After silently repeating "not painful" 3 times in his mind, he exerted force with his arms and yanked at his tail with considerable intensity. The initial tug did not sever his tail, but instead caused him to grimace in pain, tears welling up in the depths of his crimson pupils. Goodness, why does it hurt so much? The heart-wrenching sensation left Xun feeling that even the agony of a woman undergoing a cesarean section would pale in comparison. After glancing at his tail once more, he gestured towards Tsunade, indicating his tail and mimicking a pulling motion. "Crazy woman, the level of tacit understanding between us now rests in your hands." After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade cautiously inquired, "Are you asking me to sever your tail?" Upon seeing Xun nod vigorously, she furrowed her brows and positioned herself behind his robust tail. After assessing it for a while, Tsunade gripped Xun's tail, channeling her chakra, and in an instant, unleashed a force rivaling his giant ape transformation. Immediately, as Xun's eyes widened in astonishment, it sounded as if a taut rubber band had snapped. His tail emitted a crisp sound. With a resounding crack, blood sprayed into the air, and Xun's massive form began to shrink midair. When Tsunade caught his falling body, Xun, with blurred vision, murmured to her, his voice laced with concern, "Crazy woman. If you ever marry, please don't have children. That sensation is beyond human endurance." After uttering these words, he fell into unconsciousness, leaving Tsunade with an expression of exasperated amusement. Cradling the slumbering Xun in her arms, a tender smile crept onto Tsunade's lips. Lowering her head, she gently kissed his cheek, whispering, "Thank you, you little rascal." However, Tsunade remained oblivious to the fact that another person was awake nearby. Upon spotting the recently arrived Shuemin, her previously fair complexion flushed bright red. Raising her fist, Tsunade glared at Shuemin, threatening, "You saw nothing of what just transpired, understand?" Shuemin quickly nodded and then inquired, "Lady Tsunade, how is little Sun? Is he in any danger?" Tsunade shook her head, responding, "He should merely be exhausted and unconscious. He ought to awaken in a while." As she spoke, her gaze shifted to the unconscious old purple lying nearby. "Shuemen, take that Four-Tails Jinchuriki with you. He will be a crucial asset in our victory this time." Tsunade then draped her coat over Bluffing Sun's bare form and continued, "Let us depart from this place." After Tsunade finished speaking, the two departed with someone each, leaving the place behind. "Valentine's Day Extra. A letter from afar, miss. Please don't leave. We need to talk." In the dim light, a slender and graceful figure appeared, exuding a youthful exuberance akin to that of a girl, yet possessing an ethereal quality reminiscent of a fairy untouched by the mundane world. "What shall we discuss?" The girl halted, her playful voice ringing out like a melodious aureole in a tranquil valley. I like you." With newfound courage, Bofeng Sun declared loudly to her. "Oh, what do you like about me?" As if anticipating his response, the girl blinked, her lips curving into a crescent-shaped smile. "Everything." Bofeng Sun lowered his head, his voice revealing a hint of childish shyness. "And how do you intend to prove that to me?" The girl fixed her gaze intently upon the young man before her. "Proof?" Bofeng Sun was momentarily taken aback. Just as he scrambled to figure out how to demonstrate his feelings, the girl let out a soft laugh, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. In a breathtaking moment, she bent down and kissed him on the lips. The soft and moist sensation left Bofeng Sun momentarily entranced, yearning for more. However, he abruptly snapped back to reality, only to find that the beautiful girl had transformed into the visage of a warty toad. Wah! The horrifying sight jolted Bofeng Sun awake from his reverie. Was I just dreaming? As he regained consciousness, Bofeng Sun surveyed the familiar surroundings of his room, exhaling a sigh of relief, grateful that the bizarre events of his dream were not real. "Hey, you brat, how long are you going to keep biting me?" Just as he intended to drift back into slumber, an irritable voice, akin to a clanging gong, erupted nearby. Startled, Bofeng Sun quickly glanced around, his expression turning wary. "I said, you brat, I'm in your mouth." The exasperated voice rang out again as he continued to search the vicinity. "In my mouth?" Bofeng Sun shifted his gaze to his lips, only to discover a bright orange toad glaring at him with annoyance. "What the?" Bofeng Sun exclaimed, as the toad seized the opportunity to leap from his grasp, retreating to the corner of the bed. Staring at the toad, which was roughly the size of his hand, he stammered, What are you?" "How rude. I am not just anything. I am Gamabunta, the most handsome of Mount Myaboku," the toad proclaimed with pride. "Remember that, you brat." "Mount Myaboku?" Bofeng Sun paused momentarily, then asked again, "Isn't that the summon of that old pervert Jiraiya?" "Indeed." Gamabunta raised his head with pride. Honestly, that's not something to be proud of," Bofeng Sun thought to himself, before inquiring anew. "So, what brings you here? What do you want?" Gamabunta rolled his eyes at Bofeng Sun. "You don't need to know how I got here. Just know that I came to deliver a letter." With that, Gamabunta spat out a white envelope from his mouth. As for whether the envelope was tainted with his saliva, who could say? "What is this?" Bofeng Sun pointed at the envelope. "This is a letter entrusted to me by Jiraiya, intended for you." "For me?" The bewildered wind wave blinked and then opened the envelope before him. "To my dearest brother Sun, it has been a long time. I am Conan. I hope you have not forgotten me. Although there are still many years until 15, I truly miss you. Our teacher has finally begun teaching us the ways of ninjutsu. Yahiko and Nagato are grasping the lessons swiftly, yet I find myself lagging behind. Of course, I do not seek your sympathy, for our teacher has deemed me a little genius. I heard from the teacher that today is Valentine's Day. Although I do not fully understand the significance of this holiday, I was told it is a time to be with someone you cherish. Thus, even if I cannot be there in person, I wish to convey my feelings to you, dear brother Sun, and this letter serves that purpose. So, here it begins. I like you, brother Sun. I like you the most in the world. I know you may not yet share my feelings, but I will wait for you, whether it takes 15 or 25 years. My affection for you is unwavering. Yours, Conan. After reading the letter, Windwave could not help but smile wryly. This girl truly overwhelms me. Rising from his bed, he picked up a pen to respond with a simple phrase, "Thank you." He then handed the letter back to Gamabunta, saying, "Please deliver my reply. Rest assured, the Myaboku Mountain Courier guarantees delivery," Gamabunta declared before vanishing from Windwave's sight. Once Gamabunta disappeared, Windwave unconsciously touched his lips. Speaking of which, Could that soft kiss in my dream have been from me continuously licking Gamabunta? New Year's side story. Xiangshu, get up quickly. Today is New Year's Eve, and we must go find Kushina soon. Tsunade tugged at Xingshu's ear, pulling him from his warm cocoon. Ow, that hurts. Sister, my ear is going to fall off. Xingshu, who had initially been grumpy about getting up, quickly begged for mercy. Knowing it hurts, yet waking up so late. This new year, Kushina is home alone again. We must go to keep her company early. If I find Kushina feeling even a little lonely today, I will hold you accountable. Hearing his sister's words, Xingshu couldn't help but grumble internally. I really don't know who the favored one is here. What? Are you unhappy? Tsunade seemed to sense Xingshu's slight mood. No, absolutely not. Xingshu shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum, admitting that now would only provide his sister with another reason to tease him. Ah, you little rascal. Never speaking the truth. Tsunade playfully poked Xingshu's forehead and added, how about this? If Kushina is cheerful today, I will introduce you to Orochimaru. Haven't you always wanted to be his apprentice? Initially reluctant, Xingshu's eyes widened with excitement upon hearing Tsunade's offer. Really? Sister, you will truly introduce me to Orochimaru-sensei? Yes, so hurry and get ready. Tsunade sighed, feeling a twinge of jealousy in her heart. Though I consider myself quite an adept ninja, why does this fellow Shoju insist on recognizing Orochimaru? An hour later, Shoju, dressed impeccably, and Tsunade arrived at the doorstep of Kushina's home. To their astonishment, the house was utterly deserted, save for a note left on the coffee table in the living room. Sister Tsunade, I will be celebrating the festival with friends today, so you need not wait for me. Upon reading the note, Shoju and Tsunade exchanged bewildered glances. Has Kushina made friends at school? I am not entirely certain, perhaps. Shoju shrugged ambiguously, his expression somewhat stiff. You attended ninja school with Kushina. How could you not know? Tsunade was clearly dissatisfied with Shoju's response. Hearing this, Shoju wore a sorrowful expression and defended himself. I truly do not know. Before I graduated, Kushina never once reached out to me. Even the information I have about her comes from others. With that, Shoju timidly glanced at Tsunade. Sister, since Kushina is not here, what about the apprenticeship? It's over. Sister, you cannot say that. Upon hearing this, Shoju nearly burst into tears. You little rascal, keep your distance from me. Tsunade, seeing Shoju's tears almost brushing against her, recoiled with disdain. All right, I concede. What sort of man cries and whines? I shall take you to celebrate with that fellow Orochimaru shortly. Speaking of which, he must also be alone today. As she spoke, Tsunade's gaze returned to the note, a slight smile playing on her lips. Has she already made new friends? Meanwhile, not far from Kushina's home, a young girl, no more than 8 or 9 years old, with a head of vibrant red hair, was peering curiously around, her eyes betraying a hint of hesitation. Although my little brother and that effeminate boy invited me to their home today, I wonder if their parents will welcome me? The contrast in hair color instilled a sense of inferiority in Kushina, leaving her uncertain about whether she should enter. Oh, may I ask who this little sister is? Just as Kushina was caught in her indecision, a beautiful woman with cascading black hair emerged from the house. Kushina appeared somewhat anxious. I am, the daughter? Yuki Reika looked puzzled. No, not that. I meant that fellow. Yes, precisely that fellow. That fellow? The more Reika listened, the more confused she became. Mom, Dad, that guy was just sneaking a snack. At that moment, the youthful figure of Bo-Fong Sun also appeared at the door. Upon finishing his sentence, he spotted Kushina and exclaimed, Boss, you're here. My brother, and I thought you wouldn't come. Boss. Sun, do you know this child? Reika inquired of her son. Yes. Bo-Fong Sun nodded vigorously, then approached Kushina and said to his mother, Let me introduce, this is Kushina. She is in the same class as brother Minato, and she is my boss. Since she has no one else at home, my brother and I invited her to our house as a guest. After speaking, Namikaze Xun turned to Kushina and said, Sister, this is my mother. I assure you, she is the most gentle person in the world. I believe you two will get along splendidly. Oh, Shun, you always say such things. Reika Yagyu playfully flicked Kazekage's forehead and then addressed Kushina. Since you are a friend of my son, please come in. I just finished preparing dinner. It's absolutely delicious. Kazekage once again showered praises upon his mother. All right. No matter how much you say, dear, I won't let you eat your brother's share of the rice dumplings, Reika added. Then continued, by the way, since we have a guest, Shun, Why not let Kushina have your portion of the rice dumplings? Kazekage suddenly felt a sense of loss, as if he had tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice. Clearly, his brother would be more willing to share. Time flew by swiftly, and soon, Kushina spent an entire day at the Kazekage household. Throughout this time, in order to maintain her image, she refrained from calling Minato anything derogatory and did not show her temper even once. In front of Kazekage's parents, she transformed into a remarkably gentle version of herself. Uncle, Auntie, it's getting late. I should head back now. I apologize for intruding all day. Kushina suddenly stood up and announced. Oh dear, are you leaving already? Reika Yagyu expressed a hint of disappointment. I had hoped to watch the fireworks with you. Seeing Reika's forlorn expression, Kushina felt flustered. No, let's all go together. Today is New Year's Eve, and everyone being together is the happiest thing. As she spoke, Kazekage looked towards Minato and said, Brother, don't you think so? Yes, Shun is right. Minato nodded eagerly, wishing to spend more time with Kushina. Well, if that's the case. Though Kushina's agreement was somewhat reluctant, her eyes betrayed her gratitude. Even though Kazekage's parents were not her own, it was the first time she felt the warmth and affection akin to parental love from another family. Seeing Kushina agree, Reika beamed with joy and exclaimed, Kushina, come with me. I'll help you change into a yukata. Without waiting for Kushina to decline, she pulled her into the changing room. After a short while, Reika emerged with Kushina, who looked entirely transformed. Her hair was elegantly styled with a pink bow, and she wore a light yellow yukata adorned with white flowers, her delicate toes peeking out, giving her an ethereal charm that belied her young age. In that moment, even Minato, along with Kazekage, who was an experienced admirer of beauty, couldn't help but steal glances. What do you think? Kushina, her head lowered and cheeks flushed, asked shyly. Beautiful. Sister, you look the best. Kazekage hurriedly praised, nudging Minato to snap him out of his reverie. It suits you perfectly, Kushina. Minato flashed his signature smile once more. I'm sorry, Kushina. All I have is my old yukata from when I was a child. You must be disappointed, Reika said apologetically from the side. Not at all. Auntie, there's no need to apologize. I'm very happy. Kushina quickly shook her head. Enough, both of you. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. The fireworks festival is about to commence, so let us proceed, spoke the gentle voice of Kazekage Nagato as he turned towards his wife. With the head of the family making such a statement, the others offered no dissent. Clad in their yukatas, Kazekage Xun, resembling a miniature adult, tugged at his parents' hands as they departed from their home, while Minato and Kushina followed closely behind, shoulder to shoulder. My dear brother, I can assist you no further, remarked Yuki Reika, who had unexpectedly glanced at her youngest son, perplexed by his arrangements. Kazekage Xun silently mouthed 7 words in response. Brother fancies the eldest sister. Upon learning this, Reika cast a surprised glance at Minato and Kushina, her expression revealing satisfaction. As they strolled through the vibrant night scene, Reika took particular care of Kushina, ensuring that anything her companion desired or wished to eat was promptly acquired. Consequently, whenever Kazekage Xun yearned for something, he found himself beseeching his father. The outcome was often amusing. Father? Look at that. No, too expensive. Father, shall we go catch goldfish? Why indulge in such childish pursuits? But I am indeed still a child. Father, candy apples. Did you not just have some a couple of days ago? Too much is not good for you. Blast it. I must have been picked from the trash, Kazekage Xun lamented, on the verge of tears. After approximately an hour of exploration, the group arrived at a bustling hillside. The throngs of people were gathered in anticipation of the fireworks display, with this hill serving as the prime vantage point. Once they finally found a place to rest, the sky erupted into a dazzling array of colors, the fireworks blossoming like ephemeral flowers, each hue more vibrant than the last. Reds, yellows, blues, and a kaleidoscope of colors that left everyone breathless. In that moment, Kazekage Xun and Minato, adhering to tradition, stood and, amid Kushina's astonished gaze, exclaimed in unison, Happy New Year! We look forward to your continued support in the coming year. As Kazekage Xun dozed within the confines of their tent, tears welled in his eyes as he murmured softly. After Tsunade and Minato carried Kazekage Xun away, the once chaotic scene soon revealed a white figure, cloaked in a veil of Venus flytraps. Observing the direction in which Tsunade and the others had departed, the figure approached a patch of fresh blood and retrieved Kazekage Xun's severed tail. That black Zetsu fellow instructed me to keep watch, and indeed, this little one's recent display was quite astonishing. Can he truly transform into a beast rivaling the tailed beasts? I wonder how that esteemed individual will react upon learning of this. After murmuring to himself, White Zetsu descended once more, carrying with him the lost tail of Namikaze Xun. Unbeknownst to Tsunade and her companions, others would soon visit that battlefield, akin to a purgatory, and take with them the remnants of Namikaze Xun's severed tail. They were astonished at the sight of those who were supposed to have departed. Ryokai? Why are you still here? Tsunade furrowed her brow at the group before her. To be frank, she did not wish for their presence at this moment. Lady Tsunade, please do not blame Lord Ryokai. You once stated that comrades are more important than missions. Therefore, it was I who persuaded Lord Ryokai to remain, so that he might assist you after your escape. Before Ryokai could respond, Riku interjected with an explanation. Nonsense. Tsunade tightened her brow, visibly displeased. I did indeed say that comrades are paramount, but I did not intend for you to make futile sacrifices for them. On the battlefield, your foremost duty is to obey the captain's orders, namely mine. If I had not returned, how long did you plan to wait? Until the rock ninja caught up with you? Riku fell silent under Tsunade's reprimand. He understood her meaning all too well. However, he had never intended to wait until now. Yet, the sudden appearance of two colossal figures in the distance compelled Riku to abandon his previous plans. Reflecting on this, he recalled the words of Kaze before his departure and glanced at the unconscious Kaze, alongside the captive carried by Minato, leading him to harbor certain suspicions. Although he had previously inquired about it from Hugo Ryokai, the latter had refrained from responding or explaining, even forbidding the astonished Hayashi brothers from disclosing anything. Nevertheless, even without explicit words, Riku could discern from their actions that they must have uncovered something significant. Lady Tsunade, you are carrying that child? At that moment, Hugo Ryokai looked at Tsunade, his tone tinged with hesitation. Just as Riku had surmised, he had indeed perceived more than others through his Byakugan. He had witnessed not only the transformation of Kaze into a giant ape, but also the entirety of the battle against the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Sensing that Ryokai was about to speak, Tsunade shook her head and addressed everyone. This is not the place for conversation. We must leave here first. We shall discuss other matters later. After a day and a night of travel, anxious about the possibility of being pursued, Tsunade's group hastened to the vicinity of their base. During this time, Kaze remained unconscious, and even the captive, Old Purple, remained in a state of faint. Although Riku and the Hayashi brothers yearned to question Minato about the events of the previous battle, they ultimately chose to remain silent. Conversely, the perplexed Uchiha members continued to inquire about Kaze, expressing their concern for Minato while relentlessly asking what had transpired. Fortunately, Minato recognized the sensitivity of the matter and, despite understanding their goodwill, refrained from divulging the truth. Meanwhile, the increasingly anxious Ryokai found himself wishing to discuss Kaze with Tsunade multiple times during the journey, but each time he was deftly sidestepped by her for other reasons. As they neared the base, Tsunade instructed the team to take a brief rest. And after entrusting Kaze to Minato, she turned to the hesitant Hugo Ryokai and said, Ryokai, come with me. I have something to discuss with you. As she spoke, Tsunade took the lead and stepped out of the group, with Ryuka hurriedly following suit amidst the astonished gazes of their companions. Upon reaching a secluded spot where no ears could overhear, Tsunade turned to Ryuka and inquired directly, I know you have already seen something with your Byakugan, haven't you? Faced with Tsunade's forthright questioning, Hinata Ryuka could not hide his acknowledgement and nodded. Just as he was about to elaborate, Tsunade interjected. I hope you will refrain from disclosing what you have seen. Ryuka's face flushed slightly, caught off guard and unsure of how to respond. It was he who wished to inquire further about Tsunade's knowledge, yet he found himself thwarted by her unexpected assertion, which not only prevented him from probing deeper, but also prohibited him from sharing the information with others. Not even with Lord Orochimaru or the Hokage. Ryuka inquired cautiously. Absolutely not. Tsunade replied emphatically. To be candid, she wished fervently that the matter of Namikaze Xun and his recent transformation could remain buried within the confines of those in the know. Even though she lacked political acumen, she was acutely aware of the treatment that someone comparable to a tailed beast would receive in the village. After all, Kushina and her grandmother served as living examples. As hosts of tailed beasts, they were afforded protection by the village, yet simultaneously faced a multitude of restrictions, with constant surveillance looming over them. In fact, one could argue that even if he trusted his mentor not to engage in any egregious acts, there was no guarantee that others in the village would not exploit Namikaze Xun for their own ends. In such a scenario, her apprentice would indeed find himself ensnared, a mere fish on the chopping block. Observing Tsunade's resolute demeanor, Ryoka felt a sense of inner turmoil. While he could somewhat accept withholding information from Orochimaru, concealing it from the Hokage was beyond his solitary jurisdiction. Even if the one speaking was the princess of Konoha, Tsunade, he had to consider the implications for his own clan. He could not simply allow her words to dictate absolute silence regarding the matter. Noticing Ryoka's hesitation, Tsunade pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about this? I will personally discuss this matter with the Hokage, as long as you do not speak of it proactively. I trust that no one will trouble you." Realizing the gravity of Tsunade's commitment, Ryoka understood that he had no valid grounds left to refuse. Otherwise, despite his status as a jonin of the Hyuga clan, she could easily make his life difficult. After all, there were many jonin from the Hyuga clan. Yet only this singular princess of Konoha stood before him. With this thought, Ryoka reluctantly nodded in agreement. However, as he acquiesced, he could not help but inquire, "Tsunade-sama, why are you going to such lengths for that young man?" In response, Tsunade simply stated one sentence before rejoining the group. "Because he is my disciple, and I care deeply for him." Upon returning to the encampment, each individual, lost in their own thoughts, retreated to their respective resting places, while Otsutsuki was placed under strict watch by the range shinobi. After assigning Minato the responsibility of caring for Namikaze Xun, Tsunade made her way alone to the command tent. Within the tent, Orochimaru and the others awaited with bated breath for Tsunade to report on the mission. Before Tsunade could utter a word, Orochimaru interjected, "Tsunade, how did the mission fare? Why was the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails captured by your team?" Taking a deep breath and concocting a half-truth, Tsunade prepared her response, having anticipated this moment on the journey back. After a lengthy explanation, Orochimaru fixed a serious gaze upon her. "Are you implying that the gigantic ape departed the scene after vanquishing the Four Tails?" Tsunade nodded in affirmation. This was the rationale she had meticulously crafted, redirecting all suspicion away from the true source, Kazekage's son. She remained oblivious to the true nature of the giant ape, which had merely appeared suddenly in the fray before vanishing without a trace after decimating the IWA shinobi. "Tsunade, I shall inquire once more. Are you truly unaware of the origins of the gigantic ape you mentioned? This matter is of utmost importance, and I urge you not to withhold any information." Orochimaru probed once again, driven by an unknown motive. However, Tsunade shook her head. She would never betray her disciple. "Very well, then you may return to rest, Tsunade. Your efforts in this mission are commendable." Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly, a sigh escaping him internally. He recognized her deception as a longtime friend. He was acutely aware of Tsunade's subtle quirk. Whenever she lied, she would fixate on her interlocutor's eyes, feigning innocence. Upon Orochimaru's dismissal, Tsunade chose not to linger, acknowledging his words before exiting the tent. Once she departed, Orochimaru and the two advisors from the Rain Village exchanged glances. One advisor spoke first, though this mission was uncovered. "We have gained immensely. As long as we hold the Four Tails Jinchuriki as leverage, we need not fear the Tsuchikage's withdrawal." Indeed, the other advisor concurred. "If we remain passive and refrain from further provocation, I am certain they will send envoys to negotiate." However, Orochimaru's thoughts were not consumed by these matters. His mind was preoccupied with the sudden appearance of the giant ape Tsunade had described. With the war seemingly secured, he now had to contemplate all unstable elements, including the enigmatic beast. With this in mind, Orochimaru addressed the two advisors. "I shall step out for a moment." With that, he exited the tent, leaving the two advisors in bewilderment. Upon exiting, he returned to his own quarters and summoned Hyuga Ryosuke, who had accompanied Tsunade. Shortly thereafter, Ryosuke arrived at Orochimaru's tent. "Lord Orochimaru, may I inquire why you have summoned me?" Although Ryosuke did not voice it, a sense of unease lingered within him. Orochimaru narrowed his slanted eyes. Fixating on Ryosuke, and spoke in a low tone, "Ryosuke, do not feel overly apprehensive. I wish merely to ascertain what transpired between you and Tsunade during your mission." Upon hearing these words, Ryoka Hyuga felt a jolt of alarm within his heart and hastily denied, "Lord Orochimaru, it would be better for you to inquire about these matters with Lady Tsunade." My team and I had already departed the battlefield long before that colossal ape made its appearance. Observing Ryuka's swift attempts to deflect responsibility, a broader smile crept across Orochimaru's lips. Why do you say that, Ryuka-kun? I have not inquired about the giant ape at all. At this juncture, Orochimaru's expression abruptly turned frosty. Or do you perhaps have something to conceal regarding the giant ape? Are you contemplating betraying the village? Feeling the weight of such an accusation thrust upon him, Ryuka's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly shook his head. Lord Orochimaru, you misunderstand. I merely misspoke. I harbor no intentions of betraying the village whatsoever. Oh, Orochimaru sneered. It is said that the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can perceive objects from a distance of up to 1 kilometer, with exceptional practitioners capable of seeing over 10 kilometers. Yet, Ryuka-kun, you claim to have seen nothing. Is your Byakugan merely for show? Faced with Orochimaru's insinuation, Ryuka could only bitterly smile inwardly. His Byakugan was certainly not a mere ornament. However, in that moment, he would have preferred it to be so. Knowing certain matters that required concealment was hardly a boon, especially after they had come to the attention of certain individuals. Sighing, Ryuka stood tall and stated plainly, Lord Orochimaru, I shall be frank. I am indeed aware of certain matters that you are not privy to, but I cannot divulge this information, as I have promised someone to keep it confidential. That someone refers to Lady Tsunade, does it not? After a brief silence, Ryuka nodded. You are correct, it is indeed Lady Tsunade. However, the moment Ryuka uttered these words, Orochimaru suddenly transformed into a venomous serpent, akin to a malignant shadow. As the hairs on Ryuka's neck stood on end, Orochimaru swiftly coiled beside him. His elongated neck resting near Ryuka's ear, his voice laced with a chilling undertone. Ryuka-kun, I do not care what agreement you have with Tsunade, but I demand to know the truth. As he swallowed hard, glancing at the serpent's menacing fangs, Ryuka's complexion paled. At that moment, he was acutely reminded that he was in the presence of Orochimaru, the ruthless and cold-hearted figure who showed no mercy to either enemies or allies. To conceal anything from him was only feasible if one possessed strength superior to his own. Lord Orochimaru, I am still a member of the Hyuga clan. Your actions are rather excessive, would you not agree? Regaining his composure, Ryuka forced a wry smile. Why do you say such things? You currently bear the identity of a suspected traitor. Do you truly believe the Hyuga clan would go to great lengths to protect you at my expense? With his tongue pressed against Ryuka's carotid artery, Orochimaru exuded an aura of lethal intent. Given Orochimaru's earlier words, Ryuka had ample reason to believe that even if the former were to commit an egregious act at that moment, he could easily twist the narrative and place the blame squarely on Ryuka's shoulders. Contemplating this, and silently apologizing to Tsunade within his heart, Ryuka finally relented. Very well. Lord Orochimaru, you have won. I shall reveal everything I know to you. Afterward, Hinata Ryosuke divulged all the information that Tsunade had previously instructed him to conceal to Orochimaru. Upon hearing Ryosuke's account, Orochimaru recoiled slightly. Was Sun-kun transformed into a giant ape? No wonder Tsunade chose to keep this matter hidden. However, as for Sun-kun, you have certainly piqued my curiosity further. In a state of half-consciousness, Bo-Fong-sun emitted an involuntary groan. Tsunade, who had been vigilantly watching over him, hurriedly poured a glass of water, propped him up, and placed the cup by his lips. As the water gradually diminished, Bo-Fong-sun, who had remained unresponsive, slowly regained his awareness. Little son? Tsunade tentatively called out to him. You damned woman. Where's this? The newly awakened Bo-Fong-sun surveyed his surroundings and responded to Tsunade. Upon hearing his familiar reply, Tsunade's slightly swollen eyes brimmed with tears once more, glistening in her eyes before finally cascading down her cheeks amidst Bo-Fong-sun's clumsy attempts to wipe them away. Hey, crazy woman, what's wrong with you? Don't cry. Bo-Fong-sun attempted to brush away her tears, but Tsunade swatted his hand away. As he looked at her in confusion, Tsunade regained her composure, her voice laced with irritation. You brat, do you think I would be like this for anyone else? Pausing for a moment, she continued, this is our camp. Thanks to you, not only is everyone safe, but we also managed to capture the enemy's four-tails Jinchuriki. Upon hearing Tsunade's response, Bo-Fong-sun nodded discreetly. He had not lost consciousness during his transformation into the giant ape, so even though he had been in a deep slumber for quite some time, he could surmise what had transpired. Reflecting on this, Bo-Fong-sun looked back at Tsunade. By the way, how many days was I unconscious? I feel utterly weak and feeble. To this day, You have been in a coma for 4.5 days. Has it been that long? Bofeng Sun frowned slightly, astonished by the significant aftereffects of his transformation. He had anticipated that he would only be unconscious for a day or two, not realizing it would extend to this duration. Seeing Bofeng Sun lost in thought, Tsunade adopted a serious demeanor once more. You little rascal, tell me honestly. What exactly was that giant ape you transformed into? That, didn't I mention before? A monster resides in my tail. And that giant ape I morphed into was that very creature. Bofeng Sun shrugged, feigning nonchalance, as he did not wish for Tsunade to worry excessively about this matter. Be serious. I am earnestly inquiring. Tsunade, undeterred by his playful demeanor, grew increasingly concerned. She was genuinely worried about her disciple. Although she believed that even in his ape form, Bofeng Sun remained her student, the creature he had become was a stranger to her, instilling a profound dread within her, the fear that he might permanently remain in that state and never revert. Even during Bofeng Sun's slumber, she had contemplated this extensively. However, regarding the peculiarities of Kazekage, she had not only failed to observe them, but had also not even heard of them, for Kazekage's transformation, even if not a tailed beast, was akin to one. Noticing Tsunade's inquisitive demeanor, Kazekage couldn't help but internally smirk, touching his nose. He did not respond immediately, but instead reached behind him. Was his tail truly gone? Though somewhat regretful, Kazekage swiftly accepted this reality. Even if he wished to utilize his gorilla transformation as his trump card, he understood that, even in that form, his strength was merely that of a larger-than-average shadow-level warrior. To dominate relying solely on the gorilla transformation was a mere figment of his imagination. Furthermore, he was reluctant to endure the excruciating, bone-deep pain that accompanied the transformation process. With this thought, Kazekage relaxed the tightly furrowed brows of Tsunade and once again addressed her. Damn woman, you needn't dwell on that matter anymore. I no longer even possess a tail. Even if I wished to transform again, it would be a fruitless endeavor. As he spoke, Kazekage shyly lifted the covers, presenting his rear to Tsunade, hoping to demonstrate that the key to his transformation was no longer with him. Smack! Tsunade's palm struck Kazekage's backside. The impact created ripples across his pale skin, sending a shiver down his spine. Crazy woman, what madness has overtaken you? That hurt. Kazekage glared at her with gritted teeth. He was still a patient. Even if he bore no significant ailments, he had just awakened. How could this woman strike him without a second thought, treating him like a mere plaything? You brat, what are you doing? Quickly tuck that behind of yours away. Tsunade glared at the red handprint on his backside, her face flushed with anger. Is this crazy woman feeling shy? Kazekage blinked in astonishment. Just months prior, she had stripped him bare for a bath without a hint of embarrassment. Could it be that in such a short span, she had developed a sense of modesty? Feeling it necessary to prove a point, Kazekage covered himself once more, and the moment Tsunade sighed in relief, he unveiled himself again. Moo! Ah! With a scream, as if confronting a pest that must be exterminated, Tsunade prepared to strike. However, before she could act, Kazekage hurriedly wrapped the blanket around himself. He jested. If Tsunade were to injure him, how would he face the rest of his life? Tsunade glared fiercely at Kazekage, her gaze threatening, as if demanding a reasonable explanation lest he face dire consequences. Ahem. Kazekage forced a smile, feeling quite awkward. Please, don't look at me like that. I too can feel embarrassed. Was this still the same Tsunade who would feel discontent if he wasn't stripped bare? In a daze, finding it utterly incomprehensible, Kazekage took a deep breath. To avoid being pummeled, he resorted to his tried-and-true method of changing the topic. By the way, where's my elder brother? Why haven't I seen him? He had been by your side for 3 days, and fearing for his health, I advised him to return and rest. Indeed, it was quite a burden for my dear brother. As Bofeng Sun spoke, his stomach suddenly rumbled audibly. It seems I am a bit hungry. He pointed to his abdomen, appearing somewhat embarrassed. With an exasperated glance at Bofeng Sun, Tsunade rose and declared, I shall prepare a bowl of porridge for you. With that, she exited the tent, leaving Bofeng Sun to take advantage of the moment and open his system, eager to discover the extent of his recent gains. However, despite having mentally prepared himself, he could not help but gasp in astonishment at the astronomical figures displayed before him. He never anticipated that fortune would come so unexpectedly. In the blink of an eye, he too had accumulated points. His eyes curved into crescent moons as a foolish grin spread across his face. Over 1,000,000 points. What could this bounty possibly procure? Bo Sun found himself lost in contemplation. The notion of saving these points for a future exchange of Dragon Balls seemed distant, with 1 billion points required for such an exchange. His mere million was but a fraction, rendering any accumulation hardly worthwhile. Rather, spending the points to enhance his abilities would enable him to garner even greater rewards in the future. Yet, when it came to redeeming items, Bo Sun faced a dilemma. 1 million points was neither an insignificant sum nor a vast fortune. If he were to exchange for B-grade items, he could acquire dozens, even hundreds of them. However, for A-grade items, his points were inadequate, as they typically required tens of thousands to several million points. This meant that with his current tally, he could scarcely redeem most A-grade items. As for B-grade items, aside from skills like the Kamehameha, whose power escalated with his own strength, the rest were merely trifles, offering little more than minor enhancements. Contemplating this, Bo Sun realized he was still quite impoverished at heart. However, it was neither the time for him to be choosy nor to bemoan his fate. He understood that having over 1 million points was already a stroke of good fortune, and thoughts of bicycles or similar luxuries could wait. Yet, this limitation meant his selection of A-grade items was constrained. Ignoring the millions required for A-grade items, Bo Sun began to sift through those priced between several hundred thousand and his million. After considerable deliberation, he selected a lineage and a passive skill from the myriad A-grade options. Ancient Saiyan Lineage, A-grade lineage, derived from the ancient Saiyan bloodline, containing a hint of ancestral potential. Compared to ordinary Saiyan bloodlines, it possesses greater plasticity and an enhanced capacity to awaken latent abilities. There is a 1% chance of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Required points: 1, 200, 000. Advanced application of Chi, Class A skill, capable of mastering the profound principles of Chi, allowing for significant modifications to the power and form of other skills based on one's mastery level. With a high probability of developing unknown skills and completing advanced practices of Chi. Required points: 500, 000. Although it is referred to as selection, it is merely a choice of more advanced progression based on one's existing foundation. The refined Saiyan bloodline enhances the likelihood of utilizing hair dyes and simultaneously strengthens one's own power while merging bloodlines. Regarding other bloodlines, Bo Sun has contemplated this as well, for in the Dragon Ball universe, the Saiyan bloodline is considered among the strongest, rivaled by many others, such as those of the Omni King and the Angels. However, since he initially fused with the hybrid Saiyan bloodline, the only path available for further fusion remains within the Saiyan lineage. A simple analogy would be that a snake can evolve into a dragon but cannot transform into a tiger. This is the essence of the matter. As for why he chose to exchange for the advanced application of Chi instead of specific skills, it primarily stems from his desire for a deeper understanding of his energy system, rather than merely applying learned skills mechanically. Much like a Jinchuriki, fully mastering the power of a tailed beast is entirely different from using it blindly, especially after just exchanging for the ancient Saiyan bloodline. If he did not familiarize himself with his power, it would be akin to a person inflated by Chi, impressive in appearance but hollow within. After mastering the advanced application of Chi, Bo Sun found himself flooded with numerous methods of Chi application that he had previously been unaware of. He even felt that, at this moment, he could unleash the Kamehameha with a single hand. No longer confined to the formalities of previously mastered skills, this liberating sensation intoxicated him deeply. Subsequently, Bo Sun reintegrated the ancient Saiyan blood into his body. In an instant, he was engulfed by an unbearable heat, sweat pouring from his skin, leaving him with the sensation that even if he were to dehydrate and perish at that moment, it would come as no surprise. Fortunately, this overwhelming feeling was transient, lasting less than 3 minutes before he regained his composure. Gasping for breath, he clutched his chest, still shaken by the experience. That sensation was akin to consuming too many spring, crab, pills with no outlet to release it. It nearly suffocated me, he complained, as he tightened his fists once more. It seemed his strength had indeed increased, with the overall Chi volume approximately doubling. Feeling the transformation of his body akin to a rebirth, Bo Sun nodded in satisfaction. He then directed his gaze towards the system's evaluation of himself. Boa function, occupation, Jinin, strength, ordinary Jonin, bloodline, ancient Gaian heritage, skills, advanced taijutsu, mirage fist, multiple, Kamehameha, advanced. Advanced application of Chi, non-upgradable. Special talent. Potential explosion, survival and desperation, growing stronger in battle, elevated combat morale, inexhaustible stamina, with the prolongation of battle. A slight increase in strength can be achieved. To his astonishment, this novel bloodline could indeed bestow new and unique talents. Even though the current utility of this ability remains somewhat obscure, it is anticipated that it will exhibit remarkable prowess in future protracted conflicts. The porridge has arrived. Just as Bofeng was secretly thrilled, Tsunade re-entered the cramped tent, carrying a steaming bowl of rice porridge, sitting down before him. "What is the matter? You seem to be unwell," Tsunade remarked as she placed the porridge in front of Bofeng, who hesitated to reach for it. In response, Bofeng's lips twitched, and he earnestly addressed Tsunade. "Did you sample this concoction beforehand, you madwoman? How could I possibly indulge in the porridge I prepared for you?" Tsunade retorted, her eyes flickering as if she comprehended his implication. "Huh? You dare to present this bubbling concoction resembling black bubbles as porridge? You lunatic, are you attempting to poison me?" Bofeng scoffed, pointing at the bowl before him. "Enough, my dear disciple. Do not dwell on such trifles. Eat up," Tsunade insisted, attempting to force the spoon into his mouth. What a jest! This was her laboriously crafted masterpiece, and she could not allow Bofeng to evade it so easily. "Please, no?